is. There
No,
is water on the distance, but it's
no.
higher or lower than you see it.
No. We seeing the water where it is, not in other position.
Really, are you sure about that? Because you could take
Yeah,
a video
but there is
throughout
the
the
oil
day as
rig.
the temperature changes, and you can see
Yeah,
the position change. So,
no, position doesn't change. There is an oil rig in the ocean, and the water it's physical, and you can see the water behind the oil rig. And oil rig is a distance market, and it's 9 miles, and then
so
you see the water.
are you talking about
I'm talking.
those pictures where the boat is way in the
No,
background
I'm
and you
not talking
can
about pictures. I'm talking about real oil rigs in the water in Santa Barbara.
and
There is a water behind oil rigs because oil rigs are in ocean.
and
We see that water with 1 foot observer
okay.
height.
Are you saying that the oil rigs are
No,
further
I'm
back
saying
than you expect to see them?
not oil rig. I'm saying we see the surface of the water with 1 foot observer height behind the oil rig.
Are you saying that you're seeing the water further than you're supposed to see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you not think that this can
Do
be
you
due
know
to refraction?
percentually how much it's off?
Again, do you not think that this can be due to
Do you know how
refraction?
much percentually it's off that observation?
What did you say?
How much percentually it's off that observation? What is showing 10 miles of the water?
I don't know how you quantify that. Depends on what your
Okay,
standard of
one
percentages
foot
are.
observer.
But
Okay,
wait. Do you want me to answer your
I,
question or
I,
not?
I, I
Do
will
you want me
help
to
you.
answer?
I
I'm
will
trying to
help you.
answer
You
your
can
question.
tell your
Hold on.
okay.
I'm going to answer your question. So I don't know what percentage we're working off of. There needs to be a value that you work off of that starts with
Yeah.
1 and you modify that 1. But what I
Okay.
can tell you is that the refraction usually is no more than half a degree to 1 degree, right?
Yeah.
And
Okay.
over
Great.
distance, if it's 1 degree, like say per 100,000 feet or something, or if it's multiple degrees per 100,000 feet, then you'd expect that to add up over distance, which could continue to allow you to see pretty far.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In heliocentric model, there is written geometrical horizon. It's on 1.2 miles on 1 foot observer height. Is that correct?
You mean globe model?
Yeah.
I guess I'd have to look that up and verify it.
Yeah, that's the globe model, what we know. With 1 foot observer height, they're saying like this geometrical horizon, it's on 1.2 miles. We have observation with 1 foot observer height, and there is a 10 miles, even we cannot know because horizon is behind. It's apparent place, but it's more than 10 miles. That's
Okay.
1,000% off.
Yeah, but that's not surprising. That's actually expected if you have something like refraction
With,
taking
with
place.
that with that
Because refraction,
observation, radio should to be something like a 2,000 or I don't know miles, not 3,000, 200,000.
yeah, so here's the thing refraction exists. And,
Whatever refraction exists, whatever light is doing, I see the physical surface on the 10 miles.
well, no, if refraction exists and
No,
refraction's
yes,
taking
I see
place,
the
the
physical
light takes a
surface. It's
different
not the
path.
light what is doing. I see the real ocean, real physical surface, real water. There is no light doing anything.
Yes, light
The,
takes curved paths sometimes through a medium. It's called the atmosphere.
whatever light is doing, I'm seeing the real physical surface behind oil rigs.
Okay. Well, guess
Because if
what?
you take a
The
boat
refraction's
from the
curving the path
beach,
of the
if you
light.
take a boat from the beach, you will see that boat will go all that way and it not will disappear.
Yeah, that's because of refraction.
No, because that's the surface where boat is going.
Yeah, the boat can be refracted too.
How would look like the surface if Earth is flat with the refraction?
With refraction, well,
Yeah.
I imagine that quite a bit would be very different. For one,
How?
there wouldn't be some horizon. You'd just keep seeing until it was too
You will not
foggy
be
to see.
horizon. Are you crazy?
Am I crazy?
Yeah, horizon. What is the horizon?
Yeah, the horizon is the point in which the curve overtakes your line of sight.
No, that's not the horizon.
That's what I define the horizon as.
Horizon is apparent place where the sky meets the ground or the water. Is that correct?
That's not my definition. But the point
That's
is,
not
if you're on
your
a flat
definition.
Earth,
That's it.
if you're
That's not your definition. That's it. This is
the
the
point is
definition.
the
Do
point
you
is
have
if
your
you're on a flat Earth,
definitions? Do you have your definitions about everything, or you have definitions?
the point is if you're on a flat Earth and you get a telescope and you look out into the distance, you will keep seeing and seeing and seeing until the fog makes it not possible for you to see. There would not
Or
be things disappearing behind a curve, right? There would be things that fade into the fog of the
or
atmosphere. But that's not what we see. We actually see
yeah,
things
yeah, yeah.
crossing behind some
We
kind
see
of
the
curve.
flat horizon with the flat surface that we see. You know. And that's
Yeah, so
ridiculous to
there's
say. It's
nothing.
ridiculous. It's ridiculous to say you cannot have the horizon of the flat Earth because you have the Earth and the sky, and that is making horizon. Do you know?
Yeah, that's how you're defining horizon. That's not
And
how I'm
every
defining
time when you
horizon.
make observation, every time that horizon, it's horizontal and flat. There is nothing there. It's curving.
No, there's absolutely a curve. You could watch boats disappear over that horizon from the bottom up. Like,
No,
do you want to go through a video of that?
everything. It's with the distance. It's going bottom up.
No.
Yes.
Maybe I should open up my notes app and
Maybe
draw it out for you, but let me
you
just
should take the
explain it to
camera.
you this way. Hold on, dude. You've been cutting it a lot. You need to just like take turns here.
Yeah,
So,
I want to tell you where are you wrong. You said yes. I told you no. That means I will explain you now why no. You put the camera on the road, and then you go away from the camera, and then you will record that. When you record that, and then you watch that video what you recorded, okay? And then you will see that you will disappear bottom up
no, you won't.
on the
I've actually
road.
done experiments. Yeah, I've actually already done experiments like this, and to no surprise whatsoever, no, objects don't disappear bottom up. They get too tiny for the camera to pick up. But if the camera has a high enough resolution, you could zoom in and you can continue to see the object fully there. It will never disappear bottom up unless there's
Does
something between you and the camera. The only
does
way that
both
you can disappear bottom up is if something starts obscuring you, meaning that if you draw a
okay?
straight line
Sure,
between you and the
sure.
camera, so you have your feet and then you have the lens of your camera, imagine there's a straight line connecting both the center of the camera lens to the bottom of your foot. Unless something gets between that straight line, like some physical thing that will block the light, you will not see yourself disappear from the bottom up, which is
Okay.
why
And
things
it's
don't disappear
disappearing
bottom up on a flat surface.
every and it's disappearing every 10 miles, 66 of feet, every time, everywhere.
Would you say?
And every boat on 10 miles, everywhere disappearing 66 foot, every time,
It
everywhere.
depends on refraction. Sometimes they could curve away sooner than that if the
Yeah.
conditions are such that the refraction is inverted to be upward instead of downward.
Okay. And how is on the ground?
How is on the ground what?
Yeah, how you have the hill with, let's say, 100-meter hill in the middle of the continent?
You're asking, how do you have a 100-meter hill in the middle of a continent?
Yeah.
Because there's hills and there's continents.
Why is 100 meters?
Why is a hill 100 meters high?
Yeah.
Well, that just comes down to geology. Why do you ask?
Geology what? What that mean 100 meters height?
It just means that from ocean level, typically speaking, is what they're going to mean by 100
Okay.
meters high. The
Okay.
object
How
has
much is drop from that middle of the continent to the sea level?
It wouldn't
100
be 100
meters.
meters. It would be 100 feet for the 100 miles, I think. Or
No, I'm asking. We
10,
have a
or
hill
10.
100 meter in the middle of the USA. Let's say now that's 100 meter above the sea level. Is that correct?
If it's a 100 meter high hill, then
Above
I'm
the
pretty
sea
sure.
level.
Uh huh.
Above the sea level. Okay.
Yeah.
How far is the sea level from the middle of the USA?
I don't know. Why do you ask?
Let's say 1,000 miles.
Okay.
How much is drop on the sphere from that point to the sea level?
How much is the drop?
Yeah, the curvature from that point to the 1,000 miles to the sea level.
I don't know. Do the calculation.
There is a 100 meter hill above the sea level.
Okay.
Is it 100 meter of drop in 1,000 miles?
It's 100 meters of drop no matter how many miles. What do you mean?
But the hill is 100 meters above the sea level.
Mm-hmm.
But sea is 1,000 miles away.
So
So on the sphere, how much from point A to point B in 1,000 miles? How much is the curvature?
you're asking if we take on a great circle of Earth, 1,000 miles of it, how much degrees of curvature that would be?
I'm asking you
do-
how you can have 100 meters hill above the sea level and sea level is 1,000 miles west from you.
I'm not sure what you're asking here, to be completely honest.
This is only my. I will finish with this. This is my question. How you can have the hill 100 meters height above the sea level and sea level is 1,000 miles away from you on the sphere? I'm asking you how you can have that.
Oh, wait. You're asking how can there be a hill that's 100 meters high, and how can the sea be 1,000 miles away from you on a sphere?
I'm asking, yeah, how you can have
I'm not
100
sure
meters
what.
hill
I'm not
above
sure
the
what.
sea level and sea
I'm not
level is
sure what.
1,000 miles
I'm
away
not
from
sure.
you.
I'm not sure what's not working for you here. You have the continent, you have a hill, and
Shapes
1,000
doesn't
miles
work.
away
Sphere
there's
doesn't
water.
work.
What's the problem?
The problem is from point A, from that hill to the sea, there is I think I don't know now 1,000 miles. It is like a 10 miles of the drop of the curvature, even more.
6,666 feet, if I'm not mistaken, for just 1,000 miles. I think
1,000, not 1,000.
1,000 miles. You got 6,666 feet of hidden behind the hump. It's supposed to be a hump.
Okay.
I don't think he's talking about something being hidden behind a curve. I think he's asking something else right now. I'm not sure what exactly.
I'm asking you about the hill in the middle of the continent. How you measure the hill above the sea level, and your sea level is down there behind the curvature.
Yeah, the sea. Oh, wait. Do you think that measuring from sea level involves getting a ruler that starts from the water and then like going upward or something? Because that's not how that works.
Do you
So
think that
water just drags itself to an equal surface that matches the Earth's gravity, right? So sea level is just going to be a description of some amount of distance from the center of the planet, right? And so if you imagine
what center?
If you imagine a circle,
what center?
the center of the Earth. and you just
Where,
imagine arrows pointing outward.
who discovered that?
What?
Who discovered that? Who proved that? How we know that we have a center of the earth?
My God, you're jumping from one topic to another. Just focus on what I'm saying.
Something one by one.
If you imagine a circle,
I don't want to imagine anything, man.
just imagine a circle.
I don't
If we
want to
can do that
imagine
for 1 second.
reality, man.
Okay,
I don't
then
want
don't
to
bother. You're just jumping topics way too much. Just
No,
slow
man.
down and stick to one thing.
Do you want to imagine?
Don't imagine. Don't use your brain. Okay, great idea.
Why you want to imagine something?
So that you can picture the geometry here. It might help.
Picture geometry. I cannot picture. Do you know what? Can you imagine the basketball?
Yeah, I can. Why?
Can you imagine the basketball, or you know how the basketball looks like?
Both.
Both. Can you find the center of the basketball?
Yeah.
Can you do that? That's the same with the earth.
Yeah.
How?
Geometry.
How?
You know what geometry is?
Yeah, I know what is geometry.
Yeah. You could just do some calculations. And then you could you can set up some distinct coordinates of which you could determine where the center of the earth would lie. And it's some very basic geometry, by the way.
How you will make
We're talking
coordinates
fourth grade
to
level
the
stuff.
center of the earth? How you will make
What did you say?
coordinates to the center? How you will make coordinates to the center of the earth?
Well, you just need to gather a few numbers. You need to gather the radius of the circle, and then you need to choose any 2 points on that circle, and then you draw lines that will eventually intersect, and that intersection will be the center.
How you know? How you will know that something is in the center of any sphere?
Again, you're just jumping topics. Do you want me to move to this now and start talking about this?
How you will know where is the center of any sphere?
See, now you're going back to the original topic, which is the where. I already told you that's geometry.
Okay, that's geometry. You take a ruler and you go around the basketball and you can measure the geometry. Or maybe if you can...
You don't even need a ruler. Just by looking at a basketball, you could determine where the center is.
Okay, can you just look at the earth, decide where the center of the earth?
Yes.
Yes, you can do that.
Yes.
You can see the earth entire.
Yeah.
You can do that.
Yeah.
How?
I don't know. Go to google.com.
No, man, not the google.com. You can see the earth entire, like a real entire earth.
Yeah, there's pictures of the entire earth.
I know there's pictures on TV. I'm asking you, can you see the entire earth in reality?
Oh, not on TV, you mean with your own eyes witness the photons bouncing off of Earth instead of a image that was taken from a picture?
Okay, and does that picture showing that Earth has a center there?
Yes. If I show you a picture of a basketball, does it show you that the basketball has a center?
The basketball, in this case, the Earth. You have a picture.
I know, but I'm asking you if I show you a picture of a basketball.
I want to find out the center of the Earth, where it is.
Yeah, if you look at a picture of a basketball, can you determine where the center of the basketball is?
No.
If the answer is yes, then you can do the same when looking at a picture of the Earth.
I cannot look in the basketball.
Oh, you can't?
Where the center of the basketball.
Oh, I can. I mean,
really?
Using some built-in structures in your brain, you could choose any 2 points on the basketball, draw lines, on that basketball that are 90 degrees. Dude, you just keep going like Jesus Christ.
Can you tell me
the
radius of the basketball only looking into basketball?
Can I tell you the radius of a basketball? Why would I need to do that?
Because, oh my God, like that you will find out where is the center.
You don't even need the radius to find the center.
Oh,
you can spatially determine. Yeah.
What you need to determine?
If I got a piece of paper, drew a circle on it, and told you to put your finger at the center
I'm not
of
speaking
where
of piece
the
of
center
paper,
of
man.
that
I
circle
spoke
would
about
be.
the sphere.
You're not going to
spoke
need a
about
ruler
geometry.
to do that. You might not be exactly accurate, but you can, to a pretty fair degree of accuracy, determine where the center is. It's pretty
Okay,
fucking
how do
easy.
you measure the
Why are you
sphere?
acting like the most basic
No, man,
task is
you're speaking about
insurmountable?
paper. You are speaking that you will make a circle on the paper. We are speaking about the sphere. How you will
Same thing with
measure
a
the
sphere. It's going to
how
be
you
the
will measure
same
the
thing as with the circle.
yes, how you will go to the center of the earth?
Go to, well, that's different from locating.
How you will locate the center of the earth?
Oh, just by looking at it and using your brain,
Just
right?
look it.
You can determine using
Man,
your
you're
brain
crazy.
at a certain
You're,
distance from either
man,
side of the
looking
edge
in the
of the
sphere
sphere.
and it determine the
When those
radius
2 points
and
meet, will
center.
be the center. Dude, you just have been talking over nonstop. This is just like annoying. Seriously. Holy shit. Anyways, it's really basic, man.
Yeah, it's very basic. You are saying that looking in the sphere, you can make a radius. Only looking into where is the
You can just
center.
look at a basketball and do the same. Have you ever struggled to do that with a basketball?
You
Like you can't
cannot. You can look
imagine where
the
the center of the basketball is?
basketball. You can
What do you
look
say?
the apple. You can look the apple. You cannot find the center of the apple. You can look at the ping pong ball. You cannot find the center of the ping pong ball.
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot.
Yes, you can.
No, you can. You know what is the way? You need to
I
measure the circle. Sorry, because of English circle. I don't know how to pronounce
nope.
circle.
I could describe exactly where the center is. The center of the ping pong ball is going to be half of its diameter. That's it.
Yeah, half of diameter. You need to measure that one.
No, I don't need to
Yeah,
measure
let's
it with
do
a
that with
ruler.
the air. Let's do that with the earth
If
now.
by measure you mean use a ruler, no, I don't need to do that. I can measure with my eyeball and say, yeah, I can see that this ping pong ball can be split in two halves. And so the halfway point is going to be where the center is. That's that. It's not
Let's do that.
complicated, dude.
Let's do that with the earth, man.
You could do the same with the earth. When you look a picture of
Let's
the earth, you
cut
could
it in a
say,
half.
all right,
Let's
halfway
cut it in
through, that's where the center
Let's
is.
cut
And then
it
if
in
you keep
half.
going, you end up on the other side. Simple.
Let's cut it in half. Which machines we will use it?
Which machines we will, you don't need a machine. The only machine you need is your eyes.
Can you cut the earth in half?
No.
Okay. How we will cut then? How will we make it two halves of earth?
You don't need to cut anything. You don't need to cut a ping pong ball. When I
How
say
we
cut
will
in
know
half,
that it's a sphere,
yeah,
man?
wait,
Then?
dude, stop interrupting. Holy crap. So, in case it wasn't clear before, when I was saying cut it in half, I didn't mean literally cut the ping pong ball. I meant mentally cut it in half, meaning think of it as two halves. That's what I was saying.
How mentally? If I show you the ping pong ball,
Yeah, can you not draw an imaginary line going through the middle of the ping pong ball? Are you not capable of
of
that?
course I can do that imaginary. I can do everything imaginary.
Okay, so you know where the center of the ping pong ball would be located, yes or no?
Yeah, imaginary, yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Same
but
thing with the Earth.
really, I don't know how much is it. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. Like for the Earth is the same, you know. Maybe its radius it's 4,000 miles, maybe it's 7,000 miles, maybe it's 200,000 miles, maybe it's 1,000,000 miles. But center is there and it's sphere.
Here, relaxing, and if I'm just letting you know, don't waste your time. You're never going to listen.
Oh, I know. And I never got back to the original question I had, which was about
Well, trust me, they don't
rotation of the
want to even
stars.
go. They don't even want to go to the original question because they don't care.
Oh, really?
That's always what happens. I try and ask them a question, they're like, "No, I want to talk about this." Every time.
I'll try one more time. I mean, you're probably right, but let me
like
try to...
I asked them because they don't believe in gravity. I said if that's true, then an example I saw with some roller coaster. If you were to go on a roller coaster loop-de-loop, right? Anyone did the loops without the straps. If you were to go up and around, you would stay on the ride. You wouldn't fall down. There's gravitational pull. But obviously,
Wait.
they won't let me make that point.
Wait. So if they don't believe in gravity, what do they think is causing things to fall down?
They think it's some type of like shield around the Earth that's keeping stuff on the ground.
And is that shield enacting some kind of force?
Yeah,
What
that's what they're thinking.
about?
They basically say something like that along those lines. They think it's some
And
type of like particle. I think it's like some particle, like pressure keeping everything down.
Whatever they're describing,
You're talking
the
nonsense,
funny-
bro.
whatever they're describing.
I mean, it's pretty funny and it's true. It is nonsense, but it's coming from you, so.
I never said anything like what you're talking about, so keep go ahead, straw man the shit out of it.
Yeah,
Nothing
look,
sure.
whatever force you guys are describing, if the observations are totally compatible with gravity, then it's literally just gravity that you're describing, but you're going to use a different word. So it's like, who
Yeah,
cares?
that's called an affirming the consequent logical fallacy.
That's
what
not
I mean.
affirming the consequent.
That's literally that's what I'm saying. Relaxing, and so, like, Ray Nimrod. Let me ask you this. My example is that, and there's evidence backing this up. There's let's use this hypothetical situation as an example. If you're on a roller coaster, and let's say the mechanisms that keep you strapped into your seat, right? Like the handlebars. If they malfunction and they are not there, they're not holding you. If you were to take a loop-de-loop, you wouldn't fall off the ride. You would you'd stay on the ride and you'll go down without falling off. If there's no gravity, how is that possible?
Jesus Christ.
I'm not sure I fully understand your hypothetical, and I haven't made any claims about it. But are you talking about like the centrifugal forces that might be happening when you're being spun around?
I mean, no. I mean, if there's nothing, because in this situation, and this is what I'm getting to, is that it's called gravitational pull. I'm not sure if you believe in gravitational pull. Probably not. But it's a force keeping you down, but it's going upwards. It's called gravitational pull, and it's keeping you
just
down.
talked about doing the loop on a roller coaster.
Yeah, loop-de-loop. You're doing where you go upside down. Yeah, it's called gravitational pull. It wants to keep you down at your center, on your center, like where you are.
It sounds like you're describing centrifugal force, though.
Centrifugal force, okay. It's gravitational pull.
I want to know if anyone here genuinely, even though he who shall not be, I can't read your whole name, told me that no one here is going to answer. I'll try anyway. I just want to know if any of you have an answer as to why there's an inverted rotation of the stars. Like when you're in the North Pole and you look up, the stars rotate counterclockwise, and in the South Pole, they rotate clockwise. I want to know why that's the case. How does that work on a flat Earth? It doesn't seem to work geometrically, like literally at all. Anyone?
GG.
GG.
So, explain to me, because I'm not sure I fully understand. What's the point of this question? Is this some sort of gotcha?
I guess you could look at it like that. So to explain the question, right? When standing in the North Pole and looking straight up, you see Polaris, and around that star, there are a bunch of stars that rotate slowly counterclockwise. And in the South Pole, when looking straight up, you see the opposite, which is the stars rotating around a central point clockwise. I want to know how this can possibly work on a flat Earth.
What's happening in the sky got to do with the nature of whether Earth's flat or not? I still don't get the point of your question.
Oh, it
Are you
has
making? Are
everything
you
to do
making
with
a?
it.
Oh, I see. You're making a whole bunch of assumptions about what the sky is, and then comporting that to some sort of cosmology
No,
of
it
the Earth.
doesn't.
Is that what you're
It
doing?
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the sky is. I don't care what the fuck the
Why does
sky
it?
is. The only
It
thing
doesn't
I
matter what
care
the sky
about
is.
is just because of
So
geometry.
no.
The
So hang on.
geometry
If it doesn't
doesn't.
matter, if it doesn't matter what the sky is, what if the sky? And since it doesn't matter, it should just be a. You should be just fine with this. What if the
What?
sky just
No. When I said
does whatever it
no,
wants?
to be clear, no. To be clear, when I say it doesn't matter what the sky is, that is to say, I don't care if it's a projection. I don't care if it's something that the government built. I don't care if it's a bunch of balls of hydrogen that are making these little lights that we call stars. I don't care what it is. The fact is that whatever it is, it operates geometrically in a specific way that seems to be perfectly compatible and explained by a spherical Earth, but does not seem to be compatible with a flat Earth.
Right. So do you
And I
see the
could tell you
fallacious logic that you're employing here?
no.
No, you don't see the consequent logical fallacy.
I
If
don't
P
think you
then
know
Q,
what
Q
affirming the
therefore P.
consequence.
I just gave it
Yeah,
to
so
you as a
what's
syllogism. I know exactly what it is.
yeah, so
Who wants
what's
to see my cock and balls?
Oh,
what the
I
fuck?
see what you why you think there's a fallacy, right? Like, the statement if we're on a round Earth, the sky should rotate in the opposite direction, right? Does not imply
Yep.
the statement
To be
if
true.
this if
The
the
premise
sky
to be true.
rotates, then we're on a flat
Yeah.
Earth.
Yeah,
Spot on.
that's
If
not
P
what
then
was
Q,
said.
Q
And you
therefore
tried
P.
to say
You
no,
I'll lay it out for you, and
no,
you can tell me where I'm wrong.
no.
But
That's
that's
So you
not
not what
said
what
was
if
said.
P,
that's
if
not
the Earth
No,
is
if
necessarily a
you
flat,
were
then
fallacy.
listening,
Q,
wait,
then
let me
Q.
talk. Holy shit! Stop for a second. So
I
no,
wasn't
that's
finished
not
making
what
my
I
point.
said. What I said was that it's not compatible with a flat Earth. I did not say that because
Not
it's compatible
compatible.
with a round Earth that the Earth is round. I said it does seem to be compatible with a round Earth. However, it does not seem to be compatible with a flat Earth. That is what I
How
said
is it
if you were
not? How is it
listening.
not compatible with the flat Earth?
Okay, wait.
Thank you for
Regarding the
asking.
fallacy point, can I regard the fallacy point where you said A implies B does not mean B implies A, right? But who
Holy
said
shit, we're
that
doing
A?
math about geography?
It's not necessarily the case that A only implies B. It could be A if and only if B. You know.
It
So
doesn't
No,
matter
but if
because
it's
he used the fallacy
it
wrong
does.
since he wasn't listening. Now I'm going to
It
explain
could
to
be
him
a
why it's not
two-way
compatible.
implication.
Right, so now I'm going to explain why it's not compatible with a flat Earth. So, on a flat Earth, if you have something rotating around you, I could see how you would get the stars rotating above the North Pole, but on the flat Earth, there's no South Pole for one. So, there's not some particular spot you'd expect to stand where you'd see all these stars rotating. And in fact, you can look in 3 or 4 different directions and still see the same thing on a flat Earth, because any direction away from north on a flat Earth is basically south. And any direction away from north can be 4 opposing directions, all 90 degrees apart. So that's the first
okay.
problem.
You've already strawmanned me because I haven't made any claims about any of this stuff. So I'm not sure
About any what stuff?
Well, first of all, that there's a north at a particular point, and then everything away from that. What was the next thing you said? That
Everything away from north on a flat Earth is necessarily south. If that is not what is being described, that is not a flat Earth.
Oh no, that's just how north and south operate. Everything
But do
in the
you
complete
see the
opposite
same sky
direction of north
in
is
the
south.
northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere?
Hang on, no.
If you
You're
have
begging the question of hemispheres,
counter-rotating
mate.
skies.
Still, let me just speak with what's your name, relaxing and
Yeah.
so. All right, north and south. That's fine. What was the next part? Nothing you've said yet is explaining how it's incompatible. If it doesn't matter
I've
what the
already
sky
demonstrated how it's fully incompatible just with that, and we won't
No, you
move off
haven't.
of this
No, you
until
haven't.
you see how.
No, you haven't.
Then I'll continue. Then stop talking. I will explain it to you. So,
Mate, you don't have to be rude.
well, because I keep getting interrupted, and I've been getting interrupted. So I'm going to explain why it's incompatible. So
You do realise
if
you were
we
interrupting me, yeah?
So again, if we think about the south as any direction away from north, which it would have to be, otherwise we're not describing a flat Earth. Do you agree so far before I continue?
Sorry, do I agree that moving away from north is south?
Yes, on a flat
Yeah.
Earth.
No.
Okay.
Moving away from north is south. Period.
Yes, meaning the opposite direction of north. So whatever is north, the opposite of that will be south on a flat Earth.
Will be south on any Earth, really, if you want to put it that way.
That's fine. That's compatible with it being south on a flat Earth. Okay. Now, if any direction away from north is south on a flat Earth, do you also agree with the premise that south on a flat Earth can be two opposite pointing directions?
Only if your premise was that north is a central point, then yes.
Okay. Is north not the central point on the flat Earth?
I don't know. I don't ascribe to a particular model. I know that there's north and everything opposite of north
I'll
is
just
south.
tell you right
Again,
now.
this is where I'm saying that you're straw manning because you haven't actually, I haven't claimed anything.
I'll just tell you right now.
These arguments that you're
I'll just tell you right now, if it's not at the center, it's going to get even worse, actually. So you want it to be at the center. But
okay, that's your claim, mate. It's got nothing to do with me.
I could demonstrate how if you want me to go through it.
No, let's not gish gallop. Let's stick with what we're doing.
Well, no,
So
we carry on we could
carry on with your explanation of incompatibility because you haven't
Okay, so
any
north
of it.
is at the center?
No, I haven't made a claim of where north is. I don't know the dimensions of the realm that we live.
You're going to want to choose. You're going to choose whichever one.
Why? So that you can attack. You can attack a position.
Well, no. Hold on.
No.
Let me finish talking. You're going to want to choose whichever one is going to be compatible with the rotation of the stars in the sky. Right?
What do the rotation of the stars in the sky have to do with any of it? You haven't made that clear. You haven't made the connection yet.
If you stop. You're asking multiple questions and then not expecting me to answer. I'll answer the question. So the reason that stars have everything to do with the shape of the Earth is because of geometry. For there to be two opposing points, 180 degrees from each other, you cannot be on a flat surface that extends infinitely in all directions and expect to be able to see that. It's not possible because you only have 180 degrees of vision on a flat surface. However, on a spherical Earth, you have 360 degrees of vision if you travel around the Earth.
What do you mean you only have 180 degrees of vision?
Yeah, so if you're standing on a flat Earth, your field of view is never more than 180 degrees because the other 180 is the Earth blocking it.
Are you saying I can't turn around in 360 degrees?
No, he means you can't look down.
Yeah, holy shit, dude. It's like so basic.
No, you just said my field of view is 180 degrees, and I just asked if I could turn around in 360 degrees.
Yes,
so
you have a half sphere of vision, not a full sphere. You understand what I mean by 180 degrees, no?
Okay, so you're talking about a sphere of vision, sure.
Yeah. You never have more than 180 degrees because the other 180 is the ground below you. That is true no matter what flat Earth you subscribe to. Now, unless you think that the Earth is transparent, which is just insanely retarded. But anyways, so you're never going to have more than 180 degrees. That's the case. Yet you have stars that have arrangements that span more than 180 degrees of vision. It's already fucked just for that reason. Because to get that opposing rotation, it makes perfect sense on a globe because you can just invert yourself by 180 degrees by going from the North Pole to the South Pole, and the rotation inverts along with it. While on the flat Earth, there's two problems. The first one is you'll never see the opposite ends of those rotations from one another because you only have 180 degrees field of view and not a full 360 to be able to see two center points and everything rotating around those center points. And furthermore, to get those opposing rotations, they have to follow the sphere of stars that we see around us. in their spherical rotation. So if you actually look at your latitude in particular, it correlates with exactly what the rotation of the stars is like. And after the
Yeah.
0 degree latitude mark, once you go into negative degrees of latitude, the rotation begins to invert. You understand?
Yeah. And I understand that you conceded that the sky can be whatever. So none of this
No, the
disproves
sky.
or shows incompatibility with the fact that not only that you've made several concessions here about latitude, degrees of latitude, and all of these other things that are flat Earth measurements. So I don't understand how.
no concessions. Here, look.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I could draw it out for you with my
you
notes
didn't
app.
invoke latitude just before.
Yeah, wait. I don't know what you mean by concessions. I take a concession to be some view that someone changed their mind on after having previously espoused a different view. There was no view I changed my mind on up to this point.
Oh, sorry,
so there were no concessions had.
Yeah, I thought you went from believing that we lived on a ball to invoking flat Earth measurements. That to me is a concession.
No, I don't think I ever did such a thing, so I don't know what you're on about.
Yeah, you talked about latitude, and then degrees of which are measured from a flat baseline.
No.
No? Oh, okay.
Yeah, just no. Anyways, moving on.
No,
Anyways,
that's fine. You
I think I'm gonna
don't know
share
how
screen
latitude was
and
derived. That's
then
okay.
I'll go into my drawing app so I could show you what the deal is here. So I'll switch this to blue. Okay. So now I'm gonna share screen. So I want to know how it is that if you have a flat Earth and looking up from the North Pole, it makes sense that you see stars rotating counterclockwise, right?
I'm not interested in discussing the stars, mate. Let's discuss the Earth, eh? I think that's
Wait. I'm
probably what we need
showing
to be
you
doing.
why. Wait. We're talking about why it entails the shape of the Earth. I'm explaining to you with visuals. Anyways, so here you have a counterclockwise rotation of the stars when you look straight up. Now, what does south mean on a flat Earth? Right? It just means some other place on the flat Earth, right? So where is that? Is that going to be like on the edges somewhere here? That's what what's his name, Witsit Gets It, told me when I made him concede on this. He said that on these edges, right, anything that's away from north essentially is south. Right? This is what he said. Now, if that's the case, then standing at any one of these points is south, and looking straight up should yield the Southern Cross as well as a clockwise rotation.
What if
These
you
are
have
your claims, mate.
What if you have two different projections and they're like what do you call it? Like layers of an onion, and they rotate counterclockwise from each other each segment. Not segment. Segment's not the right word. Each layer. Yeah. What if each?
Oh, you're saying that like each one is its own projection? Well, the problem is what's happening between, like right here. Why are the stars here, right?
Oh yeah.
Why are they rotating perfectly in tandem like this, but we never see some center point here that's off? It doesn't make any sense. And on top of that, even worse yet, something that makes no fucking sense is why do we see the same stars here as we do over here on two opposite ends of the flat Earth, but somehow at neither south point you can see the North Star, but you can see the same stars looking in different directions? That makes no fucking sense. None of this makes sense because the Earth is not
Unless it was a
flat.
projection that was just perfectly set up that way, which you said you were happy to allow.
Yeah, but then you.
Oh wait, no, it doesn't matter if it's a projection. It doesn't matter if
I think the issue
Again,
is pointless flat Earth you're talking about, because right now I don't see a problem. So maybe on your flat Earth that you seem to reference, post that, then we can see why it doesn't make any sense.
Wait, you don't see a problem?
No.
Wait, did you not just see the problem?
No problem. The sky and the ground are two separate
All
things.
right, look, I'll show you the problem. So again, here, let me go back to draw. All right.
Oh,
so
no, I
You
can't
see the sky
just to
from the
articulate.
Earth.
again, do you know what the Southern Cross is?
They're not
Just-
separate because you stand on the Earth and look up.
Just
Yes, and because
yeah,
of
one
the
is
shape
up and
of the
one is
Earth,
down.
the shape should dictate what you're able to see because of how the Earth will orientate you.
Okay, let's talk about the
So-
surface then. Let's go right to the nitty gritty, right to the
Okay,
surface.
the surface is going to determine the rotation of the stars. I'm using something embarrassingly basic so that no one here can miss it. I'm using crayons for fuck's sake. So look, we have the Earth, we have the Southern
And we beg the
Cross.
question of rotation.
Yeah,
We're
where'd you
not
get
talking
that?
about rotation, we're talking about stars. So we have stars that are able to be viewed, but only in the southern hemisphere, right?
Okay, so
Let
already
me
on the
actually
globe.
draw this
So
bigger.
your flat Earth is already a globe. See, that's where you
What?
made the mistake. You said on
Wait.
your flat Earth you have hemispheres.
Oh, is there not a southern hemisphere on the flat Earth?
There's not. I don't know. You know what the word hemisphere means? It means taking the
Okay.
sphere and cutting it in half, and you've got
Okay,
one.
wait. So
and
if
then
I
two.
listen, you could skip the semantics. Let me just help you out here.
Distance from the North Pole, then.
So is this region the southern hemisphere on a
Yeah.
flat Earth, like this outer area? Is that
No,
is that good enough
there's
for you?
no hemispheres on the flat
Okay.
Earth.
Well,
Oh
then
my
we'll just
God,
call
is
it
that
layer.
region the south of the flat Earth? Yes or no? For fuck's sake,
We'll
dude,
call it-
stop
Yeah,
trying to obfuscate.
Call it
you
like
have to
South-
articulate your
Southern
position.
Look, this area that I'm drawing in, this outside part, is that south?
Yeah, I'm
Is
not
that the
clicked
sub-
into your share screen, so just articulate what
Okay,
you're.
so that's why you're not following anything that's being said.
Oh, I've got another word. Subtropics. There you go. The subtropics.
Okay, so below, the tropics.
Yeah, like
Okay.
where Australia is and stuff. Is that south? Is that the southern
It
hemisphere?
depends on
or-
where you're at. Oh, that's not a southern hemisphere.
My
Okay,
God,
just say
you and the word
south.
hemisphere.
The south, then. All right.
The south half of the fucking Earth. How about that?
Yeah, I
The
would say
southern
that,
half
South of the
of the
equator.
even halves are wrong.
All right.
Like,
the
which
south.
Oh
half?
my God. The
The south
outer
period.
region. Does outer region work for you?
No, like the outer ponders. That'd be more of a speculation topic.
Argentina and Australia and South Africa and Antarctica.
Lord have mercy.
Uh-huh.
I'm about to get
Those
like I'm about to get
Yeah,
like an
see,
actual
the main problem is your flat Earth is really a globe that you've debunked.
No. I'm using Witsit Gets Its Flat Earth that he gave to me when I debated him, and
Are
he
you
was the one that
arguing with
used
Witsit?
the word. What'd you say?
Yeah,
Are you
it seems like
arguing with Witsit?
you
What the hell,
misunderstood.
man?
Yeah, it
Oh,
seems like
so
you're
you
in the
guys don't
wrong.
subscribe to that flat Earth that he uses? You have a different flat Earth?
I have
All right,
no
describe it to
idea.
me.
Oh
I have
my
no idea what flat Earth Witsit described. No clue. It's probably been
Well,
Okay. All right,
years
blank
since
slate.
I
We
talked
wipe
to him.
out what we know about geography and countries, right? We just say if any plane has two bases, right? North, south, east, west, right? If
No.
I move in one
No, this is what
specific
you do.
direction, the stars should not counter rotate.
This is what you do. Okay, the sky and the ground are two different things. Looking up is not looking down. To know what down is, you would have to look down. The
No.
surface of the Earth is measurably, observably,
No.
and practically used as flat and stationary. The sky moves. So what you guys are doing then is turning that into a globe, then talking about everything other than the surface of the Earth as your proof of what the surface of the Earth is.
No, the
surface
surface
of the
will
Earth-
determine what you see in the sky. Very
No,
simple.
not even close.
Yes, absolutely. I'm explaining that to you right now. If you join the share
Yeah.
screen, I will explain it to you.
Yeah,
The
not even
surface
close.
will determine what you see in the sky, just
Yeah.
like how what's on my face will determine what I see in the mirror.
Yeah, dude, you're too bricked for this conversation.
Bro, in a three-dimensional space, a 2D plane, yeah. If you look normal from that 2D plane, right?
Okay, let's look at the 2D plane. Does looking up suddenly not make it a 2D plane?
Up.
Okay, you're on the 2D plane. If you look
Yes, I'm
up,
on a 2D plane.
if you look up, is it no longer a 2D plane?
No, I'm standing on a 2D plane.
Yeah, you're standing on a 2D plane, and now you look up. Your eye gaze averts away from the 2D plane. Did the 2D
Yes.
plane disappear?
No.
Okay, there you go. Now welcome back to Earth, the surface of the Earth.
I know. I'm on Earth. I'm
Yeah.
standing on the flat Earth, and I
Yep.
look up.
And you look up. You're no longer looking at the flat Earth.
Okay, but
Does the flat Earth now disappear?
I'm negatively looking at the flat Earth.
Yeah,
Okay?
you're looking the opposite.
I'm still using the same basis vector.
Yeah, you're so now does the flat Earth just disappear?
From my vision, yeah.
No, it's still there.
Okay.
Just a little bit. So the fix here is just a little bit of object permanence, a small level of object permanence. That's it.
Right. So I'm standing on flat ground in real life right now. My room is flat. Okay, I'm standing on a flat surface. Okay. Now, why can't I talk about what's normal to this flat surface?
Yeah, you can talk about whatever you want to talk about, but make sure that what you're doing though is then not coming back around on the backside and pretend you're talking about something else. See, a lot of Christians or conservatives will do this. They'll start off talking about like the Bill of Rights, the Ten Commandments, and end up telling you to vote for Trump. See, two very different things there. Very different. Okay, so what you're doing is you say, hey, let's talk about the flat Earth. Then you went on to talk about the sky, which is not the flat Earth. Those two things are not the same. Okay, the sky
I know they're not.
And the ground are two separate things. They have two completely different names. They have two completely
They're in
different
the same 3D space.
directions. They have two different directions in which you look. If you really need to explain the sky,
the sky and the ground, you
are
can
two
move
different
towards
two
using the
different
same
things.
basis vector. No, they're not.
Yeah, they're two.
Same basis vector connects them.
Two very different things.
Up, down connects the sky and the ground.
And you can go into a planetarium and walk into a flat Earth model presenting the sky on the dome ceiling.
Okay.
Very easy. Just if any questions you have about the sky, just go to a planetarium, sit back in the chair, lean back, look up. You'll have a flat floor, dome ceiling, and at some point, just imagine they take the ceiling off the building. Same thing. You see exactly, they project the sky exactly as you would see it. It's for entertainment purposes. Yeah, so when you use the sky...
Can you shut up for a sec? Because you're a fucking moron. Can you...
Alright. The freak out. You're going to sit on mute until you can calm down. It's like suffering the fool, okay? I am not St. Peter. I do not suffer a fool gladly. Okay, St. Peter was well known to talking to people and converting them and whatnot, and had a lot of patience beyond human comprehension, which is why he's a saint. Okay, he could talk to anybody and suffer a fool. I do not suffer fools. Okay, to me, a foolish person is a waste of time, energy, and breath. Just get the fuck out of here. Old boy comes in here. One dude comes in here butthurt over Witsit. Other guy can't seem to figure out when to listen.
Yeah, the guy just couldn't comprehend that we were trying to keep things down on the ground too.
Yeah, there really is level. See, I take a flat Earth and I turn it into a globe, and now the sky doesn't work. Well, that's your problem. you took your flat Earth and turned it into a globe. No, the sky doesn't work. You nailed it. Look at they're still doing it. If you're on the North or South Pole, the stars rotate. No, all the stars rotate east to west. All of them. Doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter if you're on your hands, your head, your knees, if you're looking left, right, up, down. It doesn't matter where you are. Everything in the sky travels east to west. No different directions. I'm gonna clip that for Golden Globies right there. That's a good comment to post in Golden Globies. The stars all rotate one direction, but they rotate different directions. Yeah, you done fucked up, homie. Your globe model or your view of reality is incoherent. It's logically incoherent. So your question is, why do stars rotate different directions? They don't. They do not rotate different directions. It's always east to west. And it's the same on the globetard. Because they tell you the Earth is spinning, not the sky. The sky is stationary. So on a globetard, it would have to be moving the same direction, unless your bottom part of your globe is spinning opposite. Like you cross over the equator, and the Earth spins the opposite direction. See, they have a real problem with visualizing things in their mind. They need some sort of Lego model to hold in their hand.
I had a glober the other day trying to tell me the sun in the southern hemisphere rotates counterclockwise.
Yeah, it's glorious when they say that, isn't it?
Just, I'm like, what world?
Yeah, see what they did was they fucked it up. They didn't understand the model to begin with. Somebody, some gifter, some like a anti-flat Earth grifter, got them thinking about something that wasn't true. A duper, they call it duper's delight. A lot of these guys, these anti-flat earthers, are video gamers too, and they get a kick out of it. They get a kick out of watching people say stupid shit, especially if they're like sort of like Christians or Americans or whatnot. They'll hear an American, like you see a lot of them anti-flat earthers. They're all like Europeans, so they think it's funny as fuck to hear an American watch their video and then listen to them say some dumb shit online. It's like for them, it's like their entertainment value. They want to hear that guy, with a Southern accent, come on, a Southern American accent, come on social media and say that the sun rotates west to east, south of the equator. They want to hear that. And the more they love it, and the more they hear that, the better they get a kick out of it. Yeah, right there. There's for Canadian atheists. Now he has to decide, does NASA lie to him? Question. Why does the sun rise in the east and sets in the west? Same direction, no matter where you are. The sun, moon, and planets and the stars rise in the east and set in the west. directly quoted Star Child. So right for his education level, Star Child is like a education resources for K through 12. So if someone's brave farting that content, I mean, holy crap! I mean, normally they write down what age, what question. Yeah, I'm not seeing it on the screenshot though. It just says question 14. So normally they'll say this question is intended for ages, 9 and 10 or something. It'd be good to see what level of education does Canadian Atheist have, where he doesn't know why everything moves one direction. So he'd be lower than, like Limbo, like playing a really dumb kid version of Limbo. How low can you go? This is not a challenge, okay? That is not a challenge for how low can you go. It should be quite the opposite. It's like, dude, I couldn't get below undergraduate level or something like that. Like that, yeah. So if you're there brain farting a fourth grade question over and over and over and over, people are laughing at that. Okay, they're getting a kick out of it. Even more so when you match an identity that people can laugh at, like atheist or conservative or something. If they see a Canadian atheist ask a fourth grade question, then brain fart the answer, they're laughing at that. That's pure entertainment. Because they already think you're stupid. Now they've got the confirmation bias. This guy is very dumb. I call it bricked. Because it doesn't matter how many citations someone posts. Everything moves one direction. And only one direction. I mostly just posted Globe and Goldies, not to laugh at them, but so people can see, hey, on this date, in 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 this date, this one too, he asked exactly the same question over and over. At some point, it's just like a wall of screenshots of the same guy asking exactly the same question. It lets you know that people who are like, wow, I was going to post a screenshot of that. They're like, yeah, there's lots of them.
Hello.
Hi.
So where did politics go so you didn't have to use push to talk?
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just talking to you on politics and religion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you had a question about Boeing and whatnot.
Yeah.
What do you think? Did you get a chance to look it up, or are you good?
No, I'm gonna after lunch and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, when I first joined here, every room was like locked for me, and everything was push to talk, and now it seems to go from that to not push to talk to a couple of rooms. And
Yeah,
I
keep in
don't have
mind
a lot.
that we
Huh?
are we're live on YouTube here, so you gotta be careful if you're doing voice activated. Some people have broadcasted some pretty embarrassing stuff, not knowing that they were live.
Oh, so this group is live on YouTube?
Yeah, well, sometimes the other one is too.
Hi, YouTube! Hi, YouTube people! Big happy 4th to all!
So what do you think about the news here? That happy 4th of July, infant star creates red, white, and blue fireworks in new James Webb Space Telescope image. For the first time in Independence Day, the James Webb, for its first one anyway, the James Webb Telescope has an image of a red, white, and blue firework display, courtesy of whatever instrument they use to do that. It's quite hilarious when NASA does that. Like on Halloween, they'll find a jack-o'-lantern sun, or Thanksgiving, a turkey nebula. See, this is the type of shit that gets them all kinds of, there's space for everyone type thing. It's like, hey, with you can look at exploding infant stars with this, and they create red, white, and blue pattern. Are you bummed out your fireworks got canceled because of drought or rain or government mismanagement of funds? I live in Minnesota, and it's pretty hilarious that the state capital, St. Paul, has been unable to shoot fireworks because they're so far in the red. They can't afford fireworks. Like they've had, like over the years, they've paid out millions of dollars in settlements because of police misconduct. Like millions, like more than the city budget. Like they're so far in the red because of police misconduct that they literally have canceled the 4th of July. And then on the back of it, they can't raise property taxes anymore. If they people's property taxes are the highest in the state already. So now they're just having people outside of the capital pay for it. So you're like, wow, that's happy 4th of July. We didn't even make it 250 years before it just all melted down. Like the House of Cards is just all going to fall over and collapse.
What are you doing now?
Me?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Oh.
Just looking at the news.
Anything good?
You hear about all the dolphins?
Oh, what happened?
Cape Cod, like some, I don't know, a lot, 20-something dolphins or whatever got stranded. They're working to try to get them back out to the ocean.
I'm near the Cape. I'm a couple hours from the Cape. I used to go to Cape Cod in the summers.
A giant basking shark washed up. Where's this at? Scottish beach. They'd use a forklift to move it.
What towns are these?
This is just Scotland, somewhere in Scotland.
How about on the Cape? Where were they on the Cape? The dolphins.
Oh, yeah, here, let me get back to
I have a picture of me here swimming with the dolphins. Beep, beep.
You have a parrot?
Yeah.
Can I see the parrot?
Yeah, in a minute. I'm playing a game. Beep, beep. I accepted you to DM me.
Yeah, that's why you can get the news now.
Yo, don't be doing that. Is Nathan Oakley here?
No, yeah, I'm not sure. It wasn't on the schedule, I don't think, either.
That's unfortunate.
Maybe. Oh, I can't. Let me see.
He comes on Fridays. Is it Friday?
Yeah, it's Friday,
it is.
homie.
Oh shit! I didn't.
Yes, we're here. We're here. We're here.
Oh, there you are. Oh, okay. Yay. I kind of threw me off too because yesterday was a holiday. You know.
That's funny, dude.
You guys starting an event?
Oh, in England it was Thursday.
Yeah. So, yeah. I guess whenever. I mean, the pre-show. It starts at 8 or 45 minutes from now.
Great. You know my other account was misunderstood, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. You know misunderstood?
Yeah.
That's me.
Somebody start the event. Let's get it going.
I made a new account because the other one I was in a lot of rooms and a couple of them got in trouble with fraud. So and my account was held for it too, and I thought that was
Sucks
good.
to be you, my boy.
So I deleted a lot of the rooms that I was in on my other account, and then I made a new account just for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rooms that I just frequent all the time. So yeah. So I don't have any problems with this one, you know. And I don't accept if people invite me to another room in this one, I won't accept it. I'll do it in the other one, but not this one.
Yeah, but just not enough time in the day. You kind of look for a community that you enjoy with some people you can tolerate, and just stick with it.
Right.
There's not many of those people.
Yeah, they're getting few and far between. There's too many people causing too many problems.
I was playing this mobile game, and people were talking about Flat Earth. I'm like, bro, what? People be talking about Flat Earth on a mobile game was crazy to me. I didn't think it was that widespread.
Do you ever hear about the conventions that they do?
Flat Earth conventions?
Yeah.
Nope. This should be mainstream in that.
Yeah, they did. Like the biggest one the Denver convention was when the globalists tried to get it shut down. That they called in, like bomb threats and mass shooting threats and tried to drive up the cost of security so high that it became unfeasible to run an event. But people just stuck it out. They stuck through all the time, like constantly getting it shut down and closing and having dogs have to sweep the area. And after that was 2018. And since then, they've done conventions every year, even through Sharona.
The way that humans work and the tendencies we have, right? We're like kids. If you say don't do this, we're gonna do it, right? If you try to
Tribalism.
stop, if you try to stop something, we're more likely gonna pursue it. You can't tell us, hey, don't do this, don't do that, because we're gonna want to do this and that, right? So if you try to stop a flat Earth convention, more people are gonna want to tune in. More people are gonna see what's happening. It just draws more attention to it.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like that Barbra Streisand effect.
Yes, Sirski. We are what we are.
If everyone don't know the Barbra Streisand, Google Street View had taken a picture of her house, and someone had mentioned, "Hey, what a beautiful landscaping," or something very, very that wasn't like creepy or anything. It's like, wow, that's really cool that you've got X as a rose bush in your front yard. It must be great to walk by that. And she flipped the fuck out. Like, I want Google to delete this image. Take this down. This is a physical security threat. And mind, this is just a picture taking of all the houses in the area. Like, and like everyone knows who lives in which house. Oh, sorry. I always work on it. I know this is like something I have to work on, my potty mouth.
What?
Yeah, when we have to do
What do you have to work on?
when Nathan Oakley shows live, it's no potty mouth. No foul mouth Friday. Yeah, thanks for mentioning it, Neil. I know I really got to be more conscious of it. I just kind of let him go.
No foul mouth Friday?
Yeah.
Hold on. What's the name of it?
No foul mouth Friday.
I like it.
Yeah, start with one day. A lot of people set goals that are just too hard, but just start with baby steps. Like on Friday, at least Friday morning, I won't swear. No foul mouth.
Funny thing is, I don't unless I get pissed off. If I get angry, it comes out. It just comes out. But in regular conversation, I don't swear.
Are you from New York or New Jersey or Boston or something?
Neither, Brooklyn.
You are? Brooklyn?
I said neither New York or New Jersey. I'm from Brooklyn.
So you're from New York? So I was right.
He's neither.
Where are you from?
Brooklyn stands alone, honey.
He's from Narnia. Narnia business.
I hear an accent, that's why.
So who's on the show now?
I'm from Brooklyn, New York.
So I was kind of right.
Is it just you now, Neil, or is it like what about the other guys?
I don't know if
Arwen
anybody else in the panel. Nathan's here, but he was having a couple of issues. I don't know if he's got them sorted out yet.
Okay, it's good. Something with chocolate and okay. I'm trying to think of the guys that used to Sleeping Warrior. Have they been around lately?
Sleeping Warrior hasn't been around lately. Chalk still comes in. Adam's here. Ryan. Refracted Curvature started a new job.
Yeah.
So he's gonna pop in whenever he can. The G Plus panel is slim. I have to be honest with you, but the Discord panel is usually full.
I'm walking here.
Yeah, did you? So you Refracted Curvature, that was Rags to Riches, right? Or was that someone else? Or his old account was called Rags to Riches?
I don't know what his other names were called, but he used to be a baller, and he used to troll freaking the Morgile.
Yeah, it was like I think I should say this right.
Until he found out there was no measurements of curvature.
Yes, I remember him from back back then. Like his voice sounds really familiar.
You know what I'd like to do? Get people from Raytheon, Garmin, Simrad, and all those other companies, and Did Faruno in on these flat earther conversations?
What do you think
Like
that
to
would
hear
do?
their technical spiel about, you know, about stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, what they some of that stuff is non-disclosure.
But they can't say anything.
Nothing. They can't even divulge that they work there.
Well, they could, but they get in big trouble.
Yeah.
How's Chocolate doing? By the way, I was wanted to ask the other dude, and I forget his name
Oh,
from
Neil.
Nathan's show. Neil, how's Chocolate doing? Well, if he hears me,
Yeah, they might have
I like
stepped out.
Chocolate. Chocolate's a good dude.
Did somebody
Yeah.
have music on?
Yeah, Chocolate had some stuff go IRL.
Nah, I
That,
hear you. I don't answer right away. Give it a second. Chocolate's
Yeah,
doing
I
good.
heard.
As a matter of fact, I'm talking to my brother. I'm going to see if I can plug him in with some air conditioning work.
Is he in the same country you are?
yeah, Chocolate's a New Yorker.
He's in Georgia. He's in Georgia.
Oh, George. Oh, okay.
I'm in Alabama.
Oh, shit. Man, I always thought you were a foreigner from your damn. I always thought you were a foreigner for some reason. I don't know why. I was
Yeah,
supposed
I
to
am a
send
foreigner.
Chocolate some coffee a long time ago. Tell Chocolate to frickin' message me. I'll send him some coffee, man. Remind him.
Yeah, I'll do that. Well, anything else I could do for you?
Well, you could DM me too. I'll send you some coffee. That way, it'll be worth your frickin' time. If you like coffee, anyway. I've been listening to you guys forever, man. Since the beginning. Since before both of you were there, actually. Long time, man.
So, what's the topic?
Flat Earth.
Anything specific?
Oh, what do you got a question? Because it's up here.
Yeah,
It's
I'm listening.
Flat Earth AMA or make a claim to debate.
Let's say, speaking of the images of Barbara Streisand's property, what's the flat Earth position on like satellite imagery?
I'm not sure I
Yeah, good
understand the
On
question.
their
question.
position, they're in a
Yeah.
violation of natural law. Those satellites.
Yeah.
Yeah, Barbara Streisand was a street view image that they took, not an aerial photo. If I remember right, maybe I got it wrong. And then the aerial photos aren't done by satellites; they're done by aircraft.
Is that the position? Yeah.
Yeah, well, just look at them. Do you think that's done by how high do you think off the ground that is?
Well, depend on how much you zoom in, but yeah, I mean that would be a big project to do by to have to fuel planes to do that or helicopters.
I have a question. How do you make weather predictions without satellites?
Was it whale?
No, how do we make weather predictions without satellites?
Yeah, just use a farmer's almanac.
You're on the wrong. Hold on, you're on the wrong channel. You got to go to a meteorologist show. This is Flat Earth
Yeah, but they use
Debate.
satellites. They use satellites to do meteorology. So how does it work without? That's my question.
Okay, let's just
I don't know. Go to a
Hold
go
on,
to a
Neil.
meteorologist show.
hold on. Let's just break it down.
Yes, they said that, and they said they use satellites. So that's my problem.
Okay. The original question was, what's your position on satellite imagery? Right?
Yeah.
I don't have a position on it. There's a positive assertion that we've got satellites orbiting in a sky vacuum. That's not our position, though. It's the globe Earth's position. We overcome by pointing out that if the sky was a vacuum, and based on entropic law, second law of thermodynamics, the gas we're breathing would also fill that volume. Ergo, there is no satellite images from space, because there is no outer space to be in to take pictures.
So there is a position, though, that would be that it's done by planes or helicopters. That would be your position.
No. That if you now insert that, that's called a straw man, because I didn't say that.
Okay, then my question is, what's your intuition or explanation?
I just told you I don't have one. Let's just try that one more time. I'll say it a little bit slower.
Okay, you've like the semantics are clear.
I'm repeating my answer. It seemed like you didn't listen. Now you're talking straight through the middle of me.
We all understand what you mean.
Could you stop talking through me? Thank you. Reiterate the position. We don't have one. I'm not making any claims about the sky. You, as a globe believer, if you are one, have a position that there's a vacuum above our heads that contains satellites. It's your position. We overcome it by pointing out the sky is not a vacuum. It's a violation of natural law.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, so you don't have to have a position. You don't have to have a position on it, but I'm just curious if you believe those photos are fake.
No, there are no photos from satellites in space. Third time's a charm. They can't be images from space. There is no outer space sky vacuum to have images come from.
Okay, I'll repeat myself. So when I go to Google, and when I go to Google Maps and I turn on quote unquote satellite view, what am I seeing?
Sorry, did I make a claim about it?
Okay, do you have a thought on what I'm seeing?
For the fourth time, you have a claim that the satellites. I'll just repeat it for a fourth time. Hopefully,
okay,
that
you don't have any.
It'd be okay if I just repeat it in response.
He cannot debunk it then?
I just prefer to repeat what I've said in response. That's without you talking through me. Thank you. For the fourth time, I don't make a claim about it. Globe makes a claim about it that we can absolutely annihilate. That's it.
Not really, but
You can just simply say, "I have no thoughts on the what you see when you go to Google Maps," and that's fine.
I would do though. That's not what I think. Oh, that's definitely not come from a sky vacuum, as they claim it's come from, in an orbital.
So you don't know, basically.
Derived from. There's me being talked through the middle of again. It seems. Third time. Try that again. No, I have some thoughts on it. When it says from space, I go, oh no, that's definitely a lie. Because there is no space for this picture, in quotes, to come from. I definitely have some thoughts on it based on the positive claim made by the person presenting the images. That's not me. I don't make any claims about them. I just know when they say they come from space, they don't.
I answered the question
Okay,
5 times.
You have thoughts on where they don't come from. Do you have any thoughts on where they do come from?
Did I make a claim about it?
I'm asking. I'm asking as an annex. I'm asking as an addition.
Do the same thing 16 more times. You've got a claim about it, so you need me to have a claim about it, and you've insisted on that position 6 times, even though I've overcome it 6 times. It seems that the cogs aren't turning fast enough for you to comprehend that when I say I'm not making a claim about it, that doesn't mean you can now hold me to some standards about a claim that you would desperately like me to be making, and I'm not. 6 times, my friend. We done?
I'm not asking you to justify a claim. I'm just asking if you happen to have any thoughts out of my curiosity.
Yeah, and I answered that too. I think, oh, well, when they say these pictures come from a sky vacuum, they don't, because that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You didn't acknowledge that either. I gave you my thoughts on it. My thoughts are, if this is claimed to come from space, it's a lie, because that would mean the gas we're breathing at high pressure would fill that area of volume they say the satellite's in line with entropic law. I definitely have some thoughts on it based on the positive assertion I'm not making and I can debunk.
Okay, I'll try one more time. Okay, just out of my own pure curiosity, not because you need to justify anything, do you have any thoughts on where they do come from rather than where they don't come from?
Don't make a claim about it. You must force me into making a claim about it, in spite of the 7 renditions. Excuse me, sir. It seems you cannot comprehend a simple reply. When I point out I don't have any claims about this, You seem to suggest that by rephrasing your question 7 different ways, I'm going to be able to offer you what you want, which is for me to be in a position to make a claim so you can try and debunk it when I'm not making one. Now, there is a claim about Sky, it being a vacuum and it having satellites in. It isn't mine. I just debunk that crap and then walk away without any obligation to justify anything from any website for any photo labelled as anything ever. I don't have to do
Question
that.
on your argument.
And it has been 8 times with quite a lot of interruptions that I've pointed that out to you. Now, perhaps when we get to 10, I'll ask the moderators to just shut you up because it seems like you're in a cognitive loop where you can't cope with a reply that undermines your insistence that I have a position on this when I haven't got one. And I don't need to have one.
What do you mean by cognitive loop?
He's clearly misrepresenting.
Go ahead,
That was a
Princess.
moderator saying, goodbye, Dumbo. 9 times is enough. Cognitive loop, where I give him a reply. I'm not making a claim. Why would I justify anything? Well, but if you made a claim about it, and I'm not suggesting you need to defend a claim, but if you were to have some, that's a cognitive loop where he just asks the same thing 9 times and ignores the rebuttal. That's a cognitive loop.
Okay, just for the globalists, you got one of the biggest names in flat earthers here right now. Okay, you get to ask him anything. At least be willing to listen to the answer. Don't just waste everyone's time. Don't make moderators that do anything. Ask a question, then listen to the answer. That's it. It should be simple. It shouldn't be this difficult for like an answer to be needed to repeated 9, 10, whatever times. It just bogs the conversation down. It gives other people who might want to speak, they lose their chance to. Because you've sat there and filled the airwaves with a cognitive loop, as Nathan so eloquently said.
Yeah, that's intentional, because then you don't get to the conclusion, which I'll now make. Outer space is fake. There is no sky vacuum. There are no images from space. That's all a lie that globe believers believe in, because priests have told them that they've been there. They haven't been there. You can't go there. There is no there to go to. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Everybody who's on a globe must and does believe there's a sky vacuum, and it's a violation of natural law. That's the conclusion. Of course, if he's still here asking the same exact question, it's almost like the conclusion doesn't stand as a conclusion because the questions come again. That's why they ask it 9 times.
Oh, hey, what's going on? I have a question.
Just quickly, also his question doesn't prove anything, as he's asking us about images taken from elevation, which is measured with respect to sea level, and it doesn't prove a sky vacuum either, so that's why we don't really have a lot to say about it, because it doesn't prove anything either way, just speculative.
Questions aren't intended to prove anything.
Well, they are here. We can use questions to prove things. Anyway, what was your question?
So I was talking with a globe earther yesterday, and he brought up 2 arguments. And the first thing he said was, okay, so if the Earth is flat, then no matter where the sun is, you can take a string, and at any position on the circle, you can make a direct connection. Therefore, you must see it. But I just think that angular resolution just flat out shows that that's not true, right? And the second argument he brought up...
Just one at a time. Don't give me both.
Go ahead.
I'm not too tired to cope with keeping track of the first and the second. So the first one was, your opponent tells you what a flat Earth should do, correct?
Yeah, he's saying how he was doing an internal critique of the model.
Sorry, did you offer him a model to critique?
Well, I was more like debating for the flat Earth side, so
no,
I wasn't giving. I was not.
Try to listen to the question. Did you offer him a model to critique?
Not like.
Just a yes or no.
Well, yes, the flat Earth model.
Which model did you offer him?
I didn't offer a specific model. That's why I didn't just answer him.
Oh God, this is difficult. So he's critiquing a model.
Pretty interesting
hello, I'm talking to this gentleman. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's a straw man that he's offered you. He said your model will work like this, as I say it should work, and doesn't. That's called a straw man. You're not presenting him a model for him to say how it should work based on what you have presented him. Mm-hmm. Now, if you haven't made a claim about it, it's a straw man. You're not making a claim about what that model should or shouldn't do. If it's not your model, it's his model. So his model that he made of a flat Earth fails. That's a straw man fallacy that he's employed. Oh, my God, this is going to be difficult. If when I conclude the answer to the question that you've asked me, what do I do when someone offers me a position where they say this is what should happen on a flat Earth? Unless you offered them that position as your positive claim, it's a straw man that you don't have to defend. That's the conclusion.
Yeah, I know that this. This is how debate rules and stuff. But more about the actual content. It's like he was saying, like, okay, so you have a flat Earth, right? And I would believe that the sun and the moon are just below the firmament, right? And so he would say, well, so no matter where the sun is, you can take a string and connect it to any part of the Earth, right? And so this itself would be correct in my view, right? But then he says, therefore, you must see it from all points. And my response was angular resolution, right?
Why? Does angular resolution prove your position that the Earth is flat?
It would. It was a counter argument to his statement that therefore I must see it.
No, you don't seem to want to respond to my questions that are closed. Does angular resolution affirm your positive position that Earth is flat?
Not in itself, no.
So it shouldn't really be a position that you're offering up in defence, because it's not a claim that can affirm your position. So what you've done is you fell prey to a straw man and are now trying to explain from within the straw man you've fallen victim to how his straw man says it should work.
Yes. But
yes,
dude, I want to learn. I'm not like I'm not asking for a debate, like how to debate. I want to learn that, because I thought that angular resolution solves the problem, right?
Well, you were wrong.
Oh, okay. Wait, give me a minute. Maybe you can explain it.
Hello, interrupting me, sensual. No. This is a problem for the last 10 years, where a positive claim is made that a boat will fall over an edge called Earth curve. And when they demonstrate that they affirm the consequent with Earth curve maths that presupposes the horizon is an Earth curve hill getting in the way, and then they match it to the maths, they affirm the consequent successfully. Now, you can buy into their positive claim, debunk their claim, whatever you want with their claim. But when you try to explain their positive claim as a replacement for their positive claim, then you're falling victim to a false dichotomy. You don't need to make any claims whatsoever about what boats do with respect to the horizon or what the sun will do with respect to unless you're making a positive claim about that. You don't need to defend it. If they say something should happen, understand that is then their claim that they need to defend. You don't have to offer an alternative explanation for why Earth curve fails. That's what this argument really is. They say there's an Earth curve edge. You say perspective. Why? That doesn't prove a flat Earth. You've fallen victim to offering an explanation as a replacement when you don't need to. Just undo their positive claim, like that guy. Well, what do you do with these images? I don't. It's not my claim. I don't need to do anything with him. I'll tell him 10 times. As he insists that I must do something with his straw man, like you are doing. Well, I need to work out how the straw man... No, you don't. Know what you're claiming and claim that. And if they've claimed something, know how to undo their claim if you're in debate with them. If the claim is Earth curve edge getting in your way, then you better know how to undo their positive claim. You don't need to offer a replacement with perspective. That's not necessary.
Sorry, I had a call. I couldn't hear what you said for the last 1.5 minutes.
In summary, falsification does not require a replacement. Show something's wrong, you don't have to give an alternative. Why do boats go over the horizon? I couldn't care less. I didn't make a claim about it. It's not my position to prove a flat Earth. Explaining why they do it with perspective won't achieve that. Suddenly we're in a false dichotomy. You say it's perspective. I say it's Earth curve mathematics when I affirm the consequent. Let's see which one's right. No, it makes no difference to you as a flat earther what causes boats to disappear into the distance. Who cares?
So basically, he missed most of that, Nathan, but basically, yeah, you've answered his straw man. He said, oh, how does this work on your flat earth? And you've tried to offer up a reason as to why it would work on his version of flat earth that he offered to you in the first place.
All right.
And then when
that's true. Yeah.
The fallacy you fell victim to, you said that you don't need to learn how to debate, but you do if you're going out there debating. But luckily for you, you're at the perfect place. So subscribe, stay tuned, and you won't fall victim to fallacies when you're in debate.
Speaking of which, right, we're going to go live in about 10 minutes. So all I ask of the panel, I'm being hosted by the Politics server, so I'm very grateful for them doing that. But what I do ask, and reasonable it might be to ask as a guest, please don't swear. That's it.
So, if you don't mind, I would bring up the second argument that he made.
Yes, please. Sorry, I did forget about that. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you would just give the same response, but he was saying like, okay, like it can't work on the flat Earth model that the sun sets and rises, but the moon can be seen both day and night. I didn't fully understand his argument, but I'm sure you've heard it, right? So hence,
Sure. Well, I mean, again, were you making a positive claim about what the sun does?
No.
Okay, so it's another straw man. Yes, you're a fast learner. yeah. But you can just to. I'm not suggesting that you do now enter into a false dichotomy with the information I now give you. So, full stop, new paragraph. We're not now talking about him lumbering you into false dichotomies with straw men. New subject. If in a completely separate scenario you chose to use the sun and how it moves with respect to the horizon, you can describe that, and they do, mathematically, and they do derive time with it. It's angular descriptions with respect to a flat plane. That's how it's described mathematically. It's also simultaneously part of the systems on the maps. Longitude. We've got a very specific angular, flat Earth, measurement-based system that uses the sun. That's a positive claim. I just wouldn't suggest it's offered up as a non sequitur when someone asks me about how the sun rises and sunsets on their strawman model. With me?
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Here all week.
Well, for the next 3 hours at least.
I mean, sat here doing this. I do this day in, day out.
Look over the panel, the people here. There's a Rebecca, kind of a clever name. I haven't seen them in the channel before.
I don't think she comes off mute, mate. Move on to the next.
Yeah, Tim, 199999 repeating.
Jim is actually my brother-in-law, yeah? He's a flat earther. He's just listening. Okay. He hasn't been around for a while. Sent him an invite tonight.
You guys know Henry?
No, I don't think so.
Henry the Brit?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a cherished elder around these parts.
That's cool.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about now. I know you're talking about just inside the server. Yeah, I've seen him around. Yeah, but Princess, like Princess was on Politics and Religion, and then she found the server here.
Yeah, my other name is misunderstood.
Nathan, I was thinking that you haven't done an episode on fallacies in a while, and I've been here 20 minutes and I've heard 3 or 4 fallacies so far, so it might be worth doing another episode on fallacies in the near future.
Maybe. Weird bit of coincidence in regards to fallacies. So, I don't know if we made this public or not. Okay, if this isn't public yet, then it is now. So, Adam asked me to contact Jaren, specifically off the back of Dave Weiss being unable to just say Earth is flat. So he got in touch with Witsit directly, and he asked me, because I've got a direct line to Jaren, if I would do the same. I literally almost verbatim paraphrased some sections of what Adam had asked me to ask him, and told him, I'm asking this on behalf of a friend. Would you answer in the affirmative like Dave couldn't when asked if Earth is obviously flat? Or can you prove without a doubt that Earth is flat? And he said, I know it's not a sphere, but yeah, I do know it's flat. He gave me a good enough answer for me to satisfy my interest. Not that I had one, I was asking on behalf of someone else. But he gave me a fairly substantive answer that was enough to satisfy me. And I passed that on to Adam. Anyway, a couple of days later, he gets back. Jaren, this is,
I'm
gets back
fucking
into.
gay, dude. I'm fucking gay.
Can a moderator remove the guy that just blurted through me with an obscenity after I've specifically asked people not to swear?
Yeah, I'm fucking gay, dude.
You just remove
Yeah,
that guy?
we got him. Sorry, it took a second to find.
No worries. So, Jaren got in touch with me a couple of days later, asking me to break down the Black Swan, because he was under the, no polite way of putting this, misapprehension that it's a formal logical fallacy and is affirming the consequent. He put it into a vague paraphrasing and in a kind of broken way explained to me why he was asking, and the way he'd phrased it was enough for me to kind of figure out why he'd have that misapprehension. Excuse me. So I took, I don't know, about half an hour last night to get about half of it done, and then I was absolutely exhausted doing various bits of work. And then this morning I picked it up again and just finished it off with exactly that, the breakdown with references and citations, admittedly from Wiki, that just explained Wiki because it was the best one I could find, to be frank. But this is what an affirming the consequent is. Here's the logical inconsistency or fallacy form, and here's modus tollens and its logical consistency or logical form, and here's an example, simple, and here's an example that we use, that would be Black Swan, and here's the opposite, that is to say the same example but formulated into the fallacy rather than the modus tollens, right? I took the Black Swan and turned it into an affirming the consequent so that you could see the difference in terms of how it was phrased. It took a long time for me to figure it out, especially when I was knackered last night, because it's not easy to juxtapose a fallacy with a piece of sound logic. So that's what I had to do, but I did it for him and broke it all down. And then I woke up this morning and there was a video from Eric Debay in my subscriptions feed about the Antarctic experiment. And in that video, he's chastising Jaren. I shouldn't laugh. It's just literally in his previous videos, he was shouting me out in terms of debates, which is kind of a difficult thing for him to spin, because he's saying that the title of the video is The Futility of Flat Earth Debates. And then he commends me for winning debates, which is great. Obviously, difficult to wangle in when you're saying these things are futile. I still managed to squeeze a shout out of it. Thank you very much, Eric. But then it comes to the Antarctic experiment and what Jaren's done, and he's quoting him saying, if we see this 24-hour sun in Antarctica, another affirming the consequent fallacy, and we're on a ball. Now, I'm paraphrasing, and I'm pretty sure Debay would have done it verbatim from Jaren's quote. But either way, it's just an interesting scenario that we find ourselves in. A good appreciation, well, I'll finally conclude, I know this has taken a while, good appreciation of what an affirming the consequent is would mean that Jaren wasn't in a position to assume antipodal positioning to affirm the consequent. Last thing I'll say on this, the affirming the consequent for Antarctica is as follows. If we are on a ball and assume when we travel south we are antipodal on said ball, that's E, then Q, we will observe a 24-hour sun. Q, we observe a 24-hour sun. Therefore, P, we're on a ball that we've assumed when we travelled out towards the horizon on a flat plane and assumed we were antipodal on a ball. So, if it wasn't for the fact that you're travelling south, they could use the northern 24-hour sun. The reason they use the south one is because when travelling south, they can formulate it into a fallacy that assumes you're antipodal on a ball when you arrive in Antarctica. And then you affirm the consequent. Therefore, we see 24-hour sun. And what do you know we do? If they do, they may not. It's an affirming the consequent fallacy. Now, obviously, Jaren doesn't understand these because he's asking me about them. But hopefully, he'll go, oh, hang on. If P, Earth sphere, then Q, 24-hour sun, 24-hour sun, therefore Earth sphere. That's an affirming the consequent fallacy. Anyway, I'm done.
So, Rich, you got in the chat here that the black swan is a fallacious argument. Would you like to explain that further?
Is he holding Bev's pocket?
I'm going to be starting my live show either way, so.
Did you start your show yet, or are you just warming up?
Maybe doing the intro now.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. Now we are joined by One Deck, Neil, Sensual Goat, OK Computer, and a whole bunch of people in the Flat Earth Debate 24/7 Politics Discord server. So welcome one and all.
Hello, let's get it on.
Greetings.
Good morning.
Yo, yo.
Good morning.
Nice to see everybody.
Jolly good. And for those of you in the Discord server, although we have been chatting for a little bit before we started the show, our main endeavour when we come here on a Friday is to promote the notion that as a flat earther, we shouldn't be defending against positions that we aren't making claims about. As a flat earther, you should move forward on the front foot and declare Earth is obviously, observably, measurably flat. That's how it's surveyed, built on, moved around, mapped. That's what we do with Earth. That is unilaterally true for everybody, including globe believers, who derive their globe faith from these flat Earth measurements. So, as I say, and will repeat, if you are a flat earther, don't engage with undoing claims that you haven't made from globe believers or offering up alternative explanations to globe believers' positive claims. Declare that which is true. Earth is measured flat. That's our purpose in being here. Hopefully we'll get that message across as we continue to come on a Friday. If you're in the live stream chat from my audience, we're in Politics Discord server, as I said in the intro. And yeah, that's our home from home now. We've been here quite a while. I'm sure we'll get some globe believers telling us what's what along the process of being here live for the next couple of hours. Yeah, good to be here. Thank you for having me every Friday.
Good to have you here.
Alrighty then. Could also ask some housekeeping questions. Maybe that'll get some ball believers in the mood.
There was this wolf guy that was talking in the chat, but he's saying he was being respectful and didn't want to jump in. He did ask though if he could ask questions, but I don't know what happened to him.
He's still in the chat. I don't think he's in the room.
I'll tell him to jump in the voice. We're just listening, he says.
That you?
Well, while he gathers his thoughts, you'll be able to ask him a question, Nathan.
Sure, I'll just shout out Steampunk Punk. Happy Friday, measured flat, have a coffee, says Steampunk Punk. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, that's what we're here for. If someone wants a question, just feel free. I mean, obviously, it's not my server.
We got a few new people in here. We got Laroon. Seems to be someone that's new to the room. Who else have we got in here that was new? We've got Q, but I have seen Q around before. Any questions, guys? We've got Sam. And ZSEP.
And I thought they'd be all chomping at the bit to put some globe evidence forward.
If they don't, we'll start putting some flat earth evidence forward.
Maybe they're all recovering from. It was the 4th of July yesterday. It's pretty hot out on the 4th of July. Maybe everybody's recovering. It's said to be the day that the sun is furthest in its was the aperihelion orbit, giving us the hottest day of the year. Is what it's said to be.
Well, you're going to need a horizontal baseline for that, mate.
Orbits are derived from angular measurements of the lights in the sky, and then described with respect to the equatorial and extended celestial plane from the centre of a globe Earth that isn't actually used to make this description. So you'll need a flat Earth for orbits.
What would you say?
That's ridiculous. It's in the school books all over in every part of the world that we live in a solar system, planets orbit. What are you talking about?
Said that the measurements in the maths come from flat plane measurements of lights in the sky.
Yeah, but the angular size of the sun is smaller, so it has to be further away.
Is it?
That's the assertion.
What's the sun again?
It's the sun.
Right, but
intangible.
It's a lamp.
Yeah, it's intangible. If we're going to ascribe physical attributes to how it behaves, then we really need to know it is what we think it is to ascribe those physical attributes. We don't know that. We have got, or had, when we were on a globe, just so stories about what the sun is. We don't know.
Wait, so it's not a lamp? I'm just checking.
No.
Oh, okay.
That was last
Good morning,
week.
brother.
The lamp guy.
Hey, Chocolate.
Chocolate, somebody was asking about you today. He's in here, just so you know.
Everyone loves chocolate.
You ain't kidding. Especially white chocolate.
That's racist.
This guy likes white chocolate. Well, I'll tell you what, I like black chocolate.
That's a horrible impersonation. Don't leave your day job, whatever you do.
It's a troll. Moderation team are all over it. We're not on our server today, by the way. We're in politics, so we have to be on our best behaviour. Guys in my panel.
Earth is now flat.
Anonymous, we'll give you another crack. Just don't jump in like that again, please.
Okay.
It may not be flat. How would you find out if it's flat or not flat?
measure it.
I went to the space. Saw a picture.
Went to space. Did you say you went to space?
Yeah.
That's definitely a lie. So I don't really want to engage with people like this. We already know he's a liar.
I heard chocolate chuckle. That's funny.
So or it was like a shape, like a ball shape, you know.
I mean, I kind of get what you're saying, buddy. You're saying, what if I went to space and I saw a ball shape? But that's
No,
a fun question. But who knows?
No, I did go to space.
Oh.
You're claiming to be a cosmonaut or an astronaut? What are you claiming to be?
I'm just a normal human being. I just went to space and just came back.
Can we just remove this guy? I just don't want these discussions with liars.
Nathan, that's all I have. What do you expect? We killed them.
Okay, so anybody who claims to have been to space, even if he said, yes, I'm a cosmonaut, could prove that he was, I'd flat out call him a liar, regardless, because he would be. If he says he's been to a second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum, with gas at high pressure not dispersing into it, violating the second law of thermodynamics, he can automatically be described as a liar. There is no sky vacuum to travel through in rockets, put satellites in orbit in, when deriving orbits as a mathematical concept by way of flat Earth measurements. These things are all inconducive with reality.
What if that cosmonaut said that at the pulpit of a very prestigious church?
So we don't believe people when they say that they're from Middle Earth or that they've been to Middle Earth? Is that what I'm hearing here?
Yeah, that's a good comparison. If we're to suggest that there is a Middle Earth, because we saw it on the telly, and someone comes along and says they've been there, you know they're a liar instantly if you know the place isn't real and doesn't exist. We normally use Narnia. Someone says, oh yeah, I definitely traversed the wardrobe. No, you didn't, you liar. There is no wardrobe to get into a place called Narnia. There is no sky vacuum.
Maybe my mic wasn't working. When I said, even if it's a man standing at a pulpit who was an astronaut and said he was one of the last men to orbit the Earth. He said it at a very prestigious church.
Yeah, he's a liar.
Still a liar?
Yeah, if you're claiming you're somewhere that you can't be, you're a liar.
Maybe he was in a simulation and he didn't realize it.
Highly unlikely. I don't know why you're making these apologetics, Neil, but fine.
Well, because when I went to Disney World, I went on a ride and I thought I was in Africa.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah, it was a simulation type ride, and you would have thought everything you saw there was real. It was quite amazing.
Okay, fine, I'll take it as read. You could mitigate because these people were put into a simulator and convinced that they were going to a place that doesn't exist. They simulated the wardrobe and the coats being moved out of the way, revealing the snow.
Yeah, like a virtual reality type thing.
If you say so.
So that wouldn't make him a liar. That would make him, he was deceived, right? If that's the case.
I don't care. I really don't care. There's no place for them to go. If they say they've gone, they're lying about going there.
As a Glober that might be listening to this, right? And the man who spoke up before, that was the first go, right? That was the first thing out the gate. Oh, I went to space and it looked like a globe. How does that hold up for you guys? Does that pass the smell test for you guys? It's been, I don't know, 15 minutes or so, and that's what we got. I've been to space.
They've got nothing chocolate. I mean, they're still presenting a boat in smaller in the distance as it sails away. Is that is actually evidence of their Earth curve? That is what they're still using on observation. Nothing to do with measurement. Don't believe it could be any other possibility like perspective or angular resolution. It has to be a globe. But they can't measure the globe. And if they do give any evidence of measuring the globe, it definitely will involve an elevation angle, horizontal baseline, sea level. It won't involve any curvature measurement, and that I will guarantee.
Yeah, they need to measure a flat Earth too. I said that in my opening to the Discord server today. It's a prerequisite for everyone. Earth will be measured flat. If you have a globe belief, you'll measure Earth flat and extrapolate out your globe faith from that flat Earth measurement. That's why it can back engineer itself onto the plane of reference we use for angle measurements to stars. That's why all the maps are flat. They have to be, or they wouldn't function with angle measurements with respect to the plane. It wouldn't work with circles of equal altitude that's plotted on your maps. Maps would not work because the systems come from a flat plane. They have to be flat.
But they do love going up, like Chocolate says, they love going up to space world, into the sky. You know, that takes them away from the fact that they need some actual physical measurement. Yeah, they've got to get away from there because they don't want to talk about that, because as soon as they talk about that, they will be talking about flat Earth measurements. So let's go up in the sky and talk about space. I'll feel a lot safer there.
Well, I said that they were going to go back to space. As soon as we were killing them with the Earth measured flat, they were going to take it back to space.
I just dropped something in Master B for you as well, guys. Nathan, do what you want with it, but interesting.
Let me get it straight. A guy from the chat wants me to review a video that I've not seen before.
No. Just have a look at the thumbnail.
Black Swan fallacy, what you see is what you get. No, Black Swan
Yeah, that's the one.
fallacy, why you see what you want to see. That doesn't mean anything. He's going to have to join and verbally tell us what his argument is.
Yeah, yep. That's why I've dropped it here. I've asked him to come on and describe it. He's dropped this in the chat, so I thought I'd just pass it across, and he'd want to come in and give us a bit of a description here of what's going on. Rich, want to run us through your citation?
I've heard of the Black Swan argument, and I've heard of the Black Swan analogy, but I haven't heard of the Black Swan fallacy before. Can someone explain that to me?
No such thing.
Yeah, it's a nothing.
It's Bev's creation, right? Bev's little monster.
I have no idea what.
Well, in the Black Swan, you're clearly seeing the horizon, which they state can be no more than 1.2 times the observer's height in feet squared. Yeah, that's what they're claiming. There's a distance to it, a certain height. The Black Swan clearly shows that that statement is incorrect. Therefore, the Earth is not a globe, and the horizon is not a physical Earth curve blockage.
Well, how do you know how far the horizon is? What gives you the idea that it's not at the distance it's supposed to be in?
Well, the horizon's never been claimed to be a physical location, Neil, except for in something called the globe model, defined as an apparent location where the sky appears to meet the surface of Earth. Sea level.
In other words, the response to the Black Swan argument that was put out by us is to actually commit the Black Swan fallacy which according to this is basically the black swan fallacy, is the tendency of people to ignore evidence that contradicts their beliefs and assumptions, according to this thing that was posted. So when we show the black swan and we tell you why is this horizon, which should be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet away, why is it past about 9-10 miles? And that's ignored, and we're told, oh, there's 7 horizons, and we never claimed horizon. We never claimed boats going behind the horizon. Wouldn't that be the black swan fallacy, guys? I'm just...
Yeah, but Chocolate, how do you know it's 9-10 miles? That's what I'm asking. How do you know that?
Oil rigs.
Because the platform has been measured on Google Earth with a set distance.
Platform of what?
We know where the oil rigs are. They're not moving. They're in the ground. They're in the seabed. They're at a fixed distance.
Thank you. That wasn't clarified, and if there's new listeners, they have no clue what the black swan is.
Either way, we haven't had it presented. If someone wants to present a claim that, no, the reasoning behind the black swan argument is fallacious, then they're welcome to come and present that.
So we're saying, well, look, here's one of a million black swans that exist. And they're saying, yeah, but that one black swan is faulty. But yeah, but it's one of millions.
Not faulty.
They're not realizing that all you need is one black swan to debunk the notion that all swans are white.
Yeah, that all horizons are Earth curve.
Exactly.
Flat out to the flat out truth. There's some triggering is coming because when the Globies realise that the wardrobe is just a closet and Narnia is just the Earth being measured flat forever. Yeah. For the super chat. Okay, so all the flatties in the Discord server want to take that step forward. Obviously, you've got to have a good idea about what your opponent's going to claim so you can undo it where needed. But ultimately, if you're in this arena and you want to move forward on the front foot, you'll need a flat earth silver bullet to fire. And that silver bullet, in my humble opinion, well, let's be more accurate, in 2024, is the latitude measurement. Is absolutely unequivocally flat and required for all of the globe presuppositions that are put into the ether of our domain. If you want to believe that you're on a sphere, then you've got to wrap flat earth measurements, that's latitude, around that sphere. So you need to measure Earth flat with latitude. What is latitude? It's the circles on the map or on the globe represent a declination of a star called Polaris towards the horizon as you back away from it. What does that mean? It means that if you were at the North Pole and Polaris was above your head, you'd be on the ground, lying on your back, looking directly up. That is to say, it would be at your zenith. And if you travel 60 nautical miles away from Polaris in any direction, it will drop towards the horizon by 1 degree. 1 degree being a measurement of a flat Earth. 90 degrees on the ground, where you were standing and have moved 60 nautical miles away from, now has a 90 degree to your position, with the angle being measured and described as declining towards the horizon at 1 degree. That's 1 degree off a flat Earth. Now you can continue that process out towards the minimum elevation angle of Polaris, otherwise known as the equator. And those series of flat Earth circles form something called the equatorial plane. That is the simultaneous reason I gave earlier for all maps being flat, and why these measurements are stretched around a globe so they can be projected onto a tube, cut down the middle and rolled back out flat again. And then you can say, oh, well, we've got a globe projection. But the latitude lines on that globe projection have their origins in an actual measurement of Earth. Flat measurement of a star called Polaris. That system is what we use to navigate with to this day. It's also the system that turns into a globe. Hopefully that's concise enough for anybody who's not heard this. I'm not going to say argument because it isn't. It's a statement of fact. As a flat earther, you don't need to start postulating these things to your opponent. Would you not appreciate that we measure Earth flat for a Polaris-centric system we use called latitude? No, you tell them, we measure Earth flat for latitude. End statement. Because it's a fact, not something up for debate, not something that's been inserted by just so story. It is a fact that our navigation systems are based on. Flat Earth measurements. Say it loud, say it proud.
I was having this conversation, Nathan, with somebody, exactly what you stated, and their rebuttal was, well, it's got nothing to do with elevation angles. It's all to do with the linear relationship. That's what their rebuttal was to me.
They can just go outside.
Linear
Anybody
relationship
who
with the angles you're measuring for flat Earth.
Yeah, anybody who would argue or doubt that that's just a matter of fact, they can go out tonight, find Polaris, and measure an angle to it, and they might be surprised that that's their latitude.
Of course, you'd need a horizontal plane of reference to make that angle measurement. You'll be measuring Earth flat to do it.
Yeah, no curve needed or used whatsoever.
If you've got 90 to you, to your position from the zenith position of Polaris, and it's running along a flat baseline for it to be called an angle. It is ipso facto a flat Earth measurement.
And there's no denying it. I mean, it's there in black and white. It's simple to understand. You can draw it out. You can do it yourself, like you say, if you've got the tools to do it. Go and try it. Don't need curvature. Just need an elevation angle from the horizontal baseline.
Yeah, but it's not like you don't need curvature. It won't work on curvature. Not an angle, then.
Yeah, but to
exactly, Neil.
But to turn the surface into a spherical surface, you first measure these flat Earth angles to Polaris and then stretch them around a ball.
Yeah, that checks out.
Well, no, I mean you'll need a flat Earth measurement to claim you're on a ball, which you obviously aren't. If you're measuring Earth flat to make that claim, it's absurd to suggest you're actually going to be capable of reifying the flat measurement you took of the surface into a ball to have a spherical surface you didn't measure. It's absurd.
And then they come out with, oh, well, we use a tangent line, which is just a line that is touching one point of a circle or sphere. And we'll point out that, well, you won't be getting two ground positions on a tangent line, will you now?
Exactly.
But that's not a tangent, is it?
Well, tangent just begs the question because you're suggesting that you are measuring a flat baseline. You have got ground positions on this line. That ground position isn't on the ground because there's a dangling sphere beneath that line that's flat that you need for the angle. And the dangling globe Earth isn't used in the measurement or in the assertion of a ground position on that line that isn't the dangling globe beneath it. So they say you need a tangent. You go, okay, so does it work then? No. Then we must transpose this angle because all light comes in parallel to the centre of the globe. We're going to put this angle in hell on the, what's the word? Equatorial plane? Yeah, because there's an equatorial plane that extends out inside a globe so that you can make people who see it think that you're working on a globe. You're not. You're working on a flat plane inside a completely surplus to requirements globe on the equatorial plane that matches all of the angle measurements to Polaris. Flat. That's what you need to do. If you're going to claim that you're on a globe, you take an angle measurement that doesn't represent the surface with a dingleberry below that measurement of a non-surface with non-GPs on it. And you transpose those non-surface, non-GPs tangential to a globe that you weren't using to measure into a globe that you didn't measure, So it's back on a plane inside the globe. So it can function again. Justification, all light comes in parallel. That's the justification for it. You're not standing in hell measuring angles, but they only work in a globe because you've got a flat plane in a globe. They just work and measure and function on a plane. There's no conversion needed.
So anywhere they just got to go anywhere where there's a flat horizontal baseline, basically, to get their angle, because they can't do it from a curved surface. You need a horizontal level baseline to get an elevation angle, so that's where they have to go.
You could just use any level. You could establish level with a tool, because all horizontals run parallel with one another, and the parallel to the surface is the bit that we can utilize because of that fact. Because when you establish level is level where you are and at 90 degrees to that position, directly below the ground, or directly above, with the ground position directly below. Get that in the right order. But that's only because horizontals function as they function, and we know them to function geometrically. All parallel. So therefore, once you establish a level, that point that you measure with the star, same exact angle measurement, is parallel to the ground below it and can operate as a ground position. It's only going to ever function because Earth is flat. It's the only way it can function, does function, was measured, is used to this day. Flat.
Right, and what's the funny thing about a sphere? There are no flat surfaces on a sphere.
Right. Earth is measured flat. This becomes most amusing when a globo opponent puts forth an idea that they can prove sphericity, and immediately they will start with a flat Earth measurement of some description. And we will obviously stop them in their tracks and say, you've just used a flat Earth measurement to achieve your claim to be globe proofsy. At that point, they've got two choices. Choice number one: relinquish or deny/decry a measurement they just appealed to as not being a measurement or not being to do with the surface of Earth. In which case, how can you claim this proves a globe surface if the measurement itself has nothing to do with the surface and potentially isn't even a measurement? That's what they may put to you. Well, if it's not a measurement, it's not got to do with Earth, you're not going to be proving Earth's a sphere with it, are you? That's option one. Option two: I accept, as a globe believer, that this measurement I must use measures Earth flat. So I can take that flat Earth measurement and make my globe claim with it. Yes, I accept it's the ground we're measuring. Yes, I accept it's flat. Now let me make my globe claim. Why are you stopping me? I need to make my globe claim now. No, we're stopping you because you just measured Earth flat. Now we don't need to hear your globe claim. It's either relinquish the claim that you absolutely require that has a flat Earth measurement as part of it to make your globe claim, in which case you can't make your claim, or accept that your claim measures Earth flat, in which case there's no need to make your globe claim because you just proved Earth is measured flat. Those are the two choices they leave themselves with currently in 2024.
So latitude is derived from altitude. Notice how there's a similarity there, which when you measure an altitude will be derived from a horizontal baseline or sea level.
Yeah.
Nathan, that's not fair. You're not giving them any room to breathe.
Don't have any room to breathe. They measure a flat Earth and then infer that they're standing on a sphere with it.
Yeah, but then, see, that's where they go then. We want to talk about gravity. We want to talk about the lights in the sky and the southern hemisphere. No, you're not talking about that because we've got latitude, we've got mapping, we've got reference grids, yeah, for navigation, and it's all measured flat. There's no conversations to be had after that. It's flat, and it's measured like that.
Yeah, if the duration of our time here while we're live ends up being just us reiterating the fact that Earth is measured flat for everyone without any challenge whatsoever from globe believers, then that's absolutely fine by me.
No stress.
Yeah, globe believers. Latitude is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. just been explained to you how it's done. That's how all mapping works. That's how our grid system works. Navigation system works. The Earth is flat.
Jeez,
we all know
Ludwig,
that.
just rub it in a little more.
Yeah, absolutely. Rub it in all day long. On the front foot, making the positive assertion with absolutely no rebuttal whatsoever. What are you going to do? Relinquish your need for a flat Earth measurement when you describe the heights of things? No, you'll definitely give those heights off sea level, and then start making your globe claim with them. We'll stop you, point out that you've measured an Earth that's flat, to give you your height with respect to a horizontal plane we describe as sea level. If those heights above a flat Earth are to be accepted as true to make your globe claim, then we've just taken heights off a flat Earth. End of argument.
So how does that work on a flat Earth?
With the flat Earth angles or heights that we described, or the globe in this instance described when they started their claim, Chocolate. That's how it works on a flat Earth, with the measurements you first took from a flat Earth.
Nah, but if I use the word localized plane, I'm going to ask you, how does that work on a flat Earth?
As a localized plane.
Damn it.
Yeah.
There are no localized planes on a sphere.
But you will need one to reference and get flat from. Start making height corrections, adjustments, dip, angle measurements, anything to do with measuring Earth will absolutely unequivocally require a horizontal plane of reference to be Earth. Because that's what it is.
I'm just curious.
Right there.
I know I've asked this before. I'm just curious. Have the Globers who have conceded that it's too big to measure the curve, so yeah, we measure it flat, have they had a discussion with the other Globers on the same side who say, yeah, we definitely measure curvature? We definitely see curvature and stuff like that? Have they had that discussion between themselves yet? Or maybe I missed it. I don't know.
No, they'll never contradict themselves. I mean, even when it's blatant, they'll never correct their friends like that.
Yeah, that happened on the Earth Awakenings debate I had. So on Earth Awakenings, I was there with Patrick, and one globe proponent is suggesting Earth so big no Earth curve to be noticed or seen or measured. The other saying, look at Lake Pontchartrain, look how visible and obvious the Earth curve is that we see in this image. And you're like, so which is it? Earth so big not to be noticed, or here it is in this photo?
You see, that's why I asked the question, because it's still relevant. Matter of fact, it's very relevant. You said this just happened. Yeah, this seems to be something very important that you ball believers might want to get to the crux of, because you can't have one side, a bunch of y'all telling us it's too big, that's why we measure it flat. Can't see the curvature. We just know it's curved, right? And then you got other ones saying, yeah, we measure curves on the same side. Like,
I mean,
that doesn't.
Your concern is for the anti-flat earthers and how they need to get their story straight after they start relinquishing major aspects of their Earth curve claim. Because Earth curve is claimed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as per the Earth curve maths. Them saying we can't see it because it's too big, or because they inevitably need to measure Earth flat to make that claim. Same goes for the Earth curve maths. That needs Earth to be flat to make the claim that there's a deviation from the horizontal plane of reference, labelled in the maths as surface level. Yeah, surface level, that's flat, needed to make the Earth curve maths work. The anti-flat earthers, yeah, they can argue amongst themselves while they start decrying things like 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height feet. Ones that tell us that's a straw man, for example. Who's flat deck? Hey, flat deck. You one deck.
Yeah, it's me one day. I just changed it into flat deck because everything's flat, mate.
I mean, it would be a hell of a thing for that to be the current status of Globers, that it's too big to measure curve. Because, like we brought up before, Lake Pontchartrain, right? I mean, what are you guys trying to do? You're trying to disappoint Soundly, who was the guy that took the picture of curvature, as we were told like 8 years ago. This is the guy that's got picture of curvature of a lake that was supposedly built as a monument to the curve of the Earth. That's literally a quote we've been told. Right? So how did my man get a picture of the Earth curve Yeah, in 2024, we got people telling us it's too big to see the curve.
That stuff is flat.
You can't see the curvature of the Earth at 120,000 feet.
1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is what the actual rhetorical claim of a globe Earth has. We debunked it with the black swan, because if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959, then every distance to horizon could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, exactly as laid down in their Earth curve maths. Distance to horizon in the black swan, beyond the limitations of a geometric sphere edge horizon, formerly known as Earth curve, at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet like maths they use, say it will be, and is not. Therefore, the horizon's not an Earth curve edge for boats to fall over. Earth's not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles.
Even in that Earth curve calculator, Nathan, when I look at it, it's like a straight line of sight parallel to the surface level, which is trying to tell you how it's working curvature out, and then it shows the horizon below surface level, which I find quite bizarre. I don't know if any glober can explain that.
That's the flat Earth they need.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot about that. Globe's flat. It was measured like that.
Yeah. Hijacking of perspective calculation that suggests when you see the side of your own head and an object in the distance on the same plane without perspective included in the mathematics, then if you utilise the actual observable plane at sea level, called surface level in that maths, and understand implicitly that eye level runs parallel with the surface level, then you can extract out the perspective view you actually get and call it Earth curve and place it below the surface level you needed to measure to infer there's a point below the surface level in these maths. You can then say my mathematical derivation of a calculation that takes surface level and eye level parallel with one another and suggests that the difference gives you a point below surface level we call Earth curve, and we'll suggest that the horizon you use to potentially calibrate or level your tool with is now a point below the surface level you just calibrated it with, called Earth curve. That's how their Earth curve maths actually works.
But
With
it's
a
not
flat
actually
plane.
an Earth curve calculator, it's actually an Earth level calculator. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, it's an optical resolution loss calculation in an orthographic view. That's what it actually is. Not Earth curve. They've just relabeled optical resolution loss as Earth curve.
And now we have to change the definition of level so that level equals curve. So it makes sense.
No, it doesn't. No, we can't do that. If we change the definition of level to mean curved or comporting to the outside edge of a sphere, equidistant from its center point, and level won't function in their Earth curve maths because they need surface level to comport with geometric principles and axioms that dictate that level is level, and having no part higher or lower than another is absolutely required for Earth curve maths to make the extrapolation based on surface level. Now, if level isn't level, they haven't got a level to describe a difference from. You need level to be level so you can describe how curved the deviation from that level you're using to describe it with is. A level can't be equidistant from the centre of a sphere, comporting to the outside edge of anything, or you haven't got an axiom to describe how much deviation you've got from the axiom you've just relinquished. Level is having no part higher or lower than another. Not equidistant from a sphere. That's nonsense. It defies the axiomatic principle used in Earth curve maths.
Yeah, they don't think that one through, Nathan.
You can thank refracted curvature for pointing out that paradox. RC's paradox, I named it. Nathan, did you see Lotus Eaters this morning about their video about celebrities?
No? What about them?
Have you been watching that channel, by the way?
What's it called?
It's something to do with celebrities. It was released this morning. And it was about how celebrities, when they were growing up, say in the 70s, 80s and 90s, were in a tighter social bandwidth. So they talk about topics within that bandwidth. Whereas now the trust is so been so abused that even people like Robbie Williams, Liam Gallagher, they would talk about how celebrities nowadays would just go off the rails and say the most crazy things because there's so little trust. in the media, in big pharma, and in institutions around the world. And they said how it wouldn't surprise them if all of the celebrities they named, which was Morrissey, Robbie Williams, Jim Carrey. An example they gave was Jim Carrey, somebody who played Ace Ventura, an idiot, effectively, is now giving profound speeches. He's now a born-again Christian, and he's going around doing God's work. And it's a sign of the times. And it wouldn't surprise them if all of them were the flat earthers. And they said that without ridicule. You know, they said that in a position where you could understand if they were, because of how, well, everything's wrong, everything's a lie, so the earth must be flat. That's how the conclusion they came to, the hosts, about
It's happening,
show.
man. It's being normalised. That's an example like we gave yesterday on the show, right? Where somebody just discusses it offhand without ridicule, and then the people listening go, "Oh, it's cool to just know that now. Oh, I don't have to lie about knowing it's flat. Oh, cool."
Yeah, they said it so
Paradigm has
brazenly.
shifted.
It's shifting. It's taken 10 years, Neil.
No, it shifted. I give it 5.
5 more years. God,
Yes, 5 more years, and then people are going to talk about it like it's normal.
I
Oh,
don't need-
yeah.
maybe.
We're it's flat.
Maybe. My aspirations aren't so lofty. I would hope that the people in our immediate social circle, and I count obviously this Discord server as though it's that, understand and appreciate how Earth is measured flat, so that they don't have to stress about it. In the last 10 years, there's been nothing but flat Earth belief. Now we've got something we can say, no, you can take every single example of how Earth is measured to flatness. So you don't have to stress. You can get on with your day now. You know it's flat now. You just believed it up until now.
Yeah, I was so
that's
grateful.
my point. Well, hold on a second. That's my point. But what we're saying here, you can't deny measurements. So I give it 5 years.
I was so grateful in 2020 when I came here, because this was the first show where I heard the term Earth radius. I've been listening to Flat Earth nearly up to a year at that point, listening to Dell and David Weiss and many others, and I hadn't heard Earth radius before. That's where I knew this was serious. This place was that they're actually getting into the geometry and the claims, and not speculation or what it could be, what it couldn't be. It was spine
How
tingling.
funny. Sorry, man. How funny that 2020 is the year that the radius got debunked. Black Swan.
And 2024 was the year we exposed Earth is measured flat.
It's such a shame, though, like Sensual saying, you know, it's a shame that it takes celebrities to start realising the truth before that you Joe Public will go, well, if they believe it now, I can actually start saying I'll believe it. When you've already been presented with the facts of the matter of latitude, maps, grid systems, navigation, it's measured flat. You don't need a celebrity now to tell you to go ahead and believe that. The evidence is right in front of you. Now stand up for
They
yourself.
haven't been presented that. They've been presented that flat Earth is conspiracy, tinfoil hat, Mandela effect. So that's not what they haven't been presented. What's presented here?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly that. Hence my opener to this Discord server. Our purpose in being here is to tell you, move forward on the front foot and know Earth's measured flat. Here's some examples for you to go on with. So that you don't have to say, we see too far, inferring that there's a globe edge that should be in the way. Like, you're responding to their claim. You're not proving anything with it. You're offering up them the opportunity to put you in a false dichotomy. Maybe explain what perspective is. No. You don't need to even get anywhere near the globe claim. That's their job. As long as you understand how Earth is measured, flat, and further to that, if you're going to debate, understand how the globe measurements come from, let's rephrase that, globe calculations come from those flat Earth measurements, then you're going to be in good standing to debate people. But if you don't want to engage in debate, and you come along to a discussion like this, and you're just like, oh, I'm a bit wary of this, it seems very conspiratorial, and you get here and we go, that's how all the measurements are done. This is how latitude's measured. This is why all the maps are flat. That's why the grid system functions. That's how circles of equal elevation work. You'll go, oh, right. The globe's based on them. Yeah, all these flat Earth measurements. They have to back engineer.
It takes all that
everything
noise,
onto it.
Nathan. It takes all that noise that comes with it and all that baggage, and it puts it to one side. allows you to view it objectively.
About whether or not we got clone centers or Mandela effect, whether or not 9/11 was an inside job, whether or not Big Pharma are lying to you about vaccines. All of those things have nothing to do with the actual subject that we cover. We cover the nature of reality and how Earth is measured. It's flat. All other extraneous claims of a designed shape for a sphere that you're not standing on will come from those origins. Once you know that, you can go, I'm not going to be hesitant when someone asks me, oh, are you one of those flat earthers? Well, you can call me that if you like. Earth is measured flat.
Latitude comes from altitude.
Heights above sea level. We've been giving it them for 10 years. They start their examples of a globe claim with elevations and elevation angles that are with respect to a flat plane. They'll describe the height of a mountain off sea level. Yeah, that's why
people are so afraid of this, the measurement of flat Earth. I was in the 24/7 Discord the other night explaining how we observe, measure, and navigate flat Earth. And, after explaining it, nobody wanted to know how the measurement was taken. They wanted to talk about the moon and tides and a bunch of other things. They're not interested in the measurement. It's too scary.
Yeah, because it kills them.
Up into space, get away from the Earth. Let's talk about the sky. We don't want to talk about the measurement of the Earth because we're going to have to talk about horizontal, elevation angles, altitude, latitude, and anything else that's level, straight, and horizontal and parallel.
How did 2024
up into space?
Go ahead, Brian. Then there's someone from Discord. Go ahead, Brian.
I'm saying up into space. You can't do that on a globe.
Can't have up.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, true.
Perpendicular to a plane of reference. They don't have that. There's lots of things they don't have. And like I say, we've given it them for the last 10 years for some of us. They start with flat Earth measurements and then move on to claiming their globe with those flat Earth measurements. Was there someone in Discord that wanted to add something?
Oh yeah, I was just curious. What was their reference for measuring tides? Different than Nathan's. How did they measure tides?
With respect to a flat Earth.
Right.
They weren't actually talking about measuring tides. They were going to talk about gravity and
tides. No, you don't mean tides as in how we would measure things. You're talking about how they would assume we've got an R value derived from the minimum elevation angle to Polaris, so it can back calculate itself onto a globe from a flat plane measurement. We then take that R value inference of a sphere surface that was measured flat and put it into an orbital motion around the sun. And then the moon are in orbit around the Earth. And then we say that there's a gravitational attraction between masses which creates the tides. Yeah, you're going to need quite a few flat Earth measurements to get you to those orbital motions to infer that tides are being caused by a force that isn't a force that you can think of as a force in a model that was derived from flat Earth measurements. It's just going to need flat Earth measurements to make that claim.
What model?
The mean of all tides is mean sea level.
Shout out to us so far for hitting the super chat. Nathan just made a good point. So the Earth is measured flat. The globe can only be calculated into a sphere since it can't be measured. Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. I'm glad you liked it. We've been saying it since 1st of January. No, it's good.
A lot longer than that.
We have been saying a lot longer than that. It's just, if I say, well, we first started hearing about how we acquire areas of equal elevation and do dip correction 3 years ago, with Brian telling me off that I didn't understand it, I can't really say we've been talking about this for 3 years. Now, you could blame me and say, well, you can't just describe it to 2024 because that's when you finally understood it. Well, actually, yes, I can. And yes, I have. That's exactly what I've done.
So, like Brian's been saying, and this is where they get dipped out. Dip correction is a height above sea level, isn't it, Brian? That's the first thing they will do.
So this is
before they get in the boat, before they go navigating, before they get a fix, Before they take the elevation angle, they'll be measuring a height above sea level.
You say dips out?
Yeah, I'm saying the globers will dip out. You know, they dip out, don't they?
Dips out for the lads.
Hey.
You can only win arguments when you mute people, Nathan.
Sorry, Brenda. I've asked the server operators to remove you because you suggested that I should have my
You got
children
it,
taken
Nathan.
away from me. Yeah, so I've asked the server moderators remove you from any further discussions with myself. Scum.
Latitude from altitude, Brenda. Go and chew on that.
Don't even respond to her.
I'll explain for the audience's benefit that, you know, if you suggest that I should have my children removed from me, I'm not going to want to talk to you.
That seems legit to me. I wouldn't want to talk to someone like that either.
Even in a server that I have absolutely no control over, I literally have to verbally say, can one of the moderators please remove this person who has suggested I have my children removed from me? She's suggesting, before I said that, all I can do to win is mute people. When I've got no control over the mute button in this server, it's not my server.
Well, that's what they've got to do, Nathan. That's what she's doing. She's not coming in now. We've been talking for a good hour, half an hour. Nobody's interrupted us. We're explaining about flat Earth measurements, latitude, altitude, horizontal, elevation angles, sea level. No proof of curvature whatsoever. And the first globe that comes in, you can only win when you meet people, Nathan. I mean, you could be coming in stronger than that, Brenda.
Yeah, but look, Nathan has no control over that. She debunked herself.
Well, it's just a disservice tactic. So let's forget about that loser anyway. We're on a good topic. We're telling it. We're describing it all correctly. We don't need losers like that. If anyone wants to come in and say that we're incorrect, please do so.
For the audience sake, Brenda was muted the minute she entered the room. Yeah, she's been sitting here muted for the last hour and a half, so it had nothing to do with Nathan at all.
Yeah, the problem was as soon as she joined, she was muted, and we got complacent because there's a timer on the mute. It's a 40-minute timer, and I had simply forgot to refresh it. In the past, I had toggled it on and off to constantly just. Yeah, so I'll take. That's my fault. I should have. I normally toggle it like every 20 minutes, so it always stays at 40 minutes until you leave, and then just let it go.
I wouldn't worry about that. It was good to hear from Brenda and all our globe proof. Again.
Yeah, it was good to hear the boundary too. How she will not simply respect the boundary. No, thank you. When Nathan's here, you are told no, thank you, and she can't even respect that. With reason.
Going back to what we said earlier, Brenda's a typical one. I had a conversation with her the other week, and her proof was, well, boats disappear over the horizon. Yeah, that is where she is with globe proof. Well, what else could it be? What else could it be? You know, it's got to be Earth curve. It's got to be a globe. What else could it be? I mean, this is what we're up against.
Yeah, so offer up an
So in 2024, they're still saying boats disappear over the horizon. Wow.
Yes, it's a slightly expanded version of an affirming the consequent. If I suggest that Earth is a sphere with a hill that blocks your view, then Earth curve maths will match what I suggest. Earth curve maths matches what I suggest, therefore the horizon is a hill getting in the way. That's an affirming the consequent fallacy. Now, why is it a fallacy? Well, because the statement that you've used to suggest that P will be preceded or will be followed by Q isn't necessarily true. So to affirm that statement by offering up a different standard, in this case, matching of a maths with an observation, when maths doesn't match the observation, it's an orthographic view, it can never match. But to suggest that because it does, that affirms the consequent that we have an Earth curve edge for a horizon. That's what they've offered. What Brenda has done by your example is then say, what else could cause it? Well, that invites you to enter into a false dichotomy. I'll suggest that perspective... No. You're not making a positive claim about this. Their positive claim affirms the consequent. So that's it. That's the end of their fallacious reasoning.
Nathan, I don't think you understand. There is
Excuse
a
me.
high degree of refracted blockage, not blocking anything.
And not Earth curve then.
So what else could have caused it?
If it's not Earth curve, you've just said it's something other than Earth curve, Brian. If it's not a hill getting in the way, and it's not a hill getting in the way, you're saying there's a refraction. Okay, so it's not a physical hill getting in the way then. The Earth curve math says.
What else could have caused it?
Who cares? The Earth curve math says a hill gets in the way, and it doesn't.
What else could have caused it?
Yeah, you're not going to win with this. I'm going to force you into a false dichotomy, as fun as it is for the third repetition. I did it at the beginning of the show in the pre-show with the guy who did it 9 times, Brian. You must offer an alternative explanation so I can debunk that in a false dichotomy.
But that,
Nathan, 1 second, Brian. But Nathan, what else could have caused it?
Very, very funny.
But see, this is the thing. This is, I won't even say it. I mean, I'm only just stating the obvious.
No, you go ahead. Reiterate it. Point.
Well, they constantly want to ask us, what else could have caused it? It's like a curved shadow on the moon. What else could have caused it? What shadow? How did you validate it was a shadow? How did you validate that the moon was even a sphere? How did you validate anything? What else could have caused it? That's all they got.
Take their position, invite you to offer an alternative explanation, and then we've got my version versus your version. Let's say you offer up your version of perspective, and it's found to be lacking, and they win. Oh, well, it still stands to reason that my affirming the consequent that if Earth curve, then globe maths, therefore Earth curve stands, because you couldn't explain perspective as an alternative, therefore I win.
No, they lose immediately. Because with only 3 miles of distance, it's proven that Earth curve does not exist.
Black Swan.
And, well, it's proven that Earth curve does not exist because perspective does. 3 miles.
Yeah, you can do that if you want to take it to the absolute stone cold fact that perspective is excluded in the maths. You can prove that very easily by pointing out some of the maths, like the heights of a mountain taken off a flat plane. This mountain is 1,000 feet off sea level with respect to a flat Earth. Therefore, in my Earth curve maths, there should be 500 feet missing with respect to a flat plane and sea level. Okay, so the 500 feet and 1,000 feet that you've labelled is going to be the same value regardless if the mountain's 1,000 miles away, 5,000 miles away, 5 million miles away. It's still 1,000 feet, right? Oh, yeah. Well, then it's not had the effects of perspective taken into consideration. It makes your argument void. All your calculations for Earth curve are begging the question, that's to say they automatically assume a sphere with a radius value taken from a flat Earth. Proof of nothing, that is to say it's begging the question. Perspective hijacking, that is to say they take the effects that we see in reality of perspective and call them Earth curve. Hey, Brian.
Hi, Nathan. I thought you were after finishing your statement. That's what I came in. Using the rule of disqualification, an observer with the Roy balls are at sea level. Sorry, at the water level. I won't use sea level for this. At the water level on a globe, with a boat that sails away from them, that's a boat that's 6 feet off of the water and sails away from them 3 miles, that boat will disappear due to Earth curve. Now, that's on a globe. On a flat plane, an observer with their eye level at their eyeballs at sea level, watching a 6 foot boat, 6 foot high boat off the water, sailing away from them for 3 miles, that boat will also disappear, but it's due to angular resolution. So that means that we can either say it's Earth curve, we can say it's perspective, or we could say it's a bit of both. So if we say, well, does Earth curve and perspective exist together? Well, using the maths, right? It would mean that 6 foot boat for the observer, if we were on a globe and our curve and perspective existed simultaneously, that boat has to disappear at 1.8 miles away. But that boat, that 6 foot boat for the observer with the rise at the water level, won't disappear in either scenario until 3 miles. That means either our curve exists or angular size change exists. We know angular size change exists. That disqualifies our curve completely.
Yeah. It's fine when you formulate it into that level of logical consistency, Brian. It's just most of the time people on the flat earth don't formulate it into that level of logical consistency. They just say, well, it could be perspective. Without all the qualifiers you've offered, you're not taking it to that place where you're suggesting that you can't have both simultaneously exist at the same time. It doesn't work. Therefore, you're only left with true dichotomy. It's either perspective or earth curve. And we can't have it work with perspective if we include earth curve, and perspective is absolutely without question real. The assertion of earth curve comes without perspective, automatically excluding it from being a description of reality. It needs a lot of caveats, doesn't it?
They've seen the boat. Sorry, mate. They've seen the boat sail away. They thought, well, why is it disappearing? It gets further away. It must be earth curve. Now let's go and measure it. And how did they measure it? Using horizontal flat earth elevation angle baseline sea level. Now that isn't any evidence of curvature whatsoever. That's angle measurement, elevation angle measurements. Yeah. So the presumption was wrong. It's just been proved to be wrong because when they went to measure it, it was flat.
Sure. But in actuality, the antidote, if you will, to an affirming the consequent fallacy is modus tollens. Yeah? That's the logic where if you state that if P then Q, automatically takes that statement is true from the outset. Like when people say we're begging the question with modus tollens. No, we're taking your statement that must be true. That's if there is a sphere edge for a horizon, if Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959, then every distance can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, because that's what you say it is. That's your if P, then Q. So if that's true, then take the antithesis of the statement, contrapositive statement, not P, therefore not Q, or not Q, therefore not P. So not the distance in the Earth curve maths, that's the black swan image, therefore not a physical hill getting in the way. You have to eat it. If you're going to say Earth has a sphere edge, then Earth has a sphere edge at a set distance and it's a hill blocking your view. The moment you show it isn't a hill blocking your view, it isn't an Earth curve edge. That's how modus tollens works.
If Earth's a globe of radius 3959 miles, and perspective can't exist. Perspective does exist, so it's not a globe of radius 3959 miles.
Perfect.
Yes, yeah. Brian.
Yeah. An oversimplified modus tollens, which doesn't need an example. The black swan, there's obviously it's a labour of Levon QE's part to formulate it into consistency with an evidentiary standard and demarcation for distance to prove the point. Yours is self-contained and just speaks for itself.
Yeah, mine is purely based around optics and mathematics. Yeah. Disproving.
Still
disqualifying.
Yeah, perfectly sound. Absolutely. Correct. I haven't had a single baller in this live show, I don't think.
Hold on, can Brian repeat that?
Yeah, and if Earth's a globe of radius 3,959 miles, then perspective can't exist. Perspective does exist, so Earth's not a globe of radius 3,959 miles.
So I dropped the Master B, especially since we're kind of on the subject of where they go when their globe math doesn't quite actually work out for them. I dropped in Master B old clip, and being that we're in 24/7 politics, shout out to Indio.
Disappearing 500 feet when the globe model predicts the horizon is 2,600 feet away. So what's blocking the boat if it's not at the horizon yet?
see anything blocking the boat. I see the resolution. I see the camera being unable to resolve the boat.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. Snacks to the back, bathrooms to the left. DJ's taking requests, and smoke them if you got them.
With that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on an after show, and I will see you all in the next video.
That guy is legendary.
No, that's Nathan Oakley. On the next show, he's going to end it with "I've been legendary."
So hard for people to be quiet for 30 seconds.
So let me know.
All right.
Sorry.
I mean, the Glovers stay quiet the whole time Nathan Oakley comes on now. I mean, they're pretty good at
Now that the show ended, Manufactotum wants to know when is he going to stick around? Don't worry, we're recording anyway.
Was he asking if it was? Yeah, we'll stick around for a bit now the show's over.
If you're in my bedroom, you're always being recorded.
You have a question on a factotum?
Manufactotum, you're up. Get on the mic. You Eggshells too. He was afraid also. He talked to him.
Oh, Eggshells got destroyed the other day. He's welcome to have a rematch.
Hey, Manufactotum's getting on a mic here. He has to find someplace quiet, he said.
He's got to shut the machines down.
I don't think we've spoken before, so hopefully that'll be good.
Hopefully he doesn't get mad. But one time, remember he had to shut the line down? Like, shut it down! I don't remember what I said that was that triggering, but like I guess he worked in some sort of machine shop or something, and it was so like it was so raw that he just had to like stop the production. All the workers. Oh, that was it. Yeah, because you had the GF. Okay, he used to put in front of his name like Task Force 6 or something. I don't remember exactly what it was. But it was a tip of the hat to, I don't know if you guys remember Troll Team 6, who would try to like get inside Flat Earth spaces and figure out who they were, who was in the household, because they had that Flat Earth initiative, or the Children of Flat Earth. They wanted to make false claims against Flat Earth families to get the children removed from the home because they wanted to protect the children. So I told him, by you doing that, by you adding the same letters in front of your name, it can bring about people remind of that event, of that happening. Is that your purpose? What's your purpose of doing that? And he blamed Bev for why he changed his username. I go, dude, that doesn't work. You can't blame somebody else for something you do. You did that, not Bev. You clicked on your username and added 2 letters to the front of it, indicating that you at least partially identify with this troll team.
Chris, Troll Team 6, I remember hearing about that nonsense. a couple of years ago. But were they actually? I didn't know they were actually trying to get details on people and to have their children removed.
Yep.
From them.
Yep.
Wow. What's the McTown involved in that? Blue Marble Science.
Yeah, I don't know all the details of all the people involved. I mean, I know some of them, and a lot of them aren't in the community anymore. They basically got a lot. This is a tip, tip they had to the globalists. They kicked those people out. They're like, you guys are too toxic. That is too batshit crazy. Okay, Flat Earth might be, in their point of view, in their worldview, they see Flat Earth as crazy, and what they're doing is even crazier. So they kind of cleaned house.
Good morning.
Well,
morning, 10th.
Hey, 10th. Well, I find, that is crazy to be trying to do that. That is, I heard about them. I remember hearing Bev, I think, speak about them a few years ago, but I didn't realize they were anything more than trolls. That's more than trolls, isn't it?
Me
That's
either.
bizarre.
I had no clue that was going on.
Yeah, they're gathering up data about people's kids.
And they did it really sinisterly. Like, they tried to pretend to be a flat earther or tried to find out what church people went to. And then just, like, really sort of that phishing, trying to get people to disclose a little bit of information to a lot of people. And then they're pooling that all together to see where flat earthers were, then identify which flat earth families had children in the household, and then do false reports to child services. Like, say, I heard yelling, I heard a kid screaming. Try to get the authorities over there in hopes that they would remove the children from the family. Because they, in their worldview, they thought basically flat earth speech is child abuse. And they're going to get the authorities involved.
They also are trying to figure out where we. They're also trying to figure out where we were.
Yeah, where you work too, because they want to like harm your ability to provide for your family, and then hopefully, they did a multi-pronged attack. They pushed their chips all in, and thank God the globalists saw some reason and they got rid of those people.
It just shows you how complicated they make things. I mean, it was pretty easy. I mean, his name is Nathan Oakley. I mean, you know who he is. Not, there's flat Earth meetups. They could just go there. Instead, they make it overcomplicated and try to derive things that aren't needed to. You don't even need to seek them out that way.
Yeah, you can meet the rabbit in this hole. Reporting me for various different things to the police and such like. Go ahead, 10th then, Brian, I think it was.
Yeah, this is a good transition. I was going to call during the live show, but the after show is fine. The commentary on Brenda is across the board on all of them, at different levels, of course. You go to Master B and show that picture of Plato's cave. It's quite remarkable how we could associate this allegory to what's happening on the subject matter. Tell me when you're there.
Yeah.
All right. So as you can see, this picture shows the allegory in the illustration. And I'm just going to read something outside of the actual article the picture comes from, and then refer back to the article with the picture. So I'm jumping on a short wiki where he says, Allegory of the Cave. Plato's allegory of the cave is an allegory presented by the Greek philosopher Plato in his work Republic to compare the effect of education and the lack of it on our nature. It is written as a dialogue between Plato's brother, Glaucon, and his mentor, Socrates, and is narrated by the latter. The allegory is presented after the analogy of the sun and the analogy of the divided line. In the allegory, Plato describes people that have spent their lives chained in a cave facing a blank wall. They watch shadows projected onto the wall by objects passing in front of a fire behind them, and they give names to these shadows. The shadows are prisoners, reality, but not accurate representations of the real world. I'm going to read that again. The shadows are the prisoner's reality, but not accurate representations of the real world. The shadows represent the fragment of reality that we can normally perceive through our senses, while the objects under the sun represent the true forms of objects that we can only perceive through reason. Do you see the similarity of ballers, anti-flat earthers, when they first hear that the earth is measured flat? They get into a psychological situation like the people in Plato's cave. All their life, they were told by indoctrination, it's a sphere. That longitude and latitude can only work on the sphere. That there's space right next to gas pressure, but it's okay. There's such thing called gravity. They're full of these shadows that represent their reality. And all of a sudden, no matter how old they are, whether they're young or old, someone comes and says, do you know, if you just look at the argument and reason, you don't come up with the false reality they've got you indoctrinated with. Let me show you that all measurements are from a flat baseline that made up your globe. And of course, you can't respond to this because all your life you've believed the shadows. So when people like Brenda come and others, you can show the black swan, you could show the 2 oil platforms, you could show that it's listed by the environmental agency as X amount of miles from the shore. You can prove all that you want, and you can show the horizon is behind it. Therefore, the Earth is not a globe with a radius of 3959. It would have to have a radius of 263,000 miles for that to be true if it still was a globe. This doesn't impact them whatsoever because they're in the psychological mess. This is what we're dealing with. So no amount of common sense arguments are going to work with those who refuse to realize, you know what, maybe I should turn around and see what's causing the shadows.
No, instead they say, maybe I should turn around and take that person's kids away from them.
Yes.
But hold on a second, you got measurements. It's right in their face. Something's got to click. Well, hold on a second. Why are we different that it clicked with us?
Okay, that's a different question, but that's the crux of why I put this up, and I'm going to read the second part. Now, the picture is from a website that I'm going to read the introduction only, and then I'll answer your question, if I can. Imagine living in a dark place where everything you see is just a shadow. And your whole life, you believe these shadows are the only real things. Well, this picture is a part of a famous story called Plato's Allegory of the Cave. It is a story that Plato, a great thinker from ancient Greece, wrote to help us understand the difference between what seems real to us and what is actually real. It's not just a puzzle about truth, but it's kind of a riddle that makes us think hard about what we know and what we don't know. Plato's allegory comes from the writing called The Republic, which shows us how easily we can be fooled by fake things and how surprising the truth can be when we first learn about it. So let's explore the allegory, which isn't just a story, but a deep lesson about life and the search for truth. If that doesn't hit you as to what we're experiencing when people come here and cannot debunk any of the reasoning or the good arguments we pose to them, then it answers your question, Neil. They are in cognitus, they are in shock, they can't accept it, so they lash out.
So what I would say is, troll Team 6 who are trying to take away people's children from them. Next time they're measuring a door frame or a hallway or anything else, that means, according to them, that they're committing child abuse.
Yeah, hurt people. I'm just saying. What is that term called when you fall in love with your your abuser?
Munchausen by proxy.
Yeah.
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, Stockholm
syndrome.
Oh, my bad.
that's
No,
what I'm
that's
saying.
when you
How-
poison your own child. Yeah, you're right. It's Stockholm syndrome.
Stockholm.
My bad.
But the thing is, in the cave allegory, they're not even turning around. They're not trying to get up. They're not trying to do anything. They're just only focused on the idea, look forward. That's the weird thing, too. So, like, The Globers, they're doing the same thing. It's just like they're taking everybody's word for everything. They don't bother getting up to fucking knock on the shadow, to get up, try to dig through it, do anything. I mean, it's weird.
No, you nailed it. That's the whole point. They understand what you're saying, but they won't allow it to be reality to them, even though they could measure a property they're buying and get the length and width of the property or the depth or something, or if they're building, they pull out a tape measure. But the minute you say to them, hey, with the same concepts, you can show that the earth is measured flat, because this is not an issue of what an argument wins over this one, as Neil was saying, because it's obvious we win all the time because we use their own terminology and the earth is measured flat. Okay. You can't have 90 degrees on the globe surface. It's obvious. You can't have perpendicular on the globe surface. You can't have horizontal on the globe. So they know all this terminology they use in other disciplines the way we are using it here, but they can't use it here the same way because we're not dealing with an argument. We're dealing with a psychological issue.
Globe home syndrome. It's new.
What did you call it? One more time.
Globe home syndrome.
Globe home.
That's a good one.
Globe home syndrome.
Nice.
Yeah, that works on a couple of levels, doesn't it? Yeah. Globe home. Yeah, that works nicely. I like that.
Reminds me of the movie E.T.
How so?
What did he say to the kid?
Globe home.
Elliot.
No. Well, the other thing. What was it?
E.T. phone home?
Phone home.
Yeah. So the ballers, when they see the black swan, oh, give me Globe home again. I can't accept this. I'm going to have a breakdown. Choose the phenomena. Everything goes crazy.
Well, all joking aside.
Who was joking? Who was joking?
Okay, no one's joking.
Thank you.
All joking aside, in a couple of years' time, there will be a situation where there will be psychologists naming syndromes, psychological syndromes, because of people not being able to unravel from the globe and heliocentrism. That will happen. It's only a matter of time because the tide is starting to turn a little bit. Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing, but I think it was a lot more likely to happen. This is going to sound a bit strange. If there wasn't anti-flat Earth pushback, what anti-flat Earth pushback has done is slowed the breaking of the dam. Yeah, them desperately trying to patch it up with crap has just about managed to keep the floodgates closed. Sorry, I'm mixing metaphors slightly. But do you know what I'm driving at? We've had a 10-year period that the public have been softened up to the idea. If it happened in the first 12 months and the floodgates just opened and there was no pushback whatsoever, then I think you're absolutely right. There'd have been a lot of people having nervous breakdowns over it. I don't think it's necessarily going to be as bad. I still think you're right. There is definitely going to be people, probably the ones we're dealing with.
I'm talking about the anti-flat earthers.
Oh, right. Well, then, yeah, definitely. Because they're not going to change their position.
That's what I'm talking about. Because what is an anti-flat earther? It's someone who knows deep down they can't prove a globe. They do not want to accept that it's flat. But they're willing to become some kind of a weird mutation of the person they used to be or the beliefs they used to hold.
That's the new.
Yeah.
And they give names to themselves called Fight the Flat Earth.
Yeah, how is he going to handle it in a few years' time? How is he going to take this? How is McEwen going to take it? All these people, how are, Blue Marble Science, all these kind of people, how are they going to take it? Not all of the ballers that we deal with, but the majority of them, the real anti-flat earthers, how are they going to deal with that?
They're going to find the first woman he sees and beat her up.
No, they'll say it can be anything.
What the hell they're going to do? Sorry.
Listen, they'll say it can be a cube. They'll say it can be a triangle. Well, what else could it be? It can be anything then, right? No, it can't be anything. It can be what it is. That's what it can be. It's what it is. So a global would rather you call it a corn basket. I don't even know, dude. Just anything but flat. And that's weird. That's the weirdest shit to me. They'll try to prove a triangle, a pyramid, it's just weird. Just really weird.
Yeah, I'm talking about past all that. I'm talking about the point where there was just no going back. It's flat in the story. Everyone's accepting it, except for them. They're the ones not accepting it. You know, people who are staying in the trenches, in the war, like the... maybe a little bit like, but even this is not a good comparison, like the Japanese soldiers that were being found decades later in the Pacific, in the islands.
Kind of soldiers,
for the enemy to come. Even that's not a good analogy because those soldiers didn't know the war hadn't ended. Whereas with the anti-flat earthers, it's only a matter of time before these people know that it's over. They know that they were wrong. They know they can't go, and it's like they won't be able to accept it. There will be psychologists having to deal with these people. And maybe police, you know, they're going to be dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, what they did was good. I mean, they were really good at the job they entailed to portray to make your perception I mean, these guys went so far as to not say it's snowing outside and be wintertime, but to tell you you're on a ball, but everything's horizontal. It's basically the same thing to convince you that it's snowing outside, but you live in the fucking desert. Really, that's what they've done to these people, and it's sad.
Yeah, and these people will not be able to handle that it isn't snowing outside. They won't be able to take that. They won't be able to take that we were correct, and they won't be able to take that it isn't snowing. That I cannot see Craig with the Flat Earth or McTown or somebody, Blue Marble Science. I can't see these people being psychologically sound in a few years' time because technically a lot of them they're not psychologically sound at present. Some of them.
Brian, have you listened to it? He's very angry.
Brian.
What about the shape? When they ask you the shape, isn't that the hardest thing? I got to convince them that things aren't certain shapes, man. I literally have to teach them that a tree is a tree shape. A cloud is a cloud. There is no certain set shape for a ball of poop or a piece of land. Like a piece of land or America has no shape. It is the idiocracy of itself. Its outline is itself. Like that is its shape. Is what it is.
Hey, Brian. So, you hear me?
I'm sure
My hands were wet. My hands were wet. Hello.
Yeah. Mic check, please.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. There's a delay. Sorry, there's a delay. I'm sorry. All right. Problem is, the psychologists you're talking about, they're globers. They're going to need someone else to help them before they can help other globers.
Right.
I was thinking the same thing.
No, because only if they see when you're presented with evidence that the Earth is not a globe and it is flat, that you can't deny, mentally this can't be denied. And even if you're just presented with evidence that it's not a globe, that's enough for a start.
So,
you hang on 1 second. That you
hang on.
Hang on, I'm not finished speaking.
I know. I need to interrupt you. I need to interrupt you.
Why do you need to interrupt me? Why does this need to happen? Forget it.
Because oh my gosh. Because they are presented with that evidence now. Why do you saying they eventually get the evidence? They got it now.
You brought in psychologists, right? I don't know if psychologists are aware of this information. I know the people in this arena are aware of it. I'm trying to get to a point here, and you weren't allowing me. When someone is presented with this information, they either go, yeah, that's a load of rubbish that I was a part of and I believed in, and I'm not believing that rubbish anymore, or they brace against it and become anti-flat earthers. Those that become anti-flat earthers, whether they're psychologists or anything else, they will need help. But those who are willing to just let it go, they won't need help.
That's obvious. That's us now, and that reality that you say is going to happen in the future is happening now.
Not like I'm talking about.
No.
Not to the same
Listen,
degree.
right now on today's show, everyone saw the Black Swan, and then you have mental issues with people who are denying the evidence. It's their claim. If the Earth is a globe, a sphere, with a radius of 3959, you hear any flat earthers saying that? No, that's their claim. The evidence is there now. They are fighting against it because of what the allegory of the cave. They can't handle it. Okay, so if the evidence is there now, we don't need to say when we prove it is to the world. No, the evidence is there. The world will eventually see the current set of standards that show that they've been lied to. How they react is up to them. And guess what? We already know how some people react. Now you're saying, well, the reasonable ones will. I'm almost done. The reasonable ones would change like we did. Okay, fine. Yeah, well, that's obvious.
Oh, you didn't say when the Earth is proved to be flat. I never said that. You just worded it. I never said.
You know, if I made a mistake there, I apologize. But you said in the future, something ahead of time, not now.
Yeah,
when
in the
they
future,
find
when
out.
it's accepted. When it's accepted.
Yeah, that's
It's not
fine.
whether it's proven, it's whether it's accepted. Acceptance is the difference.
Fine, you can parse the words. I'm saying the same thing. They're all going to have this cog-this that they got to get over before they can help somebody else. What is so hard about that?
Nothing.
Of course, but you want to sit there and debate the obvious to the details. It doesn't make sense. You and me and Neil and people here can be the help that they need, and we won't even charge them $80 an hour. They can just join the show.
100 flat earthers go to the best psychologist, psychiatrist. They say, I've got a problem, doc. I'm like, yeah, what's the problem? They're like, I've measured Earth to be flat. I'm pretty sure it's flat. It's like, no, you think it's flat? And I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure it's flat, 100%. And then, like, you go over the stuff with them, and then you leave the office, and then all the 100 psychiatrists and all the 100, they're all flat earthers afterwards.
Okay, Manufact Totem wants to step in there.
Wow, the guy was just finishing something.
Well, he said he was waiting for the rambling to stop for the last 30 minutes or whatever. So I figured maybe I should just cut it now.
Hang on, this guy has had ample opportunity to step in. And the first thing he does is try and ad hom us. We're only rambling, as he's calling it, because him and his brethren aren't stepping in. Just shut up with the ad homs and step in, or go away and shut up.
Yeah, you guys got to remember he is kind of skittish. He is a little skittish, so you have to be careful.
To be rude.
And you're up, dude.
Yeah, all right. Well, I mean, I didn't mean to ad hom anyone. I was just trying not to be rude. I'm sorry. So,
well, saying rambling will be kind of ad homing.
I don't think so.
He didn't say that.
What's your name, buddy?
Manufact Totem?
Totem? What's up, Totem? How you doing?
Manufact Totem. Doing all right.
Cool. What you got, buddy?
So if Nathan's around, last time we spoke, he said that measuring from the Earth is measuring the Earth. And I was wondering if he still held to that or if he'd rethought that position at all.
Nathan!
He might be getting coffee. Rephrase your question, please.
Sure. So the common sort of 2024 position, as I've understood it, is that
No. Just don't set it up. Just ask the question.
Do you still agree with that?
You didn't ask the question. Ask the question.
Like, do you agree that
Agree.
blah, blah, blah?
Excuse
Do you agree
me.
that measuring from the Earth is measuring the Earth?
Could you please produce exactly Nathan's exact words? Because I don't want to have anyone here responding to something that may not be his exact words.
Thank you, Brian.
Let's find it. I believe somebody clipped it. Gregory.
Brian is asking you, without interruption from anyone else, to repeat the question exactly the way you want us to hear it. So it's up to you right now to talk.
What I'm asking is
the exact
for him
quote
to produce.
Yeah, so the exact quote was measuring from the Earth is measuring the Earth. I can find the actual clip of him saying it if you like, but I'm pretty sure I got that
If you would, because I don't want to respond to something that Nathan may not have said exactly. Nathan may have used these words slightly different or whatever, so I don't want to do that. You know?
What did I do? I stepped away for a second.
Nathan's here.
Right. So last we spoke, you said that measuring from the Earth is measuring the Earth, and I was wondering if you still held to that position, or if you'd rethought it at all.
Yeah, the Earth must be measured as flat to acquire elevation angle measurements. Absolutely.
Well, when you say measured as flat, what does that look like to you?
Like latitude measurement?
Okay, so if you're measuring from the Earth, I don't understand how you equate that to measuring the Earth itself.
Because we're measuring from the Earth? That seems like a stupid question. You're right back.
This is the semantics argument that we went over a couple weeks ago in regards to being able to measure a tangent of the Earth or from the Earth. Being as it, can we establish a baseline standing on a hill?
That last part seems
How convoluted? Hang on. How convoluted do you have to get before you come out of that Plato's cave? If you own property, they got steel pegs in the ground showing you the parameter of your property, and it's legally that section of land is yours, measured. You don't understand you can measure land on Earth?
Yeah, of course you can, but that's not what Nathan was talking about. Measuring from the land is not measuring the land.
Hang on. Go through the process of measuring land on Earth, and let's see if that's not what Nathan is talking about.
So you stake one position, you stake another position, you measure the distance between them. That would be a measurement of
How
the
do you
land.
do that? And how do you do that? How do you do that?
Meter stick, you could take one of those wheelie measuring tapes things. I suppose there's some theodolite process you could use, but you'd be measuring it.
But that's all straight line measurement, like.
Correct.
You're saying we refer to what Nathan's talking about, and then how do you measure that distance? The distance Nathan was referring to. Because that's the one you're referring to.
I have no idea. Yes, because when you say you've measured the Earth to be flat, and then Nathan describes the process by which that happens, that's not what he's actually describing. He's not describing the Earth being measured flat. He's describing measurement up from a horizontal baseline, which need not necessarily be the Earth itself. So it just seems to not be what he's claiming.
It has to be if you're using a marine sextant.
I'm back now. Sorry, so you're saying that the horizontal baseline, I specifically said latitude though. And that's not the Earth. You're saying that's not the ground. Is the latitude measurement not the ground? Because you're inferring it doesn't have to be the ground.
Well, you're not measuring the flatness of the ground, no.
I'm not measuring for flatness. We're measuring for declination. We're measuring latitude. Is latitude and flatness, are they the same words? We're measuring Earth flat. Latitude is the measurement. That's not a measurement of... it seems like I'm being chanted through. What's going on? I only just sat down.
Sorry, lag. Go ahead.
I need your permission. I need you to shut up while I talk. Not measuring for flatness. We're measuring Earth flat. with latitude being the specific thing that we are measuring. 60 nautical miles for 1 degree measured flat.
Latitude is two-dimensional, so technically it is technically flat.
When you say latitude is two-dimensional, is that...
No, what I asked was, is latitude not the ground?
No.
You don't believe that the latitude system represents ground? Well, you're just wrong. Latitude is very much a mapping. It seems like you're yammering through me again. Maybe you'd like to give me permission to talk as you start talking through me.
You asked me a question.
Last chance.
Sorry.
You can shut your mouth while I respond, or you can yammer through because it's very painful. Eventually, I'll get sick of you and just tell the mods to get rid of you. I'm talking. That means you're not. We're measuring the ground with latitude. It's a system that globers have to accept to stretch those lines around a globe. It's a ground measurement with the ground position of Polaris. Earth is measured flat for latitude. It absolutely represents the ground. You said no, and I went on to correct you that you were just wrong. You don't know what latitude is. It is the ground, you just don't know what it is. You all clear? That's measuring Earth flat, by the way, just to conclude this little inquiry you had. That's measuring Earth flat. That's absolutely clear. Not for flatness. That would be something else. To do that, we'd also need a horizontal plane of reference to describe or how high or low things were with respect to that horizontal plane of reference. For example, sea level would be used to describe how high or low things are with respect to that flat Earth reference. We'll need to measure Earth flat to describe the flatness also. That wasn't what I was describing when I described a system that we use for navigation.
Nathan, I'm afraid that Plato's Cave is replaying itself because in the celestial navigation, there's a specific word called ground position, GP. It seems like in the Globers, it can only work on the curve.
You've decided to talk through yourself, Ten.
I'm almost done. So in the Glober's mind, ground position can only work if the ground is curving, but if it's flat, it's no longer the ground.
May I respond to what Nathan said?
Yeah? Could you acknowledge what I said before you respond to it? Latitude is a flat Earth measurement.
I disagree. So when you asked me originally, you said, is latitude the ground, not does it represent the ground? Yes, it represents the ground in some quality. Any measurement will be a measurement of a specific quality. You can measure temperature, distance, size, but you don't measure all of those things simultaneously. Latitude is a measurement. It can be used as a measurement, rather, but it's a specific measurement of a specific quality. You can use it, for example, to measure distance. That distance need not be a linear distance. So I don't know how you smuggle in it's measured flat.
It is a linear distance. It is a linear distance. It is a linear distance.
Can I just point out two things? Number one, latitude is a two-dimensional measurement. Number two, latitude is a coordinates on the surface of Earth. Now, if you understand geometry and you understand right angle triangles, there is no way for latitude to be anything else but a flat plane measurement.
Absolutely, it can. Look at a schoolroom globe.
In that case, tell us what. Hold on, just one sec. Just tell us.
Okay, let's hear it then.
Yeah, exactly. Tell us what a latitude measurement is. How would you go about doing it? Tell us.
Well, you can use a latitude to measure distance, for example. So between latitude.
No. Not what you can do with latitude. No, we're going to measure latitude. How do we do it? Not what we do after. How do we measure latitude?
Elevation angles to Polaris. At least in the northern hemisphere.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused. Elevation? A moment ago you said it had nothing to do with the ground, and yet now you mentioned this word.
Not what I said.
Excuse me, you don't need to yammer through me, you triggered zealot fundy who's done it 4 times.
If you lie, you lie.
Excuse me, I'm responding to you, triggered zealot coward who needs to chant through the demolishment of his assertion it's got nothing to do with the ground. So we're starting with what was that again? Elevation?
I would put to you, sir, that elevation is absolutely unequivocally tied to the ground because it's the height. That's what elevation is. Were you under the misapprehension that elevation, that's height off the ground? You seem to think it had nothing to do with the ground. Well, I don't need an answer. That's rhetorical. This is actually me pointing out just how stupid that was for you to assert that an elevation angle measurement has nothing to do with the ground that's flat when it's a straight line, the base for the height, the elevation, absolutely tying it without question to the ground you denied it had nothing to do with. No, we start with something that's got specifically everything to do with the ground because it's elevation from the flat ground we measured. So, in conclusion, we measure Earth flat or latitude. I hope that's clear. No need to respond. It's clear for everybody else.
No, I'm going to respond anyway. So, did you just say that elevation angles for Polaris are the elevation of the ground? Because firstly, I never said that nothing to do with the ground.
Elevation describes something from the ground. That's what elevation is. Do you need me to define elevation for you?
Elevation angle is from the ground. Elevation, full stop, is height of the ground.
Yes, from
Okay,
the
don't
ground.
conflate the two.
That's correct. You seem to want to deny that, and now we're doing it again, even though I've already concluded you're rinsing and repeating the same thing. Yeah, I
Never denied it.
down my timbre. So you, the slow globe believer who thought when we say the word elevation, in this case,
So you can lie.
elevation angle, you thought that measurement didn't have something to do with the ground because you're wrong, ignorant, a globe believer, a denier of measurements, someone who chants through conclusions because they're triggered and then suggests that I can have their permission to talk as they yammer through the top of the conclusion. Maybe we'll get a repetition of the exact same thing I've now overcome twice by pointing out that elevation of anything can only be tied to the ground, the thing he denied it had anything to do with. It does. Brian's also pointed out it's a ground-based grid system. This is everything to do with measuring Earth flat. Excellent.
Yeah, that's a lie. I never denied it.
We measure an Earth that's flat with latitude, elevation angle measurements from a flat baseline. A ground position will be ascribed to that line that is flat at the base of Polaris, at its zenith. That would be its ground position on the ground on the straight flat line.
No, it's not on the same straight flat line.
Seems that
That's
this
wrong.
is you concluding through the top. I left a long protracted silence. You said nothing. Now, for
I
the
was
sixth time,
muted.
you feel that it's only appropriate to talk when I'm talking. So when your opportunity comes is when there's a protracted silence, and then you don't say anything.
The only time I'm
Not when I'm
unmuted.
in the middle of concluding your loss. That's just you throwing your dummy out the pram because you've had your ass spanked, and now you want to cry about it by bleating as I
Fusion
talk.
chess grandmaster.
No, my friend, I'm concluding because I won. Your position was, how do we measure Earth flat with latitude and elevation angles?
Which you never
Well, it's
answered.
elevations. It's elevations. They're with respect to the ground.
It's not.
That's how it's measured.
That's not the same measurement. You're wrong.
Chanting your... Was it so desperately important that you chant "you're wrong" through my concise summary of the conclusion you rinse and repeat the same question to, and then said "you're wrong" through the top of
Rinse
me?
and repeat
Is
the
that
same
the thing you felt was...
fallacious argument.
Is that the thing you felt was really important to interrupt the conclusion? You're wrong, straight through the top of it coming.
Extremely important.
Before it's concluded, and
don't
chanting
seem to
now while I
hear it.
point out what a scumbag move that was. Scumbags. That's what we're dealing with. No, not tolerant to actually listen to the conclusion or acknowledge it in any way. Better to say wrong, wrong, wrong through the top of it. Because that will overcome the rebuttal that he's had twice and hasn't acknowledged. about the flat Earth measurement that is latitude. So,
it's still
there was
wrong.
another protracted silence, one where you won't be talking through afterwards, yeah? Yeah,
No,
you
that was
didn't have
my
anything
fault,
to say in
sorry.
that little protracted silence. I'm going to summarize again that we're measuring Earth flat with latitude. It's got ground positions to Polaris with respect to the declination towards the horizon. As you back away from it at 1 degree, that's a flat Earth measurement along a flat baseline with a GP on that line. Flat. I hope that's clear.
Sorry, Nathan, that was my fault. I had him on mute. I didn't get him off quick enough when you stopped speaking. If you want me to unmute him. Yeah, so that was my
Are
fault.
you having to mute him while I give my rebuttal so that he can't be heard talking through the top of it? Because if you're having to mute
Yes.
him, it means he's not listening to what I say. And therefore, when he comes off mute, he won't in any way acknowledge or respond to the things I've said because he's been talking while I've been saying them. So at this point, there is no point communicating with him because he's not actually listening to what I've put to him. That was demonstrably clear when he rinsed and repeated the exact same thing I'd responded to. Not listening. Why talk to him anymore?
No worries.
Yeah, he's done.
Can I say something, Nathan, to you?
Again, Brian?
Can I say something to you? Are you?
Yeah, I'm a bit sweaty. I went out for a second to sort something out.
Excuse me. How can you have a conversation or a debate with someone who doesn't understand the basic principles of what they're arguing with, or arguing for or against, or whatever? I mean, he didn't understand the basic principles of latitude. Latitude is the coordinates on the surface of Earth. Latitude and longitude is two-dimensional. It's always two-dimensional. The surface of a sphere is not two-dimensional. He doesn't understand basic things. Like, he thinks an elevation, like, there's a problem with their opposition. They think because an airplane pilot can use a sextant and a horizontal from their position to gain an angle to a celestial body, they think that means that the horizontal that he's using doesn't have to be part of anything. It doesn't have to relate to anything. No, the only reason that the pilot can do that, or the person with the artificial horizon or anything else, is because they're emulating what the marine sextant is doing when the surface of Earth is being used with the marine sextant. I mean, it's emulating that. It's emulating the use of Earth as the horizontal. That's what it's emulating. And they don't understand this.
It's parallel with the ground.
Otherwise, the Bubble sextant wouldn't. If there wasn't for the marine sextant and the use of it, if it wasn't for celestial navigation in the marine sense, there would be no celestial navigation in the aviation sense. It just wouldn't exist. The only reason that land navigation with the stars or air navigation with the stars is possible is because it first can work using the surface of Earth in a marine sense on the sea. That's why. It's because it's proven to, because you're just replicating what's happening down at sea level. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. I think so. This is why I think a lot of the people we argue with, they're disjointed. They don't realize that a bubble sextant from an air being used by a pilot. The only reason that is possible to work is because there's already a marine sextant using the surface of Earth. They don't get this. They think, you don't need to reference the Earth. Yes, you do.
Yeah, spot on, Brian. Now, even in their own lingo, it has to match what they call the true altitude. And the true altitude reference is the equatorial plane. And they can't even use their globe when they want to do it. They have to go to the middle and get a plane and say, okay, so on the curved surface, which isn't real, we do a tangent plane, and that's got to match the true altitude, which is the rational horizon, the equatorial plane. And if you happen to be on the plane, 30,000 feet, as Brian is saying, how are you going to parallel that true altitude? Well, how about spirit level? that will match what the ground is, what you're measuring from. Spot on.
Yeah.
Well,
All
I don't think he
horizontals.
understands. I don't think he understands what measurement is. Is he still here?
He is. He's been put on server mute because I got sick.
Yeah,
of him.
he's here. I just got him on mute.
Ask him to define measurement.
I did.
Totem. Can you define measurement?
Oh. Yes, I can. So measuring is to assess a specific quantity of a specific quality of a thing using some tool or methodology. Excuse me, an objective.
You left one piece out. You left one piece out. By comparison with a standard.
Yes, that would be the tool. I mean, the units, I don't know if you have to say a standard, you can make the standard, but I would actually say that that's
you're not
a good
comparing
practice,
it.
yes.
No, shut up. No, you're not comparing it with a tool. That's non sequitur. Especially by comparison with the standard. When you measure an elevation angle, what's the standard?
Are you saying for the angle? That would be degrees.
No. You're measuring by comparison with the standard. Define elevation angle.
The degrees in the height of typically a celestial object, but doesn't have to be. Excuse me, off from some horizontal reference. That would be elevation angle.
A horizontal reference, the horizontal standard. You're measuring from a standard, right? Welcome to Flat Earth.
I don't know if it calls it the standard. No.
It was rhetorical. What he said afterwards was welcome
It's not
to
the
Flat
Earth,
Earth.
though. That horizontal is
Yeah,
it's
I'm
not
now
the Earth.
talking. You could stutter your way through this, but I'm now talking. I mean, shut up. Target elevation angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. Another one?
Are you claiming that horizontal is the Earth?
That's the definition of an elevation angle. Do you want another one? The elevation angle,
Horizontal is
sometimes
not the
referred
Earth.
to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line and the observer and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. I'll just repeat that last bit. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Sustainable by design. Definition of altitude angle.
Yes, that's not the Earth, though. It's a constructed horizontal.
Sorry. It's specifically the Earth. It says the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, and it's describing a height. Do you think when we describe heights of things, what would you suggest that we describe heights of things with respect to? Middle of space, maybe?
Could be.
Ground. The ground. We covered this 3 times. You just chanted through me and had to be server muted while you chanted through me putting this to you the last 3 times. Elevation specifically with reference to the ground. Could you acknowledge that rather than rumpusing it, chanting through it, ignoring it, and having to be server muted so you don't get away with listening to it? It's specifically with respect to the ground, it's elevation.
I acknowledge that you said that, but that's wrong because I can measure the height of a spire on the top of a tower, and I'm not measuring from the ground. I'm measuring from the base of that spire.
Wait, the height off what? The height off the middle of space? Was it the height of the tower off the middle of space?
Spire.
Off the height of the spire off the middle of the space vacuum, or is it a height of a spire off the bleeding ground?
Off the top of the tower, where the base of that spire is situated.
Is it situated in the middle of space or on the ground?
On top of a tower, not on the ground.
Is the base of the tower on the ground?
But that's not what we're measuring.
Hold on.
We're measuring
What he's saying is, hold on. He is saying he can measure a point in the middle of space, isn't he?
Nope.
Would that be?
Well, no,
Hold
he's
on.
saying that.
There's a further follow-up question. You're saying I'm measuring something that sits on something else that isn't on the ground. Well, I wonder why we'd be doing that. Okay, given that we can measure things in the middle of space, and we're talking about specifically about navigation, can you give me perhaps an example within navigation where that's done, please? So it comports with your example that's stupid. Can you example where that's done in navigation, please?
Yes. So if I want to measure the angular distance between two stars, one above the other, I would measure one from that star and the height
That's
from
not
that
done in navigation.
to the
You
other
don't
star.
do that in navigation.
To measure the distance between stars, the angular distance between stars? Sure you do.
You measure their elevation angle. Who's talking through me in Discord?
It was. Sorry.
We're measuring elevation angles.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You said the angular distance between them in the sky. That doesn't have any relationship
Sure. You want
to
to
navigation. Now you're chanting through me, pointing out the flaw in your reply. You have to do. Is this the dance we'll go through every time we have a conversation with one another? You make some stupid nonsense up. I've asked you where we get an angle to something that isn't with respect to the ground. Because when we take elevation angles for navigation, your response was to talk about angular distance between stars. We're not measuring angular distance between stars in the sky. No, that's useless for navigation. You obviously don't know what we do when we navigate. Obviously. Because you wouldn't have suggested that when I specifically asked you.
Better example.
And there's him yammering through me. I don't think I want to continue with the conversation again. It's reached the same point as before, where when I undermine, undo, and debunk his crap, he starts yammering like now straight through the top of it, so he doesn't have to listen to it. So if he talks through the top of me, I won't have to be listened to. He won't have to respond to it. It's just that's the end of an intolerant wanker's time here, it seems, because I'm concluding and you're yammering through me. No, there are no scenarios when we measure elevation angles because we're acquiring ground positions. That's all we're doing. You gave a scenario to compare and contrast where, in this scenario, it's a spire on top of a tower, so it's got nothing to do with the ground. Oh, right, where does that compare to elevation angles for navigation? Oh, well, if we measure the angular distance between stars in the sky, we don't do that for navigation. Now it's constant yammering through the top of that conclusion that's offered a false description of something that won't get used for navigation. Clearly either misunderstanding the question, being too dumb, or trying to offer a false answer to suggest that his spire example somehow comports with navigation. When we navigate with ground positions. He's saying it's got nothing to do with the ground. Why has it got nothing to do with the ground? Oh, because of a false comparison with a spire. I mean, no doubt the server moderators had to step in so I could get to the end of that conclusion. Ergo, he hasn't listened to a single word, and when he gets taken off server mute, he won't be replying to that which I've just put to the audience because he hasn't listened to it. Ergo, I don't want to talk to him anymore. Unless you take him off server mute and he instantly acknowledges and replies to that which I've just said, which he won't do, I don't want to talk to him anymore.
He said he had a customer, that's why he deafened.
Shocking. So
Yeah,
he's
but
engaged
he's just
in
doing what they're all
conversation,
doing at
and
the
at the
moment,
point that he gets
Nathan.
annihilated, he's got something else to do. Of course.
Yeah, but he's just trying to get in there what everyone else, all these other globes are trying to get in there, and they're trying to state somehow that celestial navigation with a sextant is negated by zenith angles. And in the chat, that's what he's got. Haha, I got it in there, zenith angles. So again, they're just trying to negate this sextant and get off topic.
What about them? He could have put that to me if he'd actually acknowledged some of the responses, then actually argued for his zenith angles. Instead, he chose to chant through the devastating rebuttals that I put to him. And from the chat, he's now put something else. Oh, really? Well, it'd be useful if we could have a back and forth where I put a conclusion to you, you acknowledge it in defeat, rather than chant straight through the top of it, ignore it, and then put something else from the chat. So, from the chat, did he acknowledge my rebuttal? Oh, no, he was on to his next point without having listened to a single sodding word I said.
Is he back yet, or is he there?
Put himself on server deafen while I was pointing out his loss, and then gone to the chat on server deafen, and decided that from the chat he's going to tell me about reciprocating zenith angles. I'm reading between the lines because all he said is zenith angles. Does that mean he's acknowledged a single word I said? Absolutely not.
Nathan?
He's just deafened at the moment, so he probably has got a customer, so he is off server mute, but he's deafened.
I had time to tell you about zenith angles in the chat. course.
May I speak?
Yes.
Okay. The whole point with the elevation angle with a Mariner sextant is to establish the zenith distance. Zenith distance in the Mariner's sextant, the two-step process. First is the elevation angle above the horizon. Then you subtract that from 90, which is the observer's zenith, and that would be the co-altitude zenith distance. This creates right angle triangle in the sky with the adjacent having to match the exact distance on the Earth that the Mariner is on. Creates the box with the 490s. We have pictures from their own books that show that the zenith angle is for zenith distance between the sun's GP on the Earth to the position of the observer, where he's 90 degrees on the Earth, parallel zenith. The sky miles, the adjacent in the sky with the upside down right angle, is the exact one on the bottom, referencing the Earth. Therefore, the box with the 490s. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, he accepts all that. He's just saying that the horizontal line at the end of that box is not the Earth. So that's what I was going to disprove that. Right.
No, don't waste your oxygen. How do navigators who leave Los Angeles port end up in Hawaii if it doesn't represent the exact zenith distance to another?
Yeah, see,
it's nonsense.
No, see, what he's trying to do is the same thing as all the rest of them. Try and remove by claiming that the horizontal line at the end of that box is not the Earth. They're removing reality and stating that it's not the Earth because it's not the globe Earth, and that's the real problem. But he doesn't understand how the corrections work and why they prove that it is the Earth. This is the main problem with them.
Yeah, you're right. They have to deny, which is what I said earlier. They have to. It only works on the globe, but not on the flat surface. If the globe is a flat surface, it can't work. So,
yeah,
in his world, Hawaii is somewhere in the air. It's not on the ground.
At some point, it's going to take reciprocating zenith angles as a presupposition and utilize tangential planes with flat Earth angles to claim that they function in a reciprocating way. That is to say, they are diverging from one another on a sphere surface. With that in mind, its baseless assertion that we have diverging zeniths is an assertion that on the surface, we've got these points perpendicular to a plane that don't match each other and aren't parallel. That's his essential claim. But with us accepting that, which obviously we wouldn't, yeah, they have to be parallel, as on screen now. I had your box up, by the way, Tenth, while you were going through that. With that in mind, if we were to accept this nonsense that zeniths aren't parallel, which they are, then what? That will be proving that the ground he denied initially is now curving. So, okay, now that we're using points perpendicular to the surface, isn't curving because it's perpendicular, but tangential to a curve below it, then I can prove, with reciprocating zenith angles, that the surface is curving, and it will now be the surface. I've used all those flat Earth angles that I didn't allow you to say were the surface, because obviously we could be measuring spires when we measure ground positions. Aren't the ground according to him, but will be the ground once he's got us to accept reciprocating zenith angles. And it will be the ground.
I was going to ask a question. Sorry, Brian, real quick. I was going to try to get in and try to ask him a question because, and it relates to the point you just brought up, Nate. This thing with the elevation angle and it's describing the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on. If it was defined as the curved plane or the curved surface that the observer is standing on, would it be the ground then, according to all of them? Would it be okay now to say it's the ground? Is it the problem being that it's defined as a horizontal plane of reference? I want to see that coming from them. Like, I want to hear it. That was.
But that's exactly what he's going to say to you.
That's exactly what he did say.
He's going to do.
He did say
that's
it's not the ground.
He wants to say it is the Earth. Go on.
That's exactly what he did say. It's not the ground. Yeah, it is. No, it's not. What if I measure a spire by false comparison? Where does that slot into navigation? Oh, it doesn't. We're measuring with respect to ground positions that are on the ground. For a latitude grid that's on the ground, two-dimensional, can only be flat, measured flat with these 490s. Wasn't it, like I say, when he was listening, none of it was getting acknowledged. Just no, it isn't.
I acknowledged all of it.
No.
Okay.
No, you did.
Okay, well, let's
you
just,
didn't.
okay,
You
well,
did
let's see if you can acknowledge this. On screen now from a navigation manual describing the process. You could accept this as being a measurement of Polaris or any other navigation star. It unequivocally describes there being 490s and parallel zeniths on a flat plane. For the co-altitude measurement to match the ground, it must be parallel on both sides, aka a square or oblong. Well, that's got a flat baseline. It is the ground. This is from a bleeding navigation manual. You said not the ground. So, number one, do you accept that zeniths are parallel as described in this diagram for it to function as it's shown in this diagram? Or do you think that zeniths aren't parallel?
I can't see what you're looking at, but is that the thing put out by Viking?
From a navigation, it's Harold Jacoby, practical navigator. Look, you said
I would not
something
say
about
that's
zeniths in the chat. You said something about zeniths from the chat.
Correction. That's not from Harold Jacoby's book. This is from an actual almanac. I believe it's the Air Almanac that the mariners use because it's easier to use than the normal almanac. But it doesn't matter. You can't change the process. So look at Master B in a second for his little comparison and see if he can wake up once I post it. It'll be coming to you right now.
I just posted something from Master B from your tent. Is that the one?
Oh, the thing AJ posted?
I believe that's the one. I'm just trying to clarify. I think they're posting something else.
Okay, because Elijah posted the original to this, and that orange line was labeled as a grade
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I was posting. Yeah, that was the one I sent Nathan that shows the box with the 490s. This is how it's done, period. End of story. This is from their own book. Okay, not
he's
flat
not
earth
denying
navigation.
that, though. He's
Hang
not denying
on.
the 490s.
Not from a flat
He's
earth
going around in
navigation.
circles with the guy. It's what a complete waste of time. I'm here listening to you all go round in circles with the guy.
I'm not going in circles.
It's not the Earth according to him. But why don't you just use the corrections that prove that it is the Earth? Stop wasting time. I don't get what you're all doing.
It's not about the guy. It's about the audience. And it's the next two pictures is going to bury this guy's ideology. Can you post the next two pictures I just posted?
Yep.
But with its
I've just dropped them in there. Manufactotum. There's the first one at 17 minutes past the hour, and then there's another one at 17 just below. But there's a couple of people talking between them. So one's of the satellite in the sky, and the other one is of the Eiffel Tower.
Mm-hmm. What am I meant to answer here?
What's the reference?
You keep saying it's not the ground, but it's specifically the ground. And these diagrams all have the baseline labeled as ground level. It's a straight line that isn't curved. It's intrinsic. It's elevation. It must be with respect to the ground. These are all things you've denied repeatedly.
Yes, I would still deny that.
Okay, can you get us a reference that shows that we measure elevations from globe level, please? Can I have that citation?
From globe level, sorry? I don't think I ever said that. I don't know what that
that's because it doesn't. Yes, I'll conclude then. That's because it doesn't happen. We only measure things from ground level, sea level, things of that nature. There is no measuring from a curve. The way you describe the curve is by describing the deviation from ground level. That's how it is described when you think you've got Earth curve. But you've got to have a ground level to describe it from. In the same way, you've got to have a ground level to describe the heights of things, aka elevations. The things you described had anything to do with the ground, because you could describe an elevation angle of a tower on top of a tower. Well, meanwhile, in navigation, we're measuring with respect to ground positions for a system of latitude that's on the ground, something you denied. Now, I did actually say that literally the exact same thing about 45 seconds ago, but it seems we're into that time of the show where we go through the same thing with somebody over and over again. And they go, nuh-uh, and give us false comparisons like measuring spires, and then can't give a juxtaposition with the actual navigation process. Navigation meaning the ground we navigate that you deny. So we're clear.
Right. So we measure from eye level, technically, not ground level. Like there's dip corrections we can do to bring it down to the ground, but those require globe measurements or globe calculations, excuse me.
Don't have eye level.
So regardless,
no, they don't.
You don't have eye level
hang
on a globe.
He just,
Wait, you don't have eye level on a globe? Oh, God. Don't have eye level.
Just made it.
Have eye level on a sextant.
I'm sorry. One second, please, before you continue. I don't know. I must have been on for the past 25 minutes or so, but didn't I welcome him to Flat Earth? How does he respond?
That's what they do.
I can't believe that you allowed him to state that the dip correction uses globe corrections. I can't believe you just allowed that to walk past you.
I asked
you
him.
did. You just allowed that to walk past you.
No,
I can't believe you did that.
No, I did not. I said, give me
Yes,
your
you
height
did.
above.
That's exactly. Everyone here heard it.
Okay.
I can justify it.
Everyone here heard what he said, and you just left that walk past you.
What did he say, Brian?
We shouldn't even be talking to him anymore.
I agree. What do you think got
what
past
is this? Are you guys bored or something?
Yeah,
Wasn't he dead?
Why is it with you and Brian today? This is what I do for a living.
So you want to kill him again? Okay.
As long as he keeps respawning, I'll keep shooting him in the face with both barrels. Yes.
Okay.
Brian, sorry, you gave
me.
Go ahead, Brian.
To this man, could you detail for me the height of height correction? Please.
Yes.
Start to
so it's 1.76 times the square root of the height of eye above presumably sea level.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth.
How is that a welcome to Flat Earth?
Sorry, do you want to just say your sentence again? Do you want to just say your sentence again? Sorry, do you want to just say your sentence again? Excuse me, you could just yammer through me asking you to repeat it, and then you won't maybe have to. I'm going to ask you to put a particular emphasis on two words. Sea level. Do you want to just repeat your definition and just put a nice strong emphasis on those two words, and then when I welcome you to Flat Earth for a second time, you'll understand why. Go ahead.
Sea level doesn't contradict the globe.
Right, that's not what I asked. I asked you to repeat your definition. You seem to be doing something different now. You described your height above sea level.
1.76 times the square root of the height of eye. Presumably, the height of eye will be above sea level.
That's a level.
Above sea
that's not curved.
level.
That's Flat Earth. That's not your cue to keep talking through the conclusion that you've been welcomed to Flat Earth.
That's the horizontal.
Maybe if you keep yammering through the conclusion, it won't be a conclusion anymore. No, this is the conclusion time. When you tell me that you need to measure the height of the eye above sea level, I welcome you to Flat Earth because you'll be measuring Earth flat. Elevation, height of eye, something you also denied had anything to do with the ground, even though it's elevation. Now you've made it absolutely clear. You know it's got something to do with the ground while he yammers through me again. Server
never denied it.
Can you put this man on mute? Because I'm concluding my victory. And he wants to take that away from me in his loss by chanting through the conclusion. Yeah, your height above sea level is sea level. That's not sea curve. That's not sea globe. That's sea level. The thing you'll be starting this process with. Ergo, the third time. Welcome to Flat Earth. You are measuring Earth flat.
Snacks in the back.
He didn't detail the height of height correction at all.
No, he just got to the height of eye. He said you measure your height off the sea level.
No, he inferred horizon distance. He didn't detail the correction at all. Why did you leave him off of that?
Because as soon as he measured a flat Earth, I held him to the flat Earth he needed.
He didn't do. I have, like what he said, I can't believe you're all after leaving him off of that. That is the very linchpin. It's the very thing you have to lead them off with there, is the very way out for them. Because you're not holding them to task on the very claim he made. And
But Brian
they
is
will keep, hang on, Kent. They will keep doing this to all of you. Day after day after day after day. If that's what you want, then I don't know what. How can you do that to yourself?
What? Do what?
Makes no sense to me.
Do what?
You just allowed him to
You're just going to repeat
urinate
the
in
same
your
thing,
back.
aren't you?
Urinate in your back and tell you it was raining. That's what you just did.
Yeah, that metaphor doesn't help either. You need to explicitly detail what you say has transpired that isn't correct.
He just claimed the dip correction, which is the height of void correction, has something to do with a globe of radius 3959 miles, and you just left them off. Right? Proving to anyone he needs to explain it to, because you left them off with that, he can then show them how what he claimed, right, was that the horizontal line is nothing to do with the surface of the earth, and it's not the surface of the earth. You've just allowed him off with that.
What did he say that I let him off with?
I asked him to detail the height of void correction. He came back with a heap of nonsense based off of a mathematical distance to a mathematical horizon. Right? And you jumped on the words sea level. Right? It doesn't matter to him that you jumped on the word sea level.
Brian's right, he's got it in the chat. He says, sorry, you're right, he's got it in the chat here. He said, it does, and I backed it up.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Right. He backed up absolutely nothing.
Please just stop repeating the same. Brian, please calm down.
I won't, Nathan. I won't. I've had enough of it. 3 years now. He literally urinated all over you and told you it was raining. That's what he just did. And you allowed it to happen because you're too busy looking for buzzwords to jump on.
It was a whole bunch of talking and over talking. I barely heard it. So,
what Brian is trying to say, from his point of view, is that once you understand how it all works, which you have to go to the books, it says you must make a correction for height of eye. It must be on the surface of the sea, which gives you, which corrects the obtuse angle to an acute angle, which is necessary before you come up with your final degree measurements. Okay? That's what Brian's trying to say. This guy, he's just not explaining it, and Brian wanted to catch him making that mistake.
That's the link. I want him to go through the details and then show in the almanac where those corrections match the corrections for the dip to a radius of a globe of radius 3959 miles, which they don't. They match a horizontal plane. But he was just left off. Right? He now got away with claiming that the horizontal is not the surface of the earth, and then you left him off, Nathan, with the very thing that you should have held him on that proves it is the surface of the earth. You left him off with that.
He said sea level. How are you saying I let him off with not being the surface of Earth when I held him to task on him utilising sea level?
Because technically, he can play back this audio and show it to someone who's completely unsuspecting, right, where he proved himself correct and you didn't know what you're talking about.
No, what are you on about?
Because he's thrown in the equation, including the radius or the distance to the horizon or the radius.
Yeah. He's throwing in stuff that I asked him to detail the height of void correction. He didn't. He said 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, blah, blah, blah. Right. That's not the detailing of the dip correction. That's not the detailing of the height of void correction. He didn't do it. He threw in a heap of nonsense and then the word sea level that you jumped on. He got away. He actually won.
Brian, to be fair though, I understand your point. But who cares who he's showing what to? He's already conceded to the horizontal plane, conceded to sea level. I don't.
No, but he wasn't. Hold on. He didn't. Chocolate. That's the thing.
Hold on.
He didn't do that.
Hold on. What do you want?
What I want is for you not to jump on the word sea level and for him to have to detail and show and prove his claims concerning height of eye having something to do with the surface of a globe of radius 3959 miles, which he can't do. That's what needed to happen.
I can clarify what he actually stated, if you like, guys, because what he stated was, before he got muted, was he threw out that equation, for the radius, and then just before he got muted, and what he's stating is that the sea level or the horizontal doesn't need to be on the surface. So again, he's trying to get away from that surface, even though Nathan has pulled him up on it.
Yeah, but just go to the picture in Master B from an official navigation.
That was, I think I got it.
You know, holding him where he's lying by saying, "Oh yeah, that's what you're saying. Let's see it." When he said sea level, it was just kind of an out for him because everyone knows what level is, but they argue that it's not what it is. Instead of him just, floundering around in his own claim, not having anything to back it up with.
Before he gave his 1.6 times whatever, there was a lot of jumbled audio. I really couldn't hear him. Maybe Nathan just didn't hear him.
I heard him clearly twice. And that diagram is not
he didn't say
what I needed
twice.
to do.
He didn't say it twice. He maybe said the 1.6. I didn't hear him.
I heard him state clearly twice that it's 1.76.
I'm not talking about that. My God.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about then. That's what I'm talking about.
Drop it for now. All right. Focus on the ballers. All right. We'll deal with it in the after show. Okay?
But this is the after show.
The after show then.
Well, the problem is he went to a mathematical equation.
Hello.
And the picture I put in Master B from an official navigation site is like the biggest paradox you ever saw, because the right angle triangle that's on top of the made up sphere is exactly what has to happen when you do height of eye correction. That adjacent is sea level, but the ballers have a different definition for sea level because they think water curves. And so sea level is only locally level, but it curves the rest of the way. So this is why that picture is so significant, because the bottom half is they're in Plato's cave, and the top half is reality.
Okay.
Hey, Nathan, hold on. I think I could solve it. Hey, Nathan, you still there?
Yes.
Nathan.
Yes.
He's dipped.
No, he's there. I can hear him.
I'm sorry. I accidentally kicked myself out of the G Plus Hangout. When I rejoined it had me on mute, so they couldn't actually hear me, but they can now. Yes, I am here.
Okay. So remember, was it yesterday or the other day? Whenever you hear dip angle correction, which it should be, that's what it's titled. Just do. I'm not saying my way is the perfect way, but wasn't it quite telling? So you're a ship's navigator. As soon as you hear dip angle correction, well, we want to see step by step how you acquire that, and bring them right to the harbor, and let them walk through you each step. That'll solve everything, wouldn't it?
That's what I wanted. I wanted them to have to go through from step A right through to Z. Because that Z, he destroys his globe.
I've got Brian's citations in our chat here. So we've got at 30 minutes past the hour are the first ones. And one of them is a solution for the
Brian's citations? I didn't post anything.
Sorry, you didn't. Sorry, no, they were tense. Sorry. I'm messing up.
We don't want citations. Have him. Is he still here?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah.
Ask him to give it's the dip angle correction. He's a ship's navigator. He's coming into the harbor. He's got to work for the next week. They're sailing from Portugal to Texas, and poor dumb bastards are trying to invade Texas, but that's another story. but he's the ship's navigator. So ask him to please go step by step from the point where he gets out of his car. When he gets onto the ship, step by step, how that dip angle is found and what is the dip angle correction. Is that fair?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll go with that.
He's just here listening, I believe. Manufactotum.
Okay.
It's unmuted.
Yeah, Manufactotum. Did you get that?
Yeah, so the step-by-step. Yeah.
You get out of your car, you're in the harbor.
Right. So I get onto the ship. Presumably, I'm going to be taking my measurements from like the crow's nest, right? So before I get onto the ship or from the ship, I take the height of the crow's nest from the water. And that's going to be my height of eye, right? So when I make my corrections, I'm going to use that times, the square root of that times 1.76, and that'll be in meters.
Oh,
sorry.
The water. No, go ahead, Brian. He's all yours.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. So you just measure your height of your eye in the crow's nest above the water underneath the boat. That's what you just said, yeah?
Yes. Yes.
Right. And where are you getting 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? What is that in reference to?
That's in reference to the almanac.
No, what is that in reference to? I'm already showing you up here to be the pretender.
How do we derive it?
What is that in reference to? What are you referring to? 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. What is that in reference to?
That's in meters. That's the
right. What is it referring to? What is this 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? What does that relate to?
He's going to play silly buggers again and
Nathan,
step in. Stop.
Nathan,
Stop.
Nathan.
Stop. That means stop. He keeps responding with a correction that it's not in feet, it's in meters, rather than answering the bleeding question.
I know that.
Maybe I don't understand the question.
In reference to?
Now he's chanting through the repetition of the question, so it begins.
Because you came in, I was fine as I was. I'm doing the thing that you should have done, and now you're coming in to ruin me doing it.
Shut up, Nathan.
So is it degrees you're looking for? I'm not sure what you're asking.
Times the square root of observer's height in feet in reference to. Is that a distance?
No, that's angle. That's the angle.
1.7. The square root. Square roots aren't angles.
No, the square root of the height. The height in meters, right? That's what you're working with in meters.
That's not an
1.76.
The square root of the observer's height in feet is not an angle.
Yes, I know. You're going to be subtracting that from the angular, from the...
Oh, sorry. That's not an angle. So what is the 1.76?
Gives you what you did.
Brian, I've got to be able to... Brian, I've got to be able to still control the show.
I know what I'm doing.
Brian, I need to be able to control the show.
I think I get the question.
Well, that means that I've got to clear the airwaves, get the guy to stop doing what he's doing, which is in the middle of your repetition, he starts answering you. Now I need to stop that so I can clear the airwaves and say, excuse me, dude. You need to stop talking through the top of Brian's repetition of the question you didn't answer. The last time you did it, you started correcting him on feet over meters like it was relevant. Yeah, he's asking you what it's in reference to. You've said it's an angle. He's pointed out a square root's not an angle. Now I'm going to hand over to Brian to reiterate that point without you yammering through it, so that once he's finished, you can then, once he's concluded, respond. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, Nathan. So 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, is that a distance? Is it distance?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
So it's not a calculated distance.
It's a calculated angle that you subtract.
It's not an angle. It's not an angle.
It gives you an angle.
Sorry, say that again.
It gives you an angle.
It doesn't give you an angle. Right. What is the 1.76?
Stop. The word's changed. I've got to stop in again.
Why?
Because he's changed the word.
gives you is. Sorry, I need to step in to clarify.
My God, you're making this impossible.
No, I'm trying to keep charge. You're making it impossible by defying me every single step that I do so. Dude, you changed the words. Yeah? Is an angle, gives you an angle. They're two different things. You've changed the vernacular halfway through the discussion.
You changed it earlier, Nathan. When you stepped in, I was trying to hold them to
Yeah,
these
you
things.
could
And you
make
keep
this.
stepping in. I'm
You
hearing
could make
them
this
say
about
these
the
things.
discussion
You're
I had
not
earlier,
hearing
Brian.
it.
You're making it so bloody difficult for me. It's untrue.
No, you're making it difficult. You're the one making this difficult, Nathan. I'm doing the thing you should have been doing 10 minutes ago. Now, 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You're claiming that's not a distance.
I'm claiming that gives you the angle that you subtract from the elevation angle you took.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, are you claiming that the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is not a calculated distance?
I don't believe it's a distance, no.
Believe? I thought you knew. This is a knowing or not knowing.
I don't know how it's derived. I know what it results in is an angle that you subtract from the elevation angle.
How are you getting? You don't know what. So when you threw out 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, when you threw that out there as if it's the dip correction, you didn't even know if it was the dip correction.
No, I know it's a dip correction.
But it's not the dip correction.
Sure it is.
It's not.
So
Dip correction is an angle correction. Dip correction is an angular correction. The square root of the observer's height in feet is not an angular correction.
The result is in degrees.
Result of what? You haven't defined the 1.76 yet. What's the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
Meters.
Is that a distance or not?
Please, can I just correct one thing so it just stops being wrong? It's really bugging me. It's times the observer's height in meters, Brian. Just stop saying feet and change it to meters and everything will be square.
I don't care what it is. I don't care.
He's going to correct.
I don't care, Nathan. It's irrelevant. There's another. There's a one for the feet. And one for, just let it happen.
Well, I'd say at this point he's not actually going to answer that. Whether he's not answering honestly and he's being dishonest, or whether he just doesn't. Hang on, or whether he just doesn't understand where it was derived from or what it's referencing. You're not going to get the answer.
AJ, I'm trying to get. Yeah. I'm trying to pin him down. Nathan is making it absolutely impossible. I'm trying to pin him down on these 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. Okay, Nathan. I'm trying to pin him down on that and how that has any relation to where that comes from. Right, where that number comes from, what it's in relation to, and how it connects to the dip correction. And he's avoiding because he knows that I know what he's talking about.
Oh yeah, sure, that's fine. I don't know what the 1.76 is derived from. I just know that that's the dip correction you apply.
That's not the dip correction.
What is the dip correction then?
The dip correction is an angular correction. The 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters is not the dip correction. So what is the 1.76 times the... Tell me, what is the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters? What is that?
That is the subtraction from the elevation angle you take if you're sighting the horizon.
That's not the subtraction. You don't subtract square roots. We don't have subtract square roots from angles.
Are you fucking retarded?
You don't subtract square roots from angles.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That's the calculation you do for the dip correction. You get an angle from that calculation. And you subtract it from the...
It's not...
Okay.
He's put it to you 4 times.
Would you like a citation?
Stop. He said it to you 4 times. Don't subtract square roots from angles.
Well, he was wrong all 4 times.
Can you remove the other white knight? Yeah. He's put it to you 4 times. Now you're going to acknowledge it. You're going to eat it. Oh. Say, I understand that it's stupid to assert that square roots are
minus from angles. That's just fundamentally wrong. Brian's put it to you. You're going to eat it so we can move on. So eat it. Acknowledge it. Go.
He's wrong. That's the dip correction. You multiply it times 1.76 and you subtract that angle result from the height of, from the angular elevation angle.
1.76 doesn't give you an angle. 1.76 doesn't give you an angle. The 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters doesn't give you an angle. That gives you something else.
No, it gives you an angle.
What angle?
It doesn't give you an angle.
Okay,
it
what
doesn't
angle?
give you an angle.
Right, Brian, stop 1 sec. Okay, you say it gives you an angle. So, okay. What is it? 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. What angle is that?
Depends how, if it's 1 meter, then you're going to be, what, 1.76?
What, degrees?
Yes, degrees.
It's not. That's just a total lie what he just said there. It's 1.76. Yeah.
You're saying you minus 1.76 degrees off your elevation angle to give you a co-altitude. Is that what you're saying? Or to do the dip correction, sorry.
You don't. That's a load of rubbish. He just told a complete lie.
That's okay. No. Citation, please.
There you go. I just put the chart. in the chat.
He's going to produce the dip correction chart. He's not going to detail what the 1.76 is.
Let's just clarify that with him, please.
No, I already told you I don't know what this 1.76 is derived from.
Stop! What we want is a citation for this 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters as an angle that gives you dip correction as an angle you can minus from your height. Is that what you're providing?
Yeah, so the chart I posted? Yes.
It's in Master B for you guys.
Okay.
So the far right.
Going on here, Nathan.
Go ahead.
So, what is the dip then for 35 feet? Correction. What amount of correction is that for 35 feet?
35 feet is not on here. It goes to 21 feet.
What about 50 feet?
Did you say 50 or 15?
50.
It's also not on here. It goes to 21 feet.
I can see it here. I can see height of eye for 50 feet. You must be looking at your own head. I can see the correction.
Wait, where does it say the square root on it? Where does it say that?
No, they've done the calculations for us.
Yeah.
Sorry,
so,
stop a second, Brian.
Yeah.
You told us that to get the correction for dip, you needed to take 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. I asked you very specifically if this citation would back that. You said yes. Now I've said, where does it say that? And you've told me what they've done to achieve this. So it's not on there. This does
So if you
not
look at the
back.
first entry.
So I just every time I go to conclude, this asshole steps all over me. I asked you if this was a citation to suggest the 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. It isn't. That absolutely infuriates me, you lying scum. How dare you waste our time?
It absolutely suggests that, you piece of shit. Look,
It's not on there. It's not on there. You lying scum globe zealot. This is not that citation. I made it explicitly clear what I was asking for. And this isn't it! You can take him off server mute. It doesn't have that on there anywhere.
first entry, top right. 1 meter, 1.8. That's 1.76, I assume approximate.
That's not 1.7
Absolutely suggests exactly what I said.
Detailed on the citation. He's just rinsed and repeated the exact same shit. It does not say anywhere on there that equation, does it?
No. and the 1.8
it gives the result of that equation.
Can you shut up,
Solve for
you lying
X,
scum?
the equation.
What you were asked to cite
Stop lying.
is not
It's
on
right there
this.
in black and
Shut
white.
up. Shut your lying mouth. What you were specifically asked to cite is not on this citation. Not even a citation. It's a bloody chart that's got a load of numbers on it so he can what? Bamboozle us with the thing that hasn't got the very specific thing we're arguing about? He's got 1.7 times the square root of the observer site in meters. I ask him, is this going to have that on there as the citation for where it comes from? Yes is the answer. No, it isn't! You liar! Manufactorum, you have lied to us.
Brian's actually pointed this out before, how like
Eli, shut up. Eli, shut up. Is your name Manufactorum? Love a fuck. Go on mute. You lied to us. I was very specific about what I was asking you to cite. Wasn't I?
Apparently not.
Oh, really? So I'll trim it out of the recording with your lying bastard words right next to you affirming that what I asked you for specifically? No, liar. I asked, it was clear, and you are now yammering through me now you're off mute. It's not on there anywhere at all. You're a liar. This isn't what you were asked for. You're a liar.
It's simple maths. It's the equation. Gets you every single one of those numbers on there.
Simple maths. It's not on there. There is no simple maths that says 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. That is not on there anywhere. And his answer is, it's simple maths. It's not in the citation you were asked for, you lying scum.
Nathan, he just said it's simple maths. Earlier on, he said he didn't know what it was. He didn't know how it was derived. Now he's saying it's simple maths. Earlier on, he couldn't tell me what the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters was referring to.
Yeah, and then he said he could get a citation. Then he said he could get a citation for it, and this is what we've got, and it absolutely in no way even suggests it, and now he's chanting through it. And when I put that to him, he says it's simple maths. It does. Rather than, no, I understand that this doesn't have what I've said it will have in it, and now it's constant chanting. Every time he's taken off mute, he's blabbering through everything we say so he doesn't have to listen to it. He's a lying scumbag. This isn't what he was asked for in any way, shape, or form, making him a liar.
Typically.
Yeah, every single number on that chart is derived by that equation.
Where did the equation come from? Because that's what we asked you to cite. You stupid man. Now pay close attention this time. You're being asked for the citation that shows where that is derived. It's been put to you about 10 times. And this is what we got as a result of asking for it to be cited. And it isn't on there. No, he's have to be served. He's so intolerable. I'm sick of this.
Yeah, he's serving muted, but I just wanted to say, Manufactotum, you've given it with the completed equations, making the statement those equations are derived from this 1.75 meters, yeah. But have you got something that actually states that other than your assertion?
No. Don't go down the wrong road. What he needs to do is detail what the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters is referring to. I asked him earlier, is that a distance? And he said no. It's recorded. No, that he said no. When I asked him was it a distance, he said no first. Then he tried to claim it was an angle and a few other nonsense. But the point is, he said no.
Yeah, and he's become unreasonable and intolerable, so we can't communicate with him anymore. The second he comes off mute, he'll start yammering through the top of something that he's had put to him, so he doesn't have to respond to it. He's presumably talking now on server mute by one of the server operators. There's no communicating with him anymore, Brian. It's reached the point of his loss. So he's causing absolute chaos whenever he comes off server mute, or non-sequituring his way away from the point that he's just had. For example, this isn't the citation that shows where you got your 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters from, as you were asked. Response, it's just maths. Yeah? We're dealing with total Brian. Assholes.
That's what I was just trying to clarify was a citation, Brian. I thought we were on that, so yeah, apologise for that if I took it off your topic.
No, it's okay, AJ. I'm just trying to point out something here. What he needs to do, when he said it's just 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. What he's actually claiming there is a mathematical distance to a mathematical globe horizon, right? And that's what he tried to walk straight past everyone with, and that's what infuriated me. I'm sorry if I insulted people or annoyed people, but it infuriates me when you leave these people just walk straight past. He literally added in his globe mathematically, right? And here we are, and he can't support it. He can't support even the distance as a globe distance. Never mind that, let's. But he is claiming a distance. He is claiming a mathematical distance to a mathematical horizon.
Right.
Can you measure the distance to the horizon? No, it can't be measured. You can't. You have a better chance of weighing a rainbow.
He's happy to lie. When we asked him to actually cite it, he gave us this and just lied, pretending that it was what he was being asked for.
I think he needs to find a long curving pier, and when he gets to the end of it, jump off of it.
It's just dealing with scumbags. You know, you ask them to cite something, they give you something that isn't what they've claimed, so they can deceive you into believing that they've got a citation for it. I mean, it's really specific what we've been debating about. So when we ask for it to be cited, the specific thing we're asking about, the 1.7 bit, and it's not there, it's like, you are total scum. You're just a deceiver.
This is quite typical.
What's that, Manufactorum?
That's not what I was asked for. I was asked for whether that was the actual dip correction formula. That's what I provided. The fact of the 1.76, I still
You're a liar.
You're a liar. No, you're a Manufactorum. Now you're an outright liar. Do you want to just take him off server, Defin, for a second? This show is recorded, Manufactorum. That was your response last time, so rinse and repeat that for a second attempt. It's recorded.
Play back
just trying to think out while you yammer through me, because you've been talking the entire time. Yeah, you're still talking. Not listening anymore. Become intolerable.
You're lying.
No, it was put to you. It's recorded.
Yes, it's recorded. Find it. Play back the tape.
It will be. I'll edit it together with your lying scumbag words while you tell me that I'm lying. Excellent. And then it gets played back. I'll maybe repeat it 16 times so we know absolutely that there's only one lying scumbag here, that you were specifically asked. What was the phraseology that you asked him 14 times, Brian? What was the very specific thing where it was referenced?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters referring to?
Yeah. Furthermore, I even went to the effort, Manufactorum. I'm still clarifying this. It wasn't an invite for you to talk. You've said I'm a liar. Now I'm clarifying I'm
lying. You mean?
Now you're still going to yammer, Manufactorum. We even went through quite specifically with a bit of argy-bargy about the feet and meters. It seems to you just intolerable. You're no longer tolerated, Manufactorum. If you do it again, I can't communicate with you. Yeah? We went through the argy-bargy clarifying, and there it is again. The start of my clarification starts with him talking. So this is the only way you can get a victory, is it, you abject coward? By yammering through the positions being put to you? Total coward. I'll try that for a 5th time. We had a little. So as soon as I suggest that I'm going to start, he immediately starts talking again. 6th time.
Jesus.
Okay, we'll keep counting off and pointing out the cowardice that's taking place as we clarify that, which is absolutely not a lie and absolutely was clarified in terms of what he was being asked for. That's the 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or is it meters? Oh yeah, we had to really specifically drill that down several times because we were clarifying what you were being asked for. But apparently we're liars, and when you weren't being asked for that, and we need to go and dig out the recording because we're liars. No, I'm now clarifying. Hopefully I'll get to the end once. It's been the 6th attempt, no less, with this lying scumbag projecting his lies onto me. Because he lied. We did ask him what he was going to get, and then he provided this. Scumbag lies that absolutely didn't have what we asked him for 6 times. Brian clarified, and we debated about whether it was feet or meters that it would be looking for. With the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in degrees. I mean, feet or meters. I mean, obviously it didn't get clarified. We're liars. No, Manufactorum. You are a liar. The citation you gave us that didn't include what you were specifically asked for proves you are a lying glurf.
But as clarified, you're actually speaking to Manufactotum. Manufactorum is a different dude who's next to him.
Manufactorum. My bad.
No, manufactotum.
Manufactotum. Either way.
What he's attempting to do, this is why he didn't want to answer what the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters were.
I didn't know. I said that at the start.
What he's attempting to do, well, he's over talking me now because I'm going to out him. What he's attempting to do is infer a mathematical distance to a mathematical horizon and then pre-assume that that's on a globe. Right? That was what he was trying to get past everyone earlier. Right? And I know that it is a calculated distance to a calculated horizon, but that calculated distance is a horizontal, not an arc. And the correction proved that. That's why when I asked manufactorum for what's 35 feet, what's the correction for 35 feet? Right? Because I know, and then I don't see 35 feet. What about 50? I don't see it, yet they're on the chart. Because I know that the corrections on that chart do not match a globe of radius 3959 miles, or the dip, or a person's eye to their globe's geometric edge. It doesn't match the globe at all. It matches flat plane.
I was trying to accent that point, by saying that actually you've always pointed that out. But Nathan was like, "Shut up!"
Yeah, Nathan's been telling you to shut up. That's wrong, Nathan.
Yeah, okay.
1 second.
Well, I'm a fifth wheel now.
Brian's got a conclusion to make. Yeah, it's taken him about 20 minutes. Let him make his victory dance. This is his moment.
The point being is that, I'm sorry, Eli, I just give me a moment. The point being is that he claimed that the horizontal was not the surface of the earth, right? Now, I could debunk him with the almanac, which I will in a moment, but he claimed it's not the surface of the earth. He said it's just the horizontal, right? What he was inferring was that the actual measured distance is over an arc length, right? I was wanting to bring him right through the corrections to show that those corrections only match a horizontal plane. That the height of height correction that's made at sea after you've measured it at port, those corrections are corrections from mean sea level treated as a horizontal plane. Right? He tried to infer a globe that he can't infer, because this comes from him denying that when that in celestial navigation they're referring to the surface of the earth when they're referring to the horizontal. Now, here is the absolute coup de grace. In the site reduction tables in the Nautical Almanac, site reduction tables correct elevation angles for accuracy, right? The mean sea level is pre-assumed to be the baseline, that's the adjacent, the horizontal, of all of your elevation angles. So yes, the horizontal is the surface of Earth. You are debunked.
That's incorrect.
That is not incorrect. That is 100% correct. Did I hear Tent laugh?
Sorry, he didn't know where it came from 5 minutes ago. Now he's telling you you're incorrect, even though literally 5 minutes ago he was yammering through the top. I said I didn't know.
Yeah, take any height.
Shut up then. Hold on, Brian. Let me just tear a strip off him. You confessed you don't know. Brian does. You're telling him he's incorrect. How the hell would you know? How the hell would you know you just confessed to not knowing where it came from? Brian does. If you don't, how the hell would you know if he's right or wrong? You didn't know where it came from. So Brian does.
Because they're mixing up
Don't tell him he's wrong. You didn't know where it came from.
The 1.76, not the formula itself.
But the one you cited, this crap here that hasn't got that written anywhere, when you lied about this containing that very specific thing, when you lied about this shit on screen, when you lied about this having that in it. It seems like you're going to yammer through me pointing out this shit on screen that this arsehole cited, and is now chanting through me pointing out to my audience, doesn't have that equation on it anywhere. It doesn't have it on it anywhere. That's not a lie. It's a fact.
In it, all through it.
It's not on there. Fact. You liar.
It's in there.
Oh, really? Show me where.
What's 1.76 times the square root of 1?
Scumbag was asked to get it, cite it where it came from, where it's referenced, detailed whether it was feet or meters, to be specific about what he was getting. Then we got this. This isn't that. making you a liar.
Just don't know what
that
you're looking
I'm
at.
the liar. I'm the liar while you chant through me pointing out that this hasn't got it in there anywhere. And only in the last 2 minutes you said it's
You're the
in
liar.
No, I'm not.
You're just stupid.
You
I'm not
lied when you
sure.
said this was a citation. Projecting your own lies onto me won't work here.
But I suspect liar instead of stupid.
Sorry, liar. I've said this isn't in there. The 1.7 times the square root of the observer site in meters is not in there. That's a fact.
In there. It's not on
What's
there,
that
but
you
it's
reply
certainly
with?
in
Oh,
there.
you're a liar? Oh, well, prove me a liar by
Yes,
showing
you
me
are a
where
liar.
it is in there.
Yeah. The first entry, 1 meter, 1.8. Let's round it up from
It's not
1.76.
1.7 times the square root of the observer site in meters, then, is it? Hello?
Round it up from 1.76.
Sorry, I need to do something to it to make this a citation to prove where it came from. I need to make an alteration to the maths that doesn't say that. No, that just makes you a demonstrable
really.
scumbag liar that's been asked to cite something and gave us this crap.
Just make me better at maths. Then.
Yeah, I was going to hand over to you. Go ahead, Brian.
Let me ask him a question. 0.105 degrees. What is that in minutes and seconds?
Sorry, say that again? Not point?
0.105. 105. 0.105. What is that in minutes and seconds?
Hold on, let me find it again. It's way up there. Jesus, that was a while ago. Hang on.
Anyone else that wants to answer
Okay,
can.
not.
I just
This is altitude corrections.
Sorry, I found
and
it.
then it's got and then it's
Yeah.
got and then it's got
That's
degrees.
that.
10 to 90 degrees. So what it's talking about is angular measurements, which is with respect to the flat baseline for the GPs. It does give us enough information to say, well, if we're dealing with angles, when Brian constantly pointed out that 1.7 times the square root of the observer site in meters isn't angles, it's not a degrees to minus from. And then right at the top of this, it says altitude correction tables, 10 to 90 degrees, which are angles. So when I asked him where he gets the 1.7 times the square root of the observer site in meters from, he says this, right at the top, it's got a very specific reference to degrees, not 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. Now, he says it's just the maths. Last time I put this to him, I say, no, you're just a scumbag glurf liar who says that you're going to cite what you're providing for backing of your claim, and it isn't that. It doesn't have it in there anywhere. It doesn't talk about it, talk about where it originated, talk about how it's not in there anywhere. But what he thought by just giving us a shit ton of numbers that we wouldn't notice that it didn't in any way tally with what he was asked for, making him a glurf liar. Answer from him, no, you're the liar. No, you're the liar. No, you are a glurf liar.
That's not what I was asked.
Times the square root of the observer site in meters in it, making you a glurf liar that's going to interrupt the conclusion for the 17th time. Glurf liar. It's not in there, not what you were asked for. Glurf liar. Meanwhile, Brian knows exactly what he's talking about, can cite everything he details. While he was detailing it, you saw fit to interrupt him to tell him that you didn't know where it came from, even though you cited this. Yeah, that's
the one number in the formula.
Glurf scum is the conclusion, not your invitation to yammer through me. Glurf scum is a conclusion,
exactly what I'm saying.
not an invitation. Me pointing out to my audience has had to result in me closing the Discord line while I highlight the end of the conclusion. Glurf scum liar is
running away again?
Glurf scum liar for the 5th time is not an invitation for the glurf scum liar to take away that fact as I conclude it. He is a glurf scum liar. What is on screen 7th time. What is on screen proves that fact that he is a glurf scum liar.
Let me add to that, Nathan. Dip from 35 foot above the sea to a globe's geometric edge is 6.3 minutes. Dip in the almanac for 35 feet is 5.6 minutes. Matching a horizontal plane, if you understand the geometry, and not a globe.
Yeah, so you're saying if you calculate it for the arc length, it's increased, whereas if you actually calculate it across a horizontal plane, it matches the distance in these measurements that absolutely, without question, are not any suggestion of 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters, because it doesn't say it anywhere.
But what it does
You know,
do
it
is
doesn't say it anywhere here.
match up with the horizontal plane that you've just detailed, because you do know where these measurements come from, unlike the glurf scum liar that saw fit to tell you he didn't know where they came from, and then tell you that you were wrong.
Horizontal plane doesn't require a square root function.
On there, it's not on this. It's on screen for my audience. They can see that it's not on there, so I don't really know why we're discussing it when we asked you to back it by citation, and this is what we got.
Earlier on, he didn't know what the square root function was referring to when I asked him. He didn't know what the square root function was referring to when I asked him 10 times.
Yeah, but he still saw fit to tell you that you were wrong after you gave a detailed explanation of
No,
exactly
I knew
what it
the
was.
square root
You're
function,
wrong,
not
and
the
now he's yammering
1.76.
through me highlighting that fact that
Because he
Brian's
got it
wrong.
wrong.
It's come from
That's
the
the
campsite
record.
stuff. You, when asked to cite where you get your 1.7 from, gave us what's on screen now that doesn't have it in there at all, making you a glurf, scum, liar.
Not what I was asked when I posted that. For the
Oh, really?
umpteenth
So when
time.
I trim it out
Yes,
with it
it
being
was.
repeated 7 times and us clarifying that it's definitely not meters, it's actually feet. No, it's definitely feet and not meters. That wasn't you being asked very specifically with detail being given to what you were being asked for. That's us lying, correct?
Correct. I was asked for the use of
No,
the
that's
formula
not
as a
correct.
bit
You were asked
correction,
for that
not for the
specifically about
1.76
17 times
specifically that
and
was
then gave us
earlier in
this,
the
which is on
conversation.
screen, which doesn't have that in there, making you a glurf, scum, liar.
I was asked for the use of the formula as a bit correction, not specifically 1.76 when I posted that. You just
No, you
don't
were very
remember or
specifically
you're
asked
lying.
1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You were asked where that was referenced, and then we had a little argy-bargy about whether it was feet or meters to make absolutely clear what you were being asked for. Then you gave us this, which is on screen, which doesn't have it in, making you a glurf, scum, liar.
You missed a step. You asked me for something very different when I posted that.
The main problem here is that he claimed earlier on that the horizontal was being used to take an elevation angle above, right, is not the Earth. I just showed that it is. The corrections in the almanac is a horizontal plane and not a globe of radius 3959 miles. Because a 35-foot
horizontal plane, you wouldn't need a square root.
a 35-foot height above a globe of radius 3959 miles gives you a dip to their geometric edge of 6.3 minutes. Whereas the almanac for 35 feet of correction is 5.6 minutes. So not matching a globe, matching a horizontal plane. The horizontal plane that you agreed to earlier is the surface of Earth.
You wouldn't need a square root function if it was a horizontal plane.
Where's that
It would be a
cited?
straight
Sorry, maybe we weren't asking for this, but where's that cited, pray tell? Is it on this crap on screen? I mean, maybe we weren't being really hyper-specific when we asked for this that you're now talking about to be cited or anything. We got this last time we asked for it to be cited, and you told us that we didn't ask you and we were liars. So I'll ask you now. Could you cite that?
It's basic maths.
That's what I got last time when you provided this on screen for my audience, making you a glurf, scum, liar. You said it's just maths. Last time I asked.
Yeah.
Then you
If
called
you
us
go
liars
high-
and said we didn't ask for it. Even though you told us it's just maths, even though you hadn't been asked for it because we're liars, but it's just maths, even though we weren't asking for it. I see. It wasn't clear. We are liars. You weren't being asked for the thing you answered with it's just maths after giving us this. I understand. No, actually,
Yeah,
you're a
even that's
glurf,
not correct.
scum, liar who was asked to cite the very thing you're now going to go into again and haven't. We got this on screen. Glurf, scum, liar.
The use of the dip correction using a square root function?
Could you cite that? Could you cite the 1.7 times square? The thing you said you didn't know where it came from? The thing we were really clear about asking you to cite? The thing that you gave us this last time you asked for it and then called us liars for? Could you give us that citation? We don't want this. I'll take this off screen. It doesn't reference it anywhere, but you're now appealing to it again. I mean, you hoped that this would get you around that and you would be allowed to keep appealing to it because you'd given us this. But this doesn't have it in anywhere, you glurf, scum, liar. So can you cite something that does? Now that we're clear what I'm asking for, you thought I was lying. No, I'd been very clear and I'm being clear now. I don't want to be called a liar in the future. Can you cite, rather than chanting through me asking for it? Oh, maybe this is obviously why the clarity didn't come. The glurf, scum, liar was talking when he was being asked. Let's just try that again. Oh, what did I just ask for?
I heard what you're asking. What I'm finally figured out is that you're asking for one thing when
What
I
I'm
provided you
figuring
jump
out isn't what I asked for. Want to stutter a bit more? What did
when
I ask for?
provide something that shows a square root function, then you say, no, but we asked for the 1.76. right? When again, I said I don't know exactly
So
how
we're clear
that
that last
specific
time I
aspect
asked.
of the
So we're
formula was
clear.
derived,
So we're
and then you
clear.
call me a liar.
So we're clear.
Basically.
So we're clear. Last time I asked for something with the square root function. We're clear that that's what I asked for last time. Then.
Okay, so I wasn't lying then. That's what I provided.
Yes. We're clear that that's what was asked for last time. Then yes.
Oh, there you go. Good.
No, there you go. Is that a yes? Everyone in Discord, you're ruining this. Mute.
Yes. So you lied when you said what I was asked for was
1.76,
right? That was a lie.
Is it clear?
Yes.
I was just going to obfuscate Discord. Let's try that again, nice and slow, without you yammering through it, because it's painful, you little coward, lying glurf bitch. So, we're clear. We're asking you for something that references the square root function, like we did last time.
References? No. You said suggest. That's what I provided.
Brian, did you say the word suggest? Sorry, liar.
You,
we'll just
Nathan.
liar.
Nathan. You said
liar.
suggest.
No, we're calling
Not
you
Brian.
out.
You said.
No, he's not going to tolerate. He just wants to lie and carry on talking. Brian.
Don't pass the buck. You said suggest, Nathan,
Brian?
not Brian. You said suggest.
Yeah, I asked him specifically, what does the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters reference?
Liar!
I asked him
Liar! You didn't ask him that 17 times. You liar, Brian.
No,
you lie. You actually asked him for site reduction tables.
You asked me.
It wasn't
something
made clear
different.
what you were
Brian is not the liar here. You are, Nathan. You're a fat liar.
No, mate, you're a glurf liar.
You're a liar.
When I asked him, is that referencing a
distance? Grandmaster.
No. He said no. It's recorded, Nathan. And what he's then said a few minutes ago. The square root of the observer's height in feet. That has nothing to do with a flat plane. That can only be a globe. Earlier on, he didn't know what it was for, supposedly. And can you ask me a question?
No.
Can you answer me a question? How did you determine that the square root of the observer's height in meters? How did you determine that only is reference to a sphere?
So as you go up higher, your angle to a flat plane will be trigonometric. Whereas if you go up higher on a sphere, that angle to the edge of the sphere will not be trigonometric, it will be parabolic.
That's fascinating.
Basic geometry.
So hang on, Nathan. Hang on, I have him. Hang on, it's over. Great. So that means that the dip for 35 feet in the dip chart from the almanac, that'll match the dip to a globe of radius 3959 miles then.
Yeah, it should. Close at least.
No, the dip from 35 feet to a globe's geometric edge is 6.3 minutes. The dip to
where are you getting that?
The horizontal plane is 5.6 for 35 feet. You're the bunk.
35 feet is not in the chart that I posted. Where are you getting this number?
It is. 35 feet is in the chart that you posted. 50 feet is in the chart that you posted. That's a complete lie. Or that you didn't look at it.
He didn't look at it. He posted it as a reference for where he got the 1.7 times the square root of the observer's height in meters from, even though it doesn't contain that anywhere. He then called us liars, and only moments earlier has clarified that this time and last time when he called us liars, we were asking for the square root function. That, as I say, isn't on this site reduction tables anywhere, making him a glurf, scum, liar.
Sorry. Okay. I see it now. I see it. Fair enough.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter.
What?
The 35 feet. I see where it says the 35 feet.
No height correction from the almanac matches your globe's geometric edge. Matches your globe in any way. Even when you try and add in 7/6R, it doesn't match. Nothing matches it.
Sorry, if you do the 1 point...
the square root of the observer's height in feet, so that is specific to a sphere. Because that is, I can use that calculation and get the corrections that will match the almanac but won't match your globe.
Sorry, you're saying that that's not 1 point... What is it in feet?
I'm saying that the almanac is in opposition to your globe, and I'm not just saying it.
I understand what you're saying.
We need to use a different height. 35 feet, not enough. What height do you want me to use? In feet. We'll do it in feet.
No. I only know in meters. So 35 feet, that's 10 meters, right? Right next to it?
You give me a height in feet.
25.
No, 25. Okay, 1 second. 25. 1 second. So on the in the almanac, 25 feet is around 7.5. I think it's 7. Let's see. Where are we? Sorry. No, sorry. 25 feet is 4.5
meters.
I think 4.8. Right. So 25 feet. So let's go to the Metabunk, and we'll see what they say for 25 feet. Second now. Give me a minute. Okay, 2, 5, right? And it's 0. Let's say geometric dip for 0.089. We go to the decimal degree calculator. Okay, so 0.089. Calculate. 1 second now. Right. And it is 5.34 minutes, not 4.8. The globe fails again.
No. 4.8 is correct. If you look across the way, it's meters, right?
Let's do 50 feet. Okay, let's do 50 feet.
What are you talking about? It's right. 4.8199. You just posted it.
Let's do 50 feet.
Formula I gave you.
50 feet. So 50 feet is 0.125 degrees. Let's just change that to minutes and seconds. Right, so 0.125, calculate, into minutes and seconds is 7.5 minutes, right? Let's go to the almanac chart. 1 second now, for 50 feet. Okay, it's 6.9. Not matching your globe again.
What are you talking about with the Metabunk?
It keeps
I'm
not
talking about the
matching your
formula
globe.
I gave you. It is.
Talking about it's not matching your globe. When I use the nautical almanac chart that you presented, it doesn't match your globe.
What are you looking at on Metabunk? Because I don't think you're doing that right.
I'm getting the dip angle from the eye height to the geometric edge. That's what I'm getting from Metabunk. I'm then converting that from decimals into minutes and seconds. I'm then comparing those minutes and seconds for the globe with the almanac, and they're failing every time. And they will always fail because the almanac is not referencing a globe at all.
Well, it's referencing the globe in the square root function, and that square root
Where's
function
that?
works with
Where's that,
everything
you
you've given
lying
us so
scumbag
far.
Glurf? Where's that on it? I've got it on screen. Point to it, please. Where is it?
It's in the measurements that I'm calculating on the
Where is it?
spot.
It's not on there.
And
It's not on there.
they are exactly what you get in that calculation.
Right, what we get in a
Exactly.
calculation? Show me that calculation on this that you posted to cite that.
Sure, I did the first one already for
No,
35
not what you
feet.
can
So
do. No. Just point at it on what line number so I can read it out for my audience. Does it talk about the square root function in this that you gave us as your citation? Where's that square root function so I can read it out? Give me a line number.
No, I didn't say it talks about it. I said it
Oh,
uses
it's not
it.
on there. You're just a lying scumbag
in there.
Glurf that keeps appealing to this square root function that is in no way been cited by you.
Listen better. That's not what I said.
Oh, I asked you to cite it. We made clear what we were looking for. You called us a liar, even though we clarified it on multiple occasions. This is what you gave us. It doesn't have any square root function mentioned in it. You keep telling us that that's the maths it's based on. Brian's just shown you it isn't. It doesn't match the globe.
I just showed you that it is.
It doesn't match the globe.
35
And there is
feet
no
and
square
50
root
feet.
function in what you have cited. It doesn't match the globe. Brian's just taken you through it. You've said, oh, what's this Metabunk? You must be doing that wrong. Something else. You don't even know what he's referencing, but you're telling him he's doing it wrong there.
1 second.
I'm using the formula and it works out perfectly.
1 second. We're going to go through it with your claim. So the square root of 4.7 meters is 2.1679, right? Now we'll multiply that by 1.76 equals 3.81, right?
I'll take your word for it.
Right. So where do we go from there then?
And that should match what they give you as the angle, as a dip correction.
Okay, let's go to Metabunk, 4.7 meters. We'll go to meters. 1 second now. We'll get to the bottom of this. Don't worry. Give me a second to get Google back up.
I don't know what you're using Metabunk for.
Because that has your maths in it.
This has
Why would I not be using Metabunk? Why would I not be using Metabunk when that is your maths? So we're going to go. I don't know what you're using it for. I don't know what this operation is.
We heard that, and he told you the answer. So maybe if you constantly ask him what he's using it for when he's just bleeding told you, maybe that'll distract from what he's doing. Yeah, we got it, Dumbo. You don't understand what he's using Metabunk for. Okay, yeah, you're thick. Because he just told you he's getting the Earth curve maths from it, because it's your Earth curve maths. So he's told you what he's using it for and why he's using it. So we don't want to hear again that you're too dumb to understand why he's using it. Shut up.
Hey, 1 second. So for 4.7 meters, the geometric dip, or the dip to their geometric edge on a globe of radius 3959 miles is 0.070. Let's go to the decimal degrees, 0.070. We'll go through that. We'll go back then and compare. So clear. So 1 second. 0.070. Calculate. Right. So that is 4.2 minutes. Right. So let's go back to the almanac chart that was presented by this man. Okay. So meters 4.7. Right. Oh yeah, meters 4.7. It doesn't have.
Sorry, why did you put that in minutes?
Sorry. It does have 4.7. Right, 4.7. So 1 second now. Go.
It's a degree to dip angle correction. Are you having us on? Just that's why you're giving it him in minutes. My God, you are so stupid.
Well, why he's converting it?
We're talking about an angle correction.
Yeah, for his globe's geometric edge, the dip to that edge is 4.2 minutes. For 4.7 meters. In the almanac, it is let's see, 3.8 to 3.9 minutes. So the globe feels
Right, you really have no part in this conversation anymore. I don't know why I'm getting so het up with you. You know, but the last question just demonstrated beyond all doubt that you have no place in this discussion.
I'm just applying the straight correction. I'm getting the exact answers at the almanac.
You're going to rinse and repeat a positive claim, me pointing out that you've got no place in this conversation. You think that's your opportunity to rinse and repeat your claim, right?
Let me give the coup de grace, Nathan. I used the maths he gave. See, I know those maths. The maths he gave a calculation of 3.81 minutes, which matches the almanac, but it doesn't match his globe. So the calculation matches the almanac, but it doesn't match his globe.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah,
or can someone post it?
I just use your maths. I use your maths for.
I understand what you're saying. You're doing.
That's like the correction. Well, not your maths, but the maths you gave. I know the maths. You gave 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. I used 4.7 meters. The correction is 3.81 minutes, matching the almanac. Right. But for your globe, it's 4.2 to 4.3 minutes. Okay. Not matching your globe.
Can you post that?
Not matching your globe.
So I can see what you did.
You don't have to. You're supposed to know these things.
I'm just asking you to show your work so I can follow along and see if what you're saying is.
Anyone can hear this and go, you pick a height then. Pick a height. That's on the Nordic Almanac chart. And we'll go through all the details and you can do it side by side with me.
Okay, on my phone, can you post what you're doing in like the chat or something, in the Discord chat?
The second time he's talking to a guy who's obviously mentally handicapped, because he's just said, I'll talk you through it step by step. And the question he was asked was, just give me a height so he can walk you through it step by step. Response, can you just send me on my phone? It's like you can't comprehend friggin' English.
Because we've already done it with the height.
You are intolerable as a person to communicate with. You see someone's middle of their sentence as an invitation to start you talking like you're doing now, making you basically intolerable to communicate with. When someone suggests how they can give you what you want to know how it's done. All right, Brian says, I'll talk you through it step by step. Just give me a height. And you say, I'm not fine. It's like you're incapable of understanding bleeding English, making you a useless prick. I can't communicate with you, mate.
Is it possible, or I don't know, I can't remember your name. Is it possible that you were led to believe that those matched? Is it possible that you were led to believe that the match you gave me matched your globe? Is it possible you were led to believe that? As a matter of fact, they don't match it at all.
I'd be very surprised if that was the case.
Well, I've just proven that it's the case. I've proven it over and over and over. You're asking me why I'm going to Metabunk.
Not yet, you have.
Metabunk is your maths. Metabunk gives all the maths for your globe. All the maths you need for your globe are in Metabunk. They are the maths.
And you show that to me.
Well, you need to see. I need to show what.
He's asking you to provide him citations for his globe claim. Unreal.
Yeah,
hey, Nathan, stop fucking lying. That's not what I asked.
Oh, really? You need to swear at me, do you, little bitch? Oh, really? Lying, am I? No, mate.
You always get it wrong.
You'd be shocked to hear it, but it'd be you that would be citing shit about the globe, not Brian.
I think that Brian
you
is
want him
actually
to go
being
off and
cordial.
get you Metabunk for you and your globe claim, do you there? Go on, swear at me.
Already did it. I'm just asking for like a screenshot.
Little bitch. Because you're losing badly. Yeah, we've proven you're a lying glurf bitch. And now you need to demonstrate your frustration by swearing at me, don't you? Go ahead. Just demonstrate to my audience how badly you've lost.
Speak for me.
Tell me your name. My name is Sam Park, and my brand name is John.
Unmute the White Knight that's joined just to cause audio chaos, please.
My brand name.
That's actually him, I think.
My brand name is Jay.
That's actually him there himself.
No, it's not.
The
Brian,
main
thank
thing
you.
here,
I'm running
Nathan,
the show.
The main thing here, Nathan, is that he proved that the horizontal line is the surface of Earth. He proved that.
No, I proved that it requires a square root function.
Nobody asked you.
What you're saying is that it's a different square root function.
Precise summary was not your invitation to talk, Mr. I don't understand bleeding English and think that being asked for a height means you're asked to send an app, or Mr. I'm claiming a globe, can you please send me evidence of my globe maths? Because it's obviously your duty to send me my claim and then call me a fucking liar. No, glurf scum. This wasn't an invitation to talk through me either. Yeah? Just showing the audience how badly you've lost. That's all you're doing. Go ahead, Brian. It's okay, glurf scum liar. We weren't asking you for anything. Brian's not your name.
Yeah. Earlier on, Nathan, when you were debating with him, he was denying that he didn't deny the horizontal, right, that the elevation is taking above. So he didn't deny that you need the 90s, and he didn't deny that there's horizontal distance being measured between you and the GP point of the celestial body. He just said it wasn't, that horizontal was not the surface of the Earth. He then, when he was asked to, by Quantum Eraser, asked to detail the dip correction, detailed from A to Z, the dip correction, he came back with, it's just 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters, right? He then tried to get away with that, right? He wasn't allowed to. And since then, it has been shown that he has proven that it is definitely the horizontal that he agreed to is definitely the surface of Earth, and that the corrections for in the almanac and for dip do not match a globe. They only match a horizontal plane, proving that the Earth is a flat plane and not a globe of radius 5 miles.
Can I ask you a question, Brian? It's Brian, right?
If it's on topic.
Yes, it is. So this thing you're doing with Metabunk, are you suggesting that that calculation does not require a square root function?
I'm not saying anything. You said now he's trying to reverse the burden of proof.
Yes.
You claimed that a square root function does not work over a horizontal plane. You said that it only works over a curved surface. Now, it doesn't. I used the very thing you gave me, and I was able to match it with the almanac that references a horizontal plane. You even said I lied when I brought up that the almanac uses mean sea level as a horizontal for soil production corrections. And I used the very calculation you gave me just a few minutes ago and proved that it doesn't match your globe. It matches a horizontal plane.
So what you're doing on Metabunk is getting those calculations from a horizontal?
Yeah, it is also, yes. It's called surface level.
Yeah, Metabunk. What I'm doing on Metabunk is I'm getting the dip that Metabunk are claiming for a globe of 3959 miles. If you have, from whatever height, if you have an issue with that, then you need to see at least Mick West. Because that's where your problem lies.
Sure, that's fair enough.
You don't understand the maths. You obviously don't understand or disagree with your own maths. I don't know what it is. Your own globe.
Or with Metabunk, I'm not sure. I'll look into that. But for now, what I'm saying is, if you're saying that I've proven it works on a horizontal plane, it sounds like you haven't done that if you're using a globe calculation. My suspicion is that Metabunk site still uses the square root calculation.
What globe calculation did I use? Sorry, Nathan, 1 second. What globe calculation did I use?
Stop. What Brian did was compare what you gave by citation that didn't include a squared function to the calculator that does include the squared function. And they don't match. That's what he did.
I did worse than that, Nathan. I used his calculation using the squared function and showed that it matched a horizontal plane. Because he doesn't understand how they're using the squared function within the dip correction. I showed that it matched the almanac, which matches the horizontal plane. The corrections match the horizontal plane. I showed his own, the calculation he gave, the squared function calculation he gave, doesn't match his globe. Now he's asking me how are you telling me the squared functions don't match the globe? I don't give a damn. I've never claimed they did or didn't. He claimed they did. Or only match a globe.
No, but you claimed it matches a horizontal plane.
The very function that you gave me to match a horizontal plane in agreement, absolute total agreement with the almanac and in disagreement with your globe. What this is that he's looking to give a horizontal plane. You are looking to move away from the fact that you have been proven outright completely wrong. That's what's going on here.
If you're saying that it completely matches the almanac, the almanac is a square root function.
To have a different red herring argument about whether square root function can work on a globe or a flat. It doesn't matter. You were wrong.
Absolutely matters.
I know how to use it. I know how to use that function.
The square root function is absolutely what's in contention.
Use the distance
square root function
horizontally. The distance that's gained is used horizontally. You don't understand the dip.
It's an angle. It's not a horizontal linear distance.
Sorry. The distance that's gained, right, via the calculation you gave me is used as a horizontal distance in the dip correction.
Not if it's got a square root function, it's not.
You're a bit confused there, Sunshine. You just said that it was an angle.
Yeah,
the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. Show that as an angle.
Yes.
Just that. Yeah, just that. Go ahead and show it. Put it in chat, and AJ will send it to us. And then while you're at it,
here it is again.
Still, Alexander the Great's tears out of the Euphrates than to show that you'd fail third grade geometry.
1.2 times the square root, 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters isn't a degree. It's not an angle. He won't post that. He can't post that. It isn't an angle.
3.8.
You can derive an angle. You can derive an angle from it, but it is not an angle.
Right. That's what Kiwi just said. He's just derived it and then given that number.
I mean, I can't go back to basic math for this conversation.
It must be.
Didn't we go back to basic maths? We went back to basic maths. I used the math, the 1.76 times the square root of the observer's height in meters. I used that with 4.7 meters and showed that it matched the almanac, but it didn't match your globe.
Just out of interest, sorry to break. Sorry, just one sec. I just want to ask a clarifying question. What does the correction correct to exactly?
Well, in soil reduction tables, they're using the mean sea level as your horizontal plane.
Because you're correcting to mean sea level with this
Correcting
angle
to
correction.
horizontal, not mean sea level.
Are you're
Yeah,
correcting
it's-
to horizontal. Hold on, everyone in G+. I
That's
didn't
right.
quite hear that. Can you say that again?
Yeah. Correcting to horizontal,
Welcome to Flat
but
Earth.
not sea level.
Welcome to
No,
Flat
it's
Earth.
not the Earth.
We're doing a
You're
correction to
looping.
make sure that the distance is going to be corrected to horizontal.
We're right back to the beginning where I said the horizontal reference is not the Earth itself. This is
We
where
are
we
correcting
started.
to-
Yes, it is. He just put
Right
it was
back to
proven.
the
But you
start.
don't
We
know.
are correcting to it, though.
Yes, to horizontal.
Yes.
At
And
eye
this is
level, not
with
sea
navigating
level.
the Earth, right? We're not suddenly flying around in space. We're still navigating Earth, aren't we?
Seems to be, yes.
Yes. So we're correcting to the horizontal
flat.
plane that we will be navigating.
No.
No.
The horizontal
No.
plane that we're taking the
No.
elevation angle from.
Seems
That's
like
all
you're
we're
a bit
doing with the horizontal plane is
confused.
taking an elevation
So
angle.
are we correcting to a
That's
plane
it.
in the middle of space to navigate that plane that we're correcting to, that's sea level?
Pretty
Are we
much.
correcting to that? Yeah.
No, eye level.
Pretty much.
Not
And
sea
why
level.
did you measure the height above the water on the boat in your crow's nest?
To calculate the dip correction.
To surface
Welcome
level.
to Flat Earth.
Yeah, to surface level. Welcome
Not
to
to
Flat
surface
Earth.
level, to eye level.
Earth's measured flat,
You're
ladies and
bringing that
gentlemen.
up.
That's why we do this correction. To correct to surface level.
Nope. Eye level.
Yes.
Horizontal.
Not just nope. Yes, that is what it's doing. You just told me we correct to the horizontal. I say the one we're navigating.
At eye level. Nope.
We're correcting
Not the one
to
we're
eye level.
navigating. The horizontal plane we're taking the elevation angle from. That's the only thing we need that horizontal plane for.
The horizontal plane. What? Do you want to say that again?
Yeah, the surface of Earth is not your horizontal reference.
Thank you.
Yes, it is. The corrections do not match your globe. Corrections match our horizontal plane.
Sorry, but not the White Knight. You're saying the corrections aren't to horizontal now, even though you said it was a minute ago.
Yes, they are to horizontal. I'm not saying anything else. I'm saying that horizontal is not the Earth itself.
And are we using that to navigate?
We're using the angle we get from the horizontal.
We're correcting to the horizontal.
The one at eye level, yes.
No. So if we're correcting to eye level, why we're going around in circles, QE? Just asked you this. Why would you take your height of eye then? If we're correcting to eye level, we're not. We're correcting to surface level that we're navigating. But when we get to that point, you want to deny that we're actually using the ground to navigate. It's suddenly a line in space, a bit like what a spire on a pedestal. No. We're dealing with ground. No. I'm concluding. Obviously, that means you've got to start yammering through the top of the conclusion. No, we're navigating the ground, son. Yeah, definitely the ground that we're navigating.
You just said, wait a second, it's height of eye correction. You're not correcting to the eye. Are you retarded?
If it's a correction,
I can explain
and
it
you're
if you
using
like.
the eye level in the first instance, that can't be the correction to it. It is the thing you're starting with to correct to ground level. I mean, that's obvious. This guy's just retarded. I've said it all along.
No,
You said
completely
it as
wrong
well
what you
3 or
just said,
4
Nate.
times. I have no idea why we're communicating with this guy. Fundamentally,
I know.
he's got too low of an intelligence level to comprehend what's being put to him. He doesn't cope with it.
You're not
He couldn't
starting
cope
with
with
eye
what
level.
he
That's wrong.
He thought that
That's
meant,
incorrect.
can you send me something on my phone? Because that's what he heard. Literally, the words that we say don't communicate to him in a way that's coherent, so he can't respond to them. Half the time he's yammering through the top
Words are
or
fine.
calling us
You're just
liars
wrong.
for clarifying things that he specifically
No.
said and have been recorded. That gets turned around into us being liars. This guy's totally unreasonable.
Don't start with eye level.
Manufactotum.
That was wrong.
You
Manufactotum.
don't start with it. Why would you measure your height then at port?
Manufactotum.
Because
43
the
minutes
angle that
after
is
the hour.
added, the elevation angle from horizontal, dips in a way relative to a curved surface. That's why you need the height of eye.
Sorry, dips. He's just said dips are relative to a curved surface.
I
Even
can
though
clear this
literally
up
5
right now,
minutes ago,
guys.
we're
Manufactotum.
correcting to horizontal. But now it's what? Correcting to curve? Is it?
Correcting to horizontal from
That's
curve.
not curve. Horizontal is... Oh, God, QE. Horizontal isn't curving.
Nobody said it was.
Yeah, and we're correcting to the horizontal, which means we're not correcting to curve. We're not correcting to a curved
from
surface.
curve to horizontal.
We're correcting to the horizontal. By use of the eye level in the
From
first
the
instance,
curve.
we're not correcting to eye level. That's absurd, and we've all laughed at you because it's moronic.
Oh.
We're correcting to the surface level, the one we are navigating. Level isn't
level.
curving. We're not correcting to a curved surface.
Correct. You're correcting from the curved surface to a horizontal. At eye level, not sea level.
We're correcting to the horizontal surface, the one we're navigating, not to a curve. Nope, that's right. Welcome to Flat Earth. Not correcting to a curved surface, correcting to a horizontal surface.
What if you're on
can
I get an elevation? Can I get an elevation angle of a star while mountain?
Manufactotum. White Knight. It was the same White Knight as last time, eh, Carly?
Was that AJ?
Hey, is it painful, Carly? Can you hear your man getting battered?
Guys, in the chat at 43 minutes. Carly. In the chat at 43 minutes past the hour for Manufactotum from Astrolab Sailing. If you're taking your sextant readings from the bridge of a big ship, then you're going to get a different sextant reading to if you're on a small yacht. Therefore, we need to make a correction to what your sextant says to get your reading converted to sea level reading. This is called dip or an adjustment for your height of eye. So you are adjusting to sea level reading.
Yeah,
arguably. I mean, functionally, they're the same.
You know, not arguably. Have you got a citation? Have you got anything there to show otherwise?
It's going to completely ruin the audio for this. We're
find one
correcting
for you,
to the
sure.
horizontal. That's the sea level. It's the surface we're navigating, as we've gone through with him multiple times. We're not correcting to curve. We're using angles and correcting to flat baselines for dip. It's horizontal. It's not curving. We're not using curved surfaces. Earth is flat. That's how it's being measured, referenced, and corrected to in this instance. To surface level, that's sea level, as
AJ,
cited.
it's in the chat.
Welcome to Flat Earth. You wanted to deny that we were correcting to the surface level, sea level. You said it was correction to eye level. I mean, that just makes you retarded, like really stupid. The audience now knows that's the case. When you said we were correcting to eye level, oh no, another Dumbo Glurf in the house, it seems. Yeah, you've just had the citation absolutely shit all over that.
An elevation
So no,
angle to a
Dumbo.
star while I'm on a
You don't
mountain.
seem to have a place at this table anymore, Dumbo. You said correcting to eye level. No, definitely not. Just another moronic statement from a Glurf liar.
Oh. Come on, let's talk about it.
Yes, you said correcting to eye level. Maybe you'd like to call me a liar when I specifically detail that which you told us we were doing. Correcting to eye level, you say. Maybe you'd like to call me a liar.
Yeah, a level reference is not the surface of the ground. It's just not.
Even though that's what it very specifically detailed in that citation that AJ, the moderator of this server, just read out to you. Nothing at all. Yeah, you just got a citation read out by AJ. Took a big, fat, giant, steaming shit on your nonsense.
If I want to
I
make
put a citation
level
for AJ,
reference,
so I had people here.
nothing to do with the ground.
Carly's decided to add to the audio chaos. I don't mind if one of his white knights wants
It doesn't
to
have
add
to be chaos. Just listen
Right,
when I
Carly?
speak, but-
Yeah, you can hear how badly he's being smashed and you can't bear it. Got to come off mute and add fuel to the fire. No, he's getting his bum smacked, Carly. Yeah, because we are correcting
Is
to
AJ still in the
surface level
chat?
as per that citation read out by the server's moderator. It wasn't to eye level like this Dumbo Manufactotum said. He's just wrong and stupid.
You got my name right.
Carly, you can chill out while I put this to the server. I mean, obviously, at the moment, I'm only getting to put this to my audience and not the server because you keep rumpusing me. But he's having his bum smacked because he's not correcting to his eye level, Carly. He's correcting to surface level as per the citation. The Discord server can't aim me pointing it out for the 5th time.
You don't have to point it out 5 times. Just let me respond. If I'm standing on top of a mountain, clearly the surface of the ground is not horizontal. So I'm not treating the ground as a
We're out at
horizontal
sea with
reference.
Marinus Sextant,
If
getting our
I'm getting a
heights
level reference on
to Crow's Nest. Do we get our heights to Crow's Nest for dip correction when we're up mountains? Is there a crow's nest up this mountain, you stupid clown? Because it seems like that was a bit of an obfuscation tactic to talk about something completely different. Like we're not dealing with Mariner sextants and dip corrections because we're not able to just use a bubble up a mountain. We're out on a boat rocking around all over the place. That's why we're having to use the horizon and correct for it, Carly. But what, you thought we were somehow up a mountain when this guy gets his ass smacked? Saying we correct to eye level? You thought we needed to talk about mountains, did you there, White Knight? No, Manufactotum was just wrong and stupid. Said we were correcting to eye level. Yeah, maybe you could chant through it for me also, Manufactotum. No, you just had it cited. Would it be better if the
and I put a citation in there that's exactly the
was ignored entirely when he interrupted proceedings to point out how bleeding wrong you were when you said we correct to eye level? Because he just cited it. It very specifically said sea level. That's not eye level, Dumbo. You were just wrong and stupid and needed a White Knight Carly to help you out there, didn't you? I'm still going to smack you and point out how wrong you are. You're still going to chant through it because you're an intolerant little toddler throwing his dummy out of the pram while he gets told off. No, you were wrong. We don't correct to eye level, Manufactotum. You are stupid.
Did you see my citation?
It's horizontal.
Yeah, you want to make the line of sight level.
It isn't eye level. That's the surface, sea level, and it is horizontal. So we've got a horizontal sea level that we correct to, a flat Earth. Proof.
Prove it. That's not a proof. That's a claim.
No, it's how it's done. That's how we correct. You said we corrected to eye level and were wrong. And AJ, the moderator of this server, had to go and correct you with a citation. I told you it was to surface level. Sea level,
eye level.
No, it's not a claim. No, it's how it's actually
Correct.
done. It's not just me saying it. It's been cited to you.
You're just swapping.
I'm guessing you've never done this in your life.
Fuck is that?
I mean, you cited it and calculated it, and you guys just
really? Whether or not I've done it will change whether or not we're actually dealing with a horizontal plane that we're correcting to, that definitely isn't curved, and definitely isn't eye level, and definitely isn't up a mountain.
It could be either of those things.
No,
you
it
could
can't.
absolutely
It's
take a
definitely
study from an eye
horizontal. That's what we're correcting to as per the citation AJ just gave you. I mean, it could be anything if you just make up crap and insert it like we're correcting to eye level. But then a flat earther, me, Nathan Oakley, comes along, points out how bleeding wrong you are, and then I'm backed up by the server operator who cited something that made absolutely clear how wrong you were, dum-dum.
And I cited one that does show that it's eye level as well. They're functionally equivalent.
I only have one citation from you, and it's this.
I'll post to Master B because one, it's not a citation, Manufactotum. I don't think you understand what a citation is. You've just given me a picture of a ball or a circle with a line to the center of the earth to a horizontal from someone's eye height, but you'll see that anyway, I'll drop it in Master B and then we can address it. I'm happy to address it.
Fine.
Yeah, your cartoon is stupid and it's not a citation.
Yeah, it's wrong. You don't have the center of the ball yet, so you got to dismiss that.
Okay.
Well, you're incorrect anyway, because according to Astrolab Sailing, they're using the celestial sphere and the equatorial plane to measure their angles from in celestial navigation.
Okay, this is cool. This has a flat Earth in it. Actual horizon with a dotted line that's flat.
That's a flat Earth in it.
Yeah.
But they don't have a horizontal because a horizontal is not a point.
Yeah. Well, but they do in the diagram. It says actual horizon on it. It's a dotted line. Obviously, it's got no reference whatsoever to the sphere below it. But the actual horizon has nothing to do with what they've called horizon that's below the dotted line that we'll need to reference.
Because it says
below.
Hang on.
As I summarise with 10 years of experience on this subject. Obviously, me summarising what I've got on screen for an audience that I've just been shown needs interruption constantly. It definitely has eye level and actual horizon parallel with one another. So level is level in this, and
actual horizon represents surface level, so we can derive a plane with it. It's representative of sea level, also horizontal. So, well done. This dangling Earth below it has nothing to do with the actual measurements.
Nathan, I put a couple of recent posts on Master B. Can you go to that?
Yeah. So the one with the angle off a curved surface that doesn't have GP points meeting the curved surface? Yeah.
Well, there's one that's a whole page. If you go to the top right, it shows you that if your height of eye is at sea level, there's no dip correction. And Brian has already said this so many times, when they do site reduction tables, they're taking the elevation angle from sea level. That's the whole purpose of the reduction. If you're from a crow's nest, you got to get it at sea level. So that's why they do this exercise, because when they refer to the site reduction tables, as you can see there, height of eye, meters and feet, 0, dip angle, 0.0. If you go to the picture underneath, which I blew up and put separately, it says observer's horizon, shows a right angle, and it shows the geoidal horizon, which is sea level, which they got a globe surplus to requirement. The Nautical Almanac and the site reduction tables assume that the sites are taken at sea level, for instance, from a periscope of a submarine barely emerging above the water. So if this fella is in the crow's nest, his measurement has to match barely emerging above the water, so he can get a what? A right angle triangle to get the 90 to subtract the co-altitude, which cannot work with that surplus requirement semicircle drawn underneath it. This is all trickery.
And again,
so if you're in the
like
nest,
Nathan
you
said,
still need a dip correction if you're using a bubble sextant?
hang on, your own citation here that you've provided.
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that. You've established the horizontal to get your vertical at 30,000 feet in the air, right? You've established your horizontal, which must match the equatorial plane, which is what? 180 straight angle. That's the true altitude in the Nautical Almanac books. So you can never put the surplus globe there, because everything must match the 180 straight angle at the equatorial plane. And you can't do that with a curving surface.
Sure, honest question. How far are those stars for the angle to be the same at sea level and 35,000 feet?
Don't change the subject.
Hold on, 10th. He just said sure, and he's basically just breezing past it. It's called whistling past the graveyard.
No, I heard what he said. The problem is he's neglecting to consider that those angles of elevation will be the same from 35,000 feet and at sea level. That means the stars are at optical infinity.
Hey, I'm talking.
Welcome to Globe.
Sorry, they're not at an optical infinity on a globe. They're at a set distance that you derive from radial values measured with Polaris. That's how you infer the distances globally. They're not infinitely distant. Did you not believe that? Do you think you got an infinitely distant sun and stars? You don't think they're at set distance in your model derived from flat plane measurements of Polaris? Idiot. Idiot. Globe model's got set distances to stars. For example, 96 million miles to a particular star you think the sun is. That's a set distance.
Yeah,
you've just said it's infinitely distant, therefore, well, globe that has fixed distances. You total clown.
Nathan.
Yeah, we use the opposite ends of the Earth's orbit.
But he just told us, welcome to Globe because of infinite distances. Yet Globe has set distances, you stupid man.
No.
Taken off.
Nathan, may I just also clarify something to support what you were stating about his citation? On his citation, it says actual horizon if the eye height is 0, yeah? So from, again, Astrolab sailing, it says the next error to correct for is height of eye. The tables all assume a height of eye of exactly 0 feet. This is because then the horizon is at 90 degrees angle to your zenith.
Thank you. Thank you. May I finish now? So the maximum nautical mile distance that a mariner can have at sea is 90 times 60, 5,400 nautical miles. Is that infinite distance?
No.
Yeah, goodbye.
Like linear
Guys.
distance to the celestial
Crazy
object?
talk.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the globe has got set distances. He welcomed us to a globe because of his appeal to infinite distances.
You need a globe for those distances. You need a globe for the distance to the sun.
Infinite.
You need a globe for that, mate.
Don't seem to understand the words you're using. Infinite, not set. Your globe has set distances. I gave you an example. Now you're yammering through me with the sun at 96 million miles. That's not an infinite distance. You stupid idiot globe believer who thinks that appealing to an infinite distance is going to help you when your globe has got set distances, and you're going to yammer through my conclusion, aren't you, Manufactotum? Painful when you're getting bitch slapped. You stupid shit that doesn't prove a globe like infinite distances. That stupid shit you appeal to is absolutely in contravention of your globe. Now, obviously, you feel that yammering through me pointing that out is going to somehow detract from your loss. You just appealed to infinite distances like that was a globe win. I'm going to do it again, Manufactotum. You've had to be server muted, Manufactotum, because you can't seem to shut your bleeding mouth while I point out your stupid nonsense that you appealed to with infinite distances. Take him off server mute so the audience can hear how triggered this bitch really is. Yeah? Manufactotum, is it easier if you chant through me concluding? Bit easier if while you're getting bitch you yammer and cry through the top of it. You appeal to an infinite distance, like that was somehow a globe proof. I then gave you an example of a very specific set distance to a star in your model that's derived from flat measurements of Polaris to give you the radial value. I then pointed out that it is absolutely in contravention of your globe assertion. There's one of the examples of him being a triggered bitch, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we'll count them off. We'll count, that's 2. Triggered bitch. We'll keep calling it as well while I try and summarise for about the 17th time. I'll keep counting them off. That's 2 so far. Triggered bitch interjections, we'll call them. Anyway, you said infinite distances. Welcome to globe. That's 3.
I didn't say infinite distance. I said
4 triggered bitch interjections. 5 triggered bitch interjections. Very triggered bitch today, it seems.
Lying. You're still lying.
Maybe I'll get to the end without you chanting that I'm lying. Lying, am I?
You'll get another lie in.
I'm thinking no.
I'm
thinking that it's so painful, ladies and gentlemen, that that's why the server moderator had to put him on mute. Because he couldn't cope. Yeah?
I'm glad this is all recorded.
Do you want to take some Adderall? I'll get some Adderall in you.
Nathan, why do they need to use a tangent plane? They got a globe surface they can use. Why don't they just use that? What's the problem with that, using a curved baseline?
Oh, it's because they don't correct to curve, they correct to horizontal. He made that explicitly clear.
Yep.
Yeah, so let's take away. Let's take away.
Nathan doesn't understand.
Sorry, he's got to add on me 10th through the top of this. He needs to add on me about what I don't know. Sorry, you thought infinite distances was a welcome to globe moment, you stupid buffoon. Meanwhile, you've got set distances to your stars. They've been scaled by Kepler and Huygens. You thought an appeal to infinite distances was a win for the globe? All right. Perhaps you'd like to start swearing at me, you stupid man.
No, maybe you want to keep calling me a little bitch.
They must use a tangent plane because they can't use a globe because the globe doesn't exist. And the zenith distance is the zenith position of the star, GP, over the Earth at 90 degrees. That could work on the tangent plane or a flat Earth, but not on the sphere because it shares the same baseline as the observer zenith's 90, and you can't have diverging zeniths.
Anyway, I've wasted enough time here. I'm going to get dinner started. You guys have fun with your undeserved victory lap.
Sorry, you're not going to get to ad homous as a summary at the end. Piss off. Piss off and run to your stupid crap dinner that you'll tell your wife she lies about when she serves you turkey. Turkey? Lies! Get lost.
He was outright proven to be completely wrong. Even his own calculation proved that it's not a globe. Every single thing did not match his globe, and yet he thinks that he can call us liars.
What does that tell you?
Well, 10th man, what do you think psychologically happened to him? Because he proved the Earth is measured and practically used flat. He did it in front of everybody, and then he said, "But nah." Like, what happened to him with the whole Plato's
I'll
thing and
tell you
everything?
what happened. I came in on the show earlier with Plato's cave analogy. That's what happened to them. Go listen to the show. They realize they have been living in some la-la land all this time. They can't handle it when they turn around and see that the shadows on the cave wall were caused by a campfire behind them that they never saw. And they thought reality was shadows. And then when they turned around and walked outside, they saw reality. And it was like, oh my gosh. Now, this guy couldn't handle it. So he never turned around. And his friends came back in and says, buddy, these shadows aren't reality. It's out there is the reality. Let me show you. He said, nope, I'm not going to turn around. Nope, I'm not going to turn around.
That's
Nope,
not
nope,
what he
nope,
said.
nope, nope.
No, he turned around and said, liars. You liars. I'm going to take your children off you.
And I must be naive because I really thought when Brian was breaking it down, something was going to click. So I must be naive.
Oh, something did click with him. Why am I using Metabunk? Why am I referring to the maths that he's trying to support? That's what clicked with him. Why are you referring to these maths that debunk me?
Yeah, that was the coup de grace. They don't match. He appealed to the site reduction tables. Like, well, because this is using a squared function. Well, is it the squared function that would comport with your globe maths? Well, why are you using my globe maths to compare how this doesn't work? Can you send me those? What?
He referred to the site reduction tables because I brought them up and stated that in the almanac it stated that they're using mean sea level as your horizontal for all the baselines of all your elevation angles. So he went trying to cite them as if it meant something. It meant nothing. Because even Tent even posted it didn't get put out there. Even Tent posted a thing about site reduction, I think, showing where they're, and I have the citations myself and I showed them on videos. That they're using
sea level because a level line of sight and the difference between mean sea level is going to give you the dip angle. That's why they use it. You need a level line of sight to determine that.
His own maths went against him. Nothing matches his globe.
Let me read to you a very short summary to answer that question from the gentleman who said psychologically, what do you think's happening? Imagine living in a dark place where everything you see is just a shadow. In your whole life, you believe these shadows are the only real things. Now, you could superimpose that with the globe if you like, as I keep reading. Well, this picture is a part of a famous story called Plato's Allegory of the Cave. It's a story that Plato, a great thinker from ancient Greece, wrote to help us understand the difference between what seems real to us and what is actually real. It's not just a puzzle about truth, but it's a kind of riddle that makes us think hard about what we know and what we don't know. Plato's allegory of the cave comes from his writing called The Republic, which shows us how easily we can be fooled by fake things and how surprising the truth can be when we first learn about it. So let's explore this allegory, which isn't just a story, but a deep lesson about life and the search for truth. And that's what happened to that guy today. He got hit with truth, and all he's looking at is shadows on a cave wall.
Fair enough. Yes, Carly, go ahead.
What causes the stars to move 1 degree every 69 miles when you move from away or towards this GP? What's causing that?
You've given the answer in the question if it's with Polaris.
69 miles is horizontal distance.
You've given the answer in your question. You moved away from it.
Thank you.
No, that's not specifying what's causing it to move.
It's not moving.
Either,
Polaris stays.
okay.
Hold on.
Right?
Hold on.
It's either perspective,
Hold on.
It's either perspective or it's actual.
Hold on. I mean, stop. Polaris doesn't move. That's why it's useful. You're moving away from it and then asking me why does it move?
When you move closer to the GP of Polaris, it's gonna get closer to your zenith 1 degree every 69 nautical miles. And I'm asking you, what is causing that to happen?
You've just done the same thing again. You've just explained that you are moving towards it or away from it. So let me just rephrase that. Because you are moving towards it or away from it, it is raising or lowering with respect to the horizon. That's you moving and seeing something that doesn't actually move because you are.
All right, let me rephrase the question. Is perspective causing the 1 degree every 69 miles?
Perspective causing that? No, that's not a causal relationship that you're describing. You're just describing what you observe to actually be the case as you back away from it.
All right, so perspective does not cause the stars to appear lower.
Perspective issue.
He's asking me, Brian.
So if the stars aren't actually lowering towards the horizon because of perspective, then what you look at a star and it's on the horizon, and that's not because of perspective.
Yeah, they are. They're lowering or rising because of the distance you're making. If you move away from Polaris for 69.48 statute miles, then Polaris will appear drop by 1 degree. Appear. It's not actually dropping. So if something is not actually happening, if Polaris is not actually dropping or actually rising, then there's only one word for that. It's
apparent.
Perspective. I don't care what answer Nathan gave you. That is the only word for that.
Your answer really doesn't matter. I'm literally not trying to ask anybody else but Nathan right now.
Because Nathan gave you the answer that you wanted, but wasn't correct.
Is the answer perspective? Are you saying that it's lowering due to perspective when you move away from the GP?
It's not lowering, dude.
Hang on.
He's asking me. I did say that to Brian, but he's decided.
What is wrong with you guys? Let Nathan answer. Yeah.
I'm saying you can ipso facto describe what it does. Ascribing this description of perspective to you, I don't do that. Brian is chosen to do that and say that that's the only way you can describe that. No, I can just describe what it does. Matter of fact, it does drop towards the horizon 1 degree of measurement with respect to a horizontal plane for every 60 nautical miles you move away from it. That is an actual description of what it definitely does do. Beyond that, I don't have to ascribe any. Who was that?
That was me. Apparently, it doesn't actually drop or actually rise. It's apparent. It's an angular drop and an angular rise.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Thanks for that clarity.
Yeah, which is perspective, not actual.
Yeah, thank you for your second clarity over the top of me. Thank you. Really appreciate that.
Well, you should be thanking me, because otherwise this guy's going to hold you to words which are incorrect.
Nathan, I think you're smart enough to see where I'm going with this. If perspective is the reason for the stars lowering, we should see the distance between constellations change angular size as you move away from GPs and stuff like this. We don't observe this. Constellations have fixed positions, and they move towards the horizon, and they don't change angular size.
No, they don't. I mean, they have fixed positions. No, Polaris has a fixed position.
Their positions on a celestial sphere remain relative to each other, no matter what.
There are no positions on a celestial sphere. That's after the fact, after you've measured them with respect to a plane. Their angle is apparent. Brian just went through this with you. I have to agree in this regard. I'm not going to ascribe it a description or term. It is an apparent description of their angle. You can then plot out those points on the protractor and call it a celestial sphere. You're not going to then tell me that after reification, that means they've got fixed points on that protractor you arbitrarily use to measure where they look like they were positioned in the sky on a protractor. That is not where the stars are. They're not on the protractor. They're in the sky. They don't have a fixed position. Only Polaris does. On absolute direction.
Their positions relative to each other are fixed.
Okay.
Right.
Positions
the
move.
Between stars don't change. Like, we're not watching perspective cause a decreased angular size as things lower towards the horizon. So it's not perspective causing the
Yeah.
stars to go towards the
I'm
horizon,
getting a sugar cookie.
causing the 1 degree every 69 miles.
Nathan, can I say something to you?
That's my point right there. That's all I'm trying to do.
Assuming,
Oh my god.
hang on,
Yeah,
Nathan.
we're even,
He's
Brian.
pre-assuming-
Brian, we're even. Yeah, we're even. Yeah. Now, I don't need to ascribe a detailed description with a word like perspective when I describe what they do. I don't know what they are. You're saying, well, because they move in this particular fashion and the distances between them don't change, that means it isn't perspective. I say, okay. I mean, fine. I mean, I can even go along with it. Let's pretend I do say it's perspective. So what? What does that mean? It doesn't. It doesn't do anything for anybody.
Well, one way to explain this phenomena, because we know that the stars aren't actually on the horizon. Like when I look at the horizon and there's an apparent GP and the star appears on the GP, like it's very close to zero, I know that the star is actually in the sky. So if it's not lowered due to perspective, then the star has to be where it actually appears, on the horizon. And that doesn't make sense because we know the star.
Yeah, that's malformed. You're making me side with Brian. If a plane did the same thing, that's to say an aeroplane flew from your position at your zenith to the horizon, right? And we accept that it remains the same air altitude the whole time. And when it meets the horizon from your view, you know that it's not touching the horizon then either. But that definitely is perspective. So because you can describe the stars doing the same thing as a plane, when I don't know what the stars are to absolutely confirm that it is the case that they've physically moved their position above its GP position. I only know that if I was at that GP position, it would be above me. That is literally all I know. Now, yeah, I'm uncomfortable using the word perspective. Brian is not, and that's fine. We're allowed to have a different. I'm glad we have because it means I don't have to go on bended knee for interrupting him constantly. Something when I didn't understand with the last guy. So good. Anyway. I don't know where you're going with this, other than, yeah, they don't hit the horizon. And you're saying, but if it was perspective, they would hit the horizon. No, a plane doesn't do that. You can't really make that false comparison.
Well, I see it as a big issue. It's all good. Thanks for letting me say that.
No, that's fine. I kind of know where you're going as well. Let's sympathise with you. I just sided with Brian. Yeah, there's certain things that make me uncomfortable because I just don't know what the best word to ascribe it to. And often if you don't know, and there's just an ipso facto description of something that happens that you can detail with a few more words, there isn't necessarily the need to summarise it to the word perspective. Now, if I did, would that leave me in some sticky wicket that I can't find my way out of? Possibly. So why do it, is my attitude. But that doesn't mean I think it's bad or wrong or that Brian is incorrect in this regard. Far from it. If I had a gun to my head and they were like, just say it, it's perspective, isn't it? I'd say, yeah. But I don't really know, because I don't know what they are. That's the only reason of me being hesitant. I don't see any problem. But there might be one that I just don't know because I just don't know.
Right.
Right, we're going to have to bid farewell to this server. We've been here for 4 hours rather than 3.
Hey, let's not go yet.
No.
Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for the politeness.
Just real quick.
Really?
Just real quick. May I?
Yes, Ted, you can go.
Oh, thank you. Glad someone answered. In the whole summary of this, vernal equinox date is very important because it creates a sky map as the reference versus the observer on Earth as the reference with the horizontal coordinate system called altitude and azimuth. The declination and right ascension is used for using a map of the stars. And the EQ Mount telescope goes by that. And all measurements go by that. And the Earth is a disk, infinite, to the celestial sphere, non-rotating, and there's the stars that are moving. This is their reference for everything. Just wanted to drop that in.
It's a good outro. I'm too stressed and tired, so yes, I'm trying to get ahead of myself.
Let me drop in one.
No.
Just it's very small. Very small.
No, I don't. I just want to. We've been here. We've already been here too long.
A sentence. A sentence.
Welcome to Firehouse.
Is an angular height or an angular size an actual height or an actual size?
No.
Or is it a perspective size and a perspective height?
Perspective. If you want to describe it as something that's got physicality that I can confirm that with. Anyway,
we don't need physicality. We just need
Brian. Please, for the love of Jesus, this isn't one
forget
sentence.
it. Forget it.
It's not one sentence. I just want to thank him for having us.
Forget it. Just forget it.
I don't want to forget it.
I'll come back.
It was a large meatball that you got last time, right?
I don't want to forget it. I know it's never going to. I don't want to forget it. I just want to thank our hosts for having us, so I can move into a different server and we can continue as long as we like.
You could have done that 20 seconds later.
Yeah, Nathan, you can hang out here as long as you want, by the way. It's up to you.
I do appreciate that.
And you guys are all invited to come back whenever you like, man. Especially Brian.
Indeed, but this is
Thanks very much.
Yeah, indeed. It's a scheduled event, and there is a certain amount of stress on the moderators, which I don't want to strain or stress, because then you're outstaying your welcome. At this point, nobody's even hinting that they're stressed. In fact, we're saying, "Oh, you can stay as long as you like." Excellent point for us to say, "Oh, thank you so much. You've been excellent hosts. I really appreciate the offer, but we've already stayed so long and we've had such a great time. I hope we're welcome back next week. If you did want to carry on chatting to us, though, we're going to toddle along to Flat Earth Debate Service. And if anyone wants to stay, obviously they're welcome to. But thank you so much for having us, as always, on a Friday. I didn't notice the time. It's flied by an hour more than I was anticipating anyway. I just want to express again my gratitude for you having us in politics. Thank you.
Thanks for being here, Nathan.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Absolutely. We'll see you next week. Earth is measured flat.
Literally, because there's no answer to that question on a flat Earth. That's like part of the reason I'm not.
Shut up, dude.
Them abyssal planes are kicking some bulk hard ass.
There's no other way to explain the positions of celestial objects.
In your brain, there's no other way to explain it. We get it, man. You see the shadows on the wall. We know.
It's true. I'm just whatever, dude.
Thanks again for hosting, man. Always appreciate it.
I like to believe there is a way to explain it on a flat Earth, and I want to figure it out.
See, it was explained to you over and over again, but you can't hear it. I understand that.
What didn't you like about what they explained to you? Tell us where they hurt you.
And that's just it. He just didn't like the answer, right?
No, I don't think I got an answer. My question is, if the cause of stars moving 1 degree every 69 miles, if the cause is perspective, why don't the distances between stars change as they lower towards the horizon?
I don't know. You got an answer for it like 4 times, man.
What was the answer that Nathan gave you?
He said he doesn't know. He said because he doesn't know what the stars are, that he can't tell me what they are or what they're actually doing.
That's right. That's the same with me. I don't know for the same reason, really. It had nothing to do with Nathan. I tell you that all the time. I don't know.
And we know, like, can we figure out some kind of way to calculate?
Yeah, if you go to the star, we'll be able to start figuring it out. You got to pick one, though.
Yeah, you got to get there.
This is like my satellite question yesterday.
Or you can just make it up, right?
It's like, can we get to the actual satellite? It's like, I don't know. It's kind of like the stars.
I don't see Canadian atheists refuting what I said about how we use the word flat. We're using it in the correct context as an adverb, right? With consideration of points, with high points and low points, all in a horizontal position. It's a freaking adverb. He wants to use it as an adjective. Smooth, completely smooth, right? Like that's fucking dishonest.
Yeah, how about zero slope?
Is everything quiet now?
Seems to be.
I was making sure that I didn't cut out or something or like that.
No, I'm just messaging Nathan about that other issue of people skirting vans coming through the back channel. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Your mic is open, Canadian.
He's Canadian. He must believe it's flat.
He's a Canadian atheist, eh?
Interesting that how is yeah, that's what I was gonna say is atheism and his globalism are in direct conflict with each other. And somehow that causes him to then ask you questions that he thinks he already has the answer to, but you don't. it's quite bizarre. You know, but I mean, as long as he's the big problem before was that he was constantly text skanking. But since he's at least trying to talk now.
No, he's not. Don't mistake his open mic for trying to talk.
I mean, earlier he was he tried.
Oh, what other correlations? They both affirm that the belief in nothing that they can I guess atheism would believe or affirm that God doesn't exist. They'd have some kind of evidence of that, and the globe affirms that nothing can exist next to the something of Earth.
His national animal is a beaver, and we all know that beavers are flat earthers, man.
Hey, Canadian atheist. I mean, you're in the VC and you're typing up a novel. What's going on?
Weirdo. So he denies the necessary preconditions for intelligibility, and he denies the necessary preconditions to measure his globe. How does he have? And how does he affirm that they don't exist?
I don't know, but this is madness. How you gonna be in the VC, bro, and be typing up a novel?
Yeah, it could be a mistake. Like his key, something's tapping the keys or something.
I bet you it was a cat. He's got cats.
Probably. Cat walking on the keys.
Yeah, that kind of explains the hot mic too, because he was it was just randomly turning on.
Maybe he just fell asleep and smacked his face on the keyboard. Nah, look at that. He's typed an essay.
I told you. I called it. If I had to place bets, y'all would have been paying me.
Yeah, they all came through at once too. It makes it look like he tried to type it, but it was lagged out.
His push to talk key is probably a Y, and every time he types, it lights up.
That's pretty funny.
I lost track of time on that one. And then, Manufactotum was going for ages, yeah.
I loved it, dude. Manufactotum thinks he's so smart. He always whacks himself so intelligent, man. And Brian just fucking slapped him around like a child.
Yeah. I think it all flowed pretty well at the end there. Apart from Brian's meltdown. But I understood why he was having it. Yo, yo. Yo.
What's up?
Still thinking about Starlink. This pissing me off.
It's kind of imagination land, though, right?
It's up there. It's something's up there, man.
I get it, but we got to imagine what it is, right?
Prove that it's not just flares on the back of 4 jets.
got Starlink, and I lose reception at about 4 o'clock every morning for an hour. Just completely cuts out, no internet every single morning. Without fail, about 20 minutes from now.
What do you think of that?
Oh, it just pisses me off because I'm got my trades open, I got all my shit open, I got to try and switch across to my phone and hotspot off my phone. But other than that, who knows? They're
Yeah,
changing
so
balloons.
yeah, it could be Saloons, but someone told me, or yesterday showed me, I saw the video, but someone told me that they saw it just flying past them, like just trucking.
Well, it moves at 17,000 miles an hour, right? So they say.
So they say. I don't know about that. That sounds kind of ridiculous.
Well, the dish doesn't move, so
You've seen the hypersonic sled track, right? That moves at what, 6,000 miles an hour, maybe?
Yeah, it's like a flash, eh? Like boom.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not happening in the sky, bro. So I don't know. I hope this question leaves my brain in the next few days, but if you hear me asking it a couple times a day, I'm sorry. I apologize ahead of time.
Like even these supersonic jets that go over your head, man. Like they fucking they're gone in a second, man. And they're doing like 1,200 miles an hour, right?
Yeah. My theory is what I slept on and woke up to was if they're by Tesla makes the electric cars. It's got to be some electric flying vehicle. That's obviously it's like a train, but that's the only thing I can think of. And it recharges by solar or something because I don't know how they wouldn't go up there and charge anything. It's be impossible. So must be some solar powered, electric powered.
It seems like he's launching them almost every day too, though, right, bro? So maybe they are replacing them. Who knows?
And maybe they crash and he puts new ones up there. But I mean, he's not like gassing them up like a freaking, like, oh, we're 747, we're out of fuel. Help Air Force, and the Air Force comes and they fuel them up in the sky. That's not happening with freaking those satellites or whatever they are.
It could be something we have no clue of too, right, bro? I'm sure there's a lot of that stuff that we have no idea that it even exists.
Yeah, the satellites just could be a cover up for, something else. We don't know. Yeah, I think it just bugs me more of the stuff that we don't know than the stuff we do. Because I'm all aboard 100% a flat earther. Like, I know it's measured flat.
But the Earth is not flat.
Prove it, brother. Prove it's a globe.
Who is that?
What's your best evidence that it's a globe? No, it's not Brenda.
Speak, child. All right. No, it's not. You win.
So how do you measure that the Earth is flat?
Most of the time we've been using lasers over water, Brenda.
Over half your mind ball is flat.
You could do it like Manufactotum did it.
Could I see those measurements? Show me the numbers.
Go to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and look under lasers. There's about 1,000 of them there.
I'm banned there, so I can't do that.
Help you then. I'm not going to post every one of them, dude.
So
where are you banned from?
From Earth Awakening.
Dating with you, Brenda, I've learned it is just a nah with you, right? Like,
no, I give reasons.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, That's how
I've
argumentation
heard your
works.
reasons before, dude.
Wait, isn't the Earth like? Isn't it
Of
proven without a doubt that the Earth isn't flat though?
course it is.
Well, prove
Like
it.
it's called the. There was like an experiment done where you're looking at like the shadows, I think.
Yeah, that's not an experiment. And
And that
yeah,
has a whole
shadows.
bunch of assumptions in it, brother.
That was the Eratosthenes, and it was an experiment,
Let's
and
assume
it
this. Let's assume that, and let's assume the next thing, and then
yes,
poof, it's a globe.
science has assumptions built into it. Yes, all the time.
Stop the cap.
Like I can't tell if you guys are trolling.
They're
No, you've been
real.
trolled. You've been trolled.
Oh, so you guys actually don't believe in flat Earth?
No, they do
Digested.
believe it. They do believe
Hey,
it. Some of them
Brenda?
don't.
Brenda, enough with your bullshit.
I was just telling him the truth. You do believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
Are you saying you don't? Are you saying
Digested,
you
you've
don't
been
believe it?
duped by damage control. Listen to them. You hear them, Digested? You
What?
hear their desperation when
No,
they. When
I
you
mean I don't
realize
believe
that it's
you. I'm
not a
listening to
troll.
him more than you, bro. Like the Earth is
Okay.
not flat. You're like
No, you
you're
should be
actually
listening to me.
no, bro. I mean I don't know if you guys are like
I'm
troll
him.
baiting or like,
Nah.
but like there's
No. Why
no
would you
way
listen?
you can like be like an
No.
intelligent person and think
No,
the Earth
they're,
is flat.
they're actually this digested. They are actually this stupid.
So, bro, your best proof is that we measured shadows 2,000
No,
years
I mean
ago.
you want me to send you like the source of this? Like there's a bunch of different articles.
Hey,
on
just
it.
calm down,
got the source,
Digested.
man.
You're putting the cart before the horse. You can drop your arrogance.
Bro, holy fuck, you guys are.
Yeah, holy fuck.
It's 2024, and
you
you
holy
got
shit, where's the Tylenol?
Yeah, they're
And now you're
extremely
gonna listen to
delusional,
Brenda
digested.
Digested probably never heard of the topic before. I mean, it's okay to think the Earth's a globe. Brenda thinks certain things about Brenda's self.
Yeah, everything is fine. So
No, Digested, we're not in here to troll you. We're trying to wake you up to the fact that you've been trolled by the TV and the textbooks. So take it or leave it.
the problem is they can't actually prove any of that.
Yeah, just look at the water, man.
Yeah.
How does looking at the water
you
prove
forget,
anything?
You forget you've been left holding the bag trying to prove this globe that's been claimed. That's what you seem to forget. So one
How
thing
does that happened? Can
one
you
thing
explain
one
that?
thing at a time, ma'am.
How does that happen? How have I been left holding the bag?
I don't. It sounds like you've been prioritizing other things.
Yo, your fucking flat Earth is bullshit, man. You just see a doctor.
Maybe it is digested.
You'll be
How would
fine.
we find
You'll be
out?
fine, Digested.
What?
Well, how would we find out? I was asking. Like, how would I
Do
measure it?
research. Do your own research.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What do you think you and I could do to measure the Earth to be a globe?
I think you could probably. Like, I'll get banned if I say it.
Like.
I don't know, bro. I'm not gonna sit here and debate.
It should be. I hear. No, I hear you.
Knock
It's
off
not
your attitude problem.
I hear you. Like I thought this. I thought the same thing. Like years ago, digested. I was like, wait a minute. How would I measure it? Right. And then I was like, I can't even think of one on my own. I mean, the way I typically measure things is I get a tape measure, I get a level, I get a square, I get these tools out.
Yeah, but
And
if
then-
you do that with like a laser and like shine it like across like to like the other side of the world, like what you think, it won't be there in the same exact spot. Like because the Earth is round, it's a sphere.
Is that how you would measure it?
Like yeah, they've done tests like that.
Yeah,
Like, bro,
they're
I'm not a
all
scientist and I'm not a fucking like I'm a finance major. Like I don't know, like I don't know like the exact
Don't take
processes.
it so
like-
personal. Then we were all fed the same globe on TV. No need to take it so personally.
I'm not taking it personally. I just think like I just can't comprehend that you guys are actually real.
So what
Like,
are you talking
there's
about?
no way you
Shining
guys
a
are not.
light to the
no
other
way you
side
are.
of the world. Did you hear yourself? You're talking about shining lasers to the other side of the world.
Yeah.
Listen to yourself, bro.
That's not hard to do, bro. You're
That's not hard
retarded.
to do, They man. did it, huh?
You're acting
They
like
did it.
shining a laser isn't like you're not able to do that. Like what? Like we do
Yeah,
that from
you can
space
shine, you
already.
can shine a laser across the lake.
You can shine one, bro. You can shine one pretty damn far if you have a strong ass
Yeah,
laser.
how far can you shine a laser? Let's hear.
Let's look it
several
up.
miles.
Let's look it up
Several
right now.
several miles.
Okay, this is going to be good.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, probably not across the entire world, but I'm guaranteed.
Yeah, but beyond what you think the Earth curvature is.
Valid.
Hopefully you'll realize your own self flat smack incoming here. Good luck.
Digested. You see that hill or that mountain that's in your picture? You're saying that because the Earth's a globe, I can stand on top of that mountain, and no matter where you are, because I'm higher up, I can get half the world lit with my laser that I bought at Staples.
Yeah, you should be able to. If the Earth was flat.
Okay, so I mean, on the globe though, I can do at least half of it from that elevation, right?
No,
No. Why not?
Because it's curved.
Yeah, but I'm high enough. Why can't I hit everything with the laser I bought at Staples? What's the issue?
Well, one, a laser from Staples won't have enough power.
Okay,
Number
so
two, the Earth is curved, so things will be hidden behind the curve.
Okay, maybe. So first the power. We have to make. How much power do I need?
I don't know.
Okay, then. All right. Well, then that's out the window. Digested.
Yeah, the easiest way is to simply.
You guys suck. You guys are intolerable, unbearable.
Digested.
Thank you.
I have a laser measurement.
Tuesday, innit?
I got a laser measurement here for you, where the laser was 9.58 feet above the lake's surface, and it was going across a lake 40 kilometers or 24.94 miles, where the target hidden height, according to the globe, should have been 90.81 meters or 297 feet.
And I bet you haven't.
You guys leave me alone. You talk to someone else about this. I don't care enough.
So they always use the wrong formula to calculate height hidden, and they always use it in a way that there's
that's not
reflection.
an argument. Your argument is supposed to be the right way. Just tell the right way.
The right way is that you have a hypothesis. And based on the hypothesis, you make a prediction. Just a minute. Then you make a prediction.
The wrong formula.
You conduct an observation or an experiment to test the hypothesis.
Hang on.
How do you make
that the way they calculate the measurement is wrong, and then the way you correct for calculating that measurement is by formulating a hypothesis? That's completely non sequitur, Brenda.
They
weren't together.
I was responding to a different question at that time.
Yeah, that was why I was trying to stop you.
Because people were over talking, I couldn't complete it.
Because it was the wrong. I was over talking because it was the wrong answer. You said that you're using the wrong formula. I said, okay, what's the correct formula? And then you said get a hypothesis and test it.
The correct formula is fairly complicated, but it would be in the curve calculators that take that into account. That's the ones you should use.
And what are they taking into account?
The curvature of the Earth. They use the correct formula rather than the incorrect.
What's the correct formula?
It's complicated. I can't recite it for you here. I don't have it memorized. It's just programmed into a computer. Right?
So if that's the case, what sort of variations is that going to make to our 90 meters of hidden height?
Well, if you use the 8 inches per mile drop, then we know that that's wrong because there's nowhere in that formula to insert observer height or to find out amount hidden.
Yeah, it's a rough estimate, Brenda, right? We know that, right?
No, it's completely wrong. If you want
need that number, that's an indispensable variable that you need in.
No, it's wrong. It's completely wrong for calculating the amount hidden.
Well, if you want to add height, then go ahead and recalculate, right? But that
need a different formula.
That calculation doesn't add height. That's all.
Okay, Brenda, then give me the height. Give me the hidden height. If there was something at 2.92 meters above sea level, and we were shooting across 40.14 kilometers, what would be the target hidden height according to the correct calculations that you're claiming?
What's your elevation from the sea level? You need that too.
2.92 meters.
No, that was for the object that you're looking at. Or maybe I heard wrong.
2.92 meters. It was placed 2.92 meters above the surface of the lake. and was seen on the opposite shore at 40.14 kilometers, which is 90 meters of curvature between.
Just to clarify, they want the altitude of the lake.
I want your altitude.
No, I'm asking
From
Brenda
sea level.
for the correct calculation based on 2.92 meters above the lake.
Yeah, in their model, they need the altitude of the lake because it affects the curve rate.
Yeah, the shore on each side of the lake is at different elevation, right?
No.
Yeah, they're saying it's a bigger circle because they're above sea level or below it, or smaller circle maybe. Maybe it's in
What's holding the
Louisiana.
hill?
Altitude of the lake has nothing to do with it.
What's holding the hill of water in between the two shores?
Oh, we don't calculate lake level, by the way. We use sea level.
So all I've got so far is the observer height is 2.92 meters. Is that correct, AJ?
Yeah, and we're looking across a distance of 40.14 kilometers.
Did something happen?
No, we're waiting for you.
You were getting the correct formula and calculation. Or just get the correct hidden height using whatever correct formula you have somewhere hidden.
Did that go over your head, Brenda?
We all knew what we were waiting for. Brenda was like, "What's going on?" That's,
Did
my phone
something
working?
happen? She asked.
That's what I thought. I left Discord and came back.
It's because it was so quiet. I thought that my that was a audio on my end. My bad.
It's all good. That was just your turn to speak.
Right. So I have the observer height at 2.92 meters. The target distance is 40 kilometers approximately. What is the target size?
I'd have to go further into the document to give you the target size. But the point is it can be seen at 40.14 kilometers, where there should be 90 meters of curvature in front of you.
I just want to know the target size or its height, basically, how high above the water is.
I believe the target height is the same as the observer height.
Yeah, but I'm going to double check.
Well, I mean, are we claiming it? AJ, are you saying you're just seeing the top of this object or the bottom of it and the top?
No, they're saying they're hitting the target. They're saying it was seen at 40 meters, 40 kilometers, sorry. So it says it was seen on the opposite shore at 40.14 kilometers.
So no obstruction.
No, so it'd be a 90-meter obstruction, high obstruction of curvature on the shore of the other side of the lake. So they've gone from shoreline from 2.92 meters above to the shoreline on the other side is what it says. But there is more info. I can try and find it. Give me a minute if you like.
Just their little dance that everything's at the same elevation, right? On a curved ball. I guess from the center of the earth.
Yeah.
That you don't even know where that is. Like,
yeah, we do. It's at the center.
yeah,
Right,
if,
so
you draw it
everything-
on a piece of paper, now fucking show it to me in real life.
Do you understand that?
I understand fully, Brenda. You don't need to
I
explain
don't think you
nothing
do.
to me.
I don't think you do.
Yeah, I do. That you got an imaginary center of the earth that you point to in reality.
Okay,
If
I
you
got
say
the
so.
Yeah. So on the 22nd of April at 23:20, The blue laser pointer was pointed off the solid at 2.92 meters or 9.58 feet above the lake surface. It was seen on the opposite shore, 40 kilometers away or 24.94 miles to target at 1.5 meters above the lake surface. So laser was shot from 2.92. Target was 1.5 meters above.
Above. Of what? We will never know.
Okay, and what was the refraction?
What refraction?
What do you mean, what refraction? If
Exactly
you're going
that.
over a lake, what was the
refraction?
refractive index at that time?
What was the refractive index of air?
That's going to vary depending on the time of the day.
Are you talking about
the
visibility
condition.
or are you talking about something else?
You don't know what refraction is?
Oh, I know what refraction is.
Well, if you think it's visibility, then you don't know what refraction is.
Well, I'm asking you. What is it?
So you don't know.
Well,
And you've been
go
in
ahead
this
and
how
explain-
long?
Go
How long
ahead and
have you been at
explain it,
this?
Brenda. Go ahead and explain it, please.
Yeah, you're treating refraction like the Holy Spirit, Brenda.
Well,
Like
Brenda,
Holy
I'll give you the
Spirit?
refraction
What are you
value
talking
of
about?
air. It's 1.0003.
I think you know.
And that would be a single isotropic media with no boundary.
Yeah, that's not the usual refraction. So,
No, that
unless
is
we
the
know
usual
that-
refraction. That is the
Yeah.
law of refraction, yeah? And air
No,
is
that's
a
not the
single
law.
material. Air is a single material
No, it's not.
with an index of refraction of 1.003.
No, air is not a single medium. Its refractive index changes on over a lake, depending on the temperature of the lake, the temperature of the air, and the height above the lake. So none of you know anything about refraction. You just repeat things that you've heard. You have no understanding of what refraction
I'm
is.
just waiting for the correct
Like I said,
formula for.
Why don't you explain to
light.
us, explain
So,
to us
Brenda-
what your version is of
Brenda,
refraction?
Refraction
chat-
bends light.
Brenda, in the refraction bends light. That's all you've got. You got nothing at all, Brenda. Okay, so at 4 minutes past the hour, refraction is the bending of a path of light wave as it passes from one material to another material.
That's right. That's
the
right.
refraction occurs at the boundary and is caused by a change in the speed of light wave upon
Absolutely.
crossing the boundary. Okay, so now let's go down here and have a look at what the materials are. Vacuum, 1, which is what the speed of light is compared to with the other materials. Air, 1.0003. Ice, 1.31. So you do not have anything to do with refraction or Snell's law in the air alone. You do not have a boundary.
Except you do.
Except you don't.
There is a change in the refractive index between warm air and cold air. And over a lake, that change in index happens very fast, over even just 1 meter.
Okay, so 5 minutes past the hour from Walter Bislin. We can't apply Snell's law here because we have no boundaries.
Move on with your correct formula, Brenda. Stop obfuscating.
Yeah, and we're talking about
obfuscating variables, guys.
We're talking about obstruction here, right, Brenda?
No, we're talking about refraction.
Okay, you're talking about refraction, but I'm talking about obstruction, right? Like you shouldn't be able to see it due to the obstruction of the Earth's curvature, right?
The curvature calculators will tell you based on how high you are, how far away it is, and how how high above the ground the target is, how much of it you should see, and how much should be hidden due to the curvature of the Earth.
So there's obstruction there, right, Brenda?
Of course.
So can you give me an example of showing something that is obstructed become unobstructed by refraction?
When
So
it
if
looms up, right?
Listen, so if I go hide behind a 5-foot hill, can you use refraction to make me come into view?
Yes.
Oh, please show me a demonstration of that.
Stop the cap.
Right.
Looming
I don't
looms
have
things
anything.
above the horizon,
Yeah,
not bringing
yeah.
it to eye level, yeah? And again, you do not have terrestrial refraction or refraction, according to Walter Bisland, because you do not
That's
have
incorrect.
any boundaries for the media to cross.
That's incorrect. All you need is a change in the refractive index of the
Not
atmosphere.
according to Walter Bisland, and not
You're
according
not
to San
understanding
Diego
it correct.
State University.
Yeah, you're just not understanding it correctly.
I don't understand correctly. We cannot apply Snell's law here because we have no boundaries. That doesn't sound very difficult to understand there, Brenda.
It sounds like a quote mind quote. That's
No, it's not a quote
missing
mine
the
because I can give
context.
you many. So first of all,
Yeah.
for what you're claiming, atmospheric refraction or terrestrial refraction, you need 2 antecedents. Do you have, or 3 actually, do you have those 3 antecedents?
You don't even know what an antecedent is, do you?
You have 3 requirements for terrestrial refraction.
What's an
Do
antecedent?
you have those 3 requirements?
What's an antecedent?
Brenda, what's a
Answer the
formula?
question, Brenda.
This isn't logic. This is physics. They're different.
No.
So
You have 3 requirements, right, for terrestrial refraction to exist. Do you know what they are, and do you have them?
you'd need light, and you would need a change in the refractive index of the medium that the light is traveling through.
From San Diego State University, you're going to require the atmosphere, which is also curved.
That'd be the medium. Yep.
Yep. As it follows the shape of the Earth in the calculations. Yeah.
Yep.
With a rough value of 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature. And to make the calculation simple, they assume the density depends on the distance from the center of the curvature. Correct?
I suppose. I don't know. Okay.
So the requirement, well, this is from San Diego State University. So the requirement would be atmosphere or sphere-shaped air as it curves following the shape of the Earth. Yeah. So according to Chem Libra texts, gases have the following characteristics: no defined shapes. So there's the first one out the window. Yeah. Second antecedent is a radius value of 6,400 kilometers for the light to follow. Right. You don't have a radius value because you have no measured drop over distance. This has been established many times. And the third thing
The radius has been calculated many times. You just saying things doesn't make it true.
And the third, no, calculated, yeah, not measured. Yeah, no drop over distance. Just as we were discussing.
All calculations require measurement.
Just as we were just discussing in the laser test, yeah, that you're claiming refraction for to get away from the flat Earth. So your third requirement are horizontal rays. However, again, from San Diego State University, some people have been worried about how to apply the refraction law to such a horizontal ray of light because it does not cross any boundaries between the denser and the less dense air in the stratified atmosphere. So no, it doesn't cross any boundaries in the atmosphere. In general, the curvature of the ray is different from the curvature of a surface, but here we are only concerned with the rays that bend just enough to follow the curve of the Earth. The simplest solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct, and in reality, we have a beam of light. Rays don't really exist. They are a conceptual fiction.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So far for your terrestrial refraction, we have atmosphere. Yeah.
Yeah, we have an atmosphere.
According to gas law, gases have no defined shape.
That's
Two,
false.
you
That's
need
false.
a radius value. You need a radius value that you don't have with any measured drop over
That's
distance.
false. That's
And
false.
three, the horizontal rays that you require don't exist in reality. They're just a conceptual fiction. So you
Yeah,
do
there's
not
no problem
have
with any of
any
that.
terrestrial refraction to claim here, Brenda.
Yeah, so that's called sophistry, using
No, that's not called sophistry.
using fallacious arguments to argue or to deceive.
Please explain how they're fallacious.
Well, we do have a radius, right? And the atmosphere is spherical because of the Earth, right?
Can you show this?
Can I demonstrate that the Earth is a globe? Is that what you mean? Or that the atmosphere conforms to the surface of the globe? Which one?
Whichever one you practice.
Just putting it in the chat for you.
All right. Well, the 1972 blue marble photograph taken by the Apollo spacecraft on its way to the moon, they snapped a picture of the Earth, and it shows the Earth as a globe, and it shows the atmosphere conforming to the surface of the Earth.
Oh, you mean the blue marble that's taken from snippets of data
as you,
and not
so,
actual
as you
pictures?
so eloquently say. Pictures, she says.
Not that one, AJ. To the original 1972 one, which was taken.
First, you would have to
film.
show that
It was
they
taken
can
with
go to this
film.
violation of space. Yeah, you haven't done that either. You're just
No,
making all these
no.
unsubstantiated claims. I've given citations here that you just hand wave, dismiss, and say, "Nuh-uh,
No.
you don't understand the direct quote. Nuh-uh, you've got it wrong. Nuh-uh, we can have that because we do have a radius that's calculated from a flat Earth measurement of a horizontal reference plane." So
Yeah, she's referencing the picture.
Gases have the following characteristics: no defined shape. You have no sphere-shaped air.
AJ.
She's referencing the picture, as she calls it, that has Africa taking up half the globe.
No, it's talking about the 1972 blue marble photograph.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that was taken by the crew of Apollo as they were on their way to the moon.
It's your lie, tell it. Lipstick on a pig.
No, it's the camera that they took
it's
it with.
what you believe. I get it. You've been duped by moon golf films, Brenda. We know your discernment level is low.
That's your claim.
You get all hot and bothered about lunar dune buggy films. Get a life.
That's your claim that you can't support. Mine was. No, I didn't.
You're not talking about rocket pictures?
I was
from rockets?
I was asked to support my claim.
Yeah, and that's the one that has Africa taking up half the globe.
All we got to do is
it's called focus. You don't know what focal length is, do you?
Get a life.
No. Yeah, cry harder.
All we
Get a
got to
life.
do
Says you that you see 24/7 channel.
So
you two get a life behind Brenda.
There is a whole scientific train behind you anyway. So
I was asked, right, to support my claim that I had those antecedents, which is not the correct usage of that word anyway. And then the other one, so I substantiated my.
You didn't substantiate shit.
Yes, I did. I cited evidence. I didn't say nah. I cited evidence. You just hand wave the evidence. That's okay, right? And that's for the
All you got to do is find the technology that we lost, and we can go back to the moon, right?
It doesn't change the fact that we went there.
How do you know?
They lost all the technology, bro. You're not.
No, we didn't lose the technology. We lost the infrastructure and everything, all the support stuff that is needed to.
Okay, Brenda. Look, to move on from this argument, I'm going to say, even though I don't agree with terrestrial refraction for the reasons that I've stated, You don't have horizontal rays of light. You don't have sphere-shaped air. You don't have
we
a
do.
radius value. You're not crossing any boundary between any medium. I'll give you the
Yes, you are.
refractive value of this measurement, even though I don't agree with it. So I'm going to post it in the chat for you so you can finish your calculation.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forget. It was so far removed. I
Done.
forgot. Brenda was getting the correct formula that she says
So we're going to
isn't
include the
used. So.
refraction because she needs it. So let's include it. So now we've got the height above the sea or the lake for the laser at 2.92 meters. We then go across 40.14 kilometers. Target height is at 1.5 meters, and your refraction is 0.001999999997 degrees with an angle deviation of 0.0003. So the laser beam would be refracted by a maximum of 0.131 millimeters or 0.00512 inches. So what happened to the other 90 odd meters of curvature going on?
Yeah, these numbers are wrong. I wasn't asking for the angle of refraction. I was asking.
You're done, Brenda.
No,
I was
whatever,
asking
man.
for. I was asking.
Shut the fuck up, man. Get back in your hole, Brenda. You fucking troll.
And who's this
These
guy? Like
numbers are
your
wrong.
advocate? Well, these numbers are wrong
Another
because the
headline
variables,
dismissed.
the starter ones, are wrong. The elevation.
You're jumping in and whispering, Vanek. Like, and you're continuously reposting this photograph. Do you want to punch the numbers in and give us the correct prediction?
Nah,
I'm
he's a
just telling
fucking
you to
troll,
use the
dude.
correct variables. Like, no need for my numbers.
He's a troll too, man. He
Well,
needs
how
to
am I a
get back,
troll?
get back under your bridge, dude.
Wait, who's this guy? Is this your like advocate?
No, man. Remember we had a chat, Vanek, and you told
No,
me
I don't
about
know
your
you.
great grandfather and your rabbi, dude, that have the
No,
telemetry data.
I told
fucking
you
from
about
the-
your Jew mother was
from
sending
when
some
they
shit
went to the
about you.
moon. You remember that, Zanuck or
I don't.
Vanek?
I don't.
You don't.
No, I don't know who are you.
Troll.
Maybe I'm gonna get a recording of it and fucking play it back for you, you fucking troll.
Maybe you can shut the fuck up because I don't want to chat with you.
Troll, get under your bridge.
You just embarrassed the troll. Now he doesn't want to. Shut the fuck
I'm
up.
just
I
trying
wanna
to
talk
tell you. I'm just trying to show you. Maybe you guys
just called him
embarrassed.
out so bad.
One
Like,
small
he's
thing,
all
which
in
is
his
sea
mind,
level.
He
That
remembered
you.
it. He's like, shit. This person is keeping track of me being a dickhead.
How can you ask for a formula and not following it?
This guy actually told me that his rabbi went to the moon with Neil Armstrong, man.
Oh my
You really believe such stories?
Hey, man, you told it.
Oh no, I'm saying about you saying it now.
No, obviously I don't believe such stories, dude. Fuck.
And what makes you think that we believe what you just said?
Hey, man, you can take it or leave it. If you want to deny saying it, go ahead.
Yeah, like right now, you're
formulas
being
here, right?
what
Let us
Brenda
keep-
earlier had named a sophist. Right now, you're being a sophist. Subdue is reminding you of what you did and why he has made the assessment of your.
And who cares? Like, let's stay on
I
topic.
care, right? I care. He
Oh,
was saying,
all
hey,
of a
listen.
sudden you care.
He was saying, hey, listen, don't waste time on Vanek. He's going to just say his rabbis went to the moon. Oh, okay, he's a waste of time.
And you just believe him like that.
Well, you're wasting my time right now. You're being a sophist. You're proving.
I'm telling you to don't listen to this guy. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So we can move on. Instead of listening to some
So what's the
retarded stories.
correct formula, Vanek? Since you keep reposting this
And now I was
calculator.
talking about the correct variables to take into account.
Yeah,
You
the
cannot
ones that
use
AJ
lake level.
posted right up there that you can copy and paste. Why do you keep on posting this photo of a calculator?
My calculator has nothing to do with that. Just talking
Okay,
about
that was the topic of discussion.
well, so you called me anyway.
Yeah, I'm asking you why we're discussing the topic of Brenda claiming that 8 inches per mile squared is the incorrect formula, and then you keep posting a calculator for Earth curve.
Because
What are you
before
proposing
he was
here?
mentioning
Is
the
it just a
same formula,
coincidence?
before he was posting the same formula, this one here of this calculator, and he was talking about lake level. You don't have to take lake level into account. It's sea level. That's the important thing.
See,
you don't care about
troll,
the
dude.
elevation from the
He's a
ground.
troll.
You care the elevation from sea level. That's how you calculate it. If you don't understand that, I can't speak with you. It's simple.
Well, then don't speak, dude. Just shut the fuck up.
I won't speak. Just don't lie about formulas and shit. Because the numbers
Bye-bye,
will be very different.
See you later, man.
Why are you getting mad? I'm just telling you.
I'm not mad, brother. You're the one getting mad.
Was I talking to you? No, I was talking to the other
No,
guy.
you're talking. That's it's sophistry again. Like, was I talking to you? I was talking. He's
So,
addressing
no,
what you're
Jax.
talking about.
Yeah, but I didn't ask him. So why is it okay if the other like flat earthers jump into the conversation, but if I do that, it's like wrong?
It's lake level, right, brother? Not sea level.
Is there like a cult or some shit? Like, let me talk.
Yeah, talk. What's the correct formula? Like Brenda gave up. Brenda stopped. We're like, that was the whole point. Brenda was like, no, it's all wrong. You know, this is incorrect. You can't use it.
Brenda tried to tell you that you have to take into account sea level, but the other guy kept denying it.
Oh,
Just
Brenda
posting
ignored
the
the sea
proof.
level
Hang on
thing.
a second. Righto,
I'm
dude.
just-
We're
I
taking
just
a
had to post
straight
it.
horizontal measurement across a lake. So we want to see how much drop over
Yeah.
distance there is on that actual surface of the lake. Yeah. Now, according to that, there should have been 90 meters of curvature in the center. Now, if you want to go from sea level, that's fine, but you need to add those measurements together. So you're going to need the height the lake is above sea level.
No,
plus
I
the
mean,
height of
if
the
you are
lake.
literally
Hang
in
on.
front of the lake, it's the same height as yours.
Listen, dude, don't
Yeah,
cut
you're-
me off.
I'm
If you
talking
want to
about the level.
include sea level in your measurement, you're going to have the height of the lake above sea level. Then you're going to have the height of the laser added to that.
Yeah,
Then on
yeah,
the
yeah. I
other
mean, yeah, I
shore,
guess.
you're
Yes.
going to have the height of the lake above sea level and the height of the target. So it's not going to make any
Above sea level,
difference
yes.
Yeah, people
to
have
the
done like.
actual curvature that you're trying to
It
disprove.
won't in a
Well,
flat earth.
Vanek,
In a
I can
globe earth,
agree
it
with
will
you
make
like
a
to a
difference. That's what we're trying to say.
I can agree with you to a certain extent as far as like if something's there, it's there at any rate, right? Like saying it's negligible, isn't like really being like fully honest, but it really is negligible. People have changed the radius for the argument that you're making, like from 3959 to 3958.
You know why it's not
It doesn't. It
negligible?
actually doesn't make a difference. Like you're claiming it should make, so the depth, like the farthest, the deepest we've ever been, right? The Marianas Trench is like 7 miles, and then the highest is like Mount Everest, another. So it's like a 14-mile difference. So if you were to change the radius from 3959, change it 14
when it's
miles, it
negligible?
still doesn't change the. I mean, it changes it by like a 0.00000 decimal. But
No,
I appreciate
not because
it would
why?
change
Let me just
something.
explain you why. Like, don't go on a monologue. I'm telling you,
I mean,
you need that
I'm
because
not. I was ending
the
it right there.
surface is not homogeneous. We have mountains. We have so many elevations, like, dips around. Like,
What, in water we have all those things?
What do you mean? No, that's why we need the sea level, so we can have like a point of reference, like the same one for like
Yeah,
you.
we're using
and
a
the
lake,
destination.
dude, as the reference.
Yeah, but still, that lake is subject to other things. Like, is like the bottom of the lake is not going to be the same.
What does that have to do with the surface?
I'm explaining you. Since the surface is not homogeneous, you have to take into account the sea level, which
But
is
the lake-
homogeneous
the lake
throughout the
is-
globe.
the lake
which is
is.
homogeneous throughout the globe. That's why we use that.
Oh, you just keep on chanting, brother.
He might listen.
Since-
So, you remember?
Do you
I
agree
don't
with me
remember
that
the
water
guy-
has a level?
I don't remember the name of the guy exactly, but he was like Wu-Tang Clan black guy, right? And he kept on saying, no, it's not the water that's curved. It's the earth under the water that's curved. Then later, like,
Yeah, I
Weiss was
remember that
talking-
guy.
Yeah. Vanek might be on that right now. He might think that's the case. It's not the water that's curved, it's the earth that's curved.
Is that what your point is? Is that it? Whatever the fuck your name is?
I don't know why you bring in this Wu-Tang guy. I don't care about him. I'm talking to you about the
Because there ain't
sea
nothing to
level.
fuck with.
So the
I'm
ground
talking
under
to
the
you
lake.
about the sea ground. Yeah, I'm talking to you
So
about
the
sea
ground
level.
under the lake is curved. Is that what you're trying to say?
What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's what you're trying to say.
What do you think? Yourself.
That's what I think, man. I think you think that the land under the water is curved.
No, but what do you think about the land?
It's flat, brother.
That's you. That's why we're calculating Earth's curvature, right?
What?
And what do you think we have this calculator for?
What kind of question is that? What do you mean? What do I
Where are you
think?
trying to go with that? Why are you asking me such a question? If the whole question is to prove the Earth is like not flat, why would you ask me? Do you think that the bottom of the sea is not flat?
Because you told me the whole Earth is homogeneous and fucking it's all different, right?
It's not homogeneous. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah. So does that?
That's why I'm saying that to you, dude.
Yeah, you're saying that you're saying. I mean, it's not a.
You don't have mountains, like you've never seen a mountain. And
I get it,
No,
man. Fuck.
So
Yeah, so the Earth is homogeneous, right? It goes up and down, like the dirt, the hills. They go up and down.
Yes.
Right. Does the water follow the curvature of the Earth, the up and down hills and
The
valleys.
surface of the water, not because it finds its level, but the base of it, yes.
Oh, so the water finds its level, does it?
Yeah, of course. We all know that. I mean, even you guys say that. Water
So
finds
what's
its
your
level.
definition of level, brother? Is it flat and straight, or is it curved?
Is the it's the same thing actually. There is a different type of flatness. We're not talking about the same flatness, I guess.
Yeah,
So
I hear
level,
you.
so level equals curved, right?
On a globe, yes. When we talk about water, yeah. Same
So
way
the
we
shorter-
say the same way we say space-time is flat. It's a flat fabric. You know exactly that we live in a 3D world, but it means something different.
Yeah, like my proof that the Earth is flat is that we can measure elevation change from a horizontal in the vertical. I hear kind of what you're saying, like there's up and downs, it's it's not
If you really
homogeneous.
claim it's negligible, just use the variable of sea level and get those results. That they're gonna be the answer.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Why you don't want to be precise? Be precise. Use the sea level, and we are all happy.
Yeah, no, I hear you. People have done that. They've
All right,
used that
so
before.
for
That
you,
hasn't
I
been
put it in
proven.
the chat.
Is that they proved the Earth is round.
I'd just like to see you work it out with sea level as well. So I've got it all in the chat there. So we've got the 2.92 meters above the lake.
Above the lake.
Target is 40 meters away.
It's always above the lake.
And the target is 1.5 meters, and the lake is 8 meters above sea level.
And if we're above sea level, we're giving it to we're giving the globe more. If we're below it, I guess we're cheating the globe.
Well, they just have to
First-
add to the
first
measurement. Yeah, they
variable is
can't
wrong.
just go sea level
It's got
because it's
2.9 meters of wrong.
it's going to be 8 meters plus 2.92. So it's going to be 10.92.
Mhm.
And then it's going to be, again, 8 meters plus the 1.5. So it's going to be 9.5 on the opposite side. It's not going to change anything.
Well, it changes clearly because from one side you're adding one number, to the other side you're adding a different one. So you see where's and why is important?
Oh, shut up, man. Fuck.
I mean, we're talking about 3 meters difference there, right?
No, we're talking about, well, 1.5 meters difference, basically. Just under 1.5 meters difference between the laser and the target on the opposite shore.
But that's the thing. If the curvature is so minimal and the difference is 1 meter, you're gonna have very big difference in the results.
It's 90 meters, dude.
It doesn't seem much, 1.5 meter difference, but yes, it's gonna give you.
You're right. It would change 90 meters to 89 meters. So it's 89 meters.
Anyway, we should go then by proving that these numbers are true. That you pointed the laser really at this altitude, and the target was really at that altitude. So
Fucking
once we
troll.
verify that,
I told you, there's no
It's
use
all good.
arguing with this guy. He doesn't have any fucking common sense at all.
Common sense. How's it common sense to asking you to use the formula correctly?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you get mad because I'm asking it simple. Okay. Just because I said your God is
Shut
not.
your bitch
just
ass
because,
up.
Just because you're mad, I told you your God doesn't exist. You don't have to get at me every time I come into the room, man. It's all right.
I'm gonna, dude.
Why are
Shut
you
your
holding
bitch
grudges
ass
from
up.
the previous call, man? I already.
There we
forgot.
go. The pseudo-intellectual atheists have arrived.
Change of thought.
I asked Canadian atheists the same thing earlier. Like, are you guys okay with affirming, right, that something does not exist? In order to affirm that it doesn't exist,
Nobody
you
says
first,
that. Nobody
you
says
first,
that.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the globe. What do you think I'm talking about?
Nobody says we come from nothing.
I didn't say that at all. I said,
I'm
so
saying atheists say this thing because they don't.
I said his name was Canadian atheist. I mean, speak his name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like how do you go from so in order to affirm that this thing doesn't exist, right, the flat earth, or you could use it in with God if you want, right, but in order to affirm that it doesn't exist, you first need to assume that the axioms you're using, whether it be like logical or geometric axioms, they exist. All right. But then if the globe is true, or if God is not true, then logic doesn't exist, and neither does the geometry that's required to measure the globe. So why do you guys in these two categories do the same thing?
We don't use your axioms.
You don't use logic.
We don't use the same axioms.
Yeah, you assume them, but you can't justify them. So you assume.
You're
part-
assuming
yeah.
logic, the same logic that you use in your small universe applies for whatever is outside that universe. That's a very
Yeah,
logical.
that would be logical. Yeah, to assume that
No,
the
that's
laws of
illogical
non-contradiction
to just
exist
jump to conclusions
everywhere.
without knowing it.
Yeah, because if they didn't exist somewhere, right, then the laws of logic wouldn't exist at all.
You don't know what's outside the universe. You cannot argue for what's
Yeah.
outside the universe.
Right,
You
so
cannot argue for the logic outside the universe.
I
So
mean,
you
you're just,
can
when you say the universe, you're just saying all of
whatever
existence, all of reality.
whichever
So
you
if it-
reality or whatever you
Yeah,
consider.
you're saying, well, you're not saying the laws of reality exist outside the. You don't know that the laws of reality don't exist outside the laws of reality. You're not saying anything, but in regards to the globe, right? So now when you take these axioms, these geometric axioms, and then you apply them and say, well, we measure the Earth using these geometric axioms: horizontal, vertical, angles,
This is just a non
vertex, all these
sequitur anyway,
things.
like just jumping to
Right.
conclusions.
Up. Well, listen, I'm going to see which way this thing falls. It falls down, and then to use all those axioms to conclude that up and down do not exist, and a straight line does not exist on Earth. I mean,
So you see, just
you
putting.
enjoy that?
Are you still talking about the other guy, or are you still talking about the
Well,
general
Vanek,
community?
in your own citation or your own calculator that you've posted 100 times, how did you calculate the distance to the horizon?
Can I at least respond one thing before jumping to somebody else? Like, why are you
No, I
attacking
think that was the more important question.
Whatever. Go ahead. Respond to fucking anything, dude. For fuck's sakes.
I am, but if you keep interrupting by jumping like dogs, I'm not gonna be able to. So just control.
I was talking to you
yourself.
originally
Let me
about
finish.
the tests, the laser tests.
Yeah,
And you
the
keep
laser
claiming
test
that we need a
concludes.
sea level.
Yes.
I gave you the sea level. I gave you everything. I asked you to plug it into your calculator. You still haven't done it.
Oh, you asking?
Now
Oh,
I'm
sorry, I
asking
didn't
you-
hear you. Wait,
and
let's
now
put
I'm
your
asking.
numbers. Let's put your
Now I'm
numbers.
asking for your calculator that you've got posted.
Let's
How
put
did
your-
you measure the distance to the horizon?
Well, you traveled there. You can.
How did you travel to the horizon?
You're not trying to calculate the horizon. You're just trying to calculate Earth's curvature, right?
No, it actually says in your calculator distance to horizon. It's something that you need to plug into your calculator that you have posted 100 times in the chat.
Which would
They
be the
can't beat
distance
that.
from you and the object that you're not seeing anymore because of the horizon.
Isn't that
So how did you
1.7?
get
If you're
your
on a lake,
distance?
you take a little boat, go there.
How
put
did
off
you get your
fucking stick.
distance measurement to the horizon? I believe even Scott Mackey might back me up on this one. I'm not sure, but the horizon is only an apparent location that moves according to the conditions. Due to the fact that it's only a apparent location and not physical, it's not something that you can actually go to. As you head towards the horizon, it's going to keep moving
further
away
away.
from you. So
Really?
you can't actually go to the horizon. Now, according to your own claims of the globe, you have terrestrial refraction bending light.
Stop.
You will
That's the
never
thing. You don't have to
actually
keep traveling.
physically
You don't have to
see
keep traveling. You
the
don't have to.
horizon. Well, you just claimed you could, so I'm just clarifying that
You
for
don't have
you.
to.
So now I'm asking you, how did you calculate a distance to your apparent
I
location
just told
that
you.
continually moves?
I just told you. You travel. You place a point of reference, and
See,
then you
then
travel
you
back.
travel. I just
Then
explained
you
to you.
travel back. 1 second.
can't
You're just gonna try. If it didn't happen,
You can't travel to an apparent location that moves away from you as you move towards it, dude. It's quite simple.
too. If you let me finish.
No, I'm not going to let you finish when you keep twisting your words, yeah? You've told me that you travel to it. I've explained you can't travel to it. You've told me that you didn't say you travel to it. Now you're claiming you travel to it again.
To it. I just said make an experiment with 1 mile. Place a stick.
He's lost
and
in
go
his
back.
own mind.
1 second. Go back. Can you still see the stick? Yes. So you on the take the stick off from 1 mile. Now travel 2. Do
God
the
bless
same.
you, Vanek. Wow, bro.
Simple as that, man. Or if you already know, because we say that normally the horizon is like how many miles? I don't remember the exact number, but around.
Oh,
10
we say,
kilometers.
I don't
Yeah.
know. We say, I don't know, dude. Listen to
It's like
yourself.
we say the formula is
We
this.
say
and you're
you don't
using
know?
it. We say the formula is this, and you're using it right now. So just use the
We
formula.
say you don't know. So
I'm
what is
telling
it?
you, I know,
What
and I'm
is it
telling
from
you
a
how to
6
do
foot
it.
observer's height? Since you're the expert,
Why you being so dishonest, man? I'm
what
telling you how
is
you
it
can
from
do
a
it, and you
6 foot observer's height? Since you're the expert,
I just told you, but you don't answer. You don't
repeat
listen.
it. Repeat
Can you
it.
listen? Can you listen what I said?
Yeah, I can. Can you repeat
Can
it?
you repeat what I said then?
I'm looking for a number. No, I didn't hear you, sir. That's why I'm begging you to repeat it. What
How
is
many
it
times
from
do
a
I have
6
to repeat myself?
as many times until I hear it.
No, that's not gonna happen, man. Like it's either you're gonna
Okay,
fix
so
your
what do you want
hearing,
to do? Just bullshit? You just want to cry?
or maybe you have an impairment, like for your ears. That's
Yeah,
more
or
the case.
maybe not.
Oh, well, I repeated 3 times.
Oh well.
That's enough.
So what's the
I don't
distance
even
from a
say that
6
to my
foot?
grandma, bro. Like she understands after the first time, but I have to do
Okay,
that
well, go
3
take
times with
care of
you.
your grandma, bro.
She has a better hearing than you. That's what I'm saying. Like, how is it
Well,
possible?
she sounds like
you
a
sound like a
savant.
young man.
She sounds like just an excellent woman. So
I'm just saying that
maybe
as a
you
young
can
man,
ask
like
her, and if you'll listen to her, what's the distance for a 6 foot observer's height? Since you're the expert,
should I go?
if you
Did
need
I
to go
claim
take
I'm an
care of
expert?
grandma,
Did I
yes.
claim I'm the expert? But thank you for clue.
What? You playing
Did I claim to
pinochle
be an
or
expert?
something? What are you talking about?
Did I claim to be an expert? Like, why do I have to memorize such a?
So just shoot. You said we know. We say. So are you part of the we?
So dishonest.
Okay.
6 feet, you said, yeah? 6 feet.
Projection.
6 feet.
Yeah, there you go.
Little bitch.
Oh, hickory dickory dock.
We say 3 nautical miles. Are you happy?
3 nautical miles. Okay,
Wait,
sir.
there's even a formula for that. Who would have thought?
Okay.
Damn.
Have you ever seen something beyond that?
Yeah. And it matches reality every time.
Yeah. Have
Here's
you
your
ever seen
answer, man.
something
Are you
beyond-
asking?
have,
Are you
have you ever seen
acknowledging the
something
answer?
beyond
And
man?
stop.
Are you okay?
Are we acknowledging the answer? We're moving to a new question now.
Excuse me?
Do you acknowledge these answers? So you're now asking a new question?
Well, yeah.
Is this what happening?
You've established yourself the expert when you sold yourself
No,
short.
I've never established myself as nothing.
I acknowledge your answer. I'll give it to you. You ballparked
answer
it.
is
You
there,
had
it's
nautical
posted.
miles
It's
for whatever
there.
reason you wanted to. So, have you ever seen something beyond that distance?
Here's your
Yay or nay? Yay or nay? Have you ever seen something beyond that distance? I'm giving you 6 foot, even though you sound like you're 4'8".
I'm actually above that.
Oh, well, okay. I'm giving you 6 foot.
And I'm above 6. That's what I'm saying.
I know you guys do centimeters. You're, I don't know, 100 centimeters or something. Strange way to log your height, but party on.
Better than feet. Like,
So
which
have-
feet? Like,
okay,
which
then
feet are we talking
feet.
about? Your
All right,
feet or
Borat.
grandma feet? Like,
All right, Borat.
To
Have
answer
you
their
ever seen
question,
something-
What?
have you ever
How is
seen
it
something
fit
beyond
like
that?
a unit of measure, bro? Like we have the same fit.
It's
everywhere.
hilarious. I stack my shoes up on top of each other sometimes to check. It's fucking weird.
Of course, it's weird. English shape.
So have you ever seen something beyond that 3 mile distance that you've settled upon?
To be honest, I don't know. I never went to calculate.
Okay. Have you been
But
out
yes,
of your
I
basement?
think I've never seen a boat. Like a boat.
Okay.
If I'm at sea level, at least.
Yeah. Thank you for being clear.
At sea level, I've never seen above that.
Okay. Thank you for being clear.
Yeah. Any more questions?
No, I'll pass you on to the rest of the class.
Thank you very much.
Godspeed.
I got a question.
Go on. I don't know
Do
why we have to be so petty.
you believe in the core of the Earth?
What about it?
Well, how do you know? Since we've only dug 12 miles into the ground.
We have radars, we have stars,
12,000.
we have other. We don't need to dig. We have radio waves and shit. The same
100.
way we don't have to drill inside your brain to check if you have a brain or like skull or whatever. We have ways to see what's inside there. We cannot tell you exactly, precisely, or any like meter, any like depth, what's exactly there. But yeah, the core definitely there is something very hard there, and there is no way around that.
Thank you. I'll write that down.
Huh.
I
So
feel smart.
you're saying what was the answer? So the question was, I mean, I just
Wasn't expecting that, were you?
The question was,
It makes sense if
why
we
do you
live,
believe in
if
it,
gravity is real,
or
if
how do you
gravity is
know it's
real, it
there,
must be the case.
or if wait, what? Gravity has nothing to do with the core. Was that? Was it? You think the
Sorry,
core
I'm
and
not
gravity
speaking
are the
to
same
you.
thing?
Thanks. I'm speaking to Neil. 1 second.
Oh, you
Calm
said thank you. I'm gonna write it down.
I'm just so yeah, Neil. Did you get the answer?
I
Yeah,
got the
you're
answer.
the
I'm very
absolute
confused
wizard.
how we've only dug 12 miles down, but
It's
you say
8.
we
The number, the magic
Have
number
you
is
ever
8, Neil.
been? Sorry, they say they dug. Did you dug?
That's not like that's in Google. It's Google like Kohola, whatever, Boral hole, whatever that is.
Do you believe that they dug? 1 second. Do you believe that they dug? Like how many miles do you say?
It said 12.
12. Do you believe that?
I'm seeing.
1 second. Do you believe that, Neil?
Why would I not believe that?
Just answer the question with a yes
Oh
or no.
yeah,
It's simple,
yeah.
man.
That's my statement.
So you do believe in that? Okay. So if the same, like I don't know, if even Google tells you that there is a core, why don't you believe that? Why are you even asking me the question?
Because
Can
we
you just
haven't
ask?
dug that. The furthest we've dug is 12 miles. Now, if
Can
we
you Google
physically
how
only
not
you
12
can know?
miles,
Can
you
you
son of
Google
a
that?
miles, how do we
It's
know
not 12
anything?
miles.
Yes, how do we know anything above that or whatever, down, further, below?
You should ask Google. How can we know?
All right, thanks, buddy.
Inside.
Dirty son of a bitch, Neil. It's not 12 miles.
What is it?
12,000 meters. That's what
Sorry.
it's saying.
12,000 meters is like what? 10 miles? It's approximately 12 miles,
8.
something like that. No,
8, yeah,
actually,
like
half
7
of
or
that,
8,
half.
sorry.
Yeah.
Regardless.
But anyway, he just believed a news that they dug. So if somebody else tells you that they know because of other means that inside
Thanks. I
there's a
just
core,
believe in that. Okay, thanks. I appreciate
should
it.
just
You just
apply
kind
the
of
same
hand wave
logic.
dismissal my claim. Got it.
No, I'm not saying
Yeah, but
you're making any
you've
claims.
dug.
I'm
I
just
mean,
telling you
yeah,
the same way you came up with this belief, you should come up with the other belief. Like
I
you
don't know,
shouldn't
but
ask
if
me. I'm
Neil
not
if
expert
Neil
in this.
came up with it, it's like Neil. I could understand that you believe that people can dig holes because you've dug a hole, right? Like maybe like you could see that as possible. So like that's relatable. I don't know how like the core question is the same thing as belief. I don't see these two things being equivocal.
I'm just trying to say, how do they
What's,
know what's below
did
all that
you?
stuff?
Sorry, did you check why they don't go deeper than that?
Yes.
I'm asking Neil.
Yes.
No, you're not Neil. Let Neil.
I don't know. From the video, it said it was too hot, and I heard screams, but that's just one of the videos.
Oh, there, screen. Well, okay. They found hell.
I don't know.
Wait, if it's too hot, what can I say then? They have no tools to drill further than that so far.
The story goes like this.
Well,
Once
if it's
upon a
hot,
time.
1 second. If it's
Once
hot,
upon a time.
what do you think will happen?
Hey. You settle
What do you
down
think will
there.
happen? Sorry, I had to mute that.
You settle
What do you think,
down
Neil?
there, Nick.
Still talking to you.
Right
What
now
do you
I'm
think is going to
speaking.
happen if they keep going
All right,
further? It's going to be
somebody's
hotter
gonna
and
have to
hotter,
step
right?
in and he's turning people down. He's gonna have to get muted.
Yeah. You're not answering, Neil? Okay.
Yeah, Vanix turning me
See what the
down.
other guys
He's got me at 0. I'm gonna be awfully, just
No, I'm muted
disruptive
you
at this
because
point.
I'm
kind
muted
of
you.
done
Don't
my
worry.
question. You answered my question. You gave me like a bunch of, they can see in our brains. They have these tools. It's so hot. They use gravity. So you answered my question with a bunch of other questions. So thank you very much.
All right, well, I'm gonna turn down. I want to get even here. I'm gonna turn down Meowski.
Hey, Vanek, do you have people turned down?
Hold on, Huss. Yeah, Vanek, you're done talking until you take everybody off mute. That's it. That's all there is to it. I'm not checking my phone right now, so ping a mod when you're done taking everybody off mute, or else just leave.
Whoa, what's going on here, pal?
But yeah, so Neil, he gave you the argument that we have some kind of, I don't know, like radar or can't think of the word, where they scan your brain like CAT scan. That scans the Earth. That was his argument, that we scanned, we could see through the Earth like a CAT scan or MRI. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, he went on an incoherent waffle, and I can't say anything against that. So I just
I
accept
just
it.
went into seismology if you really want to press waffle at this point. Like, why even asking me the question? It's like you're trying to get me on a gotcha or something. I'm telling you, we have tools different than drilling to see things through Earth, but you don't
Okay, is
listen
that
to
what?
me. So you
Yeah. Is that what they did, or you just believe that they did an MRI on the Earth before drilling?
saying MRI is very dishonest because that's not what I'm saying. You know, it's very different stuff. Even though we're still talking about radio waves, you know exactly that's not the same application of radio waves.
Radio waves to figure out the core. Got it.
Seismology. That's all I'm gonna say to you. Go study seismology, and then we can have a discussion.
Okay, is that when they do the
I'm not
brain
even an expert of
scans?
seismology myself. I'm just telling you what's
Okay,
study.
so could you be wrong about your justification for this belief? Could it not be equivocal? Like when they do a brain scan or like MRI on a human, do they just like MRI a piece of skin and then tell you what's at the center of your brain?
No, man, the whole wave goes through you, right? And then comes back, reflected and recorded. Like, are you asking me how radio works? Like, are we gonna go into that?
Oh, okay. Now, I'm just asking now, is that what they did with the core of the Earth? They got the whole thing, it went all the way to the center, even maybe through it, like China received it from America or something, and they picked it up on the other. They got the whole thing. That's what I'm asking. Is it the same?
How do we detect earthquakes?
I'm just asking, is it the same? The one you said the same way they do brain scans is how we know the core. Is that what they did?
When I say same, I'm talking about radio. Like, we're using radio waves. Not
Okay, so-
exactly the same, of course. No, we're not putting the Earth through a huge fucking MRI scan. I'm not saying that.
Okay, so they could.
Well, you know,
they
I'm not
could be
saying
wrong.
that. You're trying to like. Why do
I'm
I
just
feel
trying.
like
Well, I'm trying to point. I'm just trying to
bullshit?
point that out. Well, I mean, it is a gotcha if you're claiming that, right? So I'm just pointing out that you're not claiming that they did an MRI of the Earth to know that there's a core there. So they must have done something else.
Yeah, definitely they did something else because you don't see a huge MRI scan around you.
Okay, so like with the memes and the photos and the pictures of seeing Earth with a core, that's not real then.
That's not what I said.
I mean, it can't be
As
a
a real
an act-
representation or reality, because the reality, any drawing is not reality, just a representation of.
I mean,
if
it
it's a
could be
realistic,
the case, maybe, right?
it could be. It
but,
could be no. It could be abstract or whatever.
but it's not. There's nobody's actually shown that to be that is definitively the case. Then
I'm pretty sure the first guy that came up with that representation of reality had an explanation why it looks that way and not any other way.
okay, and you believe it.
I'm not able to disprove it. So far, yes.
Okay. You believe it just because you can't disprove it. Do you know what it is?
Because no, the logic makes sense to me, and since I can't think of anything else that I could possibly think to disprove
Well,
it,
what's it?
I'm just
You
gonna go.
said,
with it.
yeah. Okay.
It
Well, you
makes
said
sense to me.
earlier.
Like,
Well, yeah.
I don't
what's it
know. I don't know
confirming?
how MRI scans work specifically, but I believe they work, and they give you like fidelity when it comes to data. I see
Yeah,
my
what-
brain, and that's my brain, not somebody else's brain.
Yeah, no problem. Why do you believe that the requirements, like for that meme that we've seen of the Earth, why do you believe that is that must be the case? Like when you say, "Well, I haven't seen a better explanation of what it could," because of the thing it needs to explain. What is it explaining?
So far, as I said, if it's logical to me and it makes sense, I will go with it. Same way you go with.
I'm asking you. Yeah, I'm asking you. Like, why does it make sense? Why does that seem like
will
that's
have
an
to go.
explanation for what?
We will have
for
to
what
go
phenomena?
into like we don't have the time to go into each case. Why does it make sense? Why does it make
No,
sense?
why? Just what is it explaining? I'm just saying, like if I were, if I were to say, like if I were to, find you an example of something else, like here, I'm gonna pour the gasoline into the engine, and then I'm gonna draw a picture and explain it, and that's why you need the gasoline for combustion, and here, we need the gasoline and the spark plug, and the airflow for combustion. Like, why do you need?
It's like asking me
the
what.
core?
It's like asking me how do I know like everything experience is true, or
So
everything that I know is
that makes
true.
sense. That makes sense in the model of a car, right? So that makes sense in the model of the car. If you didn't know anything about anything about a car, if I showed you a bunny rabbit and a hat, and you're like, well, that makes sense. Sure, that's how
Well,
the
I
car
know.
runs.
I mean, it's not that I know in depth, but at least I know about the concept of gravity, pressure, and everything else. To me, it makes sense. If things are heavy inside, they're pressurized, they become hot. It's like friction. It's simple as that. Where do you get lava from? When on volcanoes? Like it's hot down there. It's rocks
in the
melting.
fairy tale
Makes
land now.
sense.
Well, that's what I was asking you. What does it? So it explains to you. It's just so we need the molten magnetic core because of lava and lava
I'm
alone.
not even
That's
talking
it.
about magnetism or anything else. I'm just saying if things are heavy, they're pressurized, they're gonna get hot, and therefore they're gonna be molten.
Okay. And then, so all we need to get things to be molten is enough material and pressure, because pressure and weight will put pressure on
Enough
something.
material is gonna cause pressure automatically.
It won't, or it will.
You show me. I mean, if you can prove otherwise, good.
Yeah.
So far,
Yeah. Well, yeah. They got. You said enough won't cause what?
say more matter is gonna cause pressure, regardless.
Yeah, more matter will cause more weight, which will cause. I can prove it to you. Lay down, right, and then get somebody to start
I
putting
don't
like a
need
bunch
you
of
to prove
things on
for me.
top of
We
you.
both know
What
it.
do you
Like,
mean?
it's fine.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you said, well, why is that needed? Yeah. Yeah. So with enough stuff on top of something, you'll get heat, you'll get pressure, which will be heat, and which will cause things to melt.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right. So now we can just say here's a pressure cooker. Here's no need for a core. All you need is stuff on top of other stuff. You don't need
Pressure
a core.
cooker. Stop 1 second. Pressure cooker can never be compared to what happens with gravity, anyway.
Oh, that's what I meant. It says are you talking about gravity or just that we have lava?
I mean,
which requires pressure.
stop. Gravity pulls matter, whatever. Matter is the cause of matter pulling each other. We each have. You don't believe in gravity, but I have to use it, unfortunately, which will cause then more pressure because you have more matter.
Yeah, that's just density.
I'm not saying,
volume.
for example, you don't have a concentration of pressure inside. Like if you take a rock, a regular rock in your hand, in the middle, it's not going to be more pressurized than like a little bit on the side, maybe.
Right.
If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But when you start to stack like huge amounts, that's a different story. That's what.
Yeah, but we don't need it. We just need rocks, which is like people call the Earth rocks. So the Earth is dirt, it's rocks and dirt, right?
Well, it's not a pebble. It's not a small pebble. Like it's
a lot of
talking
pebbles.
about different scales.
Yeah, it's a lot of pebbles. And
No,
if we
it's
get
a
a lot
huge
of them,
pebble. It's one huge pebble. Let's call it that way.
we get a lot of dirt, right? And we just stack more weight on top of it, then we can get lava. No problem, right? That's pressure. It causes heat. It'll cause heat. If the thing can't compress anymore, it'll cause rapid heat, right? If you can't compress it anymore, that's what compression will get you. So all we need is pressure, compression, and dirt. So there's no need for the molten core then, because we just need weight.
Yeah, but all of these things are caused by one thing.
What?
Well, the G word that you hate.
Gravity. Weight is caused by gravity.
Weight is caused by gravity.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, what's gravity caused by?
We will never know, I guess.
Yeah, gravity. Weight is caused by stuff.
It's definitely not electromagnetism.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying like you're saying that we get weight. Weight is caused by gravity.
Yeah.
And mass. But I can take like a empty water bottle. Have less weight. I could put water in it. Have more weight. So it has more gravity. It has more weight. That's the cause of gravity. That's the cause of weight. You're saying it's something else?
I mean, I'm not going to try explaining super complicated equations to confuse.
I mean, it's not an equation. It's a qualifier. First, you got to qualify it. Then you can quantify it.
It's not simple. You cannot just give it 2 words. That's it.
Why can't it be simple?
Not because it's a complicated matter. Because it's a complicated thing. Like, why are you asking me? God made it that way.
Simple or complicated?
Explaining it in a simple terms it's going to be very wrong. That's why you cannot really simplify it.
Okay. Well, the thing that we're saying, gravity, right? I don't know. I don't see anything extra needed. I have the bottle. I add more stuff to the bottle. It has more weight. It has more gravity. It has more pressure on the table. I don't see why we're going to complicate it more than that.
A water bottle of gravity is not going to be strong enough to compress the matter of the bottle itself to basically melt. It's too small.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. This is, there's I have to look up what they're called. I think they're called cookers, right? But so like water is like almost like non-compressible. That that you get water, you try to compress it, and you get steam-powered engines, etc. But once you get it all in that, you have to have the steam has to escape and whatnot. But if you were to barricade it into a place where it can't escape, it would just destroy everything around it. It would just melt everything around it to give itself more space.
The thing is, there is movement, and there is definitely like an eruption of matter.
Yeah, that would be the pressure release. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
caused by weight, nothing else.
So I don't know. Are we disagreeing on what you're saying?
No, I'm just asking. So now that we have an explanation, you said there's no better explanation for weight other than other than I don't know, a molten core, right, or whatever you said. So I have an explanation.
I said,
like more stuff
knowing about pressure, gravity, and everything else. I said it makes sense to me because you asked me how does it make sense. Like me knowing this stuff, that at the center of a very huge object, which is gonna be pressurized due to its heavy fucking weight, it's gonna be molten down there because the force is too much. Rocks. If the planet was made of something else, regular rocks, like heavier materials, purely heavenly materials, it would be probably different. Well, I don't know, since stones, iron.
That's just density. The only way to make heavier materials is get more material into a less, volume. Like that's just density. So you're, like, if the Earth made more dense material,
what's the material that is that has like a higher temperature resistance?
I don't know. Lithium.
Lithium? Yeah. Well, whatever material, if Earth was composed just of that material and it was of the same size, I mean, I don't know. I'm probably saying something wrong, but it would probably not have a core, like a melting core. Would still be very pressurized, but not melting.
Yeah, like that's. I mean, the pressure is what we use to get like a vector, right? So there's a force of pressure, and it's in this direction, therefore it's like the vector, right? That's the way we get down, right? So we have atmospheric pressure that's pushing down on on the water, the sea level, and that gives you like the vector of downs, right? So, but if the Earth was a sphere, the thing that you're saying is pushing down towards the center of it is also pushing away from it at the same time.
Yeah. Well, then we have to see which one is stronger than the pressure or the.
But if it's pressing, right? So
or if it's equilibrium, if there is an equilibrium, it's gonna stay stable.
Yeah, it would have to be pressing.
Why does it go down?
Why does what go down?
Sorry?
Why do things go down? Why don't they go up?
Well, down. It's not what do you mean by down?
Things go up as well. What are you talking about?
When I drop something, it goes down. Why does it go down? Why doesn't it go up?
Yeah.
Why doesn't it go to the side?
Why does the air around it go up?
Define down in a 3D space where it doesn't.
Yeah, why does the air around it go up?
Towards the ground.
What if I drop a helium balloon?
Oh,
I can't see the air.
Why are there
But
clouds
when
in
I
the
see
sky?
when I see the pen, it goes down. Why does it go down?
Why are
So
there
why does
clouds in the sky?
I have an answer for the guy about the air
Because you
going up.
picked it up.
Really?
Everybody
No,
get
no,
in here.
I want my question answered first. Why does it go down?
Stop.
Don't get diverted.
The space around it, it's curved. The space around it is curved, so it has to follow the.
Hello, Crypto is taking this. Everybody else, shut up.
Okay, Crypto. Who's this guy?
Yeah. So, you said why do things go down? Well, some things don't go down. Is the answer?
Most things do. Most things I can see to go down. Actually, just about everything I can see goes down. So why do they go down?
No, 50% of things go down and 50% of things go up. Like that's objective.
No, you're lying.
When was the last time that you jumped and you ended up in the clouds?
Yeah.
Every time
Why do you
something
come back
goes
down?
down, it displays. Yeah, every time something goes down, something else is displaced and goes up. So every single time, so it's 50-50 objectively.
Yeah. Okay. So have you?
So when
done
you drop
have you jumped like 100 times?
when it was it like the BBC, however, when they dropped those two, the bowling ball and the feather in the big vacuum,
Right.
the bowling ball went down, the feather went down, ball went up.
Right. Well, there's nothing in that vacuum,
It's close to nothing.
So then it should float. Then is that what you're saying?
So it went. So the bowling ball went down. Nothing went up. Why?
So is it actual? No, that's not correct, is it? Because it's not actual.
Yes,
Again,
it is correct.
No, it isn't. You're framing
Yes, it is.
questions incorrectly. That's fine if you want to do that.
It sounds
you
like
can
you're not
frame
answering the question. Do you not know why things go down?
You've asked a silly question. That's why.
I've not asked a silly question. I'm asking why do things go down? I don't think it's that
They
silly.
don't. 50% of the time they go
They
up.
don't. Hold on, let me test this.
Jesus.
It went
you know
down.
what? Forget it. I don't care. I don't want to talk to you. You're an idiot.
Density and buoyancy.
Oh, why does density and buoyancy make things go down?
Fuck if I know.
It's all relative. Like the thing
So it
that's
sounds
going
like we
down,
don't really have a good replacement for
yeah,
gravity.
the thing that's going down.
I don't know why we
the
cannot
thing
get
that-
against gravity when we don't have
the
things that
any better
orbit.
explanation.
The thing that you're
You'd
seeing
have
in
to
the
prove
first
fast
instance
checks,
I'm going
man.
to stick with gravity.
Case,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
again. Why are you coming off
Yeah,
mute?
keep jerking your cock off, bud.
Okay, so that was his claim. He's the one actually making a claim. He's the one who thinks he has the answer to his own question. So really, it's him with the burden to bear. So now grill him on gravity, get him to show that the bending and warping of space-time is actually what causes density and buoyancy to behave the way it does. It's on him. Over to you.
We don't need the bending and warping in space-time. We just need the effect.
Oh, so he's just a double-speaking retard. Okay, I thought so.
Oh, no, I never said anything about the bending and warping of space-time.
Okay, so you didn't? So what's gravity?
No.
What's
Don't know.
gravity? What is it?
Some effect. Just some effect.
It's an effect. I thought you said it was a cause.
Yeah.
It caused. Yeah. I thought you said it was a cause. It caused density and buoyancy to behave the way it does.
Yeah.
Now it's an effect. What is it?
Effect.
Define it.
It causes
Define
the effect of...
No. Define it. Give me a definition with citation.
No, I'm not going to do this if you're going to keep...
Okay. Bye-bye. Go ahead, guys.
I love the whole numpty here that brought up about gas going up. I'm gonna ask him about centrifugal force real quick. Can he speak, or did he? Is Crypto still here? Yeah, he's still there. Crypto, you ever play with a centrifuge? Probably not. You never probably made it that far in school. Any other flat earther here ever play with a centrifuge? Centrifuge, I should say. Oh god, his internet is fucking AIDS.
And your references are sound like what a parasite would say, dude.
Oh, his internet sounds like he's got a parasite.
Okay, well, just shut up. No shit. We're gonna get a hold of him and tell him he's roboting.
What's your point?
No, Tanks, you ever make it through school
Your
like long enough
90s
to?
burns are just pathetic.
Yeah, I know it really bothers you way more than it should.
No, you're an idiot, dude. Bringing up
Explain what you're gonna talk about with the centrifuge.
Yeah.
Where are you going with this?
It separates all the
Beard, did you
material.
ever make it through school like long enough to like play with a centrifuge?
I was not stupid enough to pay thousands of dollars to be indoctrinated, so no.
So you never made through high school? Gotcha. Anyways.
Well, I did, but like it was forced.
Okay. So the answer
What's
is
your
no.
point though, Squatting Dog? You're saying
So-
that the density layers itself out according
Yeah,
to.
so hold on. Centrifuge, right? What does it cause?
I hope you realize that school's non sequitur to intelligence, and one of the most intelligent presidents that America ever had was homeschool.
I know he
learned
always
to watch
brings that up.
television.
What, you didn't go to school? Has anybody
keep
ever
with
been
that
to
cope.
school before? Did you go to
keep with that
school?
cope, dude.
Are you fucking smart or not? Like, fuck
Keep
me.
with that
man.
cope, Aether Grass. But I'll ask the question anyways. No, Tanks, you probably sound like one of the smarter guys in here. I'll ask you.
Listen to him try and divide and conquer.
I know,
Smack,
man.
we get it. We get it. You're upset that your dinosaur mythology is gone. Crypto's back, so
Oh, is he back?
Why can't the others back each other up? If we do that, it's like no, you have to be muted
Vanek.
because you are interrupting. Like it's
What the fuck are you doing right now, dude? Are you backing up your fucking boy there?
He was just talking.
He's breaking up in the background still.
Cryptophanes is just horrible.
Shut the fuck up, Brenda.
It's just horrible. Roboting.
Okay, so what? You don't have to pick on him for it. He
you
can't
sound
help
like
it.
a robot
I wasn't
as well.
picking on him.
Brenda.
I wasn't picking on him. I was just making it.
All right, Crypto. Hopefully the robot's over.
Yeah, my centrif, it uses a container to give the lateral
That's how they separate
measurement.
milk
Yeah,
and cream.
yeah.
They do that for DNA, don't they? Or separating it.
Yeah, you're gonna need a container for.
Yeah, cool. I'll get to that.
centrifuge.
Is he back here yet?
He's creeping back. Don't you worry. Don't you worry
Okay,
about
I'll just ask
Do
you. in
you
the
have any more
meantime.
jokes?
No. I mean, I can just keep saying the Earth is
So
flat.
there's
That's funny
gravity,
enough
dude. How are you gonna
itself.
prove it with this centrifuge?
Dude, I'll get there when I get there. You just gotta pay attention. Maybe you'll learn something.
I'm paying attention. You haven't said shit.
Well, I'm waiting on the guy's microphone to like get back in the game. Unless No Tanks wants to answer my question. He seems smart.
Oh, you don't want to talk to me?
Oh, I'll ask you. No problem. So you played with a centrifuge, yes or no?
No.
Okay, then I don't need to talk to you then.
Oh, so you have to know the instrument in order to understand gravity, bud?
No, it's just talking about forces and like education and like things that you learn about forces involving a centrifuge, but you don't know what a centrifuge is, so I don't really care.
Oh,
about
I
talking to
do.
you.
I've seen what a centrifuge does.
Okay,
I
so
get
how
what
does it work? How does it work?
It spins, don't it?
Okay, what does a spin do?
It separates things.
Okay, how
Whatever
does it
you have in
separate
the
things?
liquid, the vial,
How does it separate things?
through force.
What type of force?
Well, I don't know what the specific force would be.
It's
Would
in
it
the
be-
fucking name, man.
Oh,
Come on, spell it out.
centrifugal force.
There you go. So, is centrifugal force a pushing or a pulling force?
It's whipping out, so I'd say it's going away from the center point
So it's
of the
going
where
away
it's spinning.
Can it pull anything towards the center point?
If it goes down,
Does a
it doesn't
centrifuge-
doesn't
does a
make the
centrifuge-
distance.
Does the centrifuge pull anything towards the center point?
So is that what's happening on Earth, dude?
He wants you to say pull, and he's gonna go, no, it's a push. He's
So
done
are
this
you
before.
are you trying to like say that like centrifuges mean globe, like that relates
no,
to the Earth?
just play along. Just come on.
No,
play
we
along.
don't want to
this
play
game.
along, dude.
Buddy, you have to first prove that mass attracts mass and that
We're
thing's
gonna
orbit.
get there. We're gonna
This
get there.
is
We've
the guy
already
who
proven that
we're
mass attracts
waiting.
mass. We've already proven that mass attracts
This guy
mass.
always
Really?
goes off on a
What,
fucking
magnets? Last time I tried making magnets orbit, they just clack together.
No, we're not talking about magnets, but we'll get there when we get there. Once I show how much a retard you are by not able to answering this
Oh,
question,
shut the fuck up, man.
and I'll answer it for you. Right? A centrifuge does
Look
not.
at this centrifuge.
I know
man.
what a
It's fucking
centrifuge is.
A centrifuge.
I paid thousands of dollars to be indoctrinated.
Actually, I got
giant lizard.
I got a scholarship to go.
Oh,
What's your
congratulations.
excuse? What's your excuse?
You wasted your life. Your time. Being brainwashed.
Gentlemen, I'd like to point out that it sounds like I'm listening to a locker room in high school, and
Yeah,
it's
anyways.
really chaotic.
Anyways,
Yeah,
I'll
well,
explain.
well,
I understand. It's like 5v1 and I'm winning.
Napping towels.
I'm 5-1.
Sorry,
It's
my
5v1
bad.
and I'm winning right now, but it's okay.
Yeah, centrifuge is reality, right, brother? Like that's
Yeah,
what,
centrifuge
that's
does
what we
exist
live in,
reality.
right?
I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree, sub dude. A centrifuge
we live in
exists
that, right, bro?
reality.
We live in
Yeah.
that.
We have a centrifuge like at fucking school, dude. I'm
Great.
surprised y'all don't use it.
Is that what
back to
We
the
have
question.
lights at school too.
Back to
And
the
we got
question,
desks
though.
at school too. Does that mean we're at a desk?
Yeah, so back to the question. Does a centrifuge push
Go
or pull the
fuck
material?
yourself, man. Fucking
Does a
with your
centrifuge-
stupid little fucking test,
does a
dude. Fuck, man.
centrifuge
Why don't you
push?
get into reality, man?
Does a centrifuge push or pull the material?
You're a punk,
Yeah,
dude.
blow me.
Has anyone ever told you that?
Prove mass attracts mass. I want to see it. I want to see things
He's
orbit.
just a punk. He's a punk who's never been faced with the fact that he's punk.
I think he has probably been picked on a lot.
Nah, he doesn't act like this in real life.
Did you
No,
make a
that's
point?
not right.
Dude, that dude's the biggest
Peer
piece of
pressure
shit we've ever
sucker
come
in real
across.
life.
That guy is the biggest piece of shit. He thinks he's fucking just because he's taken the class and got an A in it. All of a sudden, he thinks he's God's gift to fucking Earth. He's a piece of shit, dude. I don't even know how he's still allowed in here.
I'm a teacher.
He's condescending to everybody. He thinks he's fucking smart and that you're not worthy to talk to him. He's just a fucking goon, bro.
Yeah, and he's poisoning everyone.
pure
he
blood. He's
tutors with his
Slytherin.
Upward inflection.
He'll
God
never
help
talk
us
to,
all.
He'll never talk to any of us like that in real life, in person. He'll never speak like that.
He's gone now.
No, he's
Graduating from
real life.
He basically has a fucking piece of paper that says that he can parrot information like a monkey, and he can ask permission to take a shit. Congratulations.
And
catch
he's
me at a Flutters
he's
meetup,
respawned
punk.
that theater piece over and over and over.
I don't know why somebody like that can't just come here and make their point however they want to make it and put it out there instead of having to talk down to everybody. You don't know what I'm going to tell you because you're too dumb, kind of an attitude. It shouldn't be welcomed here. It should be banned, actually.
No, he is in a freak out for weeks that his little globe mythology is falling apart.
I actually pulled over just to ban him because
He couldn't even answer my question or show me evidence.
So, okay, to be fair, I've been only participating in the side chat, and I haven't really talked, and I've been respectful. I have been waiting for Old to respond to a question, though.
Dude, I've been responding to you. You're lost in Google Earth.
I want you to respond to my last question about the difference between the
Dude,
Mr. Comfort.
your feigned vocal burn impresses me not. You've yet to respond to anything. Listen. You've yet to respond to anything that we've spoken of in the chat for the last 20 minutes.
I thought I was being respectful and asking a question.
You thought wrong.
That's all.
You thought wrong.
How was I being disrespectful?
You've yet to respond to anything that all you do is go on another path. So let's start over. We can go back there and find out where you stopped responding to me after you pointed to a picture that I posted where half of the globe is covered by, Mr. Respect. You tried to tell me that half of the globe is covered by the Pacific Ocean. You've lost your mind. So go back over to the VC and find out where that happened. Go back over to the chat and we'll sort it out over there.
Chat, and you haven't responded to my last message.
Okay, well, I'm dealing with your feigned vocal burn right now, so I'll meet you back over in the chat, okay, space booties?
I mean, I wonder what Squatting Dog was getting at. Was he going to say that centrifugal was an actual force? Was he going to say it was like an apparent force? I didn't know what he was going to go. I was kind of curious where he was going to go with that part of it.
He's explained it before. He's had the same conversation with other people. But what he does is he says he knows what it is. You don't know what it is. He understands it. You don't understand it. And because the way it's interpreted, the way he's been taught, then the Earth is a globe, and heliocentric is that's reality. Because
I was under the impression that the centrifuge worked by conserving the energy, instantaneously with the particles on the walls of the container and transferring the momentum with these particles according to their and then sorting it according to their density. What he said, but it's his point that because we were on force or not a force. There's no such thing as a pulling force anywhere. You can't show any pulling force. It would just be an apparent pull vector according to the push vector, which is the actual force vector. But
in his argument, what it usually leads to is that we can't explain what gravity would have to be if we don't believe that it's not the mass attracting mass or the bending, spacing, warp time, because he's using that as an example of saying it has to be what it is in the books. So that's kind of like his position. That's how when he comes in here and he talks about all that, he just tries to prove gravity, in other words, and then like throws it on us like you can't disprove it, therefore it's what I say it is, and then he gives you the centrifugal force. Go ahead.
Huh.
I would like to hear him explain space-time, how 3D space and then something like hypothetical time can be one thing, and to say it as one word and like it's real.
Yeah, I just wanted to know the one. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. But like, would he be getting at that gravity is not a force, or this centrifugal force is just the is not an actual force. The force is put into the machine, and then they have a apparent emergent force. So I wasn't sure if that's what he was.
Yeah. Well, what he does is he uses that as an example or an explanation as to how we don't or we wouldn't get it because we don't even understand that. But explaining that is somehow relates to this is how gravity works on Earth, on a ball Earth. So he correlates them together and then says, because you don't know this one. That's why if you ever hear him again, I don't know if you caught it, but the first thing he does is goes, "Do you know what this is?" And if you say no, he goes, "Oh, then I don't want to talk to you because you don't even know what it is." Like he's very arrogant that this one device that explains the fucking all the answers to life is in that one device in his brain. He's a fucking
All the
joke.
answers to life.
Earth is a centrifuge.
Yeah, that's his whole point.
You'd have to prove that you'd have to fucking prove that balls or spheres hold water. And that
Oh, I got balls. They got a lot of water.
yeah.
So if
And mirrors too. Like convex mirrors.
outside, why is it that the Earth spins and the denser materials are on the inside?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen the centrifuge where people have, I don't know, in this argument, they said, they take a fish tank of water and then they put it in the tank and they, well, look, the water's spinning to the outside. Aha. But it's like, that's the walls of the container require, otherwise it wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but then they say, "Oh, but it's not spinning the way you think something's spinning." Like if you were to take a tennis ball and spin it, well, the Earth is so big that it doesn't spin that fast, and that won't happen. So all of a sudden, now all these things they won't spin off because of that force.
It's too slow.
Yeah, they say that
Yeah.
it's the size of it. It's like what do they say? Make a complete circle in 24-hour days. I'm sorry, in 24 hours, so that means how slow will you have to turn to be it 24 hours later, you made a complete revolution. So they try to compare it to that and say that's how slow it is. That's why things aren't spinning off in their world. Plus gravity's holding it down.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember when people used to say, "Well, it's like the gravitron rod or whatever." Yeah, I mean, but that's like a concave Earth. You're showing that we're sticking to the outside of a centrifuge. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, I believe all the experiments that have been, from the 1800s, 1900s, like everything they try to figure out, like, and they couldn't make it happen. I would like to one of them to at least explain why do they still believe that if the scientists weren't able to conclude that there is this, you couldn't even tell that things were spinning to begin with. So like what scientist, what experiment finally did it for them? That look at this is where they did it. This is where they proved the other guy is wrong.
It'll probably just be money. Listen, like if I wanted to make a big splash in the world, right, I would probably be like, listen, let's flip this whole thing upside down too, and just see if people catch on. And if some kind of eccentric dinosaur guy started throwing his money at me, and then everybody would follow. It's an upside down theory. The globe. It's inside out.
Yeah.
There is no down on the globe. There was one guy that had I clicked on his name. He had globalist in his roles, whatever. And he was I knew he wanted to take the conversation to there is no down.
Yeah, there's a clip of, I believe it's SC Montreal and McToon will not answer the question, and SC's like, "Is there a down? Is there a down?" And then Michael saw where he was going with it, so he just couldn't do it, bro. He's like, "No, the down is up, the up is down." Like he couldn't fucking pull himself to fucking just speak reality. It was funny how stuck he was because he couldn't let go of the reins, dude. It was funny.
But you're gonna need, like I said way earlier, but you're gonna need up and down to prove that up and down doesn't exist. So I don't know why he would deny it. He's gonna need it to show that it doesn't exist.
Right. Neither one without the other. Yeah.
I mean, the other guy, Mez, he jumped in. He said, "Well, why do things fall down?" I mean, that's their proof that down doesn't exist. That things fall down is their proof that down does not exist.
All right. Who's the Donato Brazil? I like that photo that he posted. There's a curve, can't see it. Spin, you can't feel it. Space, you can't get to it. Force, but you can't measure it. It's like, fuck, like how many more, like, I don't know. I don't get it. How are they stuck?
You don't get how they could believe it?
Not, well, no, hold on. I can get how they believe it because the indoctrination, because we were all once there, obviously. I used to believe that. What I don't get is why aren't the lights turning on? Why isn't something clicking in their mind? Because, I mean, when you read that, right? The curve, you won't see it. The spin, you won't feel it. The space, you can't get to it. The force, you can't measure it. When you read that, shouldn't that, like, that's 4 red flags, bro. Like, bro, if there's a chick with 4 red flags and you still go with it, then you deserve everything you get that comes with that. I'm just saying, like,
I just don't understand how you guys equate this sort of like we know the truth with God is true because the Bible says so.
Well, I mean, I
When
don't.
you say
I
you
didn't
guys,
hear,
are you referring to all of us, brother?
I didn't hear anybody say that, but I mean,
I think flat earthers are just simply
redo that one?
believe, or just
Yeah, he
believers.
just thinking to pigeonhole and poison the well and act like he's some sort of intellect because his teacher told him that God's dead.
There's
fucking
no
idiot.
same snowflakes. There's geometry, or I mean,
Yeah, they all melt though. They're just the same, don't they?
yeah.
You
But
guys
no,
are all
it's crazy
special
though.
and you all melt the exact same way.
Yeah, maybe try it again, Space. Are you saying like so people believe those science books,
I'm
so believe
sorry.
this book?
That was a hateful comment. I apologize for that. I'm still just trying
You
to
should be sorry. It was pathetic.
why
Did you think it was going to work?
is using radius as a qualification
As an
for
identifier, bro.
not explained that
As an identifier. I've told you 8 times.
you have not once.
Hold the 24,000 mile circumference water ball if you choose.
Chat. You have not.
You're going to be apologizing for this next, I have a feeling. That was cringe, guys. Sorry I was telling him not to say 3959 mile radius ball, because I preferred to hear 24,000 mile in circumference. That was cringe, guys. Sorry.
That's actually exactly what I said and how I said it.
What are you having? What are you taking issue? What are you trying to run out the clock?
No, I'm asking why, in your calculations, why you use the radius.
I'm using it as an identifier, so we're on the same page as what water ball we're talking about.
I mean, I could
That's
lay it
all I'm
out for you real simple, space guys, because we need the radius is a straight line, the circumference is a curve, right? And we need, in order to measure drop, we need straight lines to measure it from. So you don't use the curve to measure a drop from curve.
Would a radius be part of a curve or a circle?
No. It would be the straight line from the center of a circle.
Straight line. In reference to what?
It would reference the circumference being
of a circle.
Okay, so you're referencing circular math to prove your flat math.
No. Are you asking why use the radius instead of the circumference to measure drop over distance? You need straight lines.
Is the circumference not a straight line?
But do you understand though, like how? Okay, so like I get what you're saying, but just think of it this way, okay? If you went outside, like let's say you're in an open field, okay, in a park, right? And you say, I'm gonna go 100 feet away from this pole that I'm gonna put in the center. I'm gonna draw a circle around it. So then the radius will be from the center of the point to where it touches, anywhere on the outside of that circle that you've drawn around. But you've established a distance away from the center. So the 3959, what they're saying is, when we know that when we get to 3,959 miles away from that pole in the middle, well, you know, then
But
that's when
you are not in the pole in the middle. You're measuring from the surface, so you can't use the.
no
Yeah,
no 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 no
the
no
radius
no.
touches the surface of the circumference.
You miss you. I don't know where I lost you, but I'm saying from the center. Okay, so that pole that's on the field that you're on a flat field. Okay, not a ball. It's not curving. It's a flat field that you drew a circle. So that circle has an equal elevation all the way around you because you've drawn it on a flat field, and then there's a pole in the center. So then with the 3959, that radius is a line that you're able to take from the center of that pole to the edge that marks 100 feet in this little scenario here. So then once you have that distance, then this is when you start saying, okay, well, why 3959? Well, I guess maybe because they learned that far away, that's when Polaris is no longer on the horizon.
No,
maybe there's
wrong.
some optic. So you can see it past the equator.
What we gathered, the radius. Sorry, you're wrong.
Can you see Polaris past the equator?
No, what we gathered the radius from was by measuring the Earth and figuring out the radius based on a global factor.
Okay. So,
the fact that you're trying to conflate it to use
no, you're not getting it, bro. You're not getting it. They took what.
Yeah,
they did
I know
planar.
you're not getting it. It's fine.
They took what they got planar, right? Everything planar about it, bro. Everything in measurements is planar. There's no fucking curvature when you're using theodolites and measuring tools that are you're trying to find the distance of something.
Why are you even using the 3959 or whatever the fuck?
Do you
anyway? Because
do you
that
not grab?
was
Okay, hold on.
A fucking discovery from science. So why are you using that anyway?
Listen. So if Shane, Shane is, he has a website where he created a mathematical model, if you will, to where he has shown that when you go from the center, from the GP of the North Star or Polaris, when you go 3,900, I think actually it's like 57 miles, whatever it is, then that's when that marks the equator. So imagine in a world, obviously that's not the world we grew up in because they told us it's a ball and the 3959 is from the top of the ball to the equator. Then you have all these. This is why it's it is what it is, right?
What is 3959 times 4?
Okay, so, you tell me, what is that?
Pi. But,
it equals the circumference.
Yeah, the circumference. But are you asking why do people use the radius to measure? We're using it the given radius, right? The 3959 to see and test if if the horizon is the geometric Earth curve. Are you asking is that why we use it, the flat earthers? Like, what are we using it for?
My argument with Old in the side chat was he was like, oh, you used Google Earth to measure across, and wow, was it great?
What? Dude, I never said any such thing.
Okay, whatever, dude.
Now you're putting words into my mouth. I never said anything close to that.
Whatever, dude.
You're a fucking liar, dude.
You do the same.
Okay,
if not worse.
Oh, get in line, crybabies.
Give it.
Yeah, the reason it is because we're checking out if the claimed 3959 mile radius ball exists. We're gonna have to mention Santa Claus a couple times when we're explaining to you that it's whoever your gift giver is putting the presents under the tree.
Yeah, I think that's what I really do. I think that's what Space Boot is asking. He's saying why are flat earthers using the radius of the globe to prove a flat Earth? If that's the question, it's because they're claiming that there's a geometric claim, a circumference that includes a radius, or that if the radius was any bigger, right, that would carve out the circumference to be a bigger circumference, or smaller would be smaller. So then you just test it. You just say, okay, well, the claim is that the horizon is Earth curve, and it should be no further than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet if the Earth is a globe with this circumference.
Yeah, and I would be totally willing to listen to those arguments. But when I post a picture of Google Earth and I measure the distance, like from
Dude, I showed
one
this all
side to the
started.
other,
Listen,
and
this all
it's
started.
11,000 miles, and you say that the radius is
No,
only
I never said. We never even spoke about distances.
you're
This
being
started.
disingenuous with your arguments and just over talking.
Okay, projection.
You're
This
just
started.
talking to me, dude.
Okay.
I was being extremely respectful and only being inside.
Okay, listen.
And
Over
now you're
talking
being
is better
over
than
yelling
trying to put words in my mouth.
instead of actually defending your position.
Oh,
Which
your
I'm
sanctimonious
actually
bullshit
interested in.
might work in
Which I'm actually interested
college,
in.
but
Are you
sorry,
only
I jumped through the
interested
hoops
in
of academia
yelling
long
over
enough,
people that
long
are
ago, dude.
interested?
So you're being a snowflake. Listen, this started when I posted a meme to get a litmus check on how out to lunch you were. I showed an image of Google Earth that was posted on X by some science communication website.
Yeah.
And it shows the Pacific Ocean covering half of the globe. You said, yeah, the Pacific Ocean is enormous.
It is.
And now you're
You
talking about.
disagree?
And do you think that's still a legit response?
Do you disagree that the Pacific Ocean is huge?
Yeah, I've flown across it. It's immense.
Okay, then we agree.
So what is that a legitimate response?
Yes.
Okay, you're an idiot.
I'm an idiot
So
for
you're
saying
telling me the other seven continents. Listen, you're the one who thinks
I am
Google
the
Earth is
idiot for
gospel.
agreeing that the
Yeah,
Pacific
you
Ocean
think
is
Google
immense.
Earth is gospel.
I just want you to respond to that quick. I am the idiot for agreeing that the Pacific Ocean is immense.
No, you're the idiot thing. You're the idiot thinking that's a legit response.
But you agree with the response.
Oh my god, dude! How pedantic could you be?
But you agreed.
Okay, start over.
How is my response?
The image. Listen, listen, Einstein. The image of the immense.
Please explain that without.
I'll explain it to you.
Me,
I'll explain it to you, moron. So the image you're telling me the Pacific Ocean.
No.
Are you a
Hell no.
crybaby,
Hell no.
dude?
Hell no. You do not get to explain it to me by being
Okay, I'll do you a favor by saving your tears. All I'm going to say is the immense Pacific Ocean that we both agree upon. It's immense, but it doesn't cover half of the globe as depicted in your Google Earth image. So when you come back off of pause, get your wits together and tell me how the other 7 continents fit on the other side of that ball. Or just have some humility and tell me you've been duped by an app.
I did post, and I apologize for getting heated. I do apologize for that.
Yeah, you apologize for whining and crying.
Yes, I apologize for that.
Okay, so do the other 7 continents fit on the other
you
side
asked
of
me to
that ball?
So I posted a link to an Imager album, where I rotated.
Oh my
around Google
lord!
Earth.
This is where we started.
And you didn't click on
Are you
it.
telling me you won't find this Pacific Ocean immense half of the globe in your Imager album?
It's in there.
It's okay. So do the other 7 continents fit on the other side?
Yes.
You've lost the plot, bro.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes, Space Booties. Post from your Imager album the image where all 7 continents are on one side. That'd be great.
Well, I mean, they wouldn't be. I can't do that.
Oh, they wouldn't. They would be. They wouldn't be. They would be. Got it. Thank you.
Well, I mean, how could they be on one side in a global?
You've lost your freaking mind, dude. Maybe take a step back.
No.
Okay. And just let it sink in that perhaps all these images that you've been seeing your whole life, even the apps that you've just been interpreting them very willingly and not very critically. Or you can just cope rationalize how you must, like the rest of them. I don't care.
Well, I mean, I came in here trying to have a civilized discussion, but I just
you got one.
I got pretty attacked like right away.
Dude.
So I'm not sure how you expect me
don't be a crybaby.
Try to learn when I'm being attacked.
Well, I don't know. Get some headphones. I don't know.
I'm sorry we hurt your feelings, dude.
I'm sorry we hurt your feelings.
You didn't hurt my feelings. I'm just like
Isn't that what you're expressing?
I mean, if you're not willing to have an actual discussion,
It sounds like you did learn something.
I'm sorry
You
that
had
the
to
Earth's
end up
not a
talking
ball.
out of both sides of your mouth. That's what you learned today.
Okay, so I should just listen to you instead of listening to.
Yeah, it worked the
my
first time,
education,
didn't it?
right?
Yeah, right. It worked the first time.
Okay, so your version is better
Your
than the
version
other.
is what backfired, bro. It's your version that backfired.
Better than the education camp? Is that what you're talking about?
So me coming in here and trying to ask a little couple questions is apparently
Now
not
you're being revisionist. Now you're revising history.
It deserves me to be attacked.
Get off
I'm so sorry.
Instead of engaging
I'm on my
in
knees.
actual conversation.
Did you get 100% in all your
Instead of
tests, man?
engaging in an actual conversation, all you want to do is attack me, right?
Hey, Space Booty, I'm on my knees. I'm crying right now. I'm so sorry for you. I'm sorry, man, that the Earth was not a ball. We are all collectively being sorry for you, man.
Yeah, I apologize to Space Booties. I wasn't here, but I feel sorry for you. Hey,
Yeah, I wasn't
what was
here
his
neither,
what
so
was his
sorry.
questions? Was he talking about images and shit?
I think initially he had asked why are flat earthers using the radius to prove flat Earth.
I don't understand why you try to validate the globe. I don't get it, guys. Help me.
Well, that would upset me too. So
It's like maybe it didn't make sense or something, and he felt like, why are you taking from the globe? Get your own idea. The radius is the globe idea. Don't use that to prove flat Earth. I mean, I agree. You don't need that to prove flat Earth, but you can disprove the horizon being due to the radius with it.
pretty easy to falsify. I don't understand how they don't get it. Anyway, we apologise, Space Booties.
We apologize that half of the globe is just water. We apologize that everything is squeezed on the other half, but somehow there's no detectable curvature.
Has everyone apologised?
So we start learning this story at 5 years old, right? And everybody learns the same fucking story. And if you give a wrong answer, you fail. But if you give a right answer, you pass, right?
But the most important thing is, have you apologized? Are you sorry for hurting him, attacking him?
Say it, so dude. Say sorry.
Yeah,
Pussy.
say sorry.
I was the first one, man.
Okay. All right.
I take no.
No, you apologize for all your complaining, Space Booties.
I take no hard
all your
feelings
belly aching.
towards anyone in here. I appreciate the conversation, and I apologize for getting heated.
You don't appreciate
So Google Earth is not an accurate representation of Earth?
it isn't projecting a map into an application that you can use and manipulate to identify your location according to set coordinates.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you.
It's funny on there how the water never changes elevation in Google Earth.
Yeah, all their elevation profiles are sideways, horizontal.
It is funny how Antarctica is like a stitched up, patched up, worst version of any satellite imagery that exists from the whole thing itself. I mean, why is it so hard to just get normal photos? It's almost like they use like U-2 spy planes with huge cameras on it, and then to different seasons, they afterwards have like different kind of colorings, and they just stitch up different kind of pictures to make like a Frankenstein version of a continent. It's very weird, isn't it? Like I thought if we have like satellites, we could, I don't know, maybe get like a good imagery coverage of Antarctica, but it's only the coastline for some reason. It's very strange. But yeah, I mean, it's just ice and penguins, so who cares? We shouldn't have like real photos of Antarctica.
I mean, penguins are pretty crazy. Pretty
Just
amazing.
trust me, bro.
Yeah, just trust NASA. It's all real.
You got these little animals that got like arms and legs, and they walk like people, and they wear tuxedos, and they're only there. I mean, it is pretty crazy.
There's
You're
nothing to
right.
see here, folks, right?
I mean,
Don't worry, we're not
you
hiding
know,
nothing. There's nothing to see here.
Right, maybe we are being protected from the penguins evolving. You know? Imagine they once find out there's new land. Imagine that. I mean, they can swim, but probably they try their best to keep them from exploring new land. Otherwise, they will take over.
I mean,
What are the odds that like,
students at university can create their own weather balloon and take a picture. You guys can too.
yeah, the weather balloons show a horizontal horizon, but or one that goes up and down, all wavy due to the camera. But it really is. It is. I mean, it could have been any other creature, like or no creatures, no animals on this place called Antarctica. It could have been, I don't know, just like a regular animal that we've all seen like a version of, like a certain kind of, I don't know, tiger or something. But no, it had to be these very strange 6 foot tall, tuxedo wearing, upright creatures. Like these weird penguins. It had to be these weird animals that aren't anywhere else. It's very sus.
I see what you did there.
Well, I think we should create like a treaty where every country decides to make Antarctica not explorable, only for this distinctive coastline parts, for tourists, attractions, for penguins and stuff, to protect the penguins and the ice and stuff. And we should make it very hard to freely make it explore, you know? I mean, you can explore Australia with no problem, even though there's like, it's huge land with almost no population in comparison. But we should protect all the ice and the penguins, and we should like make contract with every country to, sign it off so nobody can freely explore. I think that's a good idea, isn't it?
What do you think, Stonks? You think that like if there was this like strange lie going on, like how would they stop us from figuring it out?
Just
They would
limit all
definitely-
travel from the 60th parallel down, man.
Yeah, I've had the conversation with like 4 or 5 people, like just around out and about, right? Like where they sit, where they've come to their own conclusion. They said no, if they were lying to us, they would have to be like, they'd have to block us off. They'd have to stop us somehow from just figuring it out. We could just go and figure it out, and they don't even know about what's about to be said to them next. They said it'd be necessary.
And also get rid of another book that's called Enoch. Just get rid of it. I think what is it called? These what is Ethiopians?
The apocryphal texts?
Yeah, the Ethiopians, they accept Enoch, but I understand why the Catholic Church doesn't accept Enoch. It talks way too much about the ends of the world, going south to the end of the world, going east to the end of the world. and that there's a firmament all the time, and he was at the end of the world, and the firmament was closed up, and you see all the hosts of heaven coming forth, and it would be confusing to a lot of deceived Christians who believe in the spinning, wobbling, tilted space both, not even ever expanding world of darkness. So it's very awesome that the Catholic Church, who also came up with the heliocentric model, would get rid of this part of the Bible. Obviously, I mean, we shouldn't make it. Yeah. We should make it more interesting than it should be, right?
We don't want them to read that it says that an enclosure was filled with water during the flood.
Exactly. Yeah. Because
and imagine just last year we found water under the surface bigger than all the oceans. Fuck me.
Man, this is such a clown world we live in. It's unbelievable. And globals are not even aware. They're so unaware. It's amazing. I mean, it actually is a chill life if you're so unaware. Except for the years where they tell you to sit inside and do what you've been told. Then it gets a bit annoying. But as long as you have your bread and Hunger Games and whatnot, like football, it's all good. You have your big malls you can consume. You never realize you're a slave, which is great. And then you can also go on Discord and attack the other slaves that tell you about the slave system for telling you about the slave system. Isn't that amazing? It's such a free slave.
You'd have to ask somebody who believes the Earth's a globe. Like, how do they feel about that? They feel like slaves, or they feel like they're free?
Totally free. They watch all these glorious people building phallus-shaped rockets. What a glorious sight.
Yeah, dick-shaped rockets, yeah.
And then the rich
If you
people
were going to build
sit
a rocket,
inside
what
of
shape
it.
would you make it?
I definitely like what is it with the rich people who, what was it? I think the best one is where Mr. Bezos sat in. The blue something, I forgot.
Origin.
Blue Origin, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the best shape. I think they nailed it right there. And then with the Virgin,
everybody's you're into your thing. That's what you prefer, Clay. I'm not going to judge you. I'm more for the Virgin Galactica side of things.
Yeah, me also, man. Me also.
No,
but,
you already got yours. You already claimed the other one.
Well, okay, whatever.
Not judging you.
Well, isn't it a modern thing today? So, no progress and anything like that. So I'm a modern man. I'm evolving. I'm evolving to a stage where I no longer can have children. Isn't that amazing? That's real evolving. Maybe I should change my name and wear some longer hair, make my nails.
Well, I could say that I would be upset. Like I have hope that maybe there's not, that you can go further. Maybe there's other lands or something like that. I would be upset. So I can sympathize.
That's amazing. I like your hope.
Yeah.
Well, the crazy thing is this. A few days ago, I had a guest when I was working who, and I work in a hotel, okay? And he told me, he's from Australia, a German who went to Australia 20 years ago. And he told me he once worked for like a farmer or something. And his first job was, back then, to check the fencing of this one guy and his farm, right? Imagine how many days he was traveling with the car, driving around the fence line to check the fence. What do you guys guess? Just for one man and his land in Australia.
20 days.
3 days. 3 days with the car to check all the fencing for one person owning land. People cannot imagine how huge Australia, let alone is. I mean, if you want to see new land, go to Australia and just drive with your car. I mean, you can be happy if you see one person the next day or two. There is still a lot of land. I don't see
try
that.
to pawn off on me, Australia. I don't want Australia. I want something better, like
Yeah.
colder weather.
I mean, go
Poor
to
people.
Russia, Africa, whatever. Man, there's so much land that is completely empty. You can't even imagine. So much. We just live in a little bubble where we like think, okay, you know, maybe because we mostly live in countries that are highly populated. But man, there's so much land. It's amazing, actually. It actually blew my mind because I never really thought about that, how small Germany is. Germany is like nothing. Like this guy with the fencing, he owned half of Germany. You know, compared in size. And just one guy with some land, you know, imagine that. I don't even understand how they do that, these Australians. These Australians must be crazy.
Yeah, I don't want the accent. So
Yeah, the accent is really like special.
it's like no offense.
But the animals too, man. I mean,
After all that, I said hideous. Like a kangaroo is a hideous creature. Koala bears are cute.
that's true. How many hours flight is it from like Australia to a base on Antarctica? Like the closest to Australia, how many hours was that?
Oh wow.
Like 5 hours, isn't it? 5 hours flight. Imagine you could freely travel to Antarctica. Like they would have like built a mall, and you have like I don't know, you can do skiing inlands and whatnot. Isn't it weird that like just ice is being put? Like it doesn't make any sense to me at all. There is no logical reason why you wouldn't make it like a paradise for people who I don't know want to have like a 1 month of pure sunlight in Australia. Then they fly 5 hours and they can have like another 2 weeks of I don't know hanging out in the snow with their skis.
Test, hot mic.
It's
hot mic. Sorry, guys.
Do you have any idea what the conditions are in Antarctica?
Well, so be it. Don't we have like? I mean, they live there on a base, isn't so? It can't be that.
Have you
that
ever
huge of a problem.
looked at anything about what conditions are like to live?
Yes, there are bad conditions depending on the season. There are also seasons
Depending
where
on
you
the
actually.
season? All right.
Yeah, depending on the season. Yes, you can have different conditions in
you go out
Antarctica.
and sunbathe in the summer?
Well, you actually can get weather that is not where it's not required for you to be extremely filled with
Yeah, so
clothes.
they go out and sunbathe and hang out.
Bro, don't make it like as if Antarctica is not able to be explored by humans. They did it back with wood chips, man. You know, like the basic things.
How tan are you?
You realize the first expedition with the wood ships? They
Where not everybody is so sensible like you know, sensitive. Sorry.
I don't think
I'm not
the
sensitive. I'm just saying you're fucking wrong.
the first one to go. I think
What
people
is-
were actually exploring it long before that.
Well, I read that book, Kiko. What was the book? It was the guy goes there and he meets the woman and everything like that. But what he was in Florida and he wrote it. I can't remember the title of it. I could look it up. I did read that book, and what I found out upon reading it is it sounds like it's just some kind of communist propaganda. It doesn't sound like he actually went anywhere.
Wow, it says here on the peninsula reached 18 degrees or 64 Fahrenheit, 65 Fahrenheit.
They need to chuck Antarctica on the weather app.
I don't know. I don't know, man.
It's not there.
I don't know about you, but like 65 Fahrenheit isn't a big deal for me personally. Like I just need a little jacket. That's it.
Okay, so one day they reached 65. Do you know where the bases are located in Antarctica?
Yeah, on the mostly on the outer edges.
Do you know the names? Do you know the locations?
Yeah, on the outer edges. Yes.
They're definitely not at the South Pole, are they?
You're fucking wrong about that too. All right.
How many South Poles are there?
Anyways, I can't do anything about you being mad about the fact that your conscience
I'm
tells you
just,
that I'm saying something
wondering why
logical.
you're
Because you
not,
would, you should
acting
agree.
as
You should
informed
agree.
as
Yeah, thank
you
you for not
think
letting
you
me finish.
are
You,
about
yeah.
where the
Thank you for interrupting me.
bases are located.
Thank you for interrupting me. You probably don't want to listen to what I say because I've already triggered you
because
with
you
the.
haven't explained where the Antarctic bases are located.
Sir, it's very simple, and everybody else would agree. It's very simple. It is not. We don't live in a Stone Age or whatever, if that has ever existed. But anyways, we can make shopping malls on Antarctica if we wanted to. We could make a holiday resort if we wanted to. This is not an issue. We could have clothing that will protect us if it's cold in Antarctica. We have it actually. Ding ding ding. It would be affordable. Ding ding ding. But for some reason they don't want to do it. Ding ding ding.
What the fuck?
The argument is I could fly from Argentina from a pretty chill or warm area, and I could be in Antarctica in about 5 hours, and then from there on, from the outskirts, I could go even inland if I want to. If there's like a huge base, if there's
you
like
really couldn't. You would have to have a permit for that.
this guy is so
wouldn't
great.
it make a good holiday destination though? Like everyone would want to go there. It'd be a fucking really good business, man.
This is a hypothetical. This is if Antarctica would be free land to explore, why wouldn't they just build a resort so you can go from a warm region and just a few hours into a very cold region, have like a nice holiday with skis, There's some nice snow and some nice ice. You can even have
There
like
is
a big
not
ice.
nice snow. There is zero nice snow in Antarctica, bro.
Well, you sound like you're from the equator, so you hush.
I can't help this
Snow
dude,
is-
He probably has never seen any
Show
ski
me
resort.
something where
Have you ever seen a
Antarctica
ski
has
resort?
nice snow.
Have you ever seen a ski resort? Have you ever seen
Yes,
artificial
and they aren't located in fucking Antarctica. Show me anything that says Antarctica has nice.
Are you willfully
snow to ski on.
trying
Show me
to?
anything?
Are you willfully? Yeah, are you
you keep talking over me? But show me anything that says Antarctica
You're
has
saying the
nice
same thing.
snow to ski on, bro.
Yeah, again, are you willfully trying to ignore what I'm saying? I'm saying hypothetically, why wouldn't they, if Antarctica would be freely explorable, build some nice holiday resort for, I don't know, snow lovers?
Really explore yourself, bro.
For like people who like a hot chocolate with marshmallows.
Oh my
at night.
Jesus fucking Christ. You're dumb as fuck.
Where you can't explore it. You got to use your imagination, brother.
Nice.
He's actually making a legitimate point. Instead of having to travel 10 or more hours to the opposite side to get your different weather, or to have to go to an extremely expensive hotel that has an indoor ski resort, you could travel 5 hours or less and get to a location that has all the snow and no manipulating of an environment because it's already there.
And penguins. Don't forget the penguins.
Fuck yeah. Pet the penguins, bro. Live.
To my point earlier, I'm on this.
That'll be $10 too.
I'm on celebritycruises.com, and Antarctica is not the last place. It's like that's it's saying, hey, you want to visit this? It's a beautiful place, Antarctica. Right below it is 12 Apostles, Australia. So it's less desirable to go to Australia than Australia. Antarctica.
So, if you're going to try to do a cruise like around Antarctica, the seas between South America and Antarctica are extremely hard to navigate.
How the fuck do you know, man?
Because I've read things. Have you? Have you?
Yeah, it's a good thing we have airplanes.
I read books too, brother.
Between South America.
We read a sailor's journal. My time sailing around the seas.
Like they parrot this shit like they've been there, done that, right? Like fuck off.
Have you been there?
I'm not the one fucking claiming shit, dude.
Okay, so I'm lying when I say that the seas.
No, you're talking out of fucking your ass is what you're doing, man.
are very rough and difficult to travel. Do you know why they made the Panama Canal?
To transport goods.
Yeah, to avoid what?
To avoid walking with the goods.
As opposed to shipping them across.
Yeah. Instead of walking like backpacking with the food, you can put it on the ship and
As
just
opposed to
send it
shipping
across.
them across what waters?
Land.
No, what waters? They were already shipping across waters. Why did they make the Panama Canal?
It's to ship goods.
Across what waters instead of what waters?
The Panama Canal is the water.
Correct. As opposed to what
I told you, as opposed to like backpacking. Do you have a different answer?
Hey, on the Panama Canal, dude, it's curved, right?
As opposed to what other waters?
Which way does the water flow on that curve?
Okay, fine. Don't answer a question.
Yeah, that was quite an avoidance of answering.
What? Of answering what, dude?
The question.
What was the question, man?
He was asking which waters you're avoiding traveling through. And this guy avoided answering it.
What guy? Point him out.
Dude, I'm
And,
not
and
gonna
the point of
I'm
that
not gonna
question is
repeat
what?
it. You already heard it 5
That he
times.
knows what the waters are around Antarctica because he's fucking sailed them?
Yeah, he read the wrong book. You got to read it on an Antarctica, mate. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. He's saying the Panama Canal that goes through the land is better than going around the land. I agree. We're walking with it. What's the problem?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him. But I was just noticing that you didn't answer that.
Yeah, because it was fucking silly, dude.
Didn't make any sense, so there's no time for it.
You'd have to go like all the way around South America, all the way back up South America, back to like North America. Instead, you can just go straight through now. I don't know, or you can walk with it. You can take a train.
And then in his next sentence, he's going to tell us all about the sun and how the universe was created and fucking about stars and fucking planets, right? Like, fuck off.
No.
Hey, try to control yourself.
Screw you, Glover. So, what's your best evidence, or why is it that you believe in the globe, Polo?
I personally believe that the Earth is flat.
Well, why do you believe it?
Just based on my limited observation abilities. And then others,
Interpretation of what you've been told.
like Polaris being in the same exact place every day of the year, things like this.
Yeah, I mean that's like a motion. So you think it's motionless because the Polaris stays in the same spot.
It stays in the same exact spot, and also videos. We have videos of pilots circumnavigating the Earth, and you see in the sky none of the stars actually change position. Which, if we're around a globe, you'd be able to see the stars rotating around the Earth, but we don't see that.
They change position all the time.
Well, no, he is actually right. There are videos of time lapses of aircrafts that fly for like 6-7 hours straight, and the stars are fixated in front of them, which is impossible on the globe.
That's exactly what I was referring to. Yes. Yeah, it's impossible.
It's impossible. They should actually always move. They couldn't stand still. This is only possible if there's something called a dome or firmament or whatever above your head. He's actually right.
Yeah, the back and forth pilot. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. I pointed it out to Witsit before, so that doesn't really make sense to me on either of the explanations, though, like that video.
Why?
Well, the stars move in one direction, right? But then the way in that video where they don't go up or down, the explanation of the declination of Polaris is because we're moving towards it and away from it. But in that video, the stars aren't moving towards up or down; they're just staying.
Okay.
So I mean, so if we say, well, the reason that we have the declination of Polaris is due to our linear distance away from it, which does seem to be the correlation. It wasn't occurring in that video. It wasn't going up or down. There was no like star zeniths achieved. It's like the same ones were like just out there. They're like out in the stars are like out in the distance the whole time, like it's like holding a flat piece of paper in front of me where the stars are just out in the distance, never getting underneath any of them.
But would you ever get underneath them?
I don't know. That's the reverse like engineering of the perspective argument. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like it's like, okay, well, why you draw these constellations on the ceiling, why do they merge into the horizon as you go, towards it? Then it's it's underneath you get away from it, then it declines into the hallway perspective convergence zone. That works down here on the ground, but apparently in that airplane, it's a 2D like backdrop of stars that you can't. None of them are getting like he's not getting closer to any of them.
Yeah, but your angular of view is changed too, though, right? So, like down here on Earth, we're close to the surface, and we have the horizon right there. Up in a plane at 35,000 feet, like where's the horizon to reference, right? Like,
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
like I get perspective, right? But the stars aren't fucking moving, man. Like nothing's moving up there, dude. It's just perspective, right? That's moving the star.
Well, in the vertical, yeah. I mean, but then there's the stars turning, but yeah, the field, so yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, the horizon being like how much of the Earth is in your field, is in your lower half field of view, that's able to then move these things prospectively up and down.
No, dude, if you go from one side of the sphere to the other, you should see a completely different set of stars.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm not weighing it against I don't weigh a lot of stuff.
You should probably see the stars that you can actually see wherever you are located.
Yeah, I don't weigh a lot. Like I'm not weighing it against. Oh well, this is the globe. The globe's not a real thing. I'm just looking at it like, what's actually going on? Like this is a little strange.
So this really isn't a trick question, but have you guys considered like writing a paper, or I don't even know, are there actually like papers?
Yeah, there's no money in it, brother. That's the problem, right? Like people pay people to do these kind of things, right?
Well,
it just doesn't. It won't sell because it's not so fanciful. It's not such a great story as the one you've got. So, who's going to believe it and what it would sell?
The whole society is designed this way, right, brother? Like, if you're not with the narrative, you get kicked out, right, bud? Like, who the fuck's going to listen to you, man? You're not part of the narrative, right?
Okay,
you understand? Like even in real life, this occurs, right? Like if you speak against the narrative, you get canceled, right?
Well, yeah, like Galileo with the geocentric model, he was canceled by the Catholic Church.
There you go, man.
So, what's stopping you guys from writing your own paper about?
It was not canceled by the church. No, he was
excommunicated.
It's hard enough to establish basics just
He
in
got
here
in
with
trouble
you.
for just not listening to the rules. They weren't mad about his. I'm still talking. So he didn't listen to the rules. They said you can't go out of the church and publish this. You got to give this secret information to us, and we'll work with it. And he went outside of the church and started handing out, like, I'm exaggerating, but started handing out copies to like random people, and they're like, "Oh, you're in trouble for that." For not listening to that rule.
Yeah, but you got to remember, guys, that there's nothing new under the sun. We don't have to do anything brand new. We just have to show people that the observations that we're making all along are not that one of a globe Earth. So it's very clear that we don't need to do anything. We just have to point people to the fact that their imagination of it being a globe is not true. So you've been observing the Earth, measuring, and practically using it as a flat and stationary plane. That is absolutely true. So you don't have to do anything more. Just show people, just like what we've been doing, that it's not a globe. The globe is the imagination. You don't do anything to the Earth. There's nothing, no papers need to be written. All of physics comport over to the physical natural world the way it is now. We don't do anything brand new. We just show them that the imagination of the globe is not real. It's just people thinking that it's a globe. So that's all.
But
I agree
wouldn't it
with
be
that.
conducive?
It's just a straight
Wouldn't it be
battle against the mind
conducive
virus.
to
But there is a
the
system of control, right, brother? Like fucking, you understand that, right?
Yeah, academically, yeah, you'd say that people were, having this in the schools and such. The only thing that I think that needs to be corrected in that way is how we perceive the Earth. So we'd have to have like more of a front on like academically. It's like what agenda is being pushed, because like who's actually in control of like putting the information in academia. That's probably where we need to be going to. If anything was to be done, that's the place where you need to start. Like, why are they
Right.
pushing this on front of people if it's not? And I would say it's all being funded, like just like any other agenda. Like different things that get funded, like the thing that happened 2 years ago. They were rioting in the streets and such. Like, there's things that get funded that are not like anything that.
I don't know how that relates to flat Earth, but
Well, it
I'm
relates.
just saying that if you guys
The information.
produce a study,
No, you don't need that. You don't need the
then
study.
it can
There's no
help
study needed,
legitimize
bro.
your
Like,
claim.
listen, no, you don't need a study. There's no studies needed. I'm telling you, all the information.
Though.
All right, the physics and everything of the way everything works is just fine. You don't need a study. You keep saying that you need a study. You don't need one.
What exactly are you going to be looking for
legitimize
in
your
this study?
views other than just arguing on Discords?
Yeah, arguing is because there's a mind virus, like the gentleman said. People believe that the Earth is a globe. It's not real. So there's no study needed because everything's already.
But other people say that your view is not real.
So, bro, check this out.
Our thought
you
is
have to-
critically thought out. Your view is just a straight
Discord is
acceptance
not
of
going
the
to
narrative.
convince the
Yes, it does.
point.
Listen, you don't understand something, right? We speak to people day in and day out. So the hearts and minds of people get changed because they have a think about it. We don't like twist our arms about it. We're not making them like, okay, you need to believe in flat Earth now. We're challenging them. They go away. They sometimes come back and say, you know what? I had a good think about it, and I actually see your point. But if they don't come back, that's up to them. We're not here to convince people. We're here to challenge them. And so if they, like, the hearts and minds of people that are getting out there, they're listening to the live stream, they're listening to Rumble. We're live streaming all the time, having hundreds, if not thousands, of conversations every year. And the thing is, the information is getting out there. So what you see is minute and only a little niche group. We're actually doing a lot of work getting the information out there.
No, and I really appreciate that. But wouldn't it really help change minds of people to produce a study and a paper?
Of
There's
what?
Yeah,
Of
what?
what?
Like space. There's not like we're like you're talking to the flat earthers, right? They didn't see any new like for example, we didn't see any new studies or experiments or what or papers, right? It's the existing ones, and where's the globe found in the existing ones? It's not there, right? Like where's gravity in the existing studies of weights and measurements of weights? It's not there. The thing that you think is there, we're just pointing out that it's not there.
No, and then I get where you're coming from. I'm just saying, why not produce your own study and paper?
Dude, what would this? There's going to be like one page in the study. It's going to say, we have measured the Earth. There is no curvature.
In scientific way. Why not?
Yeah. What do you mean in a scientific way? I don't get what that means. Like, there's nothing that's been done for the Earth in a scientific way. That, like, if you think that there is, name one
You
thing.
understand what the scientific process is, right?
Yes, I do, but I think you're misinterpreting what you think scientific method is and to what we can do to the physical natural world right now. There's nothing that's been done that scientifically explains the Earth as a globe because it's a miscategorization.
But you do feel that there are experiments that have been accomplished that explain that the Earth is
No, dude, that's what I'm saying. You're getting it wrong. You think that there's a category of science that deals with the physical and natural world in such that it's showing that the Earth is a globe. Like
No,
if I
no,
if you
but
think that's
you guys have done experiments to show that the Earth is flat.
yeah, we don't need experiments to show the Earth is flat. That's just the way it's used.
Why?
People use that.
No, but a lot of people
You're not getting it, are you?
claim
You
that they
don't
have
need a
done
study. Listen,
experiments
dude,
to
you
show
don't need a
If you know
study.
the if you know the scientific method, Space Booties, what would you propose we do
I would
to see if
propose
it's
that you
what
do
shape it is?
some experiments.
No,
Okay, dude.
no,
I gave you a
you
little
don't
hint
know what
when I
he's
said
talking
that.
about.
And you
You
write a
don't know what he's
paper,
talking. You're
and you
pulling
write
shit
a
out of his ass.
paper.
No, I'm not gonna keep listening to you saying and you don't know what you're asking for. You don't even know anything, dude.
I've said it
You don't
5
know the
times.
scientific.
A
What's a
study and a
scientific?
paper.
What's a scientific
Study
method?
and a
You don't
paper.
even.
I've
Hold
said
on.
it
What's
5
the science?
times.
Answer the
I
question.
don't know why you're arguing with that. I've said it
Because
5
you don't know
times.
what the
Study and a
scientific
paper.
method is. You don't know what you're asking for.
A study and a paper.
No, that's just an ambiguous. That's ambiguous. You don't know what you're talking about.
Study
Dude.
and a paper.
You don't know where he doesn't know what he's talking about, ladies and
A
gentlemen.
study and a paper.
What does that mean?
A study and a paper.
You don't know what that means, do you?
Okay, a study is a
Say it
study
again,
and a
dude.
paper
Fuck.
is a paper. Therefore, God.
Study the paper.
Yeah, and it's flat, bro. Fuck.
Study
This
a
guy,
piece of paper.
he's delusional. He thinks that he says a couple of words, study in a paper, and that makes it valid for him to say
Okay,
that. He doesn't know what the
so
scientific
that,
method is.
in your opinion, that
No,
was
he's
an
a straight up parrot. That's
unreasonable
what he is.
request for a study in a paper.
He's a
Yeah,
parrot.
there's a myth out there that all nerds are smart. Space Booties is showing that that is not the case.
A study in a paper, that's ridiculous, dude. Like, who even says that?
Scientist.
What study and what paper, what scientific method? Like, he doesn't know anything.
You're correct. I don't know anything.
I know I'm correct.
You truly don't know what you're asking for. You need to think
A
about it.
study
and
in a
come back.
paper.
Yeah. And what's this experiment you're doing?
He doesn't know.
No, it was the experiment you're doing.
See, he doesn't know, dude. He
Yeah,
doesn't.
I
He
don't know.
can't-
I
he
can't
doesn't-
think of one, so you're gonna have to try and give me one.
Okay, so you shoot some lasers across a fucking lake and claim
don't need
that it's
to do that.
.0000003
No, zero.
fucking
You don't.
degrees of accuracy.
So
He doesn't-
a measurement's an experiment now, right?
Yeah, it's a measurement experiment.
No, it's not. Oh my god! You don't need to prove that the Earth is anything that it's. You have to demonstrate something that it is. If you're saying it's a globe, prove the fucking globe, dude. That's the study that you're asking for, that you need right now, because all we have are people telling you, "Well, we got these pictures from space." Like, they're not telling you how to demonstrate the method by which they know the Earth to be a globe. They're not showing you that. We've been asking for that information. How is the fucking Earth curving on its surface? The surface curvature? What method are people extrapolating the Earth to be that way directly? That's the study you need.
Hey,
Bro,
give me
it's
that paper in that study, Space Boot.
It's like a gotcha for us. We ask you what your scientific proof is, and if you answer that question, it's a gotcha because there is no
all I
fucking
was trying to say-
scientific proof, man.
That's correct.
All I was trying to say is that you guys should
No,
come
we're not. We
together.
shouldn't do anything,
Stop
man.
talking to you. Okay.
We shouldn't do anything. We don't need to do anything. The burden of proof is on those who think that the Earth is a globe. You need to prove to us that the Earth is a globe.
All
That
I'm
has a-
saying is that I support you guys in
Ah,
your beliefs.
bullshit. You support us. No, you
But-
don't. You need to support the understanding that if the Earth was a globe, they would give us direct measurement of curvature of the Earth.
And it would help
That's
other
some bull-
people.
No, but he's gonna need your. You don't have advice to give to us. We've been doing this for years, and we've been doing a damn good job of it.
Yeah, Miggy, this guy's Space started off like with a big argument with Haas.
all I'm saying-
His biggest argument, dude, I'm talking, right? So his biggest argument, he was like, it's not fair that you guys are using the radius to prove flat Earth. That doesn't make any sense. And it took like 30 minutes for it to land. I still don't know if he really gets it, but he's like, no, why do you think you're using the radius? You're supposed to be proving flat Earth. And he doesn't understand that's the claim that the Earth is a globe. We went through it with him for like 30
Yeah,
minutes.
the process is that the Earth is a globe of a radius value, circumference, and diameter. Now we're actually testing that because a lot of people are saying that's what the Earth is.
You just use circumference and diameter in the same sentence.
What?
Space Booties, you don't really believe the Earth's a globe, do you?
Yeah, he does.
I just want to
No,
hear
you don't.
what
You don't, do
Emerson
you?
said again about circumference
But
and
you don't. You
diameter.
don't really believe that, though, do you, Space Booties? That the Earth's a globe. You don't believe that.
Anyway, I think you guys.
See how he can't even say he.
Just give me like 30 seconds, please.
No, I don't think so, man. You
Please,
like a
please.
couple sheets
I'm
to
gonna
win.
be respectful. I'm gonna be respectful.
Nah, he's fucking drunk, dude. This fucking idiot's drunk. I hate that. We always get the ones that are drunk every single time. Trying, the earth is. I need to study a paper. Like fucking hell, dude. Why can't we get somebody that speaks soberly? This is bullshit.
See how he couldn't bring himself to say that he actually believes it.
Now he ignored you, dude.
Yeah,
Alfred,
twice because he can't answer it.
did you hear the Nathan Oakley thing there earlier when he was on?
Nah, what was that about?
Oh, dude, he smacked Manufactum all over the fucking place. Brian fucking laid a beating to him.
Yeah, Brian's pretty good, eh? Fucking snakes eating
That was
bitches.
awesome. I loved seeing that or hearing that.
Yeah, you have
It's
to
amazing
actually.
that those guys.
Yeah, go on, Cyclone.
I was going to say it's amazing that those guys are still sacrificing themselves at the altar of Nathan, even though they all hate him and they don't want to help him out at all. But every week, one of them, Brenda, Dogs, Manufactotum, will just offer themselves up like lambs to the slaughter and let themselves just be embarrassed and made a fool of.
It really
Still do it
is some
every
sort
week.
of psychological sickness. It's the only way I
It's
can
like
see it.
masochism.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Masochism.
Cyclone
Like they just like getting beaten.
took the words out of my mouth, dude. They're masochists. They love getting beat down. I don't know what it is.
Now,
We got to
Manufactum,
stop doing it.
he thought he had a gotcha, but fucking Brian just fucking he swooped him right up, dude. It was fucking awesome. Like Manufactum put up the almanac there and stated that those were all globe measurements, and Brian fucking just showed him
Yeah,
that
dude.
that's all
Brian
flat.
isn't the guy to try and go against with that sort of stuff. That's his sort
No,
of bread
not
and
at
butter.
all, man.
Yeah, I didn't actually see any of it because I guess they're sharing it in this Google place they talk about. I don't see it.
I think you guys need a steady, a paper with the steady. Fucking hell, bro.
But really, that's all most of these guys can do is appeal to the scientists, right?
Oh yeah, of course, man. That's all they have is appealing to scientism. It's kind of like they have been raised to think that they cleared Memphis via the Zimbro 7 departure or the transition. Quark 2403. Expect Sid
You're hot
maintained
micing, brother.
platform. Oh, sorry.
Got any new people in? Globe Earth believers? Curious pedestrians? Who's Delulu? What's up, Delulu?
Yo,
How's it going?
I'm good.
Good.
I'm playing Minecraft.
Minecraft? Damn.
Yep, it's the new thing now.
I've heard it's now all the rage. What made you stumble into a flat Earth channel? Was that an accident?
I'm just curious. I don't believe
What
in
are
the
you
globe.
curious about?
I don't believe in
You
the
don't
globe
believe
anymore.
in the globe?
No.
Why not?
Well, I'm not a believer. I want to know.
Why not?
Well, because I want
What
to
do you
base
say
my
you want to
worldview
know?
on something that I know.
What about the pictures from space that they show you?
Yeah, I don't believe that. I'm a visual effects artist, so
You're a visual effects artist. That's cool. What kind
yeah,
of
so
visual
I'm never going to
visual
believe
effects?
any video or photograph.
Well, you're going to be out of luck if you're looking for globe evidence then, because that's pretty much all they've got.
Sorry, my audio is a little bit loud. No.
Yeah, the Earth is
No.
flat.
So, okay, so how long have you been looking into the topic at all, or are you just new to it?
Around December 2023, I was just in this
Okay.
Discord and listening,
All right, nice.
and
So
I can't find any evidence for globe Earth, so I don't know.
Ooh. Yeah, that's tough. Have you seen
Yeah.
any of the evidence for Earth not being a globe?
Well, when I go outside, I know there's a heaven and an earth, so that's all
Okay.
I know.
And the Earth.
And if anyone else are going to say that the Earth is a globe and it's a scientific perspective, I want evidence. I expect
So you don't.
evidence.
So you don't think, for example, anyone's ever measured the curve of the Earth?
Oh well, people claim to have measured and looked for a curve, but haven't found it. But
So
I
you don't
haven't done
think
it
anyone
myself, so I don't know.
has measured it? What about that Greek guy they always talk about? The ancient
Sorry,
Greek.
I'm going to put on headphones. Give me a second.
All right, sweet. I'm sure some Greek fella measured it. That's what they keep telling me.
He's mutual.
Alright.
He's on the Geo server. I don't know. Maybe he's legit.
Yeah, you heard about the Greek guy, Eratosthenes?
Yeah.
What have you heard what he's supposed to have done?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense because it's not exclusive evidence of a sphere because it works on a flat surface too.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
What about motion of the Earth? The
Yeah, I
spin,
don't know how they're
the
gonna.
wobble.
Yeah, I don't understand how that works. But my perspective is that I don't know the science, so I'm not the one to sort of prove anything. I am asking for the evidence from the people who claim that the Earth is a sphere and that the Earth is spinning. And if they don't have anything, I'm not convinced. And it's really that simple.
You know gravity.
All right, that's a fair position.
Like,
All right.
it's an observable fact gravity exists, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, are you going to be the globe guy that's going to give this other guy the evidence?
Like, I'm here to play fucking Merge Valley, and I just want to know how to about certain things.
Well,
So like,
just before you do that, can you think of any evidence for the globe that you could give this guy? Because this guy says he's not convinced.
yeah, okay, so gravity exists, right?
Things
You've
fall down.
observed
Yeah,
gravity.
I know. Yeah. I live on the same planet as you, or same reality.
So if you have gravity affecting a flat Earth, surely that would pull the edges of the Earth in towards the center. No,
Okay, what do you mean by that?
like if you have a flat object in space, the center of gravity of that is going to be in the middle, so it will
Okay.
affect everything around that point of gravity to pull it as close to that point as possible. The only force fighting against it is the force of the material itself compacting outwards.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't
So-
make sense to me. I can't make sense of that, so I have to believe a theory, I guess. Is that how it works?
No, the theory is gravity exists.
Things fall down. Yes, I agree.
Well, things are pulled towards mass.
Okay, I hear you say that, but okay.
You can prove it. Take like a string or a running tap of water. Take it's something heavy like a metal. If you've got like a kettlebell or something, put it close to it, and you will see it shift to the side towards the thing,
And
towards the kettlebell.
that means that the Earth is a sphere.
That means that
wait a minute.
that means
Hold
that
on.
mass is attracted to mass by the force of gravity.
Hold on, 2
Okay.
seconds. Zibab, could you repeat what you just said there? Because I didn't catch that. What did you say
Okay.
your experiment was?
If you hold something dense and heavy like a kettlebell next to a string that you pin to the ceiling, you will see that at the bottom end of that string, you can affect the movement of that string with holding the kettlebell close to it. It's not a big effect, but it's measured. Like, you can see it.
Right. Have you got a video of this?
Sure.
What's a kettlebell?
It means like a dumbbell weight, like or something like that.
Yeah, like a weight.
weight, right? Yeah, show me a video of that. But either way, the other guy, he's right. You're talking about concepts rather than reality. When you're talking about objects in space bending towards each other.
This is measurable reality.
Well, not you imagining the Earth in space collapsing in on itself due to some imagined force of gravity. That's not reality. That's imagination.
Okay, you've started out with the assumption that gravity is fake. You're not.
No. I mean, you're making a claim. Well, you haven't even defined gravity yet. The guy said things
I just
fall
did.
down.
Gravity is a force that attracts objects of mass to other objects of mass.
Well, that's not the current accepted definition of gravity. That's like 100 years out of date. That's Newton. So that's
How
not
do you-
correct, even in the paradigm.
How do you even go from there to claim that the Earth is a sphere?
No, it isn't. Good. I just googled it. Solemnity of matter.
Yeah, you're talking about Newtonian gravity, not Einsteinian, which is the current theory.
Yeah.
Both of those exist. Einsteinian gravity is. It doesn't make sense when you're talking about concept. When you're talking about concepts like this.
I guess we both agree that things fall down, and there's a relationship between mass, and then there's theories on how that mechanism works.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
Like
and gravity is one of those theories, if I understand correctly. Am I wrong?
Okay,
your question is good.
There are theories on the quantum forces at play within gravity. That's an entirely different topic. I don't think either of us are educated enough to discuss.
No problem.
Well, that's what you're trying to discuss. We're trying to discuss the theory level rather than what's observed, which is just objects going down or up, depending what they are. But this question was right. Well, how do you go from we experience objects to fall to the ground to the Earth is a ball? I mean, that's a jump.
Yeah.
Okay. So, will you guys agree that?
Well, which way are these things falling? As Zabub? The things.
No, let's keep him on. Let's keep him on. No, let's keep him on how we get to the Earth is a ball from.
Okay, so
watching an object fall.
So you guys agree that gravity is a force that attracts objects of mass to other objects of mass, right?
No, that's your theory.
Hold on.
That's not
Give me,
what we're claiming.
give me like 5 minutes on YouTube and I can find a video of this.
I'm still waiting. I want to see the string being attracted to the weight as well while you're on it.
I can imagine that happening.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt it.
I do it at birthday parties sometimes. I get the balloon and I'm like, hey, watch, kids, I'm gonna make your hair attracted to the balloon.
Yeah, that's like a static attraction. I mean,
That's like electrical charges.
you know, but this guy's talking mass attracting mass.
You know how many just like walking around doing this at the gym, like stealing pocketbooks by just like putting all the weights near their pocketbook strings and just stealing their money.
So this guy
Yeah,
must think if he's next to a sufficiently large vehicle, like a double-decker bus or something, he's somewhat attracted to it.
yeah, like you're just gonna start taking, like, just get a hot girl next to a big enough car. You can just start
Yeah, why
pulling
doesn't
at their
gravity work there?
threads and start taking her threads away before you know it.
But they always talk about massive objects, and then they show you the stupid Cavendish with these two little balls, right? Like, I don't know.
It's never a good sign when their first argument for the globe is gravity. I'll say that.
Yeah.
But you're asking the right question, because that's what I always go to. No matter what they want to imagine that gravity is and what's causing it, how do you go from what we're observing in reality to the Earth as a ball? Like,
Yeah.
watching a rock fall or watching a balloon float away isn't telling us anything about the Earth being a spinning ball.
Yeah.
You have to imagine all that.
Okay, this is not the like string and the weight is just the thing that I remember from a science class. Here is a video of two non-electrically charged
You've just
balls.
posted a Cavendish. Yeah, Cavendish.
Yeah.
All right. So how would these balls swinging on a torsion bar tell you that the Earth is a ball, or does it? Are you saying that is proof of or evidence of the Earth being a ball, or not?
Okay, stop skipping ahead. We need to start with the assertion that
Yeah, you know what? Mark is correct. We do want to see the string. We want to see the string in the ball.
It's something I remember from like a high school physics class. I could probably recreate it, but
I mean, if it's that simple, you would have thought loads of people would have had videos of that, because that's pretty simple to do. But that's all right. We know of Cavendish. I mean, we know the claims about Cavendish.
So the Cavendish experiment is
not an experiment, but that's okay.
Okay, fine. The Cavendish effect proves that mass attracts mass, right?
I don't know about that. I mean, because you're arguing like you'd be what you're observing in nature. You'd be saying like you drop a rock and it goes to the ground because the rock is attracted to the mass of the Earth, and then to prove that, you're going to do a test that doesn't actually involve anything falling to the ground. You're now doing like a horizontal.
Well, yeah, that's
motion.
how. Well, yeah, that's how isolating
But it's
variables
not the
works.
same thing though as what you're kind of claiming with regards to things going down.
Yeah, and that is doing not the same thing is exactly how you isolate variables.
Where do we see this in nature, dude?
In the Cavendish.
Only in the Cavendish experiment this happens?
There are other examples, but
which one? Can you show me another one?
Like we can keep on going. Oh, do another one. Do another one. Do another one. The string thing is something I remember, but I'm not going to use that as evidence.
Well, if we can't see it, yeah, we'll just ignore that one for now.
Do it yourself. But okay, we can do another one all day long. Let's.
Well, I mean, you can dangle a string next to a car, for example, and I don't think the string attracts to the car. So if it would do it for a weight because of mass, it should do it for like any sufficient sized object, but I don't think it does.
He's got 14 kilograms there, right?
Because gravity is affected measurably by distance. Like, if the Cavendish experiment doesn't work if you have. Actually, it would, because it would increase torsion.
So, what
Okay.
other variables
Anyway,
did you
anyway,
as to why?
gravity affects objects.
So he's just
on
waiting to speak, and he's not listening to anybody in this channel. Is that what's happening?
what?
Kind
Cyclone's
of.
been
He's
talking to you, and you're just like obfuscating and not like you're not even listening to what he's saying or responding to anything he's telling you.
I'm responding to the previous point about car affecting the string equally to a kettlebell, which wouldn't be the case because gravity is affected by the density of the material, density of the mass.
You brought up Cavendish.
Because the reverse.
Yeah, you brought up Cavendish. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know why the very first reason why they started or they did that Cavendish test? Do you know why?
To prove the assertion that mass attracts mass.
No, that's not why. That's
Come
not
on, educate me then.
No, that's not why though. I want you to have a good think about it. Is that the
educate me
reason
then.
they
You
wanted
should
to
dig up
figure out?
Cavendish's paper.
Yeah, honestly, that's what you should do because
I mean,
right now you're coming in
If you
here.
if you know about it, tell me about it.
Yeah, I know. But what the problem we're having here is that you think that it's proving something that it's not. They didn't start off actually saying those things. So I think
Okay.
it's misinformation, and not only that, you're calling it an experiment, and it's not even that.
Okay.
Do you get it?
Tell me what they
Okay.
were trying to prove with it then.
They were trying to prove the density of the Earth. So it was not only but 100 years
Oh my gosh.
afterward. Oh my God!
Why?
Did you not know that?
Why?
Wait a
why
minute.
would?
Did you not
well,
know that?
No. Why would
No,
they be
I
trying
need
to
to
prove
stop.
the density
Stop.
of the Earth if it was
Stop.
not?
Stop. Did you know that?
Sir,
You're right. The Earth couldn't possibly be a sphere.
Answer the question. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, then go read the Cavendish paper.
No.
Yeah, you
Fine.
can't really present. You can't
No.
really present Cavendish if you don't know the basics about it, bro.
Yeah,
Come on.
no. What do you mean no?
You can't have a serious conversation.
Yeah, a serious conversation about a person who doesn't know what the Cavendish was actually instituted for. You think we want to have a serious conversation with somebody who doesn't know why they made the Cavendish in the first place? You really think that's what we want?
You're right. You're right. This Discord
This
has
Discord is what?
All
now
right,
you're gonna
don't
assume to
spaz
do
out, don't
color
spaz out.
commentary?
Discord
No,
has
I wanted to.
the same standard of evidence as a fucking
No,
university paper.
same standard. No, you didn't
Yeah.
even look at the Cavendish paper. Why are you giving us your opinions on it if you haven't even read it? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Because
there's no
okay,
point
I-
bullshitting with
I mean-
us.
I mean,
We've
we're-
spoken about
we're
this a million
observ-
times. Yeah.
I mean, we were talking
You're not-
previously about how
you're not new.
About what?
about how observable reality is the basis of your
Really?
observations.
Yeah,
so
what did we observe in
I
reality?
observed.
No, what did we observe in reality that shows you that mass is attracting mass? Go on.
The Cavendish experiment.
The Cavendish experiment. Where do we see Cavendish experiments out in nature, sir?
The video that I linked.
The video you linked. Where do we see Cavendish experiments out in nature, sir?
It doesn't have to be in nature to be a part of
Yeah,
reality.
it does.
Yeah.
It's a naturally observed phenomena. So therefore, it has to happen in nature for the guy who just rebutted.
You retarded?
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. Natural science deals with the physical and natural world. Yeah,
So wait,
shut
are you
up,
saying-
dude. I'm trying to. You
saying
didn't
that-
know. Shut up. You don't know either. If
Are
you're
you
gonna
saying
go,
that
if
any-
you shut up, sir. So if you're gonna go outside and witness that nature is doing something, you're gonna ask the question: why is nature doing that? You're going to formulate a hypothesis as to what is the possibility that could be happening. You're going to have an independent variable to change the dependent variable to cause the reaction, and you're going to see if the reaction that you caused wasn't caused by the independent variable. The researcher has to do this. Look, we're doing natural science. So where in the world are you witnessing Cavendish? Where? In nature. I need you guys to, both of you, whoever wants to talk about this, where do you see Cavendish mass attracting mass in nature? Go ahead. Tell us.
You don't observe cars in nature. Does that mean cars?
Cars are not in. Dude, what does nature produce that we see mass attracting mass? Both of you.
Cars
Where do
simply
we
don't
see that?
exist.
No, I'm asking you the
Come on,
question.
Zabub. Don't spaz out already.
I'm asking you the question. Please provide the information.
It's a non-question.
Non-question. What in nature is showing mass attracts mass? What in nature does the researcher observe and say, I want to figure out what causes that? What are we looking at? Go on.
It's a non-question. It doesn't matter.
Yes, it is a question. The researcher is trying to figure out what in nature and why is nature doing that.
Doesn't matter if you observe it in nature or not.
Yeah, it does matter.
That's what
do you
natural
mean it
science
doesn't
is
matter?
about, Zabub. What do you think they're
I
doing
need
in
you-
natural science?
I need you both to focus. We're not going to go to some kind of test that you're doing on something that's imaginary. We don't do tests on imaginary things. Natural science deals with the physical and natural world. We're observing it. We're finding out why nature is doing the thing that we see it doing. And we want to know what's causing that. Cause and effect. Yeah?
And because nature doesn't inherently isolate
What?
those causes, then we're not allowed to observe their
bro.
effects.
This is
No.
nonsense. This is nonsense. Come
You're
on, I
seeing
want to get
nature.
back. I want to get back.
You're
to
seeing
the
nature
actual
do
point of
something,
what we
so
were
you really want to figure out why nature's doing the thing it's doing. So you want to isolate it in a controlled experiment. Yeah?
Yeah, and nature isn't controlled. So allowing
know
nature to
that.
control nature
So
doesn't.
what in nature are you seeing that you want to find out why the mass attracts mass? What in nature are you seeing?
Gravity.
Yeah, that's one word. What in nature are you witnessing that's making you think that?
Observing gravity. Like if I drop.
What
if I
in
drop,
nature, sir? What in nature is happening that the researchers making that question?
Falling from a tree.
What?
An apple falling from a tree.
Okay, so now tell me if this is correct or not. An apple falling from the tree is it's a vertical movement, right? So vertical attraction.
Oh, and because the Cavendish experiment is horizontal, then it doesn't exist.
No, I'm asking you the question. You're witnessing something in nature. The thing you witness is vertical attraction, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now can you formulate a test that shows vertical attraction?
You could do the Cavendish thing.
Okay, the Cavendish thing is showing horizontal attraction. We want to see vertical attraction. What's causing things to go down? We were asking the
it's
question.
attraction. I mean, it's just a motion, and it doesn't always go the same way. So
Yeah, but this is to them. This is to them. So if you're seeing something and you're saying that it's attracting it to something else, you're vertically. You want to know why that's happening, right? Yes.
Doesn't necessarily need to be vertical, though.
Oh, yes, it does. Because you want to know why things are. Listen, you want to know why things are happening in the way that they are in nature. So you're trying to figure out why do things go down, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do things go down? What kind of test can you show us that you're going to make where things are going to go down? Like what can we look at? Down.
Down is relative.
No. No. We're not doing horizontal attractions. We're doing vertical attractions, right? So why is the thing going down? That's the question in nature.
It's an absolute non-question.
No, it's not a non-question.
Bro, this is
it's not.
So annoying. Do you know this whole thing started because Zabub was going to help Delulu with some evidence for the globe, and now it's been 30 minutes, and where's this evidence for the globe, Zabub? I mean, you're not even anywhere near
30
it.
minutes of you trying to look at an
It's
experiment.
not. You're not even anywhere near it. You're not even anywhere near it.
This is how it goes.
We're going to skip this whole swinging balls in a shed nonsense. Do you have any evidence for Delulu that the Earth is a ball? Because that's what he was looking for.
When you just the model is the evidence. Just look at the models.
What model?
I can prove
No.
it if
What
we
do you
start
mean?
with the assumption that mass
No.
attracts
We're
mass,
not
and that's the
starting.
cause of gravity.
No. We're not starting with your begging the question fallacy. No, we're not starting with that. We're looking for evidence that, for example, the Earth is curved. The surface that we live on is curved, and that it's spinning. It's in motion. Do you have evidence for either of those?
I do. If we
Okay.
start with the assertion that
No, we're not
gravity
starting
attracts.
we're not starting with dropping objects because we're looking for surface curvature or motion, not dropping an object. on the surface. So anything for curvature or motion.
I'm curious. What is the
Yeah, he's
flat
not
Earth
going to
model?
allow
for-
this.
Right,
He's
What
not
is-
going to allow the
right.
conversation, Cyclone.
What
He
is
says,
the-
"Who
what
cares?"
is the flat- what is the
Yeah,
flat
I'm
Earth
just-
model for gravity?
I'm not talking about a model,
Listen.
Zabub. I'm asking you
Yeah.
if you've got any evidence that the surface is curved or in
All right,
motion.
no, I don't. So
No, you
Thank
don't.
you.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Right,
Next.
right.
Next.
What?
So the other guy, I don't know, call me whatever, right? You were saying something about having evidence for curvature or motion.
Well, we have a working globe model that we use
No, we
every day.
don't. No, we don't.
A working
Where is?
globe model.
where
Okay,
is it?
could you post that in the chat?
Post the whole scientific model? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever you're talking about.
Yeah, I like to see
Right.
that. Scientific model. Whoa, that exists.
Yeah, I know,
Post
right?
that. Post that monkey.
He had to
Yeah,
say
let's do that in
scientific
the
model too, right? Just
Yeah,
to fuck himself.
I love the qualifier. Love it. Let's see that shit.
He's gonna post a picture of a globe. I know it.
You think
hope
this
he
would be
You're not
quite
just gonna
easy to
wait a
find?
minute.
If it's
I don't know. Call me whatever. You're not just about to post an image of a globe Earth, are you?
Oh, fuck, dude. I don't just let
No,
Cyclone
I'm not
I
gonna
want to
do
see.
that.
Yeah, good.
All right,
Let's
sweet.
scientific model. Let's go.
Oh shit, we talking about models?
A scientific model, yeah.
You know I love models, Alpha.
Well, it's not going to be the one you like, or the one we like. Everybody's at the edge
Man,
of their
that
seat.
other guy just the other guy just jumped, huh? After realizing he's got no evidence for curve or motion.
did he dip out?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
But he wasn't interested in answering Cyclone's questions anyways, but at least Cyclone got him to admit he didn't have any evidence. So
Is it
always-
IDK? Call me whatever. Is he the one looking for this scientific model?
Looking, it sounded like he already had it.
Yeah, he has it.
I
He's
don't know
just
what's taking so long.
it's probably somewhere in his file cabinet.
Yeah.
He's got a
Globe evidence.
yeah, he's filed under globe evidence, yeah. Everyone's curious to know what he's actually going to post. Some of us think he's going to post a picture of Earth as a globe. Some people think he's got a different model in mind. I don't know.
He's not going to post anything. My money's on that.
Inquiring minds want to know right now.
Some of them post the Wikipedia article for the globe.
Oh, really? I haven't seen that.
Yeah, some of them do that. Some of them think the Wikipedia article is the model.
Hey, Alpha, while he's doing that, can we go back to like what you guys were talking about yesterday? I think I got into it a little late because you were talking about how like density isn't a concretely real thing.
No.
Well, we gotta wait for this guy, man.
Bullshit.
We gotta wait for this guy because his conversation has to happen before ours does. But yeah, we can later.
Okay.
I don't know how much time you have on your hands. But...
I don't know either. I know.
All right. Well,
I'll be
just
here
play
though.
I
guess
we'll play it by ear.
He's got all the time in the world until someone asks if he's got any globe evidence. Then it's time to go.
He might just wait for things to actually shift, where the conversation shifts, and he's gonna boot scoot like out the back door.
Yeah.
Me thinks that could be another thing.
I don't know. Call me whatever. What's taking so long? Where's this model at?
Hey man, he's probably got to ask his friend. His friend has it or something. Dude, where's that model I had? I don't know, dude. I was here somewhere. Fuck, dude. They're asking me on Discord. I gotta give it up.
Dude, I
Some
gave you
shit.
that model 3 weeks ago. No, I gave it back,
Okay,
man. No, you
okay.
didn't.
All right, go ahead.
Because I am a man, I will admit that I do not know. Like, I can't find the model. So,
Oh shit!
What?
No shit.
Shit.
Hey, Chubbs, we owe
You've
Chubbs
lost
money.
the globe model?
We owe Chubbs
Right.
money.
Well, where the hell's it gone?
I don't know. I know there is a model, but
Yeah,
I know. There
I
must
don't
be
know.
a model, surely. But how come we can't find it? Where the hell's it gone?
It's
dog
like I'm
ate
a
it.
flat earther for a day. So
It got shot
This
off
is
into
why I have the
space
whole
on
argument.
Poland.
All right, okay. So if you don't have a model, why do you think the Earth's a globe?
Come on.
Because all the evidence points to it that I've seen.
Really?
What
Which
evidence?
what? Yeah. What?
Explanation for seasons, explanation for
Right. Well,
astrology.
do one thing at a time. Right, okay, let's do one thing at a
Wait,
time. So seasons. How do seasons tell you live on a spinning ball?
because it's
What?
how
Yeah.
because we obviously revolve around the sun.
Obviously. What do you mean?
Yes.
Obviously.
Really?
No,
Wait a
it's
minute.
not
What do you mean,
obvious, bro.
obviously?
Okay.
It's just
What's your
obvious.
evidence? What's your evidence that the Earth is going around the sun?
The evidence would be, I guess, the seasons, like, and the way,
No,
like,
not even just saying
Obviously.
circular
Obviously?
yourself. That's a circle. You can't say the seasons is proof because we're going around the sun and say we're going around the sun because the seasons. That's
affirming the
nonsense.
consequent.
So
well,
you're making a claim that the Earth is moving around the sun, yeah? Right. What does that look like in reality? What do you observe?
what do you mean? What would you observe?
Well, you go outside. Let's say we're both outside and we're looking around, and you're going to show me that the Earth is going around the sun. What does that look like?
No, I don't know. I don't think you could like determine it by just going outside.
Oh
All right,
shit!
because when
Wasn't
I'm
that what
outside,
seasons?
all I'm seeing is the sun's moving through the sky. Yeah.
That's what seasons are, man. It's a change in temperature. It's like different. It's colder in the winter, hot in the summer. What are you seeing differently in the seasons?
Okay. So, like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I do watch like flat Earth videos, and like I don't have the sources like to pull up. So,
Bro.
Well, I don't care about your sources. I'm talking about reality, right? So we go outside, we see the sun is moving through the sky. Yeah, you see that too.
yeah.
Okay. Now, how do we get from there to you saying we're going around the sun?
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
I'm not worse enough to like tell you the exact science behind
That's
it.
all right, brother.
I feel like
Okay.
if you're
That's
like
all right,
sticking
brother.
by this belief, you could surmise it first. Like you'd have some sort of understanding of what
All right.
you
Well, he's saying he doesn't really have
Yeah, he doesn't
any
really have
evidence
a
for that. So,
so
okay,
he's
so you're not going to claim
just
that
going on a whim.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
what are you
no, I
doing?
mean, like I've watched
You're not
like
making the claim.
like
Do you feel like you're
both
winning the
sides.
hearts and minds of fellow Globers? Are you providing anything that would?
He's been all right.
Well,
He's
no,
been all right.
I'm saying
Listen. All right, so us seeing the sun moving through the sky doesn't actually tell us that the Earth is a ball, does it? Or that it's spinning, or that it's going around the sun.
no, just off that you couldn't tell. No.
Right. Okay. So what when we go into reality, what does tell us that we're on a spinning ball going around the sun?
Like I don't know if you could tell by just looking. Like you'd have to do
Oh
experiments.
shit!
All
Experiment.
right. So we can't tell by looking. So when we look, it just seems like a flat, motionless Earth with the sun, moon, and stars moving above us. Okay. What experiment can we do that shows that observation of reality is wrong and it's actually a spinning ball Earth?
So the famous one is the Cavendish. People like
Cavendish.
God.
What?
People-
We're not going back to
This
Cavendish.
can't be. This can't be the. Come on, dude. You just heard me tell the other guy what naturally observed phenomena, and you were here when you heard me ask him that.
Yeah, but I don't think that's not how
All right.
experiments.
Okay.
Come on,
Let's
dude.
follow this train of thought, right? So now you're saying, well, we can't tell when we go outside because it just looks flat and motionless. But if we start swinging balls on a piece of string, then we can tell that the Earth is a spinning ball. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I'm pretty sure that the
Oh, that's
Cavendish.
suggestive. That's suggestive, brother. I'm pretty sure. I think, possibly, maybe.
I just
could be.
told you guys. I just told you guys I'm not well versed in it.
Well, you should then lay down your sword, my good sir. Lay down your sword and say, "I don't know." You guys just tell me what's going on. That's easy.
Well, okay. So, like, I don't know everything, but I know like a little.
No,
bit.
you don't know anything about the globe. Period. Anything.
Right, but think about it. Think
That
about
is.
it. Like you swinging balls in a shed on a piece of string doesn't tell you that the Earth is a spinning ball, does it?
Why does it not?
What do you mean? Why does it not? Because it has nothing to do with the Earth.
What the?
Okay, so what is the experiment about?
It's not an experiment, and it's just showing that there's something happening in
Wait,
some
why
kind of
is it
little
not an
contraption.
experiment?
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's no naturally observed phenomena, which I told the other gentleman. Didn't you hear what I asked him? What are you
Okay.
seeing in nature? So it's not an
Where-
experiment. No, sir.
Where's the source that says you have to? First of all,
No, you're not going to do this to us. I don't know what. Call me whatever. You're not going to do this to us because.
well, you're
we've
making an
just walked
assertion.
through- No. We've just walked through very simply that you really didn't know any of the basic claims about the globe, and now you're going to start demanding sources from us about Cavendish. No, we're looking for evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball. Cavendish is obviously not it. Come on.
You're just
think of
dismissing it,
something.
but you're not actually showing
Oh,
the proof that it's
okay.
wrong.
Ask him how he knows it shows
explain
it's a
to me.
globe.
Yeah, explain to me how swinging balls in a shed tells me the Earth is a
Whoa!
spinning
No, I didn't. You made the claim.
Oh my
No,
God,
you're
dude.
making the
Because
claim. You're making the claim. You're saying
You brought
Cavendish
Cavendish
shows
in
you that
here.
the Earth is a ball.
I
That's
said
what
that
I'm
was
saying.
a famous. I
Garbage. My claim is
Hold on.
Cavendish is garbage. You want to follow that
Hold
claim?
on. No,
yeah. I mean,
the only
just
way we're
tell
going to
me
get
why.
past
Tell me
this
why it's
is for
garbage, and
no.
like
It's on
show
you.
evidence.
It's on you. You brought it up, so it's on you to tell us how swinging balls on a string tells you that the Earth is a spinning ball. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I don't. I said I
Okay, so
brought
you
up.
don't know that it does.
Whoa!
Fine,
Then
we'll
we're
move
good.
on.
I said I don't know. That was a famous experiment that people bring up.
Okay, so
Yeah,
if
that
you
you don't know about it, bro.
then you don't know. So that's fine. It doesn't. And if you don't know that, that's fine. You can go and look at it in your own time and find out if you think it does. And then when you've done that, you can come back and say, "Hey guys, swinging balls in a shed does prove that the Earth is a spinning ball, and here is why." Until then, don't mention it.
Yeah,
And it wasn't an experiment either.
Yeah,
It
we
wasn't an
went over that.
experiment.
We went over that, Demont.
I mean, that's
But,
just an
what I need
assertion.
you to,
though.
hold on. I don't call me whatever. I need you to provide something that does in your mind, because you said I don't know everything, and I made the assertion you don't know anything. So prove to me that I'm wrong. That you know something about the globe. That it could be a globe. Anything outside of the Cavendish. Don't bring that in there because, like Cyclone pointed out, you don't know anything about it. So go to something that you do know, and then explain how you know from that. Something that you do know. Anything, bro. Anything.
And if there's nothing, you can just say, "I don't know of anything."
Yeah. You could easily say, I don't know anything. That's what I said. That you don't know anything.
And for
I guess
anything that
the
you claim
most-
is an experiment, make sure that you bring the hypothesis, the dependent and independent variables.
Well, I think the best evidence would probably be like when they went to space and took pictures of it.
All right. Now we're
It did
getting
not look
somewhere.
flat at all.
Okay, so how do you know that those images are real?
I mean, I don't know like 100%, but
Well, sir,
they've been.
that's it. Then we could stop there. Like, listen, let's not go too far into this. Let's stop there and realize what you just said. So if there's no way that you can detect whether or not those images are able to be verified, then we can stop there. Because there's
no.
Yes. There's no verification method that's preceded by you to identify whether or not those images can be processed, as in that's the real thing or not.
No, I'm saying I don't know 100%, but
Which
I'm
means
still.
you don't know. It's inconclusive, sir. Inconclusive. It's
Yeah, so
inconclusive.
But that's not how science works, and that's
It's
not even
not
how life
science, my
works.
good sir. It's not science. You're just looking at images and then just saying that the Earth is such as you see. But if you said that you're not sure 100%, then it's inconclusive. It's not conclusive that the Earth is a globe via these images.
So
Very
wait,
simple.
if you're 99.9% sure, then it's inconclusive.
Yes.
Oh, no. Listen, whatever.
That's just that's a terrible worldview. If that's the case,
That's your worldview. That's your worldview, not mine.
Hold on.
No, it's not.
Let me say it to you like this. Right? What we're interested in is verifiable evidence, right? We don't want to have to trust that an image that we can verify to be real is real with our entire globe. Right? We want evidence that we can verify as members of the public. Like we can go out and test, observe, and do this thing that proves it, right? You understand that, right? You don't just want to trust unverifiable images and videos, yeah? You understand?
I really can't hear you. Your mic is kind of.
I'll say it clearly. He just wants you to provide something that you can know 100% sure that you're not going to have any doubts on. Anything that you can provide to us in that way would be great, would be sufficient.
Yeah.
And
Evidence.
that's all we're asking from you. Like, if you can't do it conclusively, then I would say, can you put that in a basket of inconclusive information? Like, everything that you think that provides evidence inconclusively, put it in a basket. Now, we want only the basket that has things that are conclusive, that it is a globe. Anything in that's what we're asking for.
Yeah, my response to that is that there is no piece of evidence that is 100% unless we're talking like abstract math equations.
Right.
So
So then
you're saying there's nothing we can verify ourselves for the globe.
So if that's the case, then we can say the same thing about flat Earth. I mean, there's
no,
no way.
you can't. No.
No, I can say more that the flat Earth is inconclusive than the planet being a globe.
No, it's the nasal brigade.
Well, okay, so there's no 100% proof that the Earth is flat.
Well, what else would it be? I mean, that's all we've got evidence for, right?
It could No, it could be a multitude of shapes.
No,
Well,
we're
flat
not
isn't a
talking about
shape.
shapes, bro. The Earth being flat is not a shape. It's a
Remember-
description. It's
remember
a
how
dude.
we said
shut
earlier-
up. Listen, it's a description of a surface. That's not a shape. When you say something is flat, that's not like if your table's flat. It's not the shape of the table. You're telling me the surface is flat, right?
Yeah, but there's no 100% proof that the surface
Yes, there
flat,
is.
though.
Yes, there is.
There's not.
You're
Yes, there
constantly
is.
conflating shapes with surfaces every
well,
time.
remember, whatever we said earlier, right? We were talking about when you go outside, what tells us it's a globe, and we agreed that when we go outside, nothing does because we actually just experience a flat, motionless Earth. Right? That's
Well,
our
no,
direct
the Earth is
experience.
too large to even perceive it to be round. It's not a ball that I hold in my hand.
So we experience it to be flat, exactly, just like I said.
That's an assumption by you guys.
So when we've got an observably flat, motionless surface, then we've got a claim counter to that says it's actually curved and in motion. That's a positive claim that requires evidencing, and you're saying we can't evidence it. We can't verify that by ourselves.
No, I'm saying evidence is never 100%. If it was 100%, it'd be a proof. It wouldn't be evidence.
Right. So if it's not 100% that the Earth's a ball, and we only have evidence and observation that it's flat and motionless, why would we believe that it's a ball?
Well, I don't believe that's true. I just probably
Well, yeah,
can't
that's
source
a
that.
belief. Listen,
Well,
it's a
you just
belief that
told
you
us.
have, but it's nothing that you can provide as evidence for us. So if you think that it's evidence, right, and we investigate that specific evidence, and we find out that it turns out that you don't know or it's inconclusive, then we can't use it. It's not admissible. You have to. It has to be particularly something to deal with the thing that you know it to be, which is right now in your mind a globe. But if you don't think that the information that you provide as evidence supports the claim, then how can we admit it as such? It's not. You can't. It's like me telling you, well, when you go outside, just imagine the Earth being flat and stationary. No, it's not about imagination. It's just what it is. So if the Earth was just what it is as a globe, it would demonstrate itself to you, me, and everyone as self-evident that it is a globe. But it doesn't do that. Nowhere.
Yeah. We just went through it. You just agreed there was nothing you could observe in nature that tells you it's a globe. You don't know of any experiments that tells you it's a globe. You can't verify any of the images that tell you it's a globe. And then you said there's really nothing we can do to verify that it's a globe.
Okay, wait,
So all
no,
we're
that's
left with
not true.
is flat,
I didn't
motionless
say
Earth.
that. I did
He
not
can
say
yell out a
that.
catchphrase like too
You did
big.
say
He
that.
can say
I
so
didn't
big.
say that.
Okay. What was the evidence that you said we could verify that tells us the Earth's a globe?
Yep.
Math.
No,
Yeah?
I'm trying to explain. I'm saying there's no evidence that can.
Answer his
Numbers only
question. No,
prove
answer.
numbers.
No, hold on,
No,
Dimon.
don't you-
Answer his question, please. What is it we can verify outside that shows us the Earth's a globe? Just
And
answer his
don't you
question.
say we can't
There's
verify
nothing that can
anything.
verify it 100%.
That's
Okay,
what
so
we. That's
nothing is
listen.
true.
That's what he said. He identified that you can't verify anything outside that shows the Earth's a globe, and you're like, no, I didn't say that. You just said it now.
No, wait. That's why I was trying to clarify. I said it can't verify it 100%, but to show evidence that there's a globe.
No. Verification means that you are making sure that the thing that you're talking about is exactly what you're saying. Now, if you can't do that with anything outside, then you're not verifying the Earth to be a globe. So
Yeah, you haven't
100%.
even given us evidence
Yeah,
for
but
1%. You haven't given us 1% a globe. You haven't given us
Yeah, it's
anything for
nothing.
it.
It's zero. Like I said, Yeah.
So why would we believe it if you can't give us 1% evidence for a globe?
Well, like I said earlier, I'm unable to
Thank you.
I'm
Yeah, that's
unable
all.
to I'm unable to try to
Right. So
persuade you
why
to
do
be a
you
globe.
believe
I
He's
it?
just
going the direction of saying
So
there's no such thing as 100%
right. Well, then why
evidence.
do you
It's
believe it?
just useless.
If you, I know, right? If you don't have any evidence and you don't know of any, why do you believe it?
I can't remember that. I've heard the evidence and I've seen the
Oh my God,
arguments
bro.
and I think they're
Right, but if you
better
can't remember it, that's as good as never having heard it in your life. So why do you believe it?
because the arguments have been convincing.
Which
The
ones?
arguments you don't remember.
I don't
Which
remember it
arguments?
enough to debate it.
Well,
Like,
how do you know it
And
was
do you know any?
convincing?
Do you know
How do you know
any
it was
arguments?
convincing if you can't remember it?
Any arguments? Anything?
like
Anything?
the argument is that flat Earth is the more.
No. What, dude?
Hold on.
No. Stop.
Hold on,
No
let him
flat
go.
Earth. Only
Let him
globe.
go.
Only globe. No, we got to hear the globe evidence because that's what we're looking for. That we're not looking
Yeah,
for flat
I'm
Earth.
saying I've
What?
not been convinced of flat Earth because I have
No,
not seen it.
stop saying flat Earth. Talk about globe. What has convinced you? Just say the thing that convinced you. That's all about the globe. That's it. Don't stop saying flat Earth. It's not about
Okay,
that.
the globe
Yeah.
is the more accepted by scientists and all the experts.
That's it. That's
And
yeah.
That's it.
and
Big Daddy.
when they have explained it, it made sense. Like I've never
what?
heard.
That's
Like
not good evidence. That's not good
You
evidence.
haven't
You
even
just
said what.
being told the
like
story made
it's like the
sense to
cabin.
you.
Like it's like the cat. Like because I
You
don't
told a story. Nothing. Come
like.
on.
I've only started getting back into the flat Earth like recently because
You've always been
of
on the
the.
flat Earth, bro. You just haven't realized it.
No, I'm saying like
Once the
the
flat
debate.
earths are always the flat earth.
I don't know.
I'm
I mean,
saying
come
I've
on.
gotten back into the debate
But
because
you've
of
got
the
back into the debate, but you
Antarctica.
still don't have any evidence for the globe, though. So how
No,
can you
because
win the debate?
oh my.
It's not
Uh,
even a debate with you, man. To be honest, there's nothing you're bringing forward to an argument for your claim. You're not identifying that you have a claim. You don't even know what's going on. You're in
yeah,
here, and like I said before, you don't know anything, bro, and that's okay. You don't have to
I
because
I came up here just because I wanted to ask you
what?
guys what you think about the Antarctica trip, and then you started talking
What?
about gravity.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the commentary about what's happening. We're just identifying that people everywhere do not have any understanding, anything of how the Earth is a globe. They can't give us any evidence, none whatsoever, zero evidence,
Yeah, it's looking
0%.
like there is no globe.
Okay. So
Yeah,
I will like make a challenge. I could study it. I could look it up for like
Please do.
I'd say probably like 5 hours, and I could come and debate. I have not been like researching
That's
it.
all right. But listen, it's not about
So
debating. You don't have to come here and debate us. But if you actually believe that the Earth is a ball, I would expect that you would have off the top of your head at least 3 or 4 good points for why you believe it. If you don't even have that, then why the hell do you believe it?
because it's the
And
same
saying
reason
loads
I
of other
believe.
people believe it is an appeal to popularity fallacy, an appeal to authority fallacy, like saying that all the experts
Well, that's
believe it
not a
or that most
fallacy.
people believe it. That is a
It
fallacy.
is.
No,
That's
it's
exactly
not
what
a
it is.
fallacy. No,
Appeal to majority is a fallacy.
Absolutely a fallacy.
appeal.
An appeal to authority is a
No, I
fallacy.
know this, and I know philosophy way more than I
Clearly
know
not.
science. And I know that appealing to
Okay.
a authority improperly is a fallacy. But appealing
No,
to a
you don't just
yes,
get to say my authority is correct, so it's not a fallacy. That's even more fallacious.
no, that's I
And
didn't
you
say
appeal to
that.
majority.
I didn't.
You appeal to majority as well.
No, I appeal to authority.
You said the majority of scientists
No,
believe.
I appealed to
That's appealing.
authority.
But that's
You
appealing
appeal
to
to
authority.
and majority at the same time. It's a double fallacy. You're a
Yeah,
double
that's
fallacious
incorrect.
reasoner.
That's incorrect.
Think about it.
It's not.
So is that so? I mean, it's not
If
good
I
evidence
appeal
for
to
a
a
globe, is
mechanic,
it?
if I appeal to a mechanic on how to fix a car, is that a fallacy?
No, because you can have good reason and you can test that their knowledge is accurate by giving them your car and seeing if they fix it. You can't do the same for a globe. You can't go and test it and prove it. You've already confirmed that you can't do that, and you don't know anyone who has.
What? That's not how it works. It's either a
Yeah, you
fallacy
can't
or it's not.
confirm their opinion. You can't confirm their opinion is true.
That they could be a good mechanic. Like they literally could be. You're scientists. You're appealing to. You're just saying scientists with no evidence or anything. That's why you're just appealing to nothingness. Like, it's just you're just saying nothing.
Come on, bro. You must know this is not a good argument for the globe.
No, I didn't. I came here to ask you guys about the Antarctica thing. I didn't
Alright,
come here to
okay,
even make
well, on the
arguments about
Antarctica
the
thing,
globe.
on the Antarctica thing, it's there will still be, regardless of what happens or doesn't happen when they go there will still be no curvature of the Earth and therefore no globe. There you go. Because you know that the Earth's surface doesn't have any curvature, conforming to a 3959 radius globe.
Yeah, but like, how would your
Well, there you go.
like how would your
If you
model?
already know that, that's it.
No, but I'm saying like how would your model work if the sun doesn't set?
I don't need a model. I
Yeah,
have
you do.
reality. I
Why
have
don't you need a
reality.
model? Well,
Because I have reality.
yeah, that's what
Reality
models
is
are
not a
supposed to
model.
do.
No,
Yeah,
reality is not
models are
These
supposed
guys
to do.
need a
This is the
little
problem,
fairy
guys.
tale story to fill the void.
Remember, you of all people should know the dangers of talking about models, because the first thing you did when you came in here was claim a model only to realize you don't have one. Yeah?
You need a model.
Well,
So
okay.
you don't have a model, remember?
On
So how
every
do we need a
school
model
desk.
that you
Oh
don't
my
have one?
God.
Okay. Well, this guy, whatever, couldn't find the model. So who was the guy? Rose? Is it you who's spazzing out about a model? Post your model in the chat.
Even if you don't have a model, that doesn't mean you're supposed to
No,
have a
no,
model.
because he needs a model. You see the contradiction?
This guy is stepping up for you. Rose, where's your model? Post it in the chat.
All right, let me just find a school globe.
No,
That's a
you-
model.
Oh, what
That's
kind of
a.
model are you talking about? Like a toy? You're talking about a toy.
It's not a toy.
What is it?
It's a map of the globe that you can
Is
find
a,
at any
a
school.
globe is not a map, my friend. Maps are flat.
Actually, maps are, for the most part, the
Flat.
best representation of a flat surface on a round
they're flat.
object.
So they're
How
flat.
do you know that?
Correct.
All right. So when you said model, what you mean is you need someone to make some wooden, plastic, toy depiction of what you believe you live on. That right?
That is
supposed to represent reality.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
let's-
the rep
okay,
model. If I
see the
go,
model.
okay, did you just say that? If I buy a plastic model of the Bismarck, I demand that be accurate enough that I can represent it as
So
the
is that what you're
Bismarck.
going to post? You're going to post a plastic globe? Is that your model?
Technically made out of cardboard for the most part and enamel, but
Okay,
not
let's
really
see.
plastic.
Post it. Post your model. Post your model.
We
Let's see
need
it.
your model. We need your model. Quick, we need a model.
Yeah, post your model. Let's see it.
Images.
Do.
There we go. Copy link.
Do.
Okay, now where's this chat? There it is. Christ. Please. Oh
my
wow!
God.
Thanks, Bing. I just wanted the photo. Why didn't you just give me the photo? Jesus Christ! That's
Try again.
what I'm doing. Copy. Does that work?
That's like the longest link I've ever seen.
Yeah, I know, right? The fuck is wrong with Bing? There.
Oh, shit. I
Globe.
was scared to press that.
Okay. So this is what you think you live on.
It is an accurate representation of the Earth.
What makes you think that?
Standards. Globes have a standards on how they have to be produced and manufactured.
Standards. What do you mean standards? I'm
They're
asking
meant
how you think this is what you live on.
because the rules on how you make a globe has to be of certain size and dimensions to correctly proportion it to the Earth.
It has to be a certain shape. That's very good. Now, how did you get that?
No, a certain shape. If it's just meant to be a certain shape, it could just be a round object. It could be a basketball.
So do you think like this model would be used for navigation and things?
Yeah, because you see that the circle thing
Okay.
that's on the outside of the globe, that is its longitude and latitude.
Right.
You
So you
so
think
you can
sailors-
use that.
So do
Those are
sailors take-
flat Earth measurements, dude. You
So
got
do
a problem
sailors-
there.
do sailors
No,
and,
that is the
pilots-
longitude and latitude of the global
Hold on,
surface.
hold on,
If I
hold
go
on.
to an exact
Hold
position,
on, bro. Hold on. So you think sailors and pilots and stuff have a globe with them?
Well, no, they use something more sophisticated, like they use gyroscopes. They use, GPS.
Gyroscopes, okay.
Yeah,
So when you're
gyroscope.
saying you're on this cardboard, I guess that's cardboard, is it? Ball?
Yeah, cardboard enamel.
Okay, so what makes you think that the Earth's surface is a ball? Because we don't experience or observe any curvature of the surface that we live on.
It's too large.
Yeah, so we don't
I cannot.
experience any curvature.
How long is the Himalayas? I cannot observe from one
Right.
point
So
how
if we
large
can't
the
observe it, how do you know it?
because I have to move around to fully observe the object.
Right, so how do you get to somewhere where you can observe curvature?
You have, for the Earth, specifically to its size, you have to be high up to see it, but there is no place on the Earth to see its own curve.
How high up do you have to be?
You would have to be in, if I remember right, low Earth orbit?
So how high would that be?
I'm looking it up right now because one of the things is I just can't remember numbers very well.
That's okay. But that would be a height that you've never been to, right?
I couldn't. I would need special equipment to do that, and that is beyond my budget.
Okay, so you could never observe the Earth to be curved, like your model.
No, I couldn't. Unless I won $1 million,
All
then
right.
maybe.
So how can we verify that it is actually curved like that toy globe?
Well, you could either use math, or you can use this globe and use longitude and latitude to go to a location and find that location. If
Right,
the
but
Earth was
reality,
flat,
though, I mean, without just thinking about a model, in reality, how do we verify or observe or measure that the surface is curved to make that model possible?
You use the shadows of two different points with the same height. And measure the difference in the shadow length.
Shadows? How would that tell you that the surface is curved?
Because if say you go horizontally, like east and west, the sun will not be hitting at the exact same point. So if you go to these two different points and you measure the shadows, it will be slightly off from each other. Or if you go north or south, or if you go in preferably a diagonal direction.
That wouldn't be exclusive to a curved surface, though. I mean, if you're under a light source on a flat surface and then you move to the side, your shadow is going to change and grow.
Not at the size that the sun is in our atmosphere.
How do you know
it
the
would not
size of
work.
the sun?
also the shadows would be going in different directions. If we were on a flat surface and you went horizontal to two obelisks, you would see that the shadows, if they're far enough apart, would curve in different directions.
Do you guys not know that this test has been mathematically calculated on both models and works on a flat surface or a curved surface? Do you guys not know that?
Show us.
Okay.
Yeah, now you have to show us that.
All right.
See, the difference is he's actually going to show you.
I'll just post some papers then. And I'm sure you guys are going to read them, right? I'll post them in the chat. But yeah, I mean, folk are posting the memes, which pretty much sums up exactly what we're talking about. Chinese Eratosthenes. It's a good one. So they said the Chinese did the same thing, but they didn't assume a globe. And they worked it out for a flat Earth. Right? So, and I mean, you can listen to, there's videos of Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about this, and he says this would work on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. So it's not actually proof that the surface is curved. The shadows are just being cast on an observably flat surface, and then you're calculating for a globe, if that's what you're assuming.
Okay, all these are being. This is like your standard school shit. It's basically telling how to.
Yeah, it's
pretty much. It's pretty standard
much,
skill shit.
Yeah, so it's proving
here's
that the
another
Earth is
one.
a globe.
Do you need it to be complicated to believe in it or something?
No, I'm just kind of surprised that it's just school material. I was thinking an actual paper.
Yeah, you can understand it. It's
Yeah, well,
surprising.
there's a bunch of different ones. I mean, here's a paper. So this is the Journal of the Elisha Mitchell Scientific Society, and the abstract says.
Sorry, but this page no longer exists. Oh, that's not good.
Eratosthenes Galilei's coupled logical thought with crude measurement to estimate the circumference of the Earth with what could be considered to be an amazing accuracy. However, this observation would have led him to a very different conclusion if he had used another set of presuppositions in interpreting his observations. Scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of other viable hypotheses. Right? There you go.
Yeah, but there's a giant asterisk to that one. You can't just be so contradictory that it just throws out entire fields.
Yeah, meaningless response. Okay, so
What that summation was.
We're back to what can we do in reality to prove that the surface of Earth is curved like that toy globe you posted? Because you said we can't observe it. We can't go to any height that would observe it. So what can we do?
You can use the model and you can just point to there and I'm like, what is the
model? The curvature of the model is what you're trying to prove. At the moment, it's not even possible. Yeah,
no,
the moment you
literally,
that
has the countries on it. Hey, I want to know the exact position of 49 degrees west and 55 degrees east.
You could put the countries on like a diamond, a hexagon, whatever.
No, you couldn't.
Want.
It would not be correct.
We're talking about how you prove that there's curvature of the surface so that your
I am telling you how
can even be possible.
I am saying use the longitude and latitude on a globe, put it on the globe, and then take that and go there.
How did they get latitude?
Rose, how does that show us curvature?
Simple. If the toy model works, if I can measure it and you go where I measure and turn it into real world calculations and then go to that real world.
Hey, Rose, why don't you just go into the real world and see if you can see it?
Why not do that? Okay, question for you. If I'm saying I want to go somewhere, I can then point on the toy model and use the exact longitude and latitude of that where I want to go on that model, and then I can bring it into the real world with
That's very good. Is that exclusive to a sphere?
Longitude and latitude lines come from flat Earth measurements of Polaris and the Sun.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
They absolutely
how did
do.
They get latitude then? Rose, tell us how they got latitude.
Oh, God, that's a long, complicated story because before we use time...
So that's a good way for you to say that they don't know.
Well, we've got all the time in the world, Rose. You educate us on how they got latitude. Since it's
He's only just learned about Eratosthenes.
Yeah, this is your argument, Rose, so you should know it, and you should be able to tell us very simply if you actually understand it.
Okay, yeah, I know how to use longitude and latitude. I don't know the exact 100% history of the guys who created longitude and latitude.
Okay, well, they use elevation angles on the surface of Earth, yeah?
Horizontal plane, yep.
Ooh, who's watching the France game?
Oh, it's called the Graphic Coordinated System.
All right, so you don't know. You're just reading about it for the first time. Okay, Rose. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do you make an argument for something that you've never looked into.
Okay, do you look into everything about your car?
Yeah, you're just an Insta expert. He's an Insta expert. He just, in other words, you can look things up on the fly, Cyclone, before you even know about them. You can defend a point when you don't know about it and just look it up on the fly and then be an Insta expert.
You can actually make the point before you even look it up and then look it up afterwards and hope you're right.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Let's be for real. We're looking for evidence that the surface is curved.
In this instance, we could relate it to being a mechanic of a car. You can learn how to fundamentally use your tools and equipment and then find the manuals on your vehicle and then do your own maintenance. And the thing that you'd have to pay for would be for using shop equipment that you don't own or parts. You're paying yourself by helping yourself, by learning how to be a mechanic. I don't have to go to an expert to do such thing.
I bet you he's not even listening to
Well, which way do we want to go? Because Rose is kind of on the brink of a meltdown, and we've got this XKO guy.
I actually want to push. I want to push Rose over the edge. I want him to break.
Go
I do want him to break.
Okay, so what I said with longitude and latitude is, I don't need to know the entire history to know how to
you
use the
do.
system.
Yes,
No,
you do.
I don't.
Yeah, because if you don't know where it was started from, then you don't know if they needed a terrestrial sphere or not. So if you're saying that it could be a horizontal plane that they were using, then we're all good over here, and you just used it after the fact. Yeah.
No, for the what I
yeah.
do know without looking it up, I know that they came up with longitude and latitude via math on a fucking chalkboard.
Okay.
Whoa.
But are they
Why you
doing it
swearing,
on
bro?
the surface of the Earth being a curved surface?
Yeah, as a curve. They're basing their entire
All right, show
mathematical
it.
equation.
Show it. Show where it was when it first started. Show it. Right now. That's what I thought.
Dum 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 dum.
Bullshit, dude. All right, I keep on to push. Just want to push Rose over the edge until he spirals and leaves.
Oh, I don't do that.
Well, no matter, but you don't have an answer, so either clam up or, produce the information.
Hey Rose, is your profile picture a model of what is that, Godzilla?
No, it's a movie poster. It's an
Okay.
artistic representation.
Does that mean that that artistic representation must exist in reality?
No. Art doesn't necessarily need to exist in reality.
So that's kind of the same with your globe.
It's not an artistic representation.
Yeah,
there
just an
are rules
artistic
and regulations
representation.
and how you.
Like the globe, whether it's an image from NASA or the toy that you posted as a model, those are artistic depictions.
It is artistic, by the way. That's what the guy said, right? The Blue Marble guy.
Yeah. He makes the globe in Photoshop, and it's an artistic depiction of what he thinks the Earth must look like, or
That's
something.
exactly what it is.
So how does the sun set in your model at different times, and in the other area there's no sun at all? How does that work on a flat Earth?
Yeah, that kind of fucks with time zones.
No, it does. Just relax. So basically, you see everything in an angle of view moving across the surface of the Earth. So that's all it is. Just you seeing things converge to the eye line. So when you see things move across the surface of the Earth, like the sun coming from east to west, you see it move up over you and arcing over you in a visual perspective. Because you see everything in an angle, right? So everything from 0 degrees all the way to 90 degrees, right? It's the zenith. You're gonna see the sun, moon, and stars are moving across the surface of the Earth on top of you at an angle of view. Pretty easy. This conceptual tool is known as the celestial sphere.
So you believe? So in your model, you believe the sun is much closer than we say it is
No,
for it to work.
No, yeah, but it's not. Okay, that's a false dichotomy. Because if I tell you that it's closer, I have to tell you what it's closer from. If it's closer from 93 million miles away, then yeah, I would say it's closer. But there's no way to tell how far away it is. So I can't
you
say
can.
that
Trigonometry.
I'm not talking to you, Rose, and I'll bust you in that one too. But like for XKO, like if you start to think about distance, then I think that's where you start to go into the realm of like having to figure out how we know distances and such. So there is no distance to say it's far away or close. So close and far away are not known distances to say like, well, the sun is closer than 93 million miles away. Well, you can't even tell me how close it is or how far away it is. So therefore, you couldn't tell me linear distance. And it's not needed for the conceptual tool of the celestial sphere. And that's what they've been using a long time ago. Go ahead.
XKO, would you agree that the sun is moving?
Travis, this is the video.
Everything's moving.
All right. Okay. So when we go outside, we observe the sun moving through the sky. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So we can observe the sun moving, but you don't observe the Earth moving, do you?
It's too large.
Yeah, we weren't asking you, Rose. Asking
Rose just
XKO.
can't help himself. He's bursting out his own skin.
Yeah, he is. He can't wait, dude. He's chomping at the bit.
What do you think, XKO? We observe the sun moving, but we don't actually observe the Earth moving, do we?
We can you can observe it. It's just a matter of perspective. If you believe one way and that's how you view it, then yes.
Well,
Same way.
Well, no, it doesn't matter what you believe. You don't observe the Earth moving.
Yeah, not from a third perspective. You do not.
No, from
From
in
your
reality,
perspective.
you've only got your perspective in reality, right? Which you
Primary
don't-
experience.
Yeah, we can't like unless I'm an astronaut, I cannot travel
Okay, so
away
then I
from the
would
Earth
say
and
it
view
makes
it.
more sense. I would say then it makes more sense to say that the sun is moving and the Earth is not, than to say that the Earth is moving.
But it doesn't make any sense. It's like kindergarten logical thinking.
But that's,
Just because
but that's exactly what you just said you observe.
You diminishing the fact that you're making observations and calling it kindergarten is not
So
going to
you're saying-
diminish the
so
fact
you're-
that that's the actual reality in which we all view the sun moving across the
so
Earth.
you're saying that what you observe doesn't make sense, and then if
so
you were to go by
what did you observe the dress? Did you observe it as black and blue, or did you observe it as white and gold?
No. We're not talking about subjective interpretations. Subjective interpretations is not what we're saying. Everybody on Earth sees the sun going from east to west. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. That's not a color of something.
It's a perspective of relation of us to the sun.
It's
Yes, it is.
It's objectively true. The sun is moving from east to west across our
Yes, in our
skies.
atmosphere, yeah, in relation to
Well,
us.
then, so
Right.
we're not talking about color of dresses.
So then that makes
All right.
more sense. It makes more sense that the sun is moving, not the Earth, because you've got no evidence that the Earth is moving, do you?
So, say you
Wait, hold
you're.
on. Just quickly, just confirm you don't have any evidence that the Earth is moving, do you?
I do have evidence that the Earth is moving.
All right, then
what's
tell
that
us.
evidence?
We have the evidence of the other planets moving around.
Other planets.
That's other things moving, not the Earth.
Fucking hell, dude.
Yes,
He's
but
talking about
you can
the
make
Earth.
you can observe other things to make it true.
Okay, so you're just assuming.
So okay, so you don't do you, okay, so you understand you're conscious. You understand you understand the reality. So do you not view other people do not have a conscious experience based on your logic?
Yeah, you're spiraling.
I'm not spiraling.
Yes, you are.
I'm doing inductive logic.
Inductive logic.
Just
If you
take
see
a
a
breath.
ceiling
Take a
fan,
breath. Take
if
a
you see
breath.
a
So
ceiling fan,
when you say you see the stars and the planets moving again, that's just like the sun. That would only show they're moving, not the Earth.
Yep.
You
Once
understand?
again.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. So you don't have any evidence that the Earth is moving, the ground beneath your feet.
Not visually.
Thank you.
Right. Well,
The same way. So the same way that I don't know if you're conscious either, but I have to assume it based on inductive logic that I have a subjective
just
experience
assumed?
of reality.
Is it just assumed?
Is not everything is an assumption. Everything is a slight assumption. Nothing is.
He's a 99%er, Cyclone.
Yeah. So the Earth moving is just an assumption, right? It's just a belief you've got.
Everything's an assumption. We could literally be in a simulation. Humans don't have a capability of knowing absolute reality.
Spiral. So not only do you not know that the Earth is a spinning globe, but you don't know that anything is real now.
Nobody knows if anything's 100% real.
Let's prove that.
On Discord
Wait. That statement you just made, do you know that to be 100% true?
No.
Then how do you know it's true? You just made it. That no one can know.
Exactly, it's a paradox. It can be true and it not can be true. The same way as we can't. The same way as you can't quantify.
Wait. So this paradox, this nonsense paradox, is somehow evidence for the globe, or what? Like you just told us there's no evidence for a globe, and you can't know anything, bro.
Yeah, and that you're trying
It
to bring
seems like
evidence
a
for the globe.
caveat to me. Every time we can't get evidence, it just devolves into this. Well, we can't.
No,
know
it's,
Why are you asking us?
it's because you have to make the best educated guess based on the evidence we have. That's how you do everything.
Why are you asking us what the sun is doing if you don't think you can know anything?
Yeah.
Because I'm making the best guess possible. The same way. The same way.
You are just tapping out of the intellectual discussion because you've realized you don't have any evidence at all that the Earth is moving or a ball.
He wants to burn the house down now.
Well, I know it's rotating.
But you're being disingenuous because what I'm saying is we don't know what the color red is. Nope.
Bullshit, dude. I'm gonna entertain that shit. All right, Rose, do you believe that you can't know anything as well, like this gentleman?
Fuck niggers.
Well, you can't know everything. It's not possible.
No. Wait a minute. Can you know, just like this gentleman, that you can't know anything? 100%.
No, I don't believe that. I know there's a GameCube in front of me, so I know it must exist.
I know, but I'm saying you can say, in your experience, that there are things we can know 100%.
I think the only time that would apply is with human behavior.
Okay, so there are things in this reality where you can know them to be 100%, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're not like that guy.
and
At
pounds.
least.
There you go.
At least you're not like that guy. Because he can't say anything is 100% known at all.
Well,
period.
it's a form of philosophy. It's what was it? Essential,
Form of
not essentialism.
redundancy. It's a form of tapping out of any intellectual discussion you might be having.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's just a fucking tap out.
But I do know that the Earth rotates.
How do you know that?
I went to France. There is a massive.
Did you say you went to science?
No, I went to France.
Oh, you went
In
to
France,
Okay.
in one of its pantheons, there's a giant pendulum that tells the time. What was its
Okay.
name again? Was it?
So how
I
does
think
a
it was
pendulum?
Foucault's
How does a
Foucault's
pendulum tell
pendulum.
you that the Earth is spinning?
Well, because it doesn't move. Pendulums,
No,
based
pendulum
on
doesn't move.
okay, when something rotates underneath it, it itself doesn't move. It's swinging back
So
and
do you
forth.
have to? So if we just leave the pendulum hanging there, does it start to swing by itself or what?
No, it swings. You have to swing it, but it correctly
Okay,
will
so
tell
you
time.
swing a okay, so you swing a pendulum and then what?
Well, a pendulum that's large enough you can use to tell time. That's why these massive pendulums were so
Right.
useful.
So you swing a pendulum. How does that tell you the Earth is spinning?
Well, only way time changes for us is if the Earth spins.
No. What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
because the Earth has to spin for the pendulum to
No,
work.
you're just talking about. I mean, time would just be the movement of the sun.
No.
Yeah.
Time is a
Yeah.
in itself is a dance
like
between
a
the sun and the
sundial?
Earth's rotation.
You know, like a sundial. You ever heard of a
Sundials,
sundial?
they only work at certain times of the day and only certain
Right,
times of the
and
year.
that's because the sun is moving
duh.
when the shadow changes. Yeah.
Yeah, but the pendulum
Yeah.
doesn't
So
have
that's
that
time.
stipulation.
So
It
if
doesn't
you swing
rely
a
on the sun.
pendulum, so you swinging a pendulum doesn't tell you that the Earth is spinning.
No, yeah, it does. Say
How?
it's 12 o'clock. I know it's 12 o'clock based on a sundial, based on all these measurements. Well, then I start swinging the pendulum at 12 o'clock. As time moves forward, as the Earth rotates, that pendulum will start telling the time. It'll start swinging instead
How
of
do you know
being at
that
the
the Earth
12
is
mark.
rotating? You're
Because
begging. You're
of the
just saying it.
pendulum.
No, you're assuming that. You just said the pendulum is swinging because the Earth is rotating, but you haven't proved the Earth is rotating yet.
No, to be in the longest sense I can, I know that the Earth is spinning because it wouldn't allow the pendulum to accurately tell time.
It wouldn't?
What the fuck are you talking about?
That's weird, dude.
As a pendulum moves back
Okay,
and
get me a
forth.
citation. Get me a citation. I don't want to hear your words. Get me a citation.
Okay, let me find one.
Happy
It talks
trails,
about
dude.
the time. Swing your pendulum at 12 o'clock to see that the Earth is a spinning ball.
Because
And
it
other dumb
takes
stories
time.
by
You
Plato.
notice that it takes time because you
It
know that
takes you swinging it. It takes you swinging it.
Oh yeah, because it takes me to
Yeah.
actively
So
move
if it
something
was
to
the
go
Earth,
back and
if it was
forth.
the Earth's spin that was affecting it, why couldn't you just leave it and it would swing by itself?
Because it would just stand still.
Yeah, so
No
there's no
shit.
spin of the Earth then.
So if I move it, if I start swinging it at 12 o'clock and it's
So if the Earth's spin is affecting the pendulum, you could leave the pendulum and it would start to be affected by itself. You wouldn't have to swing it.
no.
Yeah.
No.
Does a car
So
move if you
how's it
don't press on the
affecting it then?
accelerator?
So if we leave it hanging there, the Earth's rotation isn't affecting the pendulum.
No. Well, yeah, no, it's infecting it by making it not
Well, it's
move.
not
You can't
affecting
see
it.
it.
Wait, so the Earth's spin is making the pendulum not move, and then when you swing it, the Earth's rotation is making it move.
Okay, so the reason why I bring up this pendulum is because there's a circle around it
Yeah,
that
but did
tells
you answer his
time.
question? I don't think you
Yes.
answered his question. So
Because you know what?
is
I'm
the
going. Yes,
No.
because if the
Yes,
pendulum
what?
is
No, you
not
didn't answer
moving,
it.
you're not putting energy into the system, so the pendulum can't move. The Earth is
Right,
so
so
massive,
then the Earth's
its
There you go.
energy is
rotation
so
isn't
limited
causing
on
the
the pendulum.
pendulum. Right, but then if it was the Earth's rotation that was causing the pendulum to move, you
No.
could leave it hanging there and it would start to move.
Be a
Okay.
perpetual motion. Wouldn't stop.
Okay. No.
No?
Yes, but the Earth's the
What?
Earth's ability to influence the pendulum is so weak, it allows it to have its unique property.
Oh, it's weak. So how do you know it's affecting it at all?
Because it's the absence of affecting it that we can measure this
All
effect.
right, so it's the no effect that shows you the effect.
That's weird.
Okay, so to put it in for
Okay.
you to understand,
So you can understand. Dude, you're the one that
what
doesn't
does a
understand.
pendulum
What the
do? What
fuck?
does a pendulum do? It moves back and forth.
Yeah. So what?
And it stays moving the same area.
No, it's
back
not
and
perpetual.
forth.
It's not perpetual. You know.
As
that.
long as you put energy
Is
into
it
the
is it
motion,
perpetual?
yes.
Hold on. Is it perpetual?
As long as you keep putting energy
Answer
into
the
it, yes, it
question.
moves.
Oh,
Yes.
you keep putting energy into it doesn't mean it's perpetual. How about that?
Okay, we'll
You
go
gotta keep-
there.
Yeah. Well,
You got to
if you're
keep putting energy into the
Rose,
pendulum to keep it moving back and forth.
Yeah. So then you're the one acting upon it. Your energy is being input into it, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay,
My energy.
then. It's not the Earth's energy. It's yours.
Okay. So the
Yeah.
reason we know the Earth is turning because underneath. Okay. So here is the best way for me to explain it because I'm not a mathematician.
We got
When
that,
a-
dude.
Clearly.
When a pendulum moves back and forth, if it's large enough, the rotation of the Earth causes what it's swinging between to change. So if you start swinging it at 12 o'clock, as time changes, you'll notice that the pendulum will start going through different digits on that clock.
All right. See if this makes any sense, right? So pendulums swinging back and forth. Therefore, the Earth's in rotation. The Earth's in rotation. Therefore, the pendulum swinging back and forth. Does that sound logical to you?
Yes, I'm looking up for a video. There we
Yes.
go.
Wait a minute, Rose. That's a logical fallacy. You
I
can't
think
say
how do you
that.
know it's due to the rotation of the Earth?
Yeah. How do you know it's due?
That's
to
the thing you're
rotation
trying
of the
to prove, right? Already assumed it.
Yeah, that's affirmative.
No,
consequent,
that's
bro.
because it specifically
Yes.
says if you get a pendulum that's large enough.
Yeah, but you
start-
agreed with my statement. You agreed with it when I said the pendulum is moving, therefore the Earth's rotation. The Earth's rotation, therefore the pendulum is moving. You agreed with that, right?
No, the
didn't
movement
agree
of
to
the
that.
pendulum
So you
doesn't matter that the Earth is rotating or not. It's its
Oh, it
position
doesn't matter now.
of its movement.
It doesn't matter that the
Is
Earth's
it
in
the
rotation.
pendulum that's moving?
No,
Or is it
okay.
the Earth that's moving.
Underneath the pendulum, there is
Yeah.
a clock face.
Who
As the Earth
cares? We want to know if the Earth's moving.
time is an important measurement in here.
Yeah, time is no factor. We were trying to figure out if the Earth is in motion.
Yeah,
Who gives
that's
a
how
fuck
we
about time.
thinks it's a clock.
Yeah, we're not worried about.
I still want
Okay.
a citation for this clock thing. You haven't provided it.
Yes, it's right here. I'm trying to get it to share. I'm just trying to.
Post it in the chat.
Can I just copy link, please? Copy link, please.
I don't know what level do you have right now. Oh, you're able. You're a politics elite. You're able to post shit.
Grandparents had a pendulum clock, but it didn't smack into the walls.
That was a grandfather's clock, and that's a separate type of pendulum clock.
So does the grandfather clock prove the Earth's motion?
All right. Here's the
No.
video I was showing you. As the pendulum moves back and forth, it goes to different positions on the clock face. It only
That's not
way.
a clock face, though, is it? Just a
Yeah,
circular thing.
that is actually meant to be a clock face that tells time. Not that specific one, but the one in France. But they use the same basic science for both
This
of them.
one isn't telling the time. You made a claim about telling the time. This one isn't doing
Because I can't find a video of the one in France.
That's odd. All right,
Well,
so are
no.
you saying that the ground? Are you saying that the Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum?
No. The
No.
rotation
No?
of the Earth
No.
has, well, it's a slight effect on the pendulum. It starts to move it. It starts
How
to
do you
move it.
how do
plane
you
of-
know that? How do you know that, Rose?
That's how these pendulums function.
No. That's not how these pendulums function. That's how you're telling us how they function. That's not how
You know
they
there
function.
are types of pendulums, right?
Yeah, I know that.
What?
I'm asking you for the specific one that you're talking about. How do you know it works that way? And you say it just does because the Earth is in motion. It's like you can't say that. You have to
Yeah.
provide
I'm
evidence that
looking
it
at this
actually
video.
is.
Because I'm not as smart as a French mathematician.
So that means you don't know. In other words, you don't know.
I'm not seeing how any of this. I mean, I'm just watching the video. I just
The
see a
French
pendulum
mathematician
moving.
said, "Hey, if
I'm
I
not
put a
sure how
clock
that's
under
telling
here,
you that the
it
Earth
will
is
actively
spinning
tell
round.
the time."
No, I don't care if you think that it's telling time. That's irrelevant. You're saying that the Earth is in motion underneath it. So we want to find out how you got to that conclusion that the Earth is in motion. How did you figure that out? You can't just assert it's true. You have to provide evidence that it is true. Got it? Who gives a fuck about a face clock? I don't give a shit. I want to know if the Earth
that's
is
a
in
part
motion.
of the experiment.
No, who gives a fuck, dude?
No,
We
that's
want to know
your
why the Earth is
No,
in
no, you
motion.
can't say that it don't give a fuck because
Yes.
that means your entire system doesn't work.
No, clock faces aren't going to tell us that the Earth is in motion, which was what you're claiming right now. The Earth's in motion.
Rose,
Yes, we know the Earth is rotating, not that it's in motion.
How? How?
Rose, can you hear me?
How?
Because we use this pendulum on its basis, on its theory that because it will tell the correct time based on the only
one
if the
uses the
Earth
pendulum.
rotates.
The pendulum is only there for gullible tourists like yourself to fall prey to another little globe trick.
Okay, you know what? This is the one thing that I know why. I don't need any science for one thing.
Okay. He doesn't need any science.
What
I want to hear this. I want
causes
to hear
the
this.
pendulum
No,
to
hold
start
on.
swinging in
Hold
the
on.
first place?
Purple fish?
He threw it
Yes,
out. He threw science out.
Rose, you said you don't need any science. You don't need science, Rose?
Because now it's becoming a conspiracy. The amount of people necessary
No,
for this
it's a
conspiracy to
conspiracy.
function is too large. You
Are all
know
the
that
pendulums in on it?
What causes the pendulum to start swinging in the first place, and what causes it to keep swinging an hour or 2 hours after it got started?
you put enough energy in it.
So you have to put the energy into it.
You have to put energy in most things.
So that's how
Okay,
the
so not
pendulum
the Earth
works. You
then.
just figured out how the pendulum works. That's
Thanks
how it
for
works.
clarifying
There'll
that.
be
That's
a
good.
motor in it or a magnet or something.
I was
To
gonna tell
move
him.
it back and forth.
Hey, Scott, I was gonna tell him that, but I didn't because he didn't ever get there. So I was gonna tell him though.
It doesn't matter where the energy comes from. It needs energy to function. Like a car to function, you need to put gas in it and press the accelerator.
Oh my god, dude, you can't be for real.
How are we supposed to measure anything if we don't put the energy of our own bodies in work to measure something?
Then how are you telling us it's the Earth's energy and not yours? Because we're
If I
trying
can
to.
chime in real quick for this Rose guy.
Who's this? New guy?
Ethan. I was here a couple days ago.
What's up, man? I don't know. Does he want you to chime in or does he want to finish his point, Rose? It's up to you.
No, chime in.
All right, go ahead.
All right,
Ethan.
so this is the pendulum thing is based on something he has seen, right? It's like says he's seen this pendulum, and that's why the Earth is spinning.
Yes.
But I've seen that like if you were to let a balloon go up into the air, or jumping off of something, or you jumping in general, land back where you were, or the balloon goes straight up. It doesn't go off to the side or whatever because it's not. If it's spinning, I've seen, wouldn't you get pushed one way? Because if you jump, you're no longer connected to the ground. Yes, if you're touching the ground, I've seen water. I've seen water stay on a spinning ball because it's there.
Hold on. I get what you're saying, but I don't know what side you sit on in this argument, whether flat Earth or globe Earth. But you saying a balloon going up is going to be not conclusive to the idea that something is or is not spinning. Because of the fact that
it's no longer connected to the ground.
I know, but what I'm saying is you have other forces that are going to be acting upon the balloon, like wind and such. So if you start to say that the balloon went up and it just went straight up, then people are going to call bullshit on that, especially if it's outside. Just saying.
Yeah, which way is the Earth allegedly spinning?
No, but that's not the point, though. In the case of a balloon, if you say that's one of your pieces of evidence, people are going to just call bullshit on that because they're going to be like, well, there's wind that affects it. So it doesn't matter what side you sit on. If you say that the balloon was an example, and somebody could easily say, no, the Earth is spinning because the balloon moved from its position, and it's just going to be wind. You know what I'm saying?
If I jump up and then fall straight back down to the same position.
That's different. But what I'm saying, like, there's certain examples that you're using, you got to watch out because you leave yourself open for people to scrutinize the thing that you mentioned. So I'm just talking about the balloon example.
Wind and stuff, yeah, that would be a different factor. But like, I'm still in the same place I started, and I'm not connected to the ground anymore because
inertia. It's why you can jump in a train but still keep with the train.
Okay, but didn't the body leave the reference frame of the Earth where that would be the thing that's in motion?
Gravity is not connected to the Earth. That's its separate. So that's not. It would be.
No. No, I'm saying you're still in the train. You're moving with the train. The train's going 100 miles down its rail. 100 miles an hour. But if you jump, you don't just immediately splat against the wall.
But you just made an argument for things moving on top of the Earth, like the pendulum. You made an argument for that. That's moving because the Earth's in motion. But when somebody jumps up, that you can't feel it. There's no effect on the person.
There is a nice TikTok video, but I can't share it because I refuse to.
Do you hear what I just said, though, Rose?
Yes.
On the one case, you're saying the pendulum does move underneath the or where the Earth is underneath, but then the person that jumps up is unaffected. The pendulum's affected. The person's not affected.
The best way I can explain a pendulum and how it functions, the best way I can without going into mumbo jumbo and making it layman, is that when a pendulum starts swinging horizontally back and forth, for it to change its way it's moving back and forth, it needs to have energy imposed on it. But with the Earth rotating, it's so weak that when it rotates, and since it is on a gimbal, yeah, that's the one that can rotate, move back and forth, it won't move with the Earth. So while the Earth rotates underneath it, it will start telling time, it will start going, while it's still moving, it will start...
You're just begging the question again, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the thing you're trying to figure out, is happening or not. Why have you just suddenly decided that's what is happening?
Because that's what everyone who knows about pendulums and uses them tells me. I then look it up and it just looks correct.
That's not evidence, that's just begging the question.
Yep.
At that point, okay, but I don't know how a game console works.
Try something else.
Yeah, I would say use another piece of evidence because this one's not working for you. Rose.
Well, no, I know that it works. The science says it works.
Rose, you just finished saying there is no science to this earlier. I heard you. Everyone heard you. Now there is science to it. Like, make up your mind, dude. Whether there's science in it or not. Like, I don't know where your mind's at on this. That's why we were saying
because I am not physically smart enough to understand the math behind a pendulum.
That's fine. That's fine.
So I need someone who does know. And if they tell me that it works and this is how it works, and I have to believe them.
That you understand. Make an argument with evidence that you understand.
He did it on me. He grabbed me.
Huh?
What? Hey, yo, that sounded a little sus.
You're spiraling out. Rose, you don't understand the pendulum? Fine. Use someone you do understand.
Yeah.
Nigga. Okay, I understand one thing, and that's measurement and distance.
Measurement of distance. Like, what is that? Is that going to tell you that the surface is curving? Like, because we're trying to talk about the Earth being a globe. So hopefully that's going to lead us to that.
Because if the Earth was flat, continents would have to be misshapen.
Rose, stop there, man. Don't tell us if the Earth was flat. You should start the sentence like, the Earth is a globe because of, and you go into your information.
The Earth is a globe because if I know I go a certain distance south, and I go to certain miles, I know I end up in the correct location. If it was any other shape, it wouldn't work.
How do you know that? Have you looked into every other shape possibly known to humans?
Yes, because the United States is a certain size.
I need you now to verify that every other shape doesn't conform to the way you're saying that it can't happen. Every other shape. Now, I need that in detail. How many shapes do you think exist in reality right now?
There's an infinite amount of shapes.
So then how did you look through all of them, Rose?
Because I don't need to know that.
I don't need to. That was your claim, Rose. That's what your claim was. I looked at all the other shapes, and it can't be any other one but this one.
Because there's an infinite amount of shapes.
Yeah,
also,
I know that.
Technically not a circle. It's a spheroid, which is its own unique shape.
Grab a hold of yourself. Control yourself. You're spiraling again.
I'm not spiraling.
Well, you're talking absolute nonsense. So get it back on track. We need evidence. Let's really be specific about it. Do you know anyone who's ever measured curvature of the Earth?
Mathematicians.
Who?
That's
Which
not
one?
someone specific. That's ambiguous. You didn't give us a name. Like
my friend Rogers. He's a He works. Well, he doesn't work. He's a student at the university.
Does your friend Roger have like a paper or a demonstration online
that we can look at?
Well, no, he demonstrated to me
All
how
right,
we.
well, that's useless. Who can we actually look at that claims to have done this?
They're all dead.
And what
Okay,
method?
which
And
one
what
of them?
method was
Okay,
used?
which one of them measured it, in your opinion?
Just a method. That's all we need.
A name and a method.
Aren't there like 30 fucking mathematicians that
Just
did?
name one. Just name one of them.
I actually don't remember names very well. Sorry.
Okay. So we got not for curvature. What about motion?
Well,
Other
there
than
was the guy who did the
pendulum,
boat thing.
No,
boat-
we're not
That
gonna
was
do
in
the guy who
England.
did the boat thing. You don't know what it's about. Let's go to something you do know. That's what we're trying to stick to right now.
All right.
Then there
So
was
did
the
anyone
measuring of
measure-
shadows. That was in Egypt. That was by that
All right.
one.
We already went through that. That works on either one, depending what you assume. Okay, so we don't have a measurement.
Many
of
ancient
curvature.
religions actually thought the Earth. Well, it might not have been a circle. They did think it was
No, they didn't.
concave.
None of them thought it was a globe. Okay, so we don't have
Oh,
any
yeah?
measurements of
Ancient Egyptians
curvature.
did.
No, they didn't think it was a globe. They're all
Yeah,
flat
that's
earthers.
all we know. They
No, they're all
had to
flat
know it was a
earthers.
globe.
No, they're all flat
No,
earthers.
they had to have. Like, they just had to have, man.
So we don't have any measurements of curvature. Do we have any measurements of motion?
Yeah. How would they have done the pyramids the way they
no,
did?
not that. How would they have?
Pyramids.
No,
Bro.
Rose. You're saying how would they have done? You're asking us the question. The problem is you don't know, Rose, and we just want you to just say it in the chat, and you'll feel good about it. I don't know. That's what you should say.
But I do.
No, you don't. You're giving us a bunch of ambiguous answers.
You just said
No,
you
I'm
don't know who
relying on
measured
people
it
who have done
for
the work and
curvature.
effort in the
You
past.
don't
based
even
my own
know who those
assumption.
people are claimed to be, Rose. Come on, let's be real.
Yeah, I don't remember names, but I don't remember
Okay, so
everyone
you
who
don't
walked
know.
through my
You
life.
don't know. You don't know what they did. You don't know what their name is.
You
don't know
don't.
what
You
year it
don't.
was.
You don't remember not one single one. You can't reference one single person
So we don't
and
have a
one
measurement
method.
for curvature. What about motion? And don't say the pendulum again. Give us someone who's actually measuring motion.
Oh, I can measure motion just being in a car.
No, of the globe. Of the globe.
Well, okay, the only way we know the Earth is rotating is because of a pendulum.
Okay, no, he went back, Cyclone. We're not gonna rehash.
No,
fuck
no,
that.
no. The only other way would be
So you're
to get
telling
in
me
a.
the only way you know it's in motion is because of a pendulum. The only way.
Well, because the only other way I could show it was in motion is get on a rocket.
Okay, so it's just the pendulum.
Oh my god.
Wow, that's a rip.
Well, what? You want me to get you a rocket
You didn't
ticket?
know anything.
No, we're
Remember,
all
you
good
just
here, man.
conceded you don't know anything about the pendulum. So that just means you don't know anything about motion of the Earth. You don't have
Yeah,
any
we're all
motion of
good.
the Earth.
That's enough, Rose. You've tried your best. Good enough.
There was
You know
that
what I'm
other
saying?
guy. Let's give that XKO
Wait,
guy
what?
a chance because he got
Yeah.
me.
Back to the
droid
board. That's so XKO is the one that doubts reality. So we're gonna have the doubtful reality person tell
Oh
us.
yeah, he was
and-
that guy, wasn't
Yeah,
he?
we don't want to reason with that unless you do, because he's basically burning down the house.
All right. Well,
'Cause
let me just we'll try and check in with XKO. We'll see if he's advanced beyond nothing is real and I don't know that anything is true. XKO, have you thought about anything that could be considered verifiable globe evidence, curvature, or motion of the Earth yet?
In my reality, yes.
Okay, what's the evidence for? Let's start with curvature. Who's measured that?
You take the average curvature from a certain
Not
height
average curvature.
above
Who
sea
measured?
level. What?
Who measured? Who in history measured it?
I have no idea who measured it.
Oh, bro, you've not just been listening.
But you're
been doing for like 20 minutes.
I wasn't
What
talking
are you
about
doing?
curvature though. You're talking
So
about a
that
thing
was
that
the
I'm not.
claim. The claim is
What?
nerve stuff. Right?
My claim wasn't that somebody measured the curvature. My claim was
So are
that
we
Earth is a
saying-
globe.
Were you saying no one's measured curvature?
I'm not saying nobody's measured curvature either.
Okay,
I'm
so
just
who
I haven't looked
so who
into it.
has then? There must have been. So you're saying either someone has or someone hasn't. Which one is it?
I have no idea because I haven't looked at it.
Okay, well we'll go with no one has.
Most
Then.
people
What
would like
about
research.
what about motion of the Earth? Has anyone ever measured spin
Put 'em
of
on
the
mute.
Earth?
Yeah, people have measured spin. I know
Okay,
that.
who measured the spin?
And how?
I don't know who measured it.
Oh,
Brendan,
bro,
how the fuck
we're
are
gonna
you
do
not
this
a flat
again.
earther, bro? Like listening to this every day that we do this. I don't get it, bro.
You
Like
just did the exact
I would
same
have been
thing
like,
with curvature. You just said someone's done it. Who? I don't know.
Bro, Ralph,
Who's measured the flat plane of the Earth? Who's measured the
Well, if you
tilt
don't
of the
have
Earth
curvature or motion,
in your
all you're
reality?
left with is
Answer
observable
my
reality,
questions now.
which is a flat, motionless
See,
Earth.
you're just dodging those questions. I'm asking the same questions
Well,
of
no,
your
because there's
model, and
no
you're not
evidence.
telling me.
There's no evidence that it's curved or in motion. So what else would it be?
If there's no evidence that there's no tilt, or there's no evidence that we have a complete flatness,
No, complete.
how do you measure that too?
If there's no,
No tilt
evidence
either.
of curvature
Simple.
or rotation, it negates the fact it can be a spinning spheroid. Do you understand? So that's all we need.
I
We
don't
just
think you
need
guys
curvature,
understand.
we need
Yeah.
measurement of rotation. So if you don't have that, no one's got that, then it's very hard to believe your story.
Well, it's just the fact that when you say there is curvature, but if you measure zero curvature, no curving whatsoever, if something is not curving, then what else could it be? If the surface is not curving, come on, you guys have to. There's only one option. If the surface isn't curving anywhere, what is it? Yeah,
Well, it's
zero
not
curvature.
Not
Yeah, that's the one thing they can't answer to. They can't answer the simple fact that if there's no measured curvature in any direction, what could it possibly be? They can't even say the word.
Yeah,
I wasn't saying that. I was saying the pendulums.
So say you go at eye level at a
Hold on,
rhino's
Kiddo.
back, and you
Yeah,
cannot see curvature.
Rhino's back. No, we're not talking about that. Brendan, what'd you have?
I wanted to point this out for my fellow flat-tards in the room. Have you ever? I'm sure somebody has quoted this name. Is it pronounced Eratosthenes? Did I say that correctly?
Yeah, Eratosthenes.
That sounds familiar to anybody?
Yep.
Eratosthenes. So Alpha, I'm sure you know about this, but this is something that's really interesting. Before this guy even decides to Google and find out the first guy to discover this, interestingly enough, this philosopher, he actually stated, this is quoted, stated from a model of a round Earth in the shape of a sphere. So he knew that the curvature of the Earth would cause us a. However, in his original findings, he devised a method to calculate the diameter of the sphere. Oh, sorry. He basically said
that just me?
that the globe is. Hello?
No, you're coming
Hello?
through, Brendan.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so his findings would perpetuate the argument of those that are global. However, in his actual research, he did not conclude that the globe was spheroid. Actually concluded that the Earth's model was flat with curvature. So, funny, but then it goes on to say that today's calculations, if we were to run this through computers, everybody likes to cite mathematics, we would get almost the exact same answer that he did, except we all of a sudden derive that the Earth is an oblate spheroid because we have geospatial engineering. Yet it's the same math. So I would like, I actually the research for the Globetards, I would like one of them to answer what is it that with a conclusion to the same math.
Well,
yeah.
Wait, didn't that guy? Yeah, if you didn't you, that's the guy I was thinking of. If you continued his research, you could actively, to I think what, like 10 miles the circumference of the Earth.
10 miles. What are you talking about?
Eratosthenes.
Okay,
he said that Eratosthenes was within 10 miles of getting the circumference of the Earth correct.
Oh, the circumference of a ball that's never been observed, measured, or detected that you just.
Well, no,
But did you hear?
Okay,
Rose,
well, I've not
hold on,
observed it,
Rose.
but people
Rose,
have.
1 second.
Let me,
Rose,
Alpha,
hold
let me
on.
provide clarity. Let me read this real quick.
Yeah.
This will provide some clarity, and then I'll bow out. I'll cite this in chat. Eratosthenes had a model of the Earth and the solar system that was quite successful, even though he made a series of assumptions, according to this source, that are not entirely accurate. Hear me out for a second. The Earth is not a sphere, the sun rays are not parallel, etc. Combining modern capabilities with the same technique, a result extremely close to the real one can be obtained. Nowadays, this value is estimated using satellites and geolocation systems. Again, my question is, same math, but different outcome. Why?
I don't know if you could. Well, no, didn't his entire research state that? Well, to his perception, he thought the Earth was flat, but it was still curved.
So I'm questioning this. In today's technology, if we use the same math using geolocation systems, like what a lot of people come in here and argue about, you literally get, excuse me, almost the exact same answer, literally, but a different outcome. Oblate spheroid. How do you get to an oblate spheroid using the exact same math that Earth
Well, okay, so it is kind of a misconception that our Earth, if we held it in our hands, if we were the size, would still feel perfectly round. It's just slightly misshapen, but, well, yeah, you just continue with his research. You know that with his math, it comes out curved. You just continue following that curve, and you'll find out that eventually it runs back in on itself. The math works. Huh?
Oh dear. So you've got nothing but assumed,
How is it-
hypothetical,
How
theoretical
is
math.
it not flat?
The math, his own
The
math.
exact
says that it
same math
can't-
you did.
Yeah, but it can't. If part of the Earth is circular, is curved, and if you can still use that math anywhere else on the planet, then it must all be curved.
Why are we adding 360 into the equation?
Because I'm not adding 360. But if I go back, say I go to where he did the original math, which was I think in Egypt. I then go to.
Okay, show me it without 360.
I don't. That's easy. I just start doing. I just go to individual places of the Earth and only go around like 100 miles. Wait, how big was his thing again? Let me look. There is a diagram in the chat.
Yeah, you don't even know what you're talking about. Anyway, he was using elevation angles. He was getting angles. What was that angle based on? Where was his 0 point? of
Wasn't
the
it a
angle?
pyramid?
No, you don't even know what the
doesn't know it.
what
He
the
doesn't know it.
so-called thing was. You don't even know what it was. But the point is, he was measuring angles from the horizontal. That's what he measured, the angle of the light, the sun rays. These shadows are basically elevation angles from a 0 point, which is the horizontal plane of zero.
Yeah, the
I mean,
horizontal plane of the Earth.
there's no point going there with this guy. His
He's
explanation for the globe is basically he has a model globe, a toy globe, and that's how he knows. That's all he's come
Yeah,
up with.
so we already we went the long way around with Rose. And we asked him for his evidence. He brought up pendulum, Foucault's pendulum, and some other examples, but he doesn't know any of these things in depth or even at all. I would say he's just basically one of those guys who's been told all his life that the Earth is a globe, and he's happy to just believe that.
At that
without
point,
any-
you couldn't go to
without any investigation.
with
saying.
what you say is proof. No one would be able to give you the proof you necessarily need.
But the evidence is on the ones who make the claim, right? So the evidence should be on the side of the globers saying, "Look, I have."
No,
I have
actually, the claim is
Yes.
on you. Science
So-
says that the Earth
no,
is a circle.
Science
So you're the
doesn't-
one that has
science
to bring.
doesn't- Hold on, Rose.
that is the claim.
Science doesn't speak. Okay, first of all, science doesn't speak. And the thing is, people ancient
Well, that is
times.
true. It is a
Hold
collective
on,
effort.
Rose. In ancient times, what Brendan was talking about is in the example of Eratosthenes. He didn't provide evidence that the Earth is curving. You know, we're using on a flat stationary Earth, right? So we're talking about a horizontal plane, angle measurements to the sun, right? So angle measurements to the sun on a flat plane. They didn't do it on a curved surface. You can't get angle measurements to the sun on a curved surface. It has to be on a flat plane. So they're already instinctively thinking that they're getting these angle measurements from the sun on a flat plane. But you're saying that it's curving. So where did he get the circumference from?
Well,
Because
his
it's-
math. Because okay, well, it would work on a horizontal line. It also works on a curved surface. It works better on a curved surface.
No. That's your incredulity. That's your incredulity, though. It's
No,
not
he
because
literally
it works better.
said-
That's your incredulity.
When he was talking that based on his measurements, he said that the Earth was curved. I'm saying if you continue using his math anywhere else on the globe, you'll still find that his math proves correctly, and it will still show a curve. So if I just keep doing it in a line forward, I will find out that it's curved.
Do you need a flat surface?
I don't know how
a
he
flat
said that.
surface.
No, you can use a curve.
Does it work on the Bolivian salt flats?
You do need a flat surface. You need a flat
Does
surface.
it work on the Bolivian salt flats? Your curve
should.
calculations.
You just
It
need a
should.
point of
See,
reference.
You don't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Oh no, no, it will work. Sorry, I forget with you
Heard
guys.
of the guy that did it on his bicycle? You remember that guy that did it on his bicycle?
Yeah, he did. There was a guy who did it on a bicycle, in a boat.
You know what he said right at the beginning of his video? To do this, I need to go somewhere where it's super flat.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm going to Regina. That's what he said.
Hilarious.
Yeah, so it would work in the Bolivian salt flats. You just need
On a flat plane. Yeah, you just need a flat plane. Exactly. Thanks.
Well, no, you don't need a flat plane. Anything is flat if you can't see the.
Yeah. You
No,
know what
any circle is flat depending on its size.
Hold up, Rose,
What?
you're
Wait.
spiraling. Do you know what an
Circles are flat?
elevation?
Yeah.
Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Pause. Rewind. What? What did you just say?
I said
circles are flat.
No, depending on the size of the circle, it will appear flat to your point of reference.
Really?
A circle is a shape on a plane.
Pizzas are circled, so are coins. Coins are circular.
If I hold a basketball in my hand and I get a very fine
Yeah, if
microscope
you need
and I
a
look
bigger
at one
coin,
place,
Sonny, if you had a bigger coin, it will start curving. See?
So the basketball is an example of the Earth, no? From what
no,
you're
not
saying?
exactly. It's kind of off in a lot of regards. But if it's just a circle. If I zoom in enough on that basketball, I will get to a point where I can't tell that it's a circle.
A ball is not a circle, brother.
I will notice that it's not a ball. I can't find a curve.
Yeah,
Circles
is a
are
circle?
flat.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, is
None
the
of us can
circle
find
is a circle flat?
No, it will. Even if my limited perception is telling me that it's flat, if I go
Do you
back
know-
far enough,
yeah,
I will
here,
find
here,
that
let
it's
me
curved.
let me just bring something to your mind. Do you know that a circle is 2D?
Yeah,
And
sorry,
for
I
all
should be
in-
saying globe.
For
I
all
should be
intents and-
saying globes.
I know, for all intents and purposes, a circle is flat. Like,
well,
but
yeah,
I know what you. I
two-dimensional.
know. See, here's the thing. I'm not a douche. I know what you mean. You mean a sphere, right?
Yes, a sphere. If you look
Okay.
closely at it, depending on
is the sphere flat, Rose?
no, it is not. It is curved.
Okay, so it's not flat. It's curved. Okay, we got that much down. So how can you say there's flat spots on a curved surface?
If you go close enough, you'll eventually be so small that you can't notice it curve. It will
Well,
just
there
appear
can't
flat
be
to you.
there can't be any flat spots. That's the thing.
There can't be any flat
think of your ball. It's not flat anywhere, no matter how you must zoom. It still
There's
has.
no flat spots on a sphere.
It can't have
If
any.
I am the size of a microbe, there is no conceivable way I can figure out that a basketball is curved.
Okay, so then how did they measure it in the first place, my brother? If we're all too small and it's way too big, then how did they know it's a sphere in the first place?
Distance.
Pictures. They have a globe.
Because
they have
it's so
a globe model. Man.
It's so flat that it must be curving. So
Yeah,
flat.
you can't-
It must be
yeah,
curving.
Rose, you can't have
If
it both
I
ways.
keep
You can't
walking in
have
a-
it, Rose. You can't have it both ways.
No,
Rose.
I
It's
can
either
have
too
it both
large-
ways here.
It's either
Because
too large. It's either too large, like you said, and you can't measure it, or it is measurable.
No, I
and
said
no
you
one's
can't
measured
measure with just your eyes. You need
It's almost
tools.
impossible.
Yeah, nobody's talking about measuring with your eyes. I don't know where you got that from. But what we
No,
can
what
say,
I-
would suggest
No, what I was
I
going
would
to
suggest
say.
we change the VC name. Hold on. I would suggest Alpha we change the VC name from Flat Earth to Circle Earth 24/7. I think that
yeah.
Okay, that is
24/7
funnier.
flat circles.
flat circles. there
That's
you go.
funnier.
Yeah, it's the thing, dude. It's like you're trying. It's there's a
No,
phrase,
because
there's a
I
turn of
use
phrase.
we're humans. We
Hold on,
use
Rose,
tools.
Rose. There's a turn of phrase that I'm trying to think of. I think it's called
Stop cutting them off.
grasping at straws. That's what.
No,
you're
I'm
doing.
not grasping at straws.
Yeah, you are,
Yeah,
dude.
that's what you are, man. You're grasping. That's all. You've got nothing. You're
Yeah,
flailing here. It's not
yeah,
helping.
you're
No,
flailing.
no. The only
Throwing
ones
shit
who
at
have
the wall.
nothing are you guys. Let's be honest.
You.
I literally
No,
have
you.
modern society working. So if
Modern
their math and
society.
everything they say is working, then I'm just
All right.
going to trust modern society.
All right, well, hold on 1 second. I just have to interject just to tell you that we have a meteorologist that's in our chat right now who's giving you that information about Eratosthenes. Is Brendan. He's the guy who was chiming in and was telling you. He actually is a meteorologist for real. Yeah. There's people
Okay.
there's people that hold professions that still would say, yeah, the Earth is demonstrably practically used as a flat stationary plane. Like what's
And
wrong
there
with
are people who believe the Nazis were right. So
we're not talking. Why do you? Like,
No,
what does
I'm
that have
just
to do?
well.
We're
people
talking about
can-
the Earth, dude.
Yeah, everyone can have different
You're making
opinions.
it weird.
The majority of the people believe that the Earth is round.
Yeah,
That
I
it's a
know.
sphere.
But they don't have any evidence to the case, and that's
You
what
know,
we're exposing
if
here.
they're basing their entire models off the Earth is round, and that's how I get telecommunications, if that's how fucking Starlink works, because
That's cap.
how does
That's cap.
Starlink work if
That's
their
cap,
Earth's not
bro.
round?
You don't understand how Starlink works in the first place to give us any demonstrations that it's working over a sphere.
It's
That's
1,000 different satellites that are moving in geocentrical orbit.
What's the type of technology that supports Starlink, if you know it?
Radio wave.
That's what I thought, dude. See, here's the thing. I don't want to keep doing that to you, but the only reason why is because you're being a bit arrogant and saying that you know it's a globe with Starlink. You don't know it's a globe with Starlink.
Well, not just that, but with satellites.
Yeah, you
with
don't know.
thing,
Listen,
same
brother,
thing.
you don't know any of the technology that they're utilizing for that. You don't know any of that stuff. You're just basically saying things because you're trying to grasp at straws
Oh,
and
that
rescue
one
your
I
argument from going down the toilet. And it's already flushed, dude. You just didn't know that. We flushed it a long time ago.
No, I know for a
No.
fact that how satellites work because I know how they
No,
get
you
there.
don't.
You don't know
okay.
for a fact. You don't know anything about them for a fact.
I know how rocketry works.
No,
Really?
you don't.
Alright.
You don't even know how that works.
How does a rocket work? Go ahead and walk us through some of that.
Well, to put it bluntly, a rocket is just a directed explosive. We use a mixture of oxygen and hydrogen, combining them at the nozzle, and it causes combustion and it sends it up. And with enough fuel, enough force, you can get it into orbit.
That sounds like a Discovery Channel like excerpt.
Well,
that you
no,
just
it's
said.
literally just keeping it layman. I don't. Why do I need to go into the massive pages of information?
You don't know any of that
You should be on
stuff.
a high salary. You should have a real good job qualifications with that shit.
Oh no.
Oh my God,
I might
dude.
know how the rocketry works. It doesn't make me a rocket scientist.
I know that. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Sounds like rocket scientist to me.
No,
that's what engineers make. But science just gave you the math equations.
Yeah, which you don't know any of. Yeah, just put it bluntly, right? Because you don't. At some point, Rose, you should just say, you know what? Somebody's got to put their arm around your shoulder and be like, dude, just stop. Just stop, bro. There's no reason to continue. There really isn't. You got nothing. We all heard it. We're good.
The
We're
Earth
over
is
here.
flat.
We're waiting. We're waiting for the person who actually knows what they're talking about. If they are, they do.
Oh, they're probably not going to be on Discord.
Well, then
Honestly, a lot of
why do
people probably are in the
why do
politics
we?
Discord.
Here's the issue. Why do so many people that just believe that the Earth is a globe advocate for those who, like you, as you say, the ones who don't want to come on here? Why do you guys advocate for those people if you don't know shit of what they're talking about?
Because I know enough of what they talked about, and I can absorb the information
how do you
enough to
know
know that it works.
Bro, how do you know that they know? I don't get that.
Yeah, you have a blind religious belief.
How do you know that they know?
Rose, you
If
just
you-
have a blind religious belief. That's all you have.
No, I'm Catholic. I know the difference between religious and
No,
trust.
heliocentrism
not
is
about
your
that.
religion.
It's
No,
not
it's
about
not.
They feel like they can come to a place like this and like inflict their their mental superiority on us because they have this belief that we must be just retarded for believing this, but they don't realize that they actually have nothing to back themselves up. They're just all they're doing is appealing to masses. Like they say, well, the masses believe it. Well, what show us something? We need. Like, we're actually questioning it. Do the masses question what they believe? I think that's the trouble. They don't. That's why you believe it. And that's all it is. It's just a numbers game that you're all fucking not asking anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that you guys don't know anything about the globe, and I'm making that a statement as a fact. Until you provide evidence that you can tell me that the Earth is an actual globe, you guys don't know anything.
For me to do that, I would need to become a billionaire, buy a rocket, and send you up there.
Well, I'd rather you spend money on something else other than send me in a rocket.
No, because that's literally the only way. If I have to, without a doubt, know several different fields of mathematics and just
Yeah, have you
fucking
done
anything,
that? Yeah, real quick. Have you done that?
I am not smart enough for several fields of mathematics. No.
Have you gone up in a rocket?
Why
Have you gone up in a rocket and seen the globe?
Nah, I'm not lucky enough for that yet.
Okay, so you
Rob
can't
wants to tell you the cheap and
all
easy
right,
way
all
to
right.
do it.
I'm just going to finish the point, so you can't know that it's a globe either by your own standard. Thanks.
Well, with my limited point of view, I'm in a room, can't prove anything.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah, we rest our
No,
case.
I'm on too much of a on too much of a hill. It would,
Yeah, we rest our case.
but at that point,
Oh,
you
God.
guys don't dream bigger than yourselves?
Yeah, Rose 4, just relax, bro. Let
You
somebody.
don't think the universe is
Rose,
larger than your
Rose,
limited
all you gotta do,
Dreaming.
Rose.
You're dreaming.
All you gotta do is sit back, relax, and let's see if there's any other person that comes in here that actually can state a case or make a claim and then support it with evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's really all that's left for you. Let's see if anybody else can actually hold their own when it comes to us asking them questions about if they know the Earth's a globe.
Well, no, because they would just be basing their information on people passed before them.
Oh, so you're telling me that nobody would know that coming in here, Rose? Is that true?
Well, no,
Come
you
on
couldn't.
now.
You're asking for them to prove it. They would
Yeah.
just use methods that already approve it.
Well, I know that, but you didn't do a good job of that, so perhaps they can.
Well,
That's all I'm
no.
saying. Well, yeah. What do you mean no?
Objective.
I
gave
think
you
the bigger
videos,
question is,
What's
what
the bigger
else
question?
do you not trust the government with? Because
No,
I don't trust the
trusting-
government completely.
Yeah, I know,
But
Wings,
like,
but trusting.
that's what
listen,
it comes down to. The
No,
whole
it
flat Earth
doesn't.
discussion.
we don't have to go.
It's
we don't have
scientists
to
and
go down
government
that route.
officials.
Stop. Just stop.
Well, no,
That's-
because that is literally what
Rose,
you're saying.
We're talking
I
to
cannot-
Wings. Rose, we're
No,
talking to Wings
no.
now. Relax. All right, just chill. All you gotta do is chill, bro. We're talking to
I've
Wings.
been talking to 4 people at
Hello.
once. There
I
are 2
know,
people
but
talking against you.
you gave up the ghost. We're done with you. Now we're gonna
I
go
did
to
not
Wings.
give up a ghost.
Hello.
You did. So
My
we
name
need
is
to talk to
Wings.
Go ahead.
Hello there, Wings.
Well,
We're
I
not
just
even- Rose, settle down, dude. We're gonna mute you if you don't let us talk to him.
well,
Relax.
I'm not really an argumentative type.
Well,
but,
we can't speak to you because Rose is interrupting. Go ahead, Wings.
And I don't even, I'm not even going to put myself on a side of flat Earth versus globe Earth. But to me, this has always been a discussion about trust or distrust, rather.
That's incorrect.
So,
Yeah, that's incorrect.
Well,
Your
okay, so-
assessment.
so why is
of
it not?
Your assessment of the conversations that happen in here is incorrect. That's
okay, so
not
why is
what's
it
happening.
not then?
It's a
Educate
denial.
me.
It's a denial of the obvious. Self-evident, the Earth is not a globe and it's a flat and stationary plane. Obviously.
So I don't think you actually care about that as much as you care about
it's not about
distrusting
trust or
scientists and
distrust,
government
but,
officials.
No, it's not about that. We've already told you it's not about that. That's your wrong assessment of what's going on here. It's not
Okay,
about
but
that.
your basis, so look, let's say I believe the Earth is flat. I still think your basis for that is because you cannot prove anything.
No, that's incorrect.
That's what you always
false.
say, though. Whenever he
No.
said anything, whenever Rose
No.
said anything,
Here's-
you always said, "Well, have you done it?
Would it be
Can you
better?
prove it?
Would it
Do you
be-
have
would it-
empirical evidence? Have you
Yeah,
done it yourself?"
We're asking,
That's what you
so
say.
Yeah, Wings. We're asking the people who believe the Earth's a globe those questions. On our side, we can give them the answers after we ask them the questions, but we never get past asking them the questions because they spiral out of the chat.
Okay.
So we don't.
So then
if-
here's
let's
a
just say,
question.
Wings, hold on a second.
Okay,
just
go
a
ahead.
minute. Just a minute. When somebody lets us get farther past them saying that, okay, well, shit, I might have been wrong. Go ahead and tell me what's going on. Then we get into the conversation of like it's observable, it's measurable, and it's practically used as flat. And we can talk about the different instances where that's the case. But
Okay,
if we
fair
don't,
enough.
right,
I wasn't
so
here
if we
long enough. Fair enough.
Okay,
Teach me about that then.
All right, so observation, measurably, and practically used. Which one of those categories do you want to start with?
Well,
We
to
can
be honest,
talk
I didn't
about-
really come here to talk about flat Earth, but I
Well,
want to
then-
give you a
well, then-
shot.
Well, fine, but it's observed, right, as a flat and stationary plane. So when you go outside, your primary experience of the Earth is that one of a topographical horizontal plane. So you can say that there's land topography, hills and valleys and shit, but it's for the most part, it's a horizontal plane. When you look over across the Earth, that's what it appears like to you, me, and everyone else. That's our primary experience. Would you agree or disagree with that? Just purely observational.
I mean, I don't know. But
Just
you can keep
listen,
telling
I'm
me
not
about
making,
it.
This is just us viewing the Earth for what it looks like. I'm not telling you making a statement yet. But when we see it, it looks like a horizontal plane with land topography, and if you go underwater, of course, it looks pretty flat on that water. But from all our experiences on the Earth, it appears that way to you and me, an observation. Yes, can you agree with that? Because just
I'm not
based on
sure. I don't know.
Okay, so it either is the globe that they're telling you is observably. So do you experience the globe when you go outside and you say, "Damn, dude, the Earth looks like such a globe right now. It looks really globish at the moment." Do you ever say
No,
that?
no, I never
All
say
right.
that.
Could you say that when you go to the beach, it looks like a flat plane, flat Earth, horizontal plane?
Like looking at the ocean?
Yeah, just observationally.
I mean, it reaches a point where I can't see anymore.
No, I know, but from what you can see, though.
I don't know. I can't see past what I can't see.
No, I'm saying, okay.
I'm just saying I don't know.
Well,
That's all
does it
I'm
look like-
saying.
does it
I'm
look
not
like
saying
it's
yes or
curving?
no.
Does it look like it's curving or a straight line on the horizontal left or right when you see the beach?
Again, I'm not sure. I maybe
Maybe?
it looks like it's curving.
Really? So
Maybe.
if there is maybe, what do you mean? How are you unsure?
Because
I
I
don't get
can't see
this.
past it. I don't know. Maybe it is
No, you're not
curving. I don't
trying
know.
to.
I'm
You're
not
not
sure.
trying to. The only thing with your observation is you're trying to make an assessment of what things look like to you.
Right, but
Primary
I'm saying I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you can't make up your mind, everybody else is just going to say, "Well, it looks pretty flat." Honestly, just what
No,
it
I
looks
can't
like.
make up my mind.
Yeah, I don't know
How
why.
can you
If
not know?
If you see
I just don't
curvature,
know.
then well,
I
that's
don't
fine.
see curvature, but I don't not see it.
I don't get that. That's bullshit. If you ask me, because
Because I can't see past a certain point, so I don't know if it's there.
So what can you see?
Yeah,
What
not- we're not-
describe what
listen.
you can see?
We're not talking about.
I guess
seeing
when you
past-
look over at the ocean, it just kind of like fades to white at the end.
No, not fades to white. No, we're
And-
not talking about that. From left to right, does it appear like it's curving? Yes or no?
Depends on if there's something blocking my vision.
Okay, so why do you have to add that extra addendum to it? I'm not asking if something's blocking.
Because
your
I
vision.
don't really care about this conversation.
Yeah, just what you see, not how far you can see. If you could see far, no, just what your observation.
Well, I mean,
is
sure, I
stating.
believe you. I believe you that you see that, but I
Yeah.
don't know what I see. I don't know what I see.
No,
That's
it's
just
not
what it
about
comes
the,
down to.
for
For me.
wings. Yeah, what it comes down to is you being an.
And it
honest-
sounds like you're in the wrong server. I'm sorry, Alpha. This is
No, yeah.
ridiculous. This guy
It is.
doesn't need to be entertained.
Oh, it's so much easier
I
when you
agree.
guys don't all jump all over the point, you know.
Yeah, it's simple, Wings. It's you don't have to make this complicated, but I think what you're doing is you're trying to, so you don't have to be held accountable to any answer that you give, because you don't want to sound like you made an affirmative choice and then we're going to hold you to that. But
No, I
really,
just don't know.
all I'm asking you, you do know. See, that's the weaselly part about it. You do know, but you don't want to answer because you know what we do in here. We hold people to what they say, and if they see a globe, we're going to ask them how it's a globe. If they say it's flat, we're going to say, see how the Earth looks.
Well, I
that
have
way
a
to you?"
question, but it has
No,
nothing
but
to
did
do
you?
with
No,
this.
I don't like obfuscation. Stick to what I'm saying. Why don't you want to answer? Why are you being like?
I did answer.
Weaselly. No, you're giving me a way to say that you don't want to answer. And what I'm asking
No,
for,
I
is just be,
genuinely don't know. If I
That's-
got up high
that's
enough,
bullshit.
maybe, but I don't have the money to do that.
no. If I
mean,
get
then I
high
would
enough,
know.
baby. No. See that right there. See what you're doing?
Would enable me to know, right?
No, you know
Yeah, it would.
now. Your primary experience of the Earth would be one such that you could detail to people saying, "Hey, look, over there is
No,
a tree.
see, I'm with
I
you,
witnessed
dude.
this over here." Like you tell us everything that you see, and that's all. You don't have to say, "Well, I can't see forever, so I can't tell you what's on beyond the." We're not.
Well, in
asking
a
for that.
sense, I actually agree with you because I am the type of person that needs observable evidence. And I'm not going to know the answer unless I can get high enough, and I'm not an astronaut.
No, it's not about getting high enough, dude. We're only saying.
Yeah, well, it would
from
technically.
here on the
I mean, it
no,
would be one
dude,
way. It'd be one way.
Wings. Why are you being this way, dude? All I'm saying is,
Well, I'm
from
not being
the
a
ground-
sort of way.
Yes, you're being a jerk, dude. I'm saying from being
I'm
on
not
the
trying
ground.
to.
Well,
Globe
it's what you're
talk.
coming off as, dude. When we're on the ground, we're making our observations. We're just telling people, look, this is what I see from my position here on the ground. Don't talk about going.
But
up
that's
in
not going to
elevation.
give
Hold
me
on,
the
Wings.
answer.
Wings. The answer is simple. What do you see? And just state what you see. That's it.
But that's not going to give me like
No,
enough
why do you
information
gotta- why do you gotta say
to
that,
see
dude?
the truth.
No, we're not talking about see the truth. We're just saying what you see.
Okay, so
That's it.
whether or not it's the truth, then yeah, sure, it looks flat from the ground.
Thank you. My God.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, well, I thought you wanted me to know what the truth was. I don't know what the
No,
truth
it's not
is.
about the truth. It's just what you see. What does it
I
appear
don't think
to
I'm
you
being
as?
argumentative.
Really? So we're just asking.
I'm
what it
asking
appears-
questions.
What I'm telling you, what it appears to you as. That's all we're asking. What does it look like? That's it.
Yeah, but it also fades to white, which is why I think there's some skepticism in there.
what-
You know, I think the average person would be a little skeptical because if you look at the ocean, it looks
Okay,
flat
that
from the
is
beach,
probably-
but it
listen,
fades to
Wings,
white. So it's like, what is that
Wings.
white? What is that?
You don't need to keep asking what is that white. The only
Well, yeah,
thing
why
you need
not? I want to know what it is.
That's fine, but that's not within the question. The question was just, what do you see? You don't have to keep saying, well, what's within the white? We're only asking, how
Well,
does
that's
it appear
how I
to
find
you?
answers, by asking questions.
I know
and
that,
then
but
trying
why-
to
why
look
do
at
you-
observable
but
data, but
nobody's
I don't
like
have
the-
any observable data.
So you just want to be a weasel jerk. You don't want to say, hey, it looks this way and we're done. Like, that's where we stop.
What if I gave you?
No, I'm willing to hear you out. I just don't know where you're going with
All
this.
right. So where I'm going with it is just based on our simple observations of the physical and natural world. What do we state when we say we see the Earth a particular way? And so it's obvious that you conceded already. You said, yeah, it does look pretty flat from my observation. You said that.
From the ground.
We can from the ground. We can go with that. Now, if there's any other observations we can make of the Earth in any way that looks like a globe that helps us understand whether it's a globe or how do we perceive it, first of all. That's all we're saying. Is there any way that we can perceive the Earth as a globe? Any way?
From the Earth?
Yes.
From the ground?
Yes.
With just vision? Probably not.
Yes. Okay. Probably not, but you're not really sure on that either.
No, I'm not 100%.
Well,
I mean,
we're
if someone showed me some like evidence, but I haven't seen it.
Okay. So based on that, there isn't anything to contradict the basic observations that you make of the Earth from the ground, that it looks pretty flat and stationary. I mean, well, stationary being that there's no movement. But on that case, if the Earth was said to be moving and you don't experience any movement, in your primary experience, what would you say to that?
You're gonna have to repeat the question. I got distracted by my daughter.
Oh, they're telling us that the Earth is in motion, right? It's spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Is there any way to detect or measure that spin of the Earth?
I have no idea.
Okay, do you think it's possible?
I really don't know. And that's not me being
I
any
know
sort
that.
of way.
I know that. Now you're starting to answer the question like I'm asking. What I'm saying is, well, since you can't figure that out in your mind that it's been done, we're only getting this information that's been stated to us that way. So if you can also think of it being like a cosmic vacuum that surrounds us, do you know that there's a cosmic vacuum around us, or do you believe there's one that surrounds the Earth? According to what you think. Belief or no?
Belief? So like space. Do I believe space exists? Is that what you're asking?
Well, yeah. Do you think the way they tell us the cosmology, right? That the Earth is in a solar system and, in a ever expanding galaxy.
Well, I'm not sure about the whole solar system thing, but I mean, I believe there's an atmosphere.
No,
that makes sense to me at least.
I meant from the place they say that when you leave the Earth and you go into space and such, do you think that cosmic vacuum exists? Like they tell you, like they're giving you these stories of like rockets leaving the Earth and going to Mars and such. Like, do you think that all of that space mythos is real to you in your mind? Do you think it's all real?
Well, I'll say this. I mean, I've looked through a telescope, so I believe there's giant rocks beyond Earth. I can see them through a telescope, right?
No. Do you believe that there's a cosmic vacuum that exists that surrounds the Earth and all of the mythos?
I don't know what it is. I mean, for all I know, you could breathe in space. I don't fucking know, but
So
I know there's
you just
big
believe
rocks
it.
out there.
You just believe it, right?
Well, I don't know. I just know there's big rocks. There's big rocks in the sky.
So the space mythos that exist in the paradigm that they tell you, do you believe that it's all true, or do you just know that it is? It's either believe or no. Do you believe that it's all true, or do you know that it's all true?
Okay, so that's hard to answer though because I
Why?
don't have proof, right? So no, here.
So
let me
it's one or
finish.
the other, right?
So
It's
I
one or
can
the other.
observe. I can
They're
observe
both beliefs.
circular objects
Yeah.
in the sky, right? So I
He's
can
having a
observe
hard
circular.
time. He's a hard time saying it. It's either you believe
No, I'm not.
wings. Yeah, just say you
Yeah,
believe
yeah,
it.
yeah.
and
So,
we'd be
so
done.
if you say you have no
Well, I can see the
reason
moon
to,
without a telescope, so that's a circle.
Yeah, I know
Um,
that, but do you believe
I'm not
everything
saying it's
that
a
they're
globe, but it's a circle.
wings? Do you believe everything they're telling you about the moon, the planets? Do you believe all of that
Well,
stuff, or do
no
you,
one's really told me anything
or
about the
do,
moon.
or
I
do
just,
you, or do
other
you
than
know
like, hey,
wings?
that's the moon.
Wings. Do you know that all that stuff what they're telling you about it is true? So they told you the moon is
What
a
are they?
giant.
I don't know what they're telling me. And
Well,
like,
what are they
the
saying
only thing
about
that's
the?
ever
What
been
are
told
they
to me
saying
is,
about the moon?
look at that. That's the moon.
Yeah, what are they saying about the moon? The mythos of the Earth being in a solar system. What are they telling you about the moon?
I guess what you would learn in school is like they orbit each other.
Okay, orbits, and what else are they saying about it? Give me some other
I don't
things.
fucking know. It has craters.
Yeah, it's a physical thing that they're saying a bunch of shit about it, right?
Looks like a physical thing through a
Oh,
telescope.
Right, that's fine, but the question still remains: everything that they're telling you about space, do you believe it or do you know it?
Well, I don't know. What are they telling me? Like, you just say
You just
saying what
finished
are.
stating orbits, dude. You just said fucking orbits.
Well, sure, that's one thing. I don't know anything else.
Well, that's fine, but that's one thing.
Like,
they've
what
told
else am
you.
I supposed to?
That's listen. That's one thing that they've told you. Do you believe it or do you know it?
I don't know it.
Okay,
I
then
mean,
you
I don't
believe
know.
it.
Like,
Just say you
kind of,
believe
but
it.
not
Just say
really.
you-
Like, I
no,
don't
just
know
say you believe
anything.
it. Just say you believe it. That's all.
I don't know because I've never seen. I mean,
Really,
it
dude?
comes
Believe
up.
that
Well,
they're telling you the
Wings.
truth.
Wings, really?
it depends on what the definition of
Okay,
orbit
so
is, right?
well, no. What I'm saying, just let me ask this one question: why is it so hard for you to say that you believe in this? Why?
Well, I'm in
Why
the
is
same
that?
boat as you. You don't
No,
believe
I'm
in it, and
asking
I'm
you.
saying I don't
I'm asking
necessarily
you.
believe it.
Wings, I'm
Hey.
asking you. Why can't you say you just believe?
Because
what's the problem?
Because I don't believe in anything, dude. I don't even believe in
Wings,
God.
are
Like,
are you having trouble differentiating between what knowing is and what believing is?
no, I know the difference. I'm just saying, like, I'm the type
So-
of person
so
that
do
doesn't
you-
really
do you
believe
know
in
or do you-
anything unless I can see evidence for it.
So is your answer no, you don't believe in it? Is that your answer? Your answer is no, you don't believe it?
Sure, I don't necessarily
say
believe
that.
anything without evidence.
You don't have to say all the extra stuff. You can just say no, you don't, or yes, I do.
Yeah, simple.
Okay, then no, I don't believe it. But I could believe it if there was evidence, but there isn't. So it's not something I'm going to believe in my lifetime, right?
Well, I mean, that's the kind of boat that a lot of people are in. Wings is what the reason why it's taking so hard for you to answer these questions is because you guys in this particular arena are very confused. You think you can know and believe things at the same time, and it's not what we're saying. It's the way that you're perceiving the physical and natural world through an interpretation that someone's given you. So the interpretation is that there's this space mythos, right, that encompasses like where planets and solar systems and protoplanetary systems and Earth-like planets and all kinds of shit, right? And they're feeding that to your mind, and you're like, well, shit, I couldn't verify that for myself, so obviously I must have to believe that story somehow because somebody knows some information that I don't know, right? So you're in a position right now
Don't have
where
to.
but you're in a position right now where you're confused whether you know or you don't know because you look through your telescope. And
No,
you see
I know I don't know.
all right, so now you know. You
What
don't
I know
which
is I
the
see a
reason-
circular rock in the sky. Well, I assume it's a rock. I don't even know if it's a rock.
There you go. See,
But it
That's-
looks like a rock.
I know, but what I'm saying is at least you're being honest right now. You're saying I don't know what the hell that is.
I've been honest.
No, I know that, but the dichotomy that I was putting forth was either you know or you just believe anything that they've said to you. Now, if you're saying that you don't even believe, that's even worse because like you're not even putting stock in anything that they're saying to you, only in your primary experience, right?
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter to me that much.
I know,
You
but
know?
the struggle.
Like, what does it matter if? Here's my thing. Why does it matter if it's a globe or flat? Like, why does it matter? Like,
because
I mean, I'm gonna live here and die
right,
here
right now, what's hanging in the
without
balance
knowing
is,
for certain.
Yeah.
Either
right
way.
right now, what's hanging in the balance is that people on this earth identify with the idea that they live in a cosmos that's such that they think that it's an ever expanding one. So they're identifying with all these things that one day we're going to leave this rock and go to colonize Mars. And there's a bunch of shit attached to it. Maybe you don't give a shit, but there's a lot of people that put stock in this. So we're actually talking about whether or not this is information that's been handed out to everyone is actually real or not. So we're giving them the thought process to critically
Okay.
think about this, whether or not you think it's important. A lot of people identify with this information, and it's not only that; it's being
Well,
propagated.
how's it going to change their
Sir,
life if
it's
it's
being
one or the
it's
other?
being propagated in academia. So we have something to say about it because it's being pushed onto the children. Everybody's being told this information, and no one's able to critically think whether it's true or not. That's what we're doing here in this Discord, in this channel. We're giving people the ability to critically think about these questions, which a person like you should
And
be
believe
taking
whatever they
advantage
want.
of. No, it's not about believe whatever you
Oh,
want.
so they have to believe one thing?
No, you have to
I'm
analyze and
confused.
think. Wings, when somebody tells you something, there's a process by which you can actually start understanding whether you know something or you don't. Right? You can run tests, you can verify, you
Well,
can
what is it going
falsify.
to do for someone?
Brother, you can test things in reality, whether or not it's true, and you might come out with a
Okay.
different result.
Well, what
than
is
what
it
you've
going
been
to
told.
do? Let's say I'm a child, right? And debatable. Maybe I am, but let's just say I'm a child. What is it going to do to teach me that the Earth is a globe, and what is it going to do to teach me that the Earth is flat?
You're going to realize that there's a specific narrative that's being spoken of in all of academia. People everywhere, they're saying globe this and cosmos that, and you're going to be able to say, wait a minute, have you guys ever looked into if that stuff is real or not? You're going to be able to have a discernment because you've actually looked into it and thought about the question. Now, if you don't
Well, I
give
do
a
that
shit
with
either,
most things. I just don't think this is something I can prove one way or the other.
why don't you think that would be incumbent upon you to tell other people that too? Hello.
I don't tell other people
John G,
anything
whatever.
about this.
It's, bro, then that's fine, right? That's you. You do you. But the point is, when we have these interactions with other people, it's also helpful to them to process information in a way they can think about it, whether it's true or not. So it's just helping
He's
them
embarrassed
understand.
to be a flat earther.
I agree with you. No, not necessarily. I agree with you that it is very important to teach people to think critically. But I think the topic matters as well. What are we thinking critically about? Like, I just don't see what is to gain from this topic in either direction. What are we gaining?
The ability to have discernment. The ability to have discernment. I was just going to say that. The ability to have discernment about reality. So if somebody tells you that we live, I don't know, in Narnia and there's talking lions and shit, you're going to be like, no. There's no evidence of that. And if somebody says, yeah, dude, we've got this guy who mentioned he talked to this lion the other day.
Broke
So
up.
you know what I'm saying?
No, you cut out.
He didn't break up. I think you did.
Oh, maybe
Did I
I
break
did then. I might have cut out.
If somebody told you a narrative about something that's not true, then you're given the person the ability to process information and to be able to analyze it and say, wait a minute, you're telling me that this talking lion exists somewhere? Like, people aren't as gullible. Like, I think that's the problem with society as a whole, that we've become so complacent with information that we just accept it all. Yeah, that's fine. A space, yeah, that's good. Like, we don't ever challenge shit. And that's the
People
reason
are
why
that gullible when they're a child and when they're taught it. So
they're impressionable.
agree with.
They're impressionable as a child. So as a child, you're very impressionable. Like, when some older person tells you something, you don't really know how to weigh out the information, whether or not it could be true or not. You just accept things because somebody that's older told you. So it's harder as a young person to have that discernment. As you get older, you're able to start to think, wait a minute, that guy just said something. It sounds pretty weird, outlandish, right? I can think
So
about
that
it
I
in a way.
totally agree with, but
Yeah, like
in
you owe me
regards to
$1
this
billion.
topic, specifically, I don't see the point. But if you were to substitute everything you said with like indoctrinating children with LGBTQ stuff in schools, I totally agree with you. They're just being told something's true when it's not true.
Well, it doesn't matter what narrative
no
wings.
different.
So whatever
It's the same thing.
whatever narrative
I
somebody
agree with you that it's the same thing, but one
then-
doesn't really
That's what I was gonna
affect
say.
us, and the other does affect us.
Yeah, it does.
What do you
It's
mean?
all intertwined. The whole thing about lying about things is intertwined. It doesn't necessarily have to be a certain subject. As long as you can discern.
Well, one
from the
has an
truth-
outcome.
I didn't
and
finish
the other
yet.
has no outcome.
As long as you can discern from the truth and lies, then the subject matter is irrelevant.
So it's the same thing, but here's the difference.
Yeah.
Said one had no outcome.
He said it was.
I could
it was,
explain that, but go on.
Yeah, but you said it was the same thing, but there's a difference. Like if it's the same
just
thing, if it helps,
exercising just.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry, no, I was just going to say it's just exercising your discernment. That's all it is. Like it might be a different subject, but it's the same thing. Like it doesn't matter what the outcome is.
I agree with that. I do. I really do. I'm not trolling or anything. The difference I see. The difference I see is the outcome.
Here comes the difference.
Yeah, so the difference I see is the outcome. One, you're indoctrinating kids to be a certain way, which is, people that we interact with on a daily basis, and they're all growing up to be woke, quote unquote,
Outcomes
whatever word you
irrelevant.
want to use.
Outcomes irrelevant.
And the other one, is just
wait a
like
minute. You haven't
people believe there's a globe and people believe that it's flat, but it's well, what's it actually doing?
Wait a minute,
to
dude. You're casting your aspersions, but you haven't thought about the actual outcome. Really, you haven't really thought about it. Because if the outcome of somebody believing that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, if you thought about it, you would actually say, wait a minute, then people could think of the Earth as a dying planet. They could think of limited resources. They could think of overpopulation. They could think of climate change. They could think of like a lot of other reasons, asteroids coming to destroy the Earth, of why there would be fear mongering over them. We have to go fight for oil because we're running out over here. So
let me
wait a minute. Wait, hold
put
on
it a
second.
little bit better.
No.
Sorry, I was just trying to go onto your train of thought.
I know, but
go on.
what I'm saying is that it's all encompassing, right? Everything that's happening on this dying planet is happening in such a way that people are going to start thinking about not the reality that they're in, right? Like leaving this place and so forth. So there's a lot of things that are attached to the idea that the Earth is a globe. It's not just one, well, it's just pretty stupid. Why would it even be considered as something people would weigh out? Well, there's a lot of things attached to it.
Is anyone like waging wars or fighting or, violent protests over flat Earth versus globe Earth?
About lies, yes.
Yeah,
about flat Earth versus globe Earth. Like, no, genuine question. I have no idea. I don't think there is.
We just finished explaining to you that is irrelevant. The thing is about the
so there are like violent protests about this topic.
You being able to discern the truth. Yeah, you are. You're being an idiot.
I'm being serious.
First class
idiot.
He says laughing. He says laughing.
Truth and lies. There are wars being fought. There are wars being fought over lies. Yes, there are. Why would you think that it matters about the topic?
Well, he's looking for he wants us to sum up, give him a summation of why. But there could be multiple reasons. Alpha just explain to you.
If this is a lie, what else is a lie?
Wait a minute, dude.
There's a lot of lies out there.
Hold on a minute. Shut up, dude. I just finished telling you that people are going to war over limited resources. What the fuck are you saying that we're not saying?
What does that have to do with flat Earth versus globe
Because
Earth?
if you think that there's an Earth, fucking hell, dude.
I'm trying to.
Yeah. Okay, so then listen to this. If you think that the Earth is a globe and it's running out of resources because it's a planet that's dying, then yeah, you think that the obvious truth would be that oil is a precious commodity and that you need to fight for that shit and put a gun in someone's hand and go fight that other guy over there. Sure, you just agreed. So
I do, but I don't think the Earth is running out of resources either.
Yeah, so who gives a shit what you think, dude? People's minds are thought of as, well, the Earth is limited resources because it's a planet and doesn't only have so much resources, precious commodities. So they will.
That's a thought I never even thought of.
They will wage wars because you have an idea that the Earth is in such a way that it's a planet that has only limited amount of things. So you will fight for things.
It has a limited amount of area. Like it has a regulation fucking size. You can't get there is no more of it.
Yeah, that's
it. Water, and then there's earth, and they fight for the dirt.
Yeah, I just don't think we're running out of resources.
Who gives a shit what you think?
Fucking opinion, dude.
What the
fuck,
dude?
Yeah,
answer as to why
I just don't understand why this topic.
You sound like you're lacking oxygen.
Yeah, he's going to repeat the question again and say, I don't understand why this topic is related to what you just said, Alpha.
He will say
we can't tell you why they're lying.
Okay, well, you could talk to someone else then. Like, I don't know. I want to listen.
We just know the fact that it's not true.
Right, if
Put yourself
somebody's
on mute.
murdered in a murder scene, it doesn't matter why or how the guy did it. I mean, sure, you'd like to ask, but it doesn't matter. Somebody's dead here on the ground. We got to chalk them up. We got to forensic everything, and we got to try to figure it out afterwards. But somebody's dead here, so ignoring the fact that it's not that the globe is dead and it's not a globe would be weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
I'm
just
just gonna
because you
listen.
don't, just because Wings, just because you don't believe that the resources are scarce, there are people who are going to war that have been taught that there are limited resources and that we ought to go to war because of it. That's what these wars are fought about. It's all related.
Borders.
You know, why do you think there was invasions to certain countries and wars fought? Just because? No, they're being told that things are precious commodities, that you have to stand up for things and, you know, freedom and all kinds of shit. So everybody on every side is trying to figure out how much they can get more of the thing that's limited. Come on, dude.
They're gonna steal your water. We only got so much water. Go get your toilet paper while it lasts.
Yeah,
Everything.
look at how, dude, remember that people were fucking fighting in the stores? Like, come on, dude. It doesn't take much for somebody to go up in arms against somebody else. Some bullshit that you guys want to go, we don't know. It's not happening to
don't
me.
understand how this is related to the topic.
It's fucking annoying, bro.
50 people get raped, beaten, killed. He's like, well, why would they do this?
Yeah, I don't understand why they
I
would
don't
do
get it.
that.
I just, it does, to me, I don't get it. So, you know, obviously it shouldn't be happening because I don't
Yeah, it
think
never happened. It didn't happen because I can't believe that would happen.
Plus space and aliens, and anytime your whole planet could die, and then you, Bob, can't use this rock or that rock or this rock because they're so fucking precious, right?
did you-
Uranium and all the other stuff, right? To build nukes and stuff. You can't do that. Why?
Did you? Do you even tell them that there's a killer asteroid that's on its way? I think Neil deGrasse Tyson predicted like in 5 years there's going to be a killer asteroid.
Umawa. It's a big rock they think is a spaceship that's driven by aliens or remotely controlled. It's a big rock. It's just a rock coming, and they call it a UFO spaceship, and they think it's a smart rock coming to take us out. They think it's a rock that's so huge that they're inside of it like a spaceship.
Yeah, and all the space boys out there, they're shaking in their boots, you know, because they're just like, oh, well, we got a killer asteroid coming.
Yeah, so we need to fund them so they can help us. That'll be good.
Oh, and they do have an answer. They do have an answer to that. There's a DART program. It's actually an acronym.
We're gonna build up a super laser, and we're gonna build up a kinetic energy, and we're gonna.
No, dude, D-Mock, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna send these probes out to land on the asteroid, just like in a movie like in a movie that you've probably seen before.
Yes,
and it's gonna,
100%.
yeah, it's gonna go it's gonna go as fast as that killer asteroid, but instead of blowing it up, they're gonna actually put rocket boosters on it to give it a different trajectory.
Right.
I'm not shitting you, dude. Like,
Same as the ISS.
Is that for real?
There's different
Wow.
ways about it. Yeah.
Type in DART NASA.
Well, I know exactly what you're talking about.
And
There
Google.
was one that they were gonna try to blow up back in the past, and then like now that you're the one you're talking about, yeah, they wanted to send it, connect to it, and then like drill in and like grab a hold and then like push it away. Yeah, just yeah. No, I'm with you.
More nonsense to spend your limited resources on so you can go to war
listen,
about it.
I want you guys to do this. Everybody in here, type DART NASA in your Google and hit enter. I want you to see what happens to your screen. Just check it out.
I want to know why. I want to know why helium balloons, Kevlar balloons, and all this space debris is making it up and out of to space just fine. When our last time
that's cute.
When I was a kid, all the stuff's supposed to burn up coming in.
Oh, what?
Hell yes, planetary defense. This is awesome.
Yeah, can somebody read that?
The satellite comes across your screen.
Yeah,
and it just knocks it. It's adorable.
Yeah, read what it says though in that little snippet on the bottom of the image.
They're playing pool. Holy shit!
Double asteroid redirection was a NASA space mission aimed at testing a method of planetary defense against near-Earth objects.
Yeah, asteroids and shit. It's actually pretty fancy.
You thought I was kidding around. This is for real.
Hell no. Not at all. I didn't.
Hold on, and then they're gonna watch the computer generated rendition of them blowing something up in this cosmic vacuum, and then everybody's gonna cheer and feel world united for just a minute, and then go back to wars tomorrow.
No, they're gonna push it like
that sounds really conspiratorial. Come on now.
Space Pool. They're playing Space Pool.
They're going to find a replacement for Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I got a snippet. Here's the snippet right here. For everybody else, that you can just go to the chat. I put it in there. That's what the acronym for DART stands for.
Now we should talk about stuff burning up coming in our atmosphere and why we would need to even worry about anything. Because when I was little, I asked the teacher. I definitely asked the teacher this question because it made me nervous. They were like, stuff can come in from space and kill us. I said, hold on. Wait a minute. I hit my desk and everybody looked at me. I said, wait a minute. What did you just say to us? Space stuff.
Yeah, it depends on its size and all that.
Hold on.
It's going to happen until Morgan Freeman is president.
And I said, so we could die any second.
Oh, Joe Biden is okay. He will be the nominate. He will win. Yeah, he's so bright.
He's going to take over the conversation.
No, he's not.
You've been drinking again, dude.
Thank you.
They mentioned the ozone, and then she said the ozone will burn up anything, so you don't have to worry about anything ever coming in to hit us and kill us. I said, so hold on a minute. So you mean our ozone layer can burn stuff we don't know that's in space? She's like, what do you mean? I said, well, stuff in space, we don't know what it is, right? We know what everything is in space. And the teacher's like, no, there's stuff undiscovered. But then when you look at physics, they're like, yeah, particles, protons, whatever, everything's made of that. So there's nothing undiscovered. So like, I get so many mixed stories, but I just want to pay attention to the ozone. Stuff's supposed to come in, hit the ozone, and burn up beyond belief. It's not supposed to be able to get to us. So why would they tell? Why? So now why are people believing a story that you need to now rely on something outside the ozone?
Yeah, I wonder if Aerosmith is going to write a song for this DART program.
Sure.
Well, it's just a fake story anyways, right, Avi?
Well, you think it's true? Wait. You think it's true, Scott?
No, it's obviously just a story they made up for no good reason.
No, I want you to tell us how that's fucking true. Oh, we got a space cowboy here, guys. You got to hear him. He'll tell you what's what.
Yeah, because they said it.